row, the rest of the seats were packed with movie fans. Daniel Kaluuya felt a bit tense. Before the lights dimmed in the auditorium, he turned back once more, confirming that this massive theater was indeed filled with fans. Only then did he relax and focus on the upcoming film. "Kid, what are you worried about? With the boss directing personally, it won't flop. It won't." He glanced at the big screen, silently hyping himself up. On the other side, Martin and Scarlett were utterly relaxed in the dark, flirting in a particularly thrilling way. The darkness hid Scarlett's flushed face. She bit back gasps, waves of pleasure crashing over her like the sea. "No, can't make a sound. Too many people here. Oh God, it's so thrilling. Martin's such a jerk. What was that smell?" Will Smith, sitting in the row behind them, muttered, sniffing and glancing around, finding nothing amiss. Scarlett's face flushed even deeper. She shot Martin a watery glare. Secretly pulling a sanitary pad from her bag, she tucked it under her bottom. Martin, meanwhile, held a wad of ruined white fabric, sniffing it before casually stuffing it in his pocket. TL/N, fucking weirdo. The massive screen lit up with the Myers film's opening animation. Then, without credits, simple words appeared, a Martin Myers film, diving straight into the story. Bright sunshine. Indoors, the black male lead was getting cozy with the white female lead. Of course, this used Scarlett's body double. After some intimacy, the girlfriend suggested the lead, Chris, meet her parents at her home. The idea made Chris hesitant. After all, he was black. Showing up at a white family's house felt a bit off just thinking about it. But after her persuasion and his internal struggle, Chris agreed. They packed up and hit the road to her small suburban town home. En route, the girlfriend accidentally hit a deer, startling them. At her house, she introduced the main family members: father, mother, butler, maids, etc. Her dad took Chris on a house tour and invited him to stay and enjoy himself for a few days. By this point in the film, quite a few critics were already buzzing. Even just the opening had layers of metaphors. Like when Chris and his girlfriend hit the deer, not random, but a nod to how white American plantation owners used the English word for deer, buck, as a slur for black men. Black buck. Kevin Thomas jotted in his notebook, "The deer represents black people." So later when the girlfriend's father casually mentions wanting to exterminate all deer, he's really saying he hates all black people. He thought a moment, then added, "From the film's start to now, subtle hints of black-white racial tension are scattered everywhere." Opening scene. Sunlight streams through the window onto the white girlfriend, while the black lead, Chris, pushes open the door from the shadowed entrance. Arriving at the girlfriend's house, the seemingly warm father gives Chris a tour. The household is all white, except for two black people, who are the family's servants. Metaphors are everywhere. Metaphors are everywhere. After jotting that down, Kevin Thomas wasn't satisfied and set down his pen, continuing to watch the big screen. The lead, Chris, a smoker, couldn't sleep at night. He snuck out behind his girlfriend Rose's back to smoke, only to encounter the black male servant fleeing like a madman. When he turned in shock, an even weirder sight appeared at the window. The always smiling maid now had her face pressed against the glass, staring intently at Chris. "What the fuck? Damn, that scared me. Oh my God." The film had been building tension for so long. This sudden jolt was incredibly striking. This abrupt shot truly startled quite a few people. The plot on the big screen, the atmosphere instantly turned eerie. Chris felt this place was downright creepy and decided to head back to the room quickly. But no sooner had he returned than Rose's mom called him over. Rose's mom had Chris come sit with her for a bit. She explained her hypnosis method, using a focal point to guide into a highly suggestible state. After, she asked about Chris's mother. Chris frowned, not wanting to answer. At that moment, the audience saw Rose's mom, behind Chris, curl her lips into a creepy smile. Then she began gently tapping her spoon against the coffee cup. Ding, ding, ding. After the tapping sounds rang for a while, Chris actually started talking about his mother on his own. Clearly, he'd been hypnotized. Under his girlfriend's mom's hypnosis, Chris recalled the painful experience of his mom's death as a child, even mimicking his childhood actions, tears streaming uncontrollably. Rose's mom watched him coldly, and after confirming Chris had no parents, she ended the interrogation, plunging Chris into darkness. Chris felt himself falling into a black void. He struggled, but found he couldn't move. Waking up, Chris found himself in bed, doubting himself. Was everything last night a dream? But later, chatting with the black gardener, he learned he had indeed talked with his girlfriend's mom last night. If that was real, what was this psychiatrist up to? By now, the lead felt Rose's mom was a bit terrifying, and the black people in this house acted strangely at times. And the audience was unwittingly drawn in. Though the film so far had no stimulating visuals, the horror atmosphere had seeped into everyone's hearts. Then, Rose's dad chatted with Chris in the garden about his own father, Rose's grandfather. He said, Rose's grandfather was an Olympic sprinter. He loved running, loved competing. Sadly, he lost to a non-seed in the Olympics, so he always resented his body. At this point, some quicker-thinking viewers connected it to the black male servant running in the yard last night, guessing something. No way. By this point in the film, engrossed Kevin Thomas felt chills from the plot, suddenly realizing something. Wait, the girlfriend's mom's earlier behavior seemed like another metaphor. Excitement surged, briefly dispelling the bodily chill. He wrote in his notebook, Rose's mom often uses the silver spoon clinking on the teacup to hypnotize the lead Chris. This prop choice has implications, because silver spoon is synonymous with privilege, implying white people have certain privileges. No, not just that. The hypnosis method itself, could it imply something? Like media reports on psychological suggestion, with brainwashing effects, processing news to make recipients more receptive, consolidating ideological control. The plot continued. The family was hosting a gathering. Old neighbors drove over to Rose's house. They hugged the black gardener one by one, seeming, as the girlfriend said, like everyone here had no prejudice against non-whites. This was a party Rose's family threw to welcome Chris, except all the guests were old folks. Everyone cheered Chris, saying his eyes were beautiful, his build strong, eyeing him like market pork, even reaching out to touch him. At this point, Kevin Thomas spotted another hint Martin planted. In the film, nearly every white character is noticeably taller than the black lead Chris. This height difference isn't just an unconscious psychological bias, but also implies unequal status between the races. Kevin Thomas's interest grew. It felt like solving a puzzle, unraveling Martin's hidden metaphors and hints. Bit by bit, giving him immense satisfaction. At the party, the lead suddenly spotted a black guy he knew from before, but oddly, this black guy seemed to have forgotten him. Moreover, this black guy's behavior was utterly strange, every move unlike a black person, as if force-fed white etiquette. When Chris extended a fist for a black greeting, the other paused, then reached out and gripped his fist like a handshake. This guy, aside from black skin, had zero black vibe. Chris felt uneasy and went upstairs alone to rest. Behind him, the chatting whites all stopped, watching his movements. This scene was incredibly eerie, adding to the film's horror feel. What followed was even weirder. In the room, he found his camera charger unplugged, with signs of use. He'd just seen the maid leave. It must have been her. After telling his girlfriend, soon the maid came to apologize. As she apologized, she tried to smile, but the stiff grin barely formed before tears streamed from one eye. This classic scene appeared, and the previously quiet theater suddenly buzzed. A second ago silent, now many viewers yelped in fright. This maid was too unnatural. That smile, mixed with tears yet beaming, made everyone squirm. The lead Chris shuddered from the maid's smile. He didn't want to face this black maid anymore, so he went downstairs for air. Then, chatting with the black guy Logan, something bizarre happened. He forgot to turn off his camera flash, snap, and the creepy part unfolded. Logan's expression froze, blood trickling from his nose. A second later, he lunged at Chris, grabbing his collar, roaring like a madman for him to get out, to leave this place fast. The people around quickly pulled the black man away. The girlfriend's father took the frightened Chris into the room and explained to him that the flash had triggered an epileptic seizure in his black compatriot. Nothing serious. But Chris knew that wasn't what epilepsy looked like. He pulled his girlfriend Rose aside in the suburbs and voiced his suspicions. But she insisted firmly that her dad, a neurosurgeon, said it was epilepsy, so it had to be epilepsy. Layers of anxiety, subtle clues, and the film's fast pace kept viewers hooked, unable to stop. Almost everyone was immersed in the urge to uncover the final mystery. The screen flashed. The plot pushed forward. Chris, suspicious, called his friend to investigate the black guy and found police records listed him as missing for years. Not right, way off. The lead Chris thought so. The screen audience thought so. Chris wondered why Logan was listed as missing. He was clearly not restricted. Why not call home? Why not leave? Endless questions surged. Chris grew scared. He felt the girlfriend's whole family, even the town, was off. He wanted to leave this creepy place. Meanwhile, Rose's dad hosted a silent auction. The town's elders arrived, wordless, just raising paddles to bid higher. The auction item. Chris. Finally, a blind old man won with the highest bid. By now, some viewers guessed the town wanted something from Chris's body. The earlier praises, good health, beautiful eyes, strong build. Black is in fashion. Actually appraising the auction item. So the praise scene fell off for film Chris and real audience. All whites surrounding and praising a black guy. Full of weirdness. Critics linked to old black slave auctions, similar scrutiny. The plot continued. Chris heard from his friend that the Logan black guy had been missing per police for years. The friend, from Chris's description, sensed the town's offness and urged him to leave ASAP. Not a place to linger. Chris freaked, found his girlfriend, said he was leaving. Fuck, idiot. Run already. Can't you see your girlfriend's in on it? Chris, run. What are you hesitating for? Audience immersed. Chris told his girlfriend, headed upstairs to pack. But packed and downstairs, found girlfriend's family blocking the door. This moment, Chris finally got it. He prepared to fight, charge out. But lunging at her brother, girlfriend's mom tapped spoon on cup. Chris instantly collapsed like frozen. His consciousness plunged into darkness like before. The screen went black, then lit up. Audience saw poor Chris carried away by girlfriend's family. Chris woke again, hands and feet tied to chair. He struggled desperately, to no avail. Then, opposite TV turned on, played automatically. Chris watched TV. White old man appeared, revealed the conspiracy's truth. Theater dead silent. Everyone listening, gripped by horror, dying to know the reason. Turns out, fearing death, this town devised a way to extend life. They surgically transplant aging or sick white brains into strong black bodies, allowing whites to live on. But transplant's imperfect, with after effects. The swapped black body retains some soul consciousness, so earlier Black Logan briefly awoke from flash stimulation. Also why Black Maid cried, probably accidentally triggered Flash messing with Chris's camera. The Black Maid and butler in Rose's house long seized. Souls inside are Rose's grandparents, in black skins with strong black bodies, but essentially white. Seeing this, Kevin Thomas's scalp tingled, jotting, "This plot reflects real oppression and harm to blacks." Whites on top. Meanwhile, invited black stars, directors, and black audience members shuddered. Because compared to white viewers, they resonated more with such plot, more empathetic. Needing black bodies requires suitable blacks lured to town. So division of labor. Some lure blacks, some investigate backgrounds/families, some hypnotize and operate. Chris's girlfriend Rose lures men everywhere. Her mom hypnotizes. Her dad does brain swaps. Of course, not just Rose luring. Like those black women, probably lured by other town men. Finally, town folks auction off black bodies. Chris, after watching, emotions stirred. He doesn't want to die, won't wait passively. Suddenly, notices he scratched chair armrest, exposing cotton stuffing. Then, TV spoon on cup sound again, to hypnotize him. Sure enough, on screen Chris hears sound, eyes close again. Film heads to climax reveal. Kevin Thomas picks up pen, about to write, suddenly glances around. Everyone focused on screen, no popcorn munching, no whispering, no bathroom runs. He smiles inwardly. This is Martin's film charm, always gluing viewers to seats. As a film critic, Kevin Thomas has seen all sorts of audience reactions. He knows well, every viewer's tastes differ. Even the best film can't captivate all. But Martin Myers's films have that magic. He's one of a kind. The big screen flickered. Chris, seemingly hypnotized, slumped in the chair. The girlfriend's brother approached. He unstrapped Chris's limbs, starting to prep to take him to the operating room. As the brother turned, Chris, presumed hypnotized, suddenly leapt from the chair, grabbed a hard object, and smashed it against the back of his head. The brother crumpled instantly, but wasn't out, struggling to rise. So Chris bashed his head again. After knocking him out, Chris pulled 2 wads of cotton from his ears. Turns out, he'd stuffed chair cotton in his ears to block the spoon-on-cup hypnosis sound. Seeing the cotton, Kevin Thomas scribbled excitedly. Another metaphor. Back when white plantation owners bought African slaves to pick cotton. But here, Chris uses cotton to escape white control. No, not just a metaphor. It's satire. Kevin Thomas's heart swelled with admiration. This film was a masterpiece. In the front row, Daniel Kaluuya had calmed down, no longer caring about audience reactions, fully immersed in the plot. Though his second viewing, he was still drawn in by Martin's clever setups and kept spotting new highlights. He couldn't help muttering inwardly, "Mr. Myers directed so well, wrote so well, and I acted so well. This film deserves repeat watches." On screen, after defeating the brother, Chris didn't flee. He wanted to fight back, to take revenge. First, he stabbed the girlfriend's dad to death with a deer antler when he came running at the noise. Then, he killed her mom. At this moment, the film's bloodshed didn't discomfort viewers, it felt exhilarating. Pent-up emotions released. Some even shouted in satisfaction. Meanwhile, girlfriend Rose, upstairs at her computer with headphones, snacked while browsing for her next prey. Unaware her whole family was down to just her. Well, maybe not quite. Downstairs, Chris found a car to escape. But in panic, he hit the black maid with it. Seeing her on the road, he recalled his mom's fatal car accident as a kid, felt compassion, and moved her into the car. Rose, finally sensing something wrong, grabbed a gun and rushed out. The black maid woke in Chris's car and started attacking him wildly. Through her crazed curses, Chris learned this maid was Rose's grandmother, another lured black person whose brain was swapped, body taken over. Enraged, maid sought family revenge, grappling with Chris in the car, causing it to crash into a roadside tree. The maid died. Chris survived. He kicked open the car door, stumbling out to keep fleeing. Audience hearts raced. Could he escape? Rose chased with her gun, and the grandfather in the black male servant's body, once a sprinter, pounced like a cheetah, knocking Chris down. They fought on the ground. Soon, Chris was pinned by the athletic black servant, pummeled. In the critical moment, Chris remembered something, pulled out his camera, and snapped the flash at the servant. The flash flared. The original soul in the black servant's body briefly regained consciousness. He released Chris, turned without a hint of oddity, and took the gun Rose offered. Rose didn't notice anything amiss, handing it over. The servant, without hesitation, shot Rose dead. On screen, as blood bloomed on Scarlett's beautiful body, the theater erupted in cheers. Scarlett muttered, "Is this character that hateable?" Martin laughed, "Means you acted well." After killing Rose, the servant didn't stop, aiming the gun at his own chin. Boom. The large-caliber shotgun's force exploded in his head. His skull blew open. Shell-shocked Chris stood, still unsure what to do, when police sirens wailed. Yes, the cops arrived late, as usual. Seeing them, Chris didn't look too excited, his fumbling hands. And glances at the body showed he feared being mistaken for the killer. But soon, his worry vanished. Chris saw his friend, the one he'd been talking to on the phone, step out of the car. Finally, Chris escaped the horrific town. As for the town and its people's final fate, Martin didn't reveal it in the film. The screen darkened, credits rolled, thunderous applause rose, mixed with audience cheers, especially from black viewers. A film with good black people and bad whites hit their sweet spot. Daniel Kaluuya, joining Martin and Scarlett on stage, trembled with excitement. He had a feeling he was about to blow up. On stage, Martin led the cast and crew in bowing to thank the audience, applause growing louder. Daniel Kaluuya heard some shouting his name. Chris. Okay, it was the character's name, but it still thrilled him. After the audience left, Daniel Kaluuya still couldn't calm down. He couldn't help asking Martin, who was walking out with Scarlett, "Mr. Myers, will this film do well?" Martin chuckled. "Put your heart at ease, Daniel. You're about to blow up. Believe what I say." Daniel Kaluuya instantly relaxed. At that moment, Will Smith approached, saying to Daniel, "Kid, great acting. Honestly, I'm jealous. A role like that in Hollywood for us black folks is rare." Martin thought. In a few years, roles like this will be everywhere in Hollywood. Political correctness is already rising. Then, a white reporter rushed up. Mr. Myers, as a white man making a film pandering to black people, don't you think that's a bit low? Martin was stunned. In today's political climate, a reporter dared say that? Glancing at the reporter's badge. Oh, New England Times. No surprise there. Everything has two sides, pros and cons. Support breeds opposition. The growing black civil rights movement, though mainstream U.S. politics, never lacked dissent. And the New England Times was a white supremacist stronghold. In 2014, this paper still refused to hire blacks or mixed-race staff. Asians too. No hires, only whites. After Obama's term, this paper ran a comic editorial, The Blood-Sucking Ghost Hovering Over America, warning of black dominance. And since Martin heavily backed Obama's campaign, the paper labeled him a white traitor. This reporter was clearly here to stir trouble. Martin glanced disdainfully, saying coolly, "You have your interpretation, I have my stance. This is free America, room for many ideas, but precondition, don't affect others." He signaled incoming guards to block the reporter, then ducked into the waiting car with Scarlett. Will Smith watched Martin's car vanish into the night, then disdainfully eyed the still yelling white reporter, saying to Daniel Kaluuya beside him, "Kid, you're lucky. Meeting someone upright like Martin, no prejudice against blacks." Daniel Kaluuya nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm lucky." Back home, Martin didn't rest but fucked an excited Scarlett for 3 hours. After, he held her against the headboard watching TV. Time ticked by. Scarlett dozed in his arms. Then, the bedroom door opened. Drew entered with a report, smirking at them. "Nice. I slave away working, and you two do naughty things." Martin laughed. "I worked hard too." "What hard?" Scarlett, stirred by the noise, rubbed her eyes, mumbling. Drew tossed her jacket, climbed onto the bed, one hand grabbing Scarlett's pussy, the other pointing at the report's data. Opening day box office out. "How much?" Martin smiled. "Not bad. Over $10,000 per screen average. Total $24.22 million. Though not perfectly accurate, the figures were close. Error under $100,000. Scarlett smiled. Such an opening for an R-rated horror was top tier. Honestly, though she loved the script, she hadn't expected such a stellar start. Horror in Hollywood was niche. Get Out's first weekend might break $100 million. "So much," she exclaimed. Drew pinched Scarlett's clit, finger on the lower data. "This is aggregated data. Blacks and minorities contributed hugely to the box office. Pre-targeted promo worked." "Hey Drew, what's your hand doing?" Scarlett snapped. Hand doing what?" "I don't know. It's out of my control." Drew grinned wickedly. "Fine, then my hand's off leash too." A second later, Scarlett's also grabbed Drew pussy. Drew yelped instantly. The women tussled. Martin sighed, set the report aside, and fucked them both. Next day, Get Out rolled out across North America. Myers Films had coordinated with major chains early. All North American chains screening Get Out boosted showings near black and minority communities, with lead Daniel Kaluuya focusing promo there. Everyone knows most non-white communities are in U.S. urban cores. And urban cores are typically slums. The wealthy live in suburbs. These poor non-whites, black bros and sisters, when choosing entertainment, movies rank below. But Get Out was different. Pre-release promo emphasized, this was a film championing black rights. Through Myers-affiliated media's sustained coverage and gossip rags' baseless stories, many non-whites noticed the film. They knew the lead was black, a unknown Daniel Kaluuya. Such folks were Hollywood dregs, yet Martin Myers picked him as lead. Many black folks first felt curious. Why'd Martin choose this guy? But also proud. Besides Will Smith, Denzel Washington, blacks finally had another carrying a commercial film. These black viewers, rare theatergoers, bought tickets to satisfy curiosity and support Daniel Kaluuya. And Martin Myers himself, his strong Obama support gave him great rep and influence in black communities. Many saw him as one of their own. Under Myers' promo blitz, young non-white men and women from every community flocked to theaters first, curious what kind of film it was. And they weren't disappointed. The film's satirical dialogue and black glorification made these early black viewers back in communities. schools, squares, recommend it to family, friends, classmates, drawing even more people into theaters. Hey, bro, have you seen that movie Get Out? Nah, but I've heard a lot of people talking about it. You seen it? I did, man. That film's absolutely worth checking out. Martin made a real black movie. Get Out, you seen it? Man, that movie's pure fire. Righteous black dude wipes out the evil whites. It's gotta be the motherfucking masterpiece of the century. For real? Blacks wiping out whites. Yeah, go see it. You won't be disappointed. Bro, you haven't seen Get Out yet? You're seriously behind. For real, this is a must-watch for black folks. Not seeing it is your loss. Around here, everyone's talking about this movie. Is it really that good? Better than you can imagine. Trust me. In black communities, conversations like this were everywhere, and Get Out's buzz spread further and further. Key and Peele was a hot new American sketch comedy show, starring Keegan-Michael Key and Jordan Peele. Both had been part of the MAD-TV cast before. MAD-TV was a Fox show that started in 1995, airing Saturdays late night, 60 minutes per episode, focusing on parody sketches. Many famous American shows got spoofed, like Prison Break, Sex and the City, Desperate Housewives, Lost, and more. After leaving MAD-TV, Keegan and Jordan created Key and Peele with solid ratings. The sketches covered various North American social issues, especially African American culture and race relations, funny yet deep. Lately, there are tons of their sketches on TikTok and similar, pretty hilarious. One day, Jordan Peele knocked on Keegan-Michael Key's office door and casually walked in, plopping onto the sofa. Keegan was typing on his computer, outlining the next episode's content. Seeing his old buddy enter, he didn't look up. What's up? There's this movie, super buzzed about lately. I think we should check it out. Oh, I know. Keegan kept typing. You mean Get Out, right? Yeah. So, bro, wanna go tonight? Heard tickets are hard to get. No worries. I scored 2 from Catho. Just 2. Keegan still typed away. What about you? Wait. 2 means 1 for me and 1 for you, motherfucker. Who you planning to take? Of course, my girl. Fuck, no way. Jordan snapped. Keegan finally hit the last key, looked up. Haha, chill. Just kidding. What time's the show? 8:30, prime time. Cool. So we don't have to hang in the city too late. Both lived in the suburbs, though black. Who doesn't want a better, safer environment? They wouldn't get robbed by their own color just because of skin. That evening, when Keegan-Michael Key and Jordan Peele arrived at the theater, lines had formed. Both noticed among the moviegoers, blacks made up at least a third. This movie's really that popular with black folks. Keegan said, surprised. Of course, that's why I dragged you here. Jordan replied. 5 minutes. Later, Keegan-Michael Key and Jordan Peele sat in the theater, waiting for the film. The whole place was majority black. They buzzed with discussion. Bro, first time I'm this hyped for a movie. Hey, for that pile of bullshit reasons, I had directing dreams, and this story feels like something I'd make in the future, from my head, just not dug out yet. Nah, Jordan Peele tried explaining, but shook his head. Whatever, close enough. Keegan added, bro, don't sweat that pile. Don't let a bunch of assholes get to you. Jordan Peele nodded. I know. I'm just not resigned to it. Keegan-Michael Key and Jordan Peele stepped out of the movie theater after watching the film. The two then parted ways in the parking lot, each driving home separately. Along the way, Jordan Peele was lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. For some reason, after watching Get Out, he couldn't shake this lingering sense of emptiness in his heart. It felt as if something vital had vanished from his life. But he couldn't figure out why this feeling had arisen. As for the movie Get Out itself, he had this strangely familiar sensation. Not the resonance Keegan had mentioned, but a persistent feeling that the film should have been directed by him. That's right, Jordan Peele, who had always made his living as an actor, had developed the idea to become a director because of that pile of crap. Moreover, even though he'd received an elite education from a young age, the film he wanted to make was one that spoke up for black people. Not because he sympathized with or supported lower-class black folks gaining more power, but he knew it would sell tickets. Just like those other black actors and directors in Hollywood, black audiences were his core base. The comedy sketch show Key and Peele had cashed in on appealing to black viewers, with solid ratings that brought fame to him and his good friend Keegan. Jordan Peele was the classic type, black on the outside, white on the inside. In February 1979, Jordan Peele was born in New York City, USA, to a black father and a white mother named Lucinda Williams. He attended IS-44 Computer School and then Calhoun School, both private institutions. In 1997, Jordan Peele graduated from high school. During that time, in 1995, Jordan Peele worked as a writer on the sketch comedy show MAD-TV in its first season. That's right, this kid started getting involved in TV and film work back in high school, opportunities that regular kids in public schools could only dream of. It was on that sketch show where he met his future collaborator for countless projects, Keegan-Michael Key. In 2001, Jordan Peele enrolled at Sarah Lawrence College for further studies. After graduating, he continued his acting career. In 2003, the TV series Cops 9/11, in which he appeared, began airing its first season. After that, Jordan Peele's acting career remained lukewarm. He mostly survived by doing voice work for TV and films. In 2012, Jordan Peele teamed up with Keegan-Michael Key to form Key and Peele, and they produced a comedy series of the same name, along with plenty of hilarious short videos. From then on, Jordan Peele's career entered a new phase, and he gradually became a familiar face. But lately, Jordan Peele had started entertaining the idea of directing. The trigger was an offer from Sony Pictures for voice work. At the beginning of 2014, Sony Pictures began production on an animated project called The Emoji Movie, slated for release in 2017. Sony Pictures asked Jordan Peele to voice one of the animated characters in the film. And what was the character? Well, it was a pile of poop. That's right, they wanted Jordan Peele to voice a pile of poop. This job offer made Jordan Peele extremely uncomfortable. He felt insulted. But after 2 rough nights, Jordan Peele thought it through and decided to take the gig anyway, because he didn't want to offend a big player like Sony Pictures, and at least it would earn him a decent paycheck. Then, something even more frustrating happened. He had his manager contact them and casually ask about the pay. The response: "Sorry, the role has already gone to someone else." That's right, our Mr. Jordan Peele didn't even get the chance to voice poop because Sony had given the opportunity to Patrick Stewart. It was this incident that sparked Jordan Peele's strong desire to direct his own film. In the original timeline, he directed Get Out and released it in February 2017, setting it up to go head-to-head with Sony's The Emoji Movie. Unfortunately, The Emoji Movie got delayed to July, making Jordan Peele's revenge less than perfect. Of course, imperfect or not, Jordan Peele still got to vent some frustration. After the 2 films hit theaters in 2017, Get Out received endless praise and achieved the milestone of being the first critically acclaimed R-rated horror film in film history. Meanwhile, The Emoji Movie was slammed by countless people as a rotten film. At the 38th Golden Raspberry Awards on March 3, 2018, The Emoji Movie swept the categories for Worst Picture, Worst Screenplay, Worst Director, and Worst Screen Combo. As a result, Jordan Peele once joked, "When a film is directed by a woman, we get to enjoy Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, Mudbound, and Wonder Woman. When it's directed by a man, we get a movie where the star is a pile of poop, The Emoji Movie." The bad luck is that in this timeline, Get Out was preemptively directed by Martin, so who knows if Jordan Peele will still get the chance to blow off that steam. So, could that unshakable strange emotion in his heart be his destiny stolen? Jordan Peele had no idea about any of this. He shook his head, finally pushing aside that odd feeling in his mind, and focused on driving. On the other side, Keegan was calling director Peter Atencio. "Hey, buddy, have you found the right actor for your Keanu yet?" "No luck." "Huh. No, I'm not acting in it, but I can pull in some investment for you, get my name on as a producer. I've got a great actor to recommend, my good friend Jordan Peele." "Yeah, that's him. Give the role of Rel to Jordan. You won't regret it." "What? You want me in it too?" All right, who do I play?" "Rel's best friend Clarence?" "Okay, I'm in. So about Rel's role." "Great, perfect. I'll let him know. Thanks. I owe you one." Keegan knew his brother had been feeling down lately and wanted to help his friend move forward in his own way. In Keanu, even though the main character is a cat, Rel's role is a substantial and important supporting part, full of comedic flair. He was sure his friend would love it. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Drew and Scarlett woke up almost simultaneously on the bed. "Sisters, come down for breakfast," Bijou's voice called out. "Coming," Scarlett replied, then shot Drew a look of disgust. "Why are you in my bed?" Drew chuckled. "Crossing the river and burning the bridge, huh? You seemed pretty thrilled last night." "I was not," Scarlett snapped angrily. Fine you weren't. "Get up, time to eat," Drew said in a coaxing tone, like she was talking to a child. Then, the girl stretched lazily, and the thin blanket slipped down, revealing naked body. Scarlett's hand shot out like lightning, executing a move called claw grab. Drew yelped in pain and jumped up. "All right, take this, my poison dragon drill. Buffed, eat my kick. Here's a finger for you." The two girls started roughhousing again. Meanwhile, Martin was in the dining room, eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. The film brilliantly combines sharp satire on racism with horror elements in an incredibly effective way. This low-budget horror flick directed by Martin Myers is a heavyweight social commentary bomb, bold and fearless. Of course, that doesn't mean it's not terrifying. Variety review. The first half of the movie is full of suspense, but it's very restrained, holding back until the explosive finale where the emotions finally get released. But that violence is incredibly satisfying, and the twists are a delight. The Hollywood Reporter review. Get Out is a delightful surprise in both concept and execution. The scares never come when you expect them, and the secrets lurking behind are bolder than you could imagine. The Hollywood Reporter review. Wait, duplicate? No, different. Hollywood Voice review. Get Out is the satirical horror film audiences have been waiting for, cleverly blending Guess Who's Coming to Dinner with the Stepford Wives, but it's more fun and provocative than either. New York review. Praise, it was all praise. Just like in his previous life, not a single media outlet, not a single critic, gave Get Out a negative review. Whoa, Kevin Thomas has written a long review. What long review? Scarlett and Drew, finally, dressed neatly, came downstairs. Scarlett curiously walked over, picked up the newspaper, and read aloud. In 1915, D.W. Griffith deliberately smeared black people and glorified the KKK in The Birth of a Nation, infusing his narrow racist views into it. In 2014, Martin Myers directed Get Out, which I believe can be called the black version of Braveheart, powerfully vindicating black people and expressing racial anxieties. As a mini-version, with a setup very similar to The Skeleton Key, Get Out's ending is clearly more exhilarating. This payoff earned repeated cheers and applause in theaters, proving it can release the audience's emotions. Clearly, Martin wins again, and so does the film. This time, let's skip the political correctness debate and just talk about where this movie shines. To immerse the audience in suspense, to make their emotions rise and fall with the film, that requires a director who knows how to tell a story. And Martin Myers is obviously a master storyteller. The layers of plot twists and the final reversal have left countless viewers in awe, all thanks to the film's tight logic and masterful control of details. In Get Out, Martin lays extensive groundwork in the early stages, making the plot flow smoothly without feeling forced, leading to the revelation of the truth. This is something even many veteran directors can't achieve, or at least, not this perfectly. I won't spoil specific plot points to avoid ruining it. In the process of advancing the story, director Myers gives nearly every character a hook, whether lead or supporting. All the characters participate in guiding and misleading the audience. Martin really knows how to film ensembles. He can always let a crowd of characters leisurely tell the story without chaos, keeping the focus clear. You can see this in The Avengers as well. At the same time, Martin cleverly uses character identification to amplify emotional investment. Get Out can be seen as a black film, yet its climax thrills audiences of all races, including white and Asian viewers. Because the director smartly injects the story into social issues, right from the start, positioning the audience from the black protagonist Chris's perspective, evoking empathy, aligning them with justice, and making their hearts race along with it. Just as director Myers said in the post-premiere interview, racial discrimination demons lurk in seemingly innocent conversations and situations. As a horror film, that tense and eerie atmosphere throughout the story's progression is essential. I once thought Don't Breathe had pushed it to the limit, until Get Out came along and showed me I was wrong too soon. Martin is a pro at building tense, suspenseful atmospheres. You can see it in his early screenwriting works like The Sixth Sense, The Others, and Hide and Seek, each one stretching that tension to keep viewers hooked on the plot. And one more thing, the actors in Get Out all provide excellent support to the film. Nearly everyone is on point with their performances, from lead Daniel Kaluuya to Scarlett Johansson, and supporting actors like Betty Gabriel, Catherine Keener, and Lil Rel Howery. They all deliver great work for the movie. Especially Betty Gabriel. She's unforgettable. Though Get Out had a small budget, it's fully realized. With its unique metaphors, captivating script, and intensely suspenseful horror vibe, it's bound to become a superstar in the history of suspense horror films. Whoa, 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 this is some powerful praise. Scarlett set down the newspaper and smiled at Martin. I hear our movie got 0 negative reviews from mainstream media. Martin nodded. Yeah, the times make the heroes. Besides the film's quality, the current surge in black activism played a role too. Even if some critics didn't like the movie, they wouldn't dare go against the public tide. Politically incorrect is a label no one wants on their head. Drew, sipping her milk on the side, also picked up a newspaper and started reading. At that moment, a stunning beauty with a fiery figure came down the stairs. Scarlett turned her head and glanced over, surprised. Megan, you stayed here last night too? The beauty descending the stairs was none other than Megan Fox. She nodded. I came over after wrapping up filming yesterday. Since getting together with Martin, Megan Fox's acting gigs had been non-stop. She was currently shooting The Maze Runner, a Myers Films investment, a solid dystopian society flick. Congrats, Scarlett. Your performance in Get Out was amazing. Scarlett smiled. Thanks. Then Megan walked over to Martin, and the two shared a kiss. Bijou brought over her breakfast. That's when Drew spoke up. Hey, Megan, you remember that Shia LaBeouf from Transformers? Of course, that guy's a jerk. If it weren't for you and Martin back then, I wouldn't have known how to shake him off. Then she asked, what's up with him? Drew grinned and pointed to an article in the paper, whispering, this guy's been pulling weird stunts ever since he showed up at the Berlin Film Festival in February with a paper bag over his head as performance art. TL/N. Check the paragraph for the picture. First off, in June this year, he got high on drugs right in the middle of a Broadway show and disrupted the performance, ending up in cuffs. Then in November, he claimed that as part of his performance art, he was assaulted by 2 burly female fans. Huh? Is he for real? Oh, and according to a crew member from Fury, during filming, the guy gave himself a facial scar and kept picking at it to stop it from healing. Plus, he yanked out one of his own teeth. Is this dude nuts? No, not nuts, just not famous anymore, Martin said, revealing the truth. So he's doing all this to try and get back in the spotlight. Megan asked, baffled. Does that even work? Of course not. Sure, the media reports on his antics, and it seems like people are paying attention again. But what he doesn't get is that the reason he can't land big roles isn't his popularity or lack of it. He got dropped from Transformers at the height of his fame. He should know by now that what he really needs to change is his rotten attitude, Drew said. Scarlett scoffed. The guy's an idiot. Even with Spielberg as his godfather, no one's saving him. Then she sneakily elbowed Drew. Just like a certain woman. A/N. Drew's godfather was also Spielberg. Drew didn't get mad at all. She just smiled sweetly. I have to thank Martin for saving me. Too bad Shia LaBeouf isn't a hot chick. Otherwise, he might have had a shot too. Martin shuddered. Forget it. With his temper, even if he were a woman, it'd be useless. Whoa. Check this out. Batman's official look is here. Drew flipped the page and pointed to a full-spread photo, exclaiming in surprise. Martin curiously leaned over for a look. The photo was in black and white. Ben Affleck in Batman armor, head bowed, gazing at the ground, with a high-tech Batmobile beside him. Zack Snyder's Batman v Superman. Dawn of Justice had been greenlit and was in pre-production. Batman was still Ben Affleck, Superman was Henry Cavill, and Wonder Woman was Gal Gadot. No different from the original timeline. This project was a big deal for Zack Snyder. Though no one had ever said it outright, he still saw his film as a rival to Martin's Suicide Squad. He wanted to settle the score. Martin, When's your Suicide Squad getting greenlit? Scarlett asked. Soon, probably January. Any additions for Harley Quinn? Scarlett asked again. Martin glanced at her. You want to play her? Scarlett shook her head. Nah, it's a friend of mine who's interested. I know all your friends. Who are you talking about? Scarlett hesitated for a second, then spilled it. Fine, it's Blake. Blake Lively. Martin exclaimed, then chuckled. Leonardo would never go for it. He saw the concept art I drew for the character. Harley's outfit shows off every curve, super revealing. Not to mention the nude scenes. This time, I'm not using a body double. So you need an actress who's bold enough to bear it all on camera? Drew asked. Yep, and with a killer body. This film's whole marketing hinges on Harley, Martin said with a grin. Drew thought for a moment. In that case, I could recommend someone. Who? Martin asked curiously. Margot Robbie. That girl's a perfect fit for what you're looking for. Martin was stunned. What a coincidence. That was the actress who played Harley in his previous life. Just then, Martin's phone buzzed. It was Leonardo calling. Martin answered. Hey Leo, what's up? Martin, my good buddy. Blake wants to play Harley Quinn. Leonardo's words left Martin dumbfounded. What do you mean? You're recommending her to me? You know my requirements for Harley. I think I mentioned them. No. I'm not recommending her. Of course I don't want her to do it, but I don't want to be the petty boyfriend who ruins it for her. So I came up with a plan. You've got to help me turn her down. Fuck. Making me the bad guy? That's your brilliant idea? Come on, help a guy out. We're friends. Thank God for a friend like you. Martin grumbled. On the other end, Leonardo said, actually, I do have a solid plan that'll let you turn her down without it feeling forced. Martin, spill it. I'm recommending someone to you. She's a total match for Harley Quinn. Just cast her, and you've got a perfect excuse to pass on Blake. Leonardo said smugly. Martin, whoa, you're a real genius. I suspect you're just using Blake as an excuse to push this other person. No way, we're buds. Leonardo denied it quickly, but his tone was a bit awkward. Fine, who are you recommending? Martin asked, a little curious. An actress named Margot Robbie. Let me tell you, her skills are top-notch. I worked with her on The Wolf of Wall Street. You mean the one who hooked up with you both on and off screen? Yeah. All right. Martin, she's really a great actress. Wait, what did you say? I said okay. You're the best buddy ever. I love you to death. Fuck you. Martin hung up the phone. He smiled at Drew and said, guess what? What a coincidence. Leonardo recommended an actress too. Drew, Margot Robbie? Martin nodded with a laugh. Yep, that's her. Looks like her skills really are top-notch. Drew pursed her lips. Haha. I recommended her because of her talent, but I bet Leo's recommendation has nothing to do with that. They slept together? Drew, Scarlett, and Megan all chimed in unison. Martin burst out laughing. Spot on. You guys know Leo way too well. In an apartment in North Hollywood, Margot Robbie was anxiously waiting for an important call. She was the classic Hollywood dream chaser girl. From a poor family, dropped out early, with nothing special going for her except her beauty. So, she chose to hustle in Hollywood. Thanks to her sexy figure and stunning looks, the girl landed a few gigs, but mostly supporting roles. The occasional lead was in some flop that barely made a ripple. That is, until she accidentally met an Indian producer, Nadeem Aziz. She played his temporary girlfriend for 3 months, and in the end, scored the most important audition of her life for The Wolf of Wall Street. With thorough preparation, Margot Robbie impressed director Martin Scorsese during the audition and got the chance to share the screen with Leonardo DiCaprio. She cherished the opportunity, so during filming, she successfully seduced little Leo. Unfortunately, when it came to relationships, little Leo wasn't one for longevity. Their fling ended quickly. But luckily, Margot Robbie's clean break without any drama left little Leo quite satisfied, so he kept her number. And this time, she planned to use little Leo as a stepping stone to leap to another Hollywood big shot, Martin Myers. For that, she was even willing to use up all the goodwill between her and little Leo. But as long as she could hook up with Martin, it would all be worth it. There's a girl, but I let her get away. The phone rang. It was Martin's That Girl. Margot Robbie had deliberately set her ringtone to this song. Maybe such a small gesture could deepen Martin's impression of her. You had to admit, the girl was well prepared. She picked up the phone. It was Leonardo calling. Margot Robbie felt a bit nervous. Hello, Leo. Hello, Margot. So, you're calling because... Good news, Martin agreed. Auditions start officially in 10 days. As long as you don't totally bomb, the role's yours. Oh my God, this is such a surprise. Amazing. Thank you, Leo. No need for thanks. I'm doing it for myself too. Oh, and after this, we're done. Okay, I get it. All right, that's it then. Bye. Bye. Leo must have figured out her intentions. After hanging up, Margot Robbie thought quietly. But she didn't regret it one bit. 10 days later, auditions for Suicide Squad officially opened. Plenty of Hollywood's 90s-born actresses showed up to compete for the role of Harley Quinn. Saoirse Ronan, Chloe Moretz, Anya Taylor-Joy, Emma Roberts, Miley Cyrus. Hollywood's major up-and-coming female stars from the 90s were almost all there, though Blake was notably absent. Who knows how? Leonardo convinced her. Margot Robbie felt the pressure. She silently prayed in her heart. I hope Martin keeps his word. I hope Leo didn't lie to me. Saoirse Ronan, you're up. Head to makeup first to get changed and styled. The blonde, blue-eyed Saoirse Ronan stood up nervously. Her natural hair was brown. She dyed it blonde just to fit the Harley Quinn character. Once she slipped into the red and blue shorts and the tight red and white crop top, Saoirse Ronan walked uncomfortably into the audition room. Martin and Drew were both there. After having Saoirse Ronan try a few lines, Martin silently crossed out her name. The girl was clearly out of her element. She couldn't pull off this sexy, seductive character. Miss Ronan, thanks for your performance. If there's good news, we'll let you know, Drew said. Saoirse Ronan looked dejected. She knew she'd blown it. The audition room door opened, and Saoirse Ronan walked out. The other girls waiting outside saw her expression and collectively let out a subtle sigh of relief, then went right back to being tense. Chloe Moretz, your turn. Makeup room first. 10 minutes later, Martin and the others in the audition room saw Chloe Moretz decked out in Harley Quinn's outfit, with heavy, glamorous makeup on. Martin felt a bit off, mainly because her role as Hit Girl in Kick-Ass had left such a strong impression on him. Seeing her brought back that ruthless little Lolita vibe. He couldn't connect her to anything, seductive or glamorous. Clearly, Chloe Moretz knew her own issue. In fact, because of her baby face, the girl worried her roles would be limited, so she'd gone and gotten lip enhancements. That's why, when Kick-Ass 2 came out, her mouth looked unnaturally exaggerated, drawing flack from fans who'd come for the Lolita appeal, accusing her of faking sexiness. And for this Harley Quinn audition, she'd injected fillers into her lips again, slapped on heavy makeup, and donned a blonde wig. But awkward was awkward. When he saw Chloe Moretz in those butt-revealing shorts, striking flashy poses and delivering lines, that weird feeling in Martin's gut just wouldn't go away. So Chloe Moretz flopped too. Next up was Emma Roberts. This one had a big star aunt. There were even rumors that Emma Roberts was actually Julia Roberts' daughter, but in Martin's production, her aunt's name didn't carry that much weight. If you fit the role perfectly, fine, Martin might give her some face out of courtesy. But Emma Roberts was just not right for it. Her figure was too skinny, flat in the front, no curves in the back. The sexy, spicy Harley Quinn outfit looked baggy on her, like it couldn't hold up. Plus, the girl was tiny. Official height 5 feet 2 inches, actual maybe 5 feet 0 inches, a real pint-sized bean. For her mom, no, her aunt's sake, Martin let her finish the performance without outright passing her on the spot. Next was Margot Robbie's turn. The woman nervously changed into the outfit, then refused the water offered by the staff. After several deep breaths, she finally stepped into the audition room with a somewhat calmer mindset. The moment Margot Robbie appeared in the audition room, Martin and Drew's eyes lit up. High chest, slim waist, perky hips. That Harley Quinn outfit looked like it was custom-made for her, exuding an incredibly hot, unrestrained, seductive, and glamorous vibe. Whoa, it's like Harley Quinn jumped right out of the comic book, Drew said, narrowing her eyes with interest. Martin nodded. Margot Robbie had a wild, rebellious sexiness about her. When she fully let loose, unleashing her charm without holding back, she could truly captivate every man's gaze. In the original timeline, you could say Harley Quinn made her, but she also made the character, infusing it with unmatched allure. When audiences, especially the guys, watched her twirl her lollipop, sling her baseball bat over her shoulder, and sashay her hips while beating people up, no one could resist being drawn in. Even splattering blood everywhere couldn't overshadow her sexiness. After one segment of her performance, applause suddenly erupted in the audition room. Martin clapped as he said, "Absolutely brilliant. Honestly, the role of Harley Quinn feels like it was tailor-made for you by God himself. Miss Robbie, tell your agent to keep the phone on these next couple of days. Once we have a decision, we'll notify you as soon as possible." Such an obvious hint brought a huge smile to Margot Robbie's face, and paired with the fiery red lips she'd adopted especially for the character, it made her grin wild and seductive. When Margot Robbie walked out of the audition room with a smile, Anya Taylor-Joy, sitting in the waiting area, felt her heart sink with a thud. This girl, with a face resembling a cat much like Drew Barrymore's, also had an incredibly sexy figure, along with a razor-sharp mind. Anya Taylor-Joy was born in Miami, USA, but moved to Argentina with her parents during infancy. TL/N. She's the main character of The Queen's Gambit. At age 6, she moved again with them to London, where she only spoke Spanish at the time, but in less than half a year, her English became fluent enough to converse easily. In London, she first attended Hill House International Junior School, then the private Queen's Gate School. At 16, she left school to pursue her acting dreams. At 17, while shopping at Harrods in London, she was scouted by a talent agent. In April 2014, she played a minor role in the crime drama Endeavour Season 2, and that same year, she officially entered Hollywood. And Harley Quinn was the key role she'd chosen for herself to make a name in Hollywood. But things didn't seem promising. Judging by the look on that girl's face, she might have already gotten a promise. Should she give up? No way. Even if the chance was slim, she'd fight for it with everything she had. After getting made up and changed in the makeup room, and likewise refusing the water offered by the staff, Anya Taylor-Joy took a deep breath and headed to the audition room. Just turned 18, Anya Taylor-Joy had a vibe that blended youthfulness with rebellion. When she entered the audition room in the Harley Quinn get-up, Martin and Drew, who'd had their judging standards raised by Margot Robbie's earlier performance, found their eyes lighting up once more. The girl's figure was stunning, curves in all the right places. At 5 feet 8 inches, paired with those long legs, she was the perfect match for shorts. When the girl struck Harley's signature pose, slipping a finger into her mouth and giving a sultry, enchanting glance, Martin even felt a twinge of temptation. This girl, how to put it, her aura was truly unique. Facially, Anya Taylor-Joy had an elfin look, but elf faces come in types: deer, cat, insect, and so on. Anya's was cat-like, just like Drew's, with distinctly plump cat lips. Her body, though, was devilish, perfect bust-to-hip ratio, toned limbs that felt powerful without seeming bulky. In that way, she was a bit like Gal Gadot. What Martin liked most was her bone structure. Girlish proportions in the skull, with an inverted trapezoid shape, prominent cheekbones and jaw, making her look petite and lively, yet magnetically androgynous, enhancing that pure, elfin feel. Her head was so small, her face so narrow, and her neck so slender, with sloping shoulders like a classic beauty's, that her face and neck almost seemed the same width. But her cheekbones and jaw protruded sharply, a somewhat masculine trait that, combined with her extremely youthful facial proportions, could be styled to evoke a lazy, haughty, deep forest deer elf vibe. This was a girl with real uniqueness. If she landed the right role, she'd blow up. But the key was finding it. Clearly, Harley Quinn was a great fit for her. But Martin had already promised Leonardo, and he wouldn't go back on his word. Still, maybe he could recommend this girl for another project his company was investing in. Martin already had a suitable project in mind, but he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly asked the girl to begin her performance. After her routine, Martin nodded inwardly. Her acting was above par, and crucially, full of spark. Meanwhile, Drew leaned over and whispered in Martin's ear, "I really like this girl. Want to consider her?" Martin whispered back, "Margot Robbie's great too, and I already promised Leo. But this girl's aura is special. Our company's investing in The Witch, and they're starting casting soon. Have her audition for that." Drew thought for a second. The Witch's lead? Yeah, that role suits her vibe perfectly. The girl's got a natural, mysterious feel. Watching Martin and Drew whisper in front of her, Anya Taylor-Joy felt uneasy, unsure what the outcome would be. She thought she'd done well, maybe even better than usual, thanks to the pressure. But whether she could overwrite the impression that previous girl had left on these two was anyone's guess. After discussing with Martin, Drew carefully chose her words. Anya Taylor-Joy. Just call me Anya, Ms. Drew. All right, Anya, your performance just now was excellent. Anya Taylor-Joy's face lit up with joy, but Drew's tone shifted as she continued. However, to be honest with you, we've already decided on the actress for this role just moments ago. Anya Taylor-Joy's expression fell. Drew's words turned again. That said, Myers Films is investing in another movie, The Witch, and auditions are about to start. I'd like to recommend you for the lead role audition. Would you be interested? Anya Taylor-Joy's face brightened once more. Really? I'd love to. I'm absolutely interested. December passed. A new year arrived. In January, Get Out continued to heat up. Chicago, one of North America's cities with the highest crime rates. Once night falls, if it's not necessary, no one lingers in the downtown area. The nights here belong to the black community. On the streets, in the alleys, black thugs roam. If they spot a pedestrian not in a car, sorry, hand over your cash. Usually, as long as you fork over the money, they won't give you a hard time. But there are always exceptions, and getting robbed isn't a pleasant experience anyway. So the city's nights aren't favored by ordinary citizens. Lately, though, things have been a bit strange. On Chicago's downtown streets, the number of loitering black folks has dropped significantly. Paula Carl had grown up in Chicago's South Side since childhood, naturally joining the local gang, surviving day to day by peddling small packets of powder. But today, Paula Carl hadn't started his nighttime business. A good buddy of his had told him about a movie starring their black brothers. Not only was the lead black, but it told the story of a good black guy taking down a bunch of evil white folks. Paula Carl had actually heard about the film a while back. Plenty of his gang brothers had seen it. Every one of them who came out of the theater raved about it with their limited vocabulary. They'd say it was badass, thrilling, super cool. So tonight, Paula Carl decided to give himself a break, taking his black girlfriend Sarah to see the movie. At exactly 8 p.m., Paula Carl arrived at the nearest theater to their neighborhood with his 16-year-old girlfriend Sarah. As soon as the two stepped into the theater lobby, they were stunned by the packed crowd. What the fuck? Since when do my black folks love movies this much? Paula Carl instinctively blurted out a curse. His little girlfriend Sarah, however, was excited. Whoa, looks like this movie's really popular. A bunch of my girlfriends have seen it. I'm the only one who hasn't. It left me out of the loop when we hung out and chatted. If you hadn't brought me, I was going to come with some other guy. Hey, didn't I bring you? Paula Carl said, dissatisfied. I'm a little worried we won't get tickets. Sarah eyed the lobby crammed with queuing black guys and girls, a bit concerned. Paula Carl grinned. Don't worry, I already had my little bro line up for me. Look at the front of the line. That's Charter, my new recruit. With that, he pulled his girlfriend through the crowd with great effort, pushing to the front. Hey, you motherfucker, no cutting. Asshole, get to the back of the line. You looking to die? Though Paula Carl had tattooed sleeves and a fierce look, clearly a tough gang member not to mess with. But everyone in line, who wasn't a gang member themselves. At that moment, Charter at the front heard the commotion behind him, turned around, and called out. They're with me. Not cutting, not cutting. The minor scuffle passed quickly. Yo, Charter, my man, good work. Here's the ticket money. Remember, buy two. Got it, Boss Carl. Soon, the line reached Charter's spot. He slipped the cash through the iron bar's gap. Gimme two. No, 3 tickets for Get Out. Yep, Charter planned to snag one for himself. He'd been dying to see the movie too. Behind the bars, the ticket seller took the cash, carefully checked if it was real, and only after confirming it was legit did they start printing tickets. Charter didn't mind the behavior at all. It was standard in non-white community stores. In Chicago, any shop near a non-white neighborhood basically had the cashier cage welded shut with iron bars, leaving only a small slot for money. And the skill of quickly verifying cash authenticity was a must for most cashiers. It wasn't just Chicago. Plenty of American cities were like that. Boss Carl, your tickets. After buying, Charter handed over 2 tickets and the change to Carl. Carl pocketed the change without even counting it. Charter was thrilled. Looks like he'd get to see the movie for free. He'd noticed early on that his boss seemed clueless with numbers. When tallying sales, he'd often mess up the math. Without a calculator, he couldn't even handle basic addition and subtraction. So this wasn't the first time Charter pulled a little stunt like this. Of course, he didn't dare skim too much, just enough for some pocket money. It was now 8:30. Carl walked into the screening room with his arm around his little girlfriend. Charter waited until Carl was inside, then until the lights dimmed in the theater, before sneaking in and sitting in the back row. The seats in this auditorium were incredibly basic. Most were covered in red velvet fabric stained with all sorts of spots, burned by cigarettes, poked with fingers to make holes, exposing the tattered insides. Some seats even had the fabric and foam padding completely gone, leaving just a rickety metal frame covered in rust spots. In the past, the theater rarely filled up, so damaged seats weren't a big deal. But today, unusually, the screening room was packed. So the latecomers started grumbling. But there was nothing to be done. The theater wouldn't send anyone to fix comfy seating issues for them. In the end, they just had to sit on the metal frames. Charter was on one such frame. He didn't complain, though. The ticket was free, after all. Meanwhile, Carl and Sarah, who got in early, snagged 2 good seats. Sitting in a corner seat in the theater, taking advantage of the movie not yet starting, Carl and Sarah stealthily grew passionate. After a long, deep kiss, Carl pulled back, panting. Sarah straightened her clothes. Because the movie had begun, this left the 2 black guys in the row behind them a bit disappointed. Damn it, pants were half off. And you 2 just quit? The story starts, and when Daniel Kaluuya appears on screen, getting intimate with the white girl played by the stand-in, the theater suddenly erupts in a wave of intense cheers. The black crowd seemed to hit an emotional high in an instant. Some whistled, some shouted approval, some clapped and stomped. The screening room turned chaotic, like a bustling market. Carl and Sarah got swept up in the emotion again, massaging each other, locking lips once more. But as the plot unfolded, with Daniel Kaluuya following his girlfriend Rose to her family home and weird events piling up one after another, the entire theater fell silent. Carl and Sarah forgot about their affection. The 2 black guys behind stopped sneaking peeks. Everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen. When the film reached its midpoint, with Chris strapped to the chair awaiting brain swap surgery, Carl couldn't hold back a curse, completely forgetting his girlfriend was there. At the same time, curses echoed from every corner of the room. In an instant, the whole theater brimmed with slang and profanities. As the story progressed to Chris turning the tables and starting his counterattack, the theater exploded again with cheers, whistles, and stomps. Good job. Fuck, kill all those white pigs. Take him down. Chop him up. Paula Carl stared at the screen, his blood boiling, a deep shock resonating within him. Was this fucking directed by a white guy? Not only was the black character the lead, but not some comic relief type, the kind who hoists the great, glorious, righteous banner that whites used to claim. In the film, almost no white characters were good, while the black ones were the opposite. It felt strange, exhilarating, and utterly mind-blowing. Right up to the end, he didn't spare another glance at his little girlfriend Sarah, lost in imagining what he'd do as the protagonist Chris. He'd kill even more ruthlessly, more bloodily. Before he knew it, the movie wrapped up and the theater lights came on. Watching the credits roll, Paula Carl felt unsatisfied and instinctively started clapping. His lead sparked applause throughout the auditorium, thunderous and fervent. People filed out in groups of 3 or 5. Paula Carl couldn't help turning to Sarah. Sarah, why do you think a white guy would make a movie like this? Martin's pure white, but this film hits me right in the gut. How does a white dude get us black folks so well? Sarah shook her head. I don't know. I'm hungry. Let's grab a bite somewhere. All right. Paula Carl sighed. Just then, he overheard a discussion rippling through the crowd. Martin's always been good to us black people. Just look at his past support for Obama. And he pushed for U.S. aid to Guinea, which is a black country. He's a true equal rights guy. I agree, Martin's a friend to black folks, even if he's white. I've decided, from now on, any Martin movie, I'll buy a ticket to support it. Yeah, we gotta back Martin. It's rare for a white person with real clout to stand with us. We have to support him. If Martin ran for president, I'd vote for him for sure. Yep, me too. Yeah, Throw him a vote. Paula Carl realized the guy holding court in the crowd was his underling, Charter. He saw the movie too? Wait, where'd he get the cash? The guy's pockets never hold money. Paula Carl's gaze turned odd, fierce, yet with a hint of comradely warmth. At that moment, a black guy with an afro approached the group, clutching a stack of forms and pens, enthusiastically addressing them. Hey, fellas, I'm the surveyor for this movie. Mind if I ask you a few questions? Surveyor? The cluster of black folks around Charter paused. Paula Carl slyly halted too, girlfriend in tow. What are you surveying? Charter asked from the group. How did you hear about this movie? The black surveyor inquired. Charter. From friends. They all said it was great. Others chimed in chaotically. From buddies. From my gang brothers. From classmates. My girlfriend's bestie told me. I saw it on TV. The black surveyor's eyes lingered a few seconds on the girlfriend's bestie guy, then he started checking boxes on his form. Next, he asked, So, what did you think of the movie? On a scale of 1 to 10, what score would you give? Awesome film, 10 out of 10. Charter again, first off. Then the crowd followed. I give it 9, 'cause no sex scenes. 10 for me. The movie's just so damn satisfying. Can't believe a white guy directed it. 9 here too. 'Cause Chris didn't wipe out every evil white in that town at the end. 10. I felt so pumped. Black folks finally get to be the real righteous heroes. What? Denzel Washington. Okay, he's had good roles, but nothing as thrilling as this. At least his films don't have all whites are villains plots. Eavesdropping from behind, Paula Carl nodded involuntarily. This nailed it right in his heart. Over the full month, Get Out's box office surprisingly held steady without a major drop. Total gross surpassed $250 million, a far better haul than in the original timeline. The main reasons boiled down to 3. First, Martin optimized some minor flaws from the original during filming. Second, Martin, as a white director tackling this, sparked more buzz than Jordan Peele, a black one. Plenty of black folks were curious what a white guy's take on a black story would be. And third, Martin infused the film with seductive magic, heightening immersion beyond the original, which fueled its word-of-mouth spread like wildfire. After Charter's group answered the questions and left, the black surveyor set his sights on Paula Carl and Sarah. Black surveyor, how did you hear about this movie? Paula Carl said, heard it from my brothers. Sarah, heard it from my girlfriends. Black surveyor, what do you think of the movie? If scoring from 1 to 10, what would you give? Sarah, I'd give it 9, because I think the director should have given Chris a black girlfriend, who rescues Chris from the evil white girlfriend's clutches, and they live happily ever after. What do you think of that idea? If I write to Martin, will he reply? Do I have writing talent? Thanks. The black surveyor felt like this black girl might have some issues, so he looked at the seemingly more normal Paula Carl beside her, though the guy looked a bit fierce. Paula Carl cleared his throat dramatically, then said, I'd give the movie a perfect 10. I haven't read much, don't know how to express it, but this film hit me right in the heart. And I think Martin Myers is definitely a friend to us black folks. If God were white, he'd look like Martin. Paula Carl, after speaking, he looked around smugly. Unfortunately, the two listeners nearby had no intention of sharing his sentiment. Sarah was still muttering about the black girlfriend thing. The black surveyor wore a polite but awkward smile, inwardly cursing. After mid-January, Get Out's box office had broken $200 million, turning a small budget into a big win was set in stone. NASDAQ, Myers Film's market value, also surged because of this. Late in the month, the Suicide Squad project team was fully assembled. The film's main cast had been selected, almost identical to the original timeline. Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, Joel Kinnaman as Rick Flag, Will Smith as Floyd Lawton, Deadshot, Viola Davis as Amanda Waller, Jai Courtney as George Harkness, Captain Boomerang. The only difference from the original was the actor for the Joker, Jared Leto. Because of Martin's two electrifying portrayals of the Joker, he had practically become synonymous with the character, so he would make a cameo in the film. Just thinking about acting opposite Martin made Margot Robbie thrilled beyond words. And thinking about how her character would be madly in love with the Joker elevated her excitement even further. Maybe we could make it real? She harbored unrealistic fantasies. On the other side, Zack Snyder, who had been busy on the Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, set for half a year, also received news of Suicide Squad's start of production. After that, the cast and crew noticed the director's demands suddenly ramped up, and his temper grew much shorter. Gal Gadot, playing Wonder Woman, on set, secretly called Martin. "Zach's suddenly gotten strict, like he's been provoked or something. We were puzzled at first, until we heard about your movie starting. Hee, you're putting too much pressure on director Zach. He's clearly treating this as a competition, with you as his rival." On the other end, Martin arrogantly replied, "My only rival is myself. Zach's not bad, but he's not worthy yet." Martin's domineering words stirred Gal Gadot's heart, and she couldn't resist starting a phone sex with him. When Martin heard the sound of flowing water from the other end, he couldn't help wondering where this woman Gal had placed her phone. Gal Gadot means waves on the riverbank in Hebrew. No wonder Gal was so watery. When it all ended, Gal Gadot brought up another matter on the phone. "Martin, Aaron's been nagging about kids again. Why don't we make time to have one?" Martin thought for a moment and said, "I don't mind. Once you're done with your stuff, we can make a baby." Gal Gadot, he. Poor Aaron. Martin's version of Suicide Squad built on the original film while incorporating animated plot elements, making it darker and bloodier. You could say there wasn't a single good person in this Suicide Squad, unlike the original where they were whitewashed. In the film, every character had a grudge against Batman, because the one who sent them to prison was Batman. Except for the madcap Harley Quinn, the other team members constantly betrayed during missions, testing the audience's nerves. In Martin's view, the Suicide Squad members were originally a bunch of irredeemable villains. After all, becoming heroes wasn't voluntary. That's what made them appealing, not turning them into self-sacrificing paragons like in the original. When Margot Robbie arrived in costume, the set erupted in wolf whistles. Margot Robbie ignored everyone else, walking straight to Martin, twirling once. "How do I look, director?" Martin appraised her with an appreciative eye, giving a thumbs up. "Seductive and beautiful. I can already picture how captivating you'll be when you're unhinged in the film." At that moment, another beauty in costume approached. It was Liu Yifei, playing the Enchantress. She acted as if she didn't see Margot Robbie, walking right up to Martin. "How about me, director?" Martin sized her up too, giving another thumbs up. "Stunning too. Valiant, with the air of an ancient Japanese female knight." Not far away, Jai Courtney whispered to Will Smith, "Is it just me, or did the atmosphere on set suddenly get heavy?" Will Smith whispered back, "Probably not just you. Looks like filming won't be boring." Joel Kinnaman leaned in. "They won't fight, will they? If they do, who do you think wins?" Will Smith asked with a sly grin. "Margot's trained in boxing, I hear, but that Kristen, Liu Yifei, has studied kung fu for years. I think Kristen takes it," Joel Kinnaman said. "Nah, I bet on Margot. She's got the size advantage." Of course, assuming no weapons, Jai Courtney disagreed. Margot Robbie and Kristen Liu didn't start fighting, of course, though they eyed each other with clear dislike. Especially Margot Robbie. She vaguely sensed Martin treated this girl differently, like there was something special between them. Martin ignored the undercurrents between the two women, as long as it didn't affect filming. Martin's shooting pace was as fast as ever. If not for the heavy effects work, he figured he could wrap in a month. Suicide Squad's plot was actually quite simple. The government forms a suicide squad of mercenaries, thugs, and villains to handle legally and morally thorny issues, thwarting a plot led by a corrupted figure. The film's highlights were the anti-hero character designs and the documentary stylized fight scenes. In Martin's conception, the movie aimed to give viewers the feel of watching a 1970s war film, a fantastical realism in war themes. His shooting techniques reference classics like Band of Brothers and Apocalypse Now to create grounded, realistic battles. Most scenes used practical sets, taking up 3/4 of Warner's Pinewood Studios exteriors, instead of actors performing against green screens. In art details, Martin avoided grandeur and epic scale, sculpting immersion from every bit of mud, dust, and grime, like dead palm trees, dim beach structures, while amplifying the squad's final boss battle tension and drama through color restraint and release. From the storyboards alone, you could see Martin's color handling ideas. The film's opening was in muted grays, including the prison props, deliberately stripped of overly polished veneers. As the team's mission progressed, more colors slowly emerged in the scenes, until the climactic boss fight, where vibrant effects hues burst forth in full saturation. Zack Snyder was filming his own movie while keeping a close eye on Martin's side. Both their shooting locations were at Warner Studios. Visiting each other was a breeze. Martin had no intention of hiding anything. There was no need. Martin built so many practical sets at Pinewood. Zack Snyder was a bit surprised. Unlike Martin's choice, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice relied heavily on green screen techniques. To evoke an epic feel, Zack Snyder used a lot of blue and gold tones, adding a grainy texture and oil painting emotional flair to the visuals. To perfect the story, he brought in 5 big Hollywood screenwriters: David S. Goyer, Chris Terrio, Jerry Siegel, Joe Shuster, and Bob Kane, and revised the script a total of 27 times. To make the costumes more stylized, he hired renowned fashion designer Michael Wilkinson to create outfits for the 3 leads: Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. When designing Batman's suit, the team used multi-layer stamping techniques to create a new material, allowing for different levels of detail. The team modeled Batman's suit on computers. It had 75 layers. In the end, Michael Wilkinson produced 12 Superman suits, 10 Batman suits, and 4 sets of Wonder Woman armor. You could say Zack Snyder had perfected every detail for this film, all to win. So when he saw the sneak footage his assistant took of Martin's set, he was stunned. It looked too rudimentary. The Suicide Squad's costumes were basically modified everyday clothes, altered toward ragged. Harley Quinn's fishnet stockings with holes, and the rips in her crop top, Deadshot Floyd Lawton's dusty jacket, and Killer Croc's peeling leather coat. And those props, full of steampunk industrial vibes, that ancient, heavy mechanical feel. Zack Snyder's tense nerves relaxed a little. But on second thought, maybe Martin wasn't taking the so-called competition seriously at all. It felt a bit half-hearted. A wave of slight disappointment rose in his heart. Of course Martin wasn't half-assing it. How could you shoot anti-heroes looking as neat and pristine as real superheroes? Besides, the film wasn't without highlights. In the original timeline, Harley Quinn's ultra-short shorts were a highlight, both in color and that. In this version, Martin added some vibrant elements to the Enchantress's costume, like the deep red belt on her tight leather pants, the bright red crop top, the silver-white mask. The biggest standout was the little wind chime on the Enchantress's sword tassel. When she killed, it let out crisp ding-ding-ding sounds, adding a touch of liveliness to the slaughter. Martin's assistant director was still Sophia. After reading the script, she had some doubts and sought out Martin to ask. In the script, the Suicide Squad members are almost all irredeemable villains, cold-blooded killers. Won't that draw criticism? Sophia's concern mirrored the original Suicide Squad director David Ayers. He whitewashed the villains to avoid mainstream audience backlash. Like turning Deadshot into a family man, Harley Quinn willingly controlled by the Joker out of love, El Diablo surrendering after accidentally burning his family. Even the seemingly vicious Killer Croc got plenty of comedic moments. Of course, the world isn't black and white. Even villainous criminals having emotions is natural. But the film overemphasized these characters' white sides while glossing over their black ones, clashing with the premise of a bunch of dangerous, vicious criminals saving the world. After release, this became a flaw in the original, otherwise the box office might have been even higher. Martin had no such hang-ups. Because he knew making villains the protagonists wouldn't bother or turn off most viewers, like the classic anti-hero series The Boys, which was a massive success. In fact, due to audience love, in later seasons, the non-lead antagonist, Homelander, got more screen time, while the original lead, Huey Campbell, gradually became supporting. In truth, well-portrayed villains could unleash even greater charm than heroes, unbound by restrictions. In real life, bound by endless rules, don't ordinary people secretly yearn for that unrestrained existence? Isn't evil something innate in every human's genes? Just like goodness. Viewers would thrill to it. Of course, ordinary folks can't act recklessly in reality, so vicariously experiencing it on screen provides massive emotional release, an exhilarating rush. Like the Joker, with prior experience, Martin was on familiar ground. Don't worry, Sophia, I've got this. As long as the audience feels thrilled, they won't care if it's Harley Quinn or Superman delivering the thrills. Instead of making a movie about flawed righteous heroes saving the world, it's more fun to let viewers watch the ultimate villains team up to fight. The film's character setups and stories shouldn't clash. If a bunch of criminals who treat innocent civilians like ants to crush save the world not because of head bombs or coercion, but out of inner justice, the film would sour. Like in the original, El Diablo, barely knowing the team for 2 days, with no emotional build-up, yells, "I don't want to lose my family again," in the final battle and sacrifices himself. It's just awkward as hell. Better to have him forced by Amanda Waller's bomb threat to rescue the others, dying in the process. That fits. Honestly, the original's hype was mostly pervs flocking to see Harley's butt-revealing antics, some even multiple times. In Martin's view, in the original timeline, if the first Suicide Squad film's box office success was due to Harley Quinn brazenly flaunting her sensuality, then the sequel's dismal box office was probably because Margot Robbie, now famous and married, didn't want to show off her curves anymore. The first film's triangular tight shorts turned into knee-length fringe skirts in the sequel, complete with safety shorts underneath. It looked nice in action, but not sexy enough. But the old pervs buying tickets to the theater were there precisely for the sexiness. Without the flair, Harley Quinn, though still unhinged, lost most of her charm. And Birds of Prey's box office flop was probably for the same reason, or at least one of them. In Birds of Prey, Harley Quinn wore shorts again, but not those shorts. The waist was loose, the legs too long, totally unsexy. The supporting cast was too ugly as well. Honestly, that Yin surnamed female director had no clue what audiences wanted. Ching Chong director. She might have been trying to appeal to female viewers, stuffing the film with sisterly bonds. Who knows? But female audiences have never liked these anti-hero villain leads. They prefer Katniss from The Hunger Games, Isabella from Twilight. The main supporters of anti-hero films are males, the ones who love violence, gore, and chilling visuals. They're the core audience for this kind of movie. In a Hollywood cafe, Anya Taylor-Joy and Drew Barrymore sat facing each other. Drew stirred her coffee cup, producing a ding-ding-dang sound. Anya Taylor-Joy watched Drew's action, hesitating to speak. Drew noticed the girl's expression and asked curiously, "What's up, Anya?" Anya Taylor-Joy smiled awkwardly. "Ever since watching Get Out, I've been a bit sensitive to the sound of spoons clinking against cups. Sorry, Ms. Barrymore. I've told you to just call me Drew." Drew Barrymore smiled. If Martin heard that, he'd be thrilled. For some reason, Drew felt a strange fondness for this 18-year-old girl. Anya smiled too. "I do really like Get Out. The story touches the soul." Then, shifting topics, she asked, "Drew, why did you ask me out? Is there something?" Drew smiled. "Nothing much, just a casual chat. After all, you're about to join the Witch crew, and as a producer, I should get to know the lead actress a bit." "All right." Anya narrowed her eyes with a smile, her expression almost identical to Drew's, and said, "What do you want to know?" "Anything, your family, why you came to Hollywood, your love life. Think of it as girl talk." "Okay, I'll just ramble a bit. My mother's a Spanish-English mixed photographer and interior designer. My father's a Scottish-Argentine rower. I'm the youngest of 6 kids. At school, I wasn't popular because I was tall and looked okay. The girls didn't like me." "You were bullied?" Drew was a bit surprised. Because, how to put it, Anya's vibe didn't seem like the easily bullied type. Anya smiled. "Yeah, I was bullied. That's why I didn't want to stay in school at 17. I was really skinny then, and a few girls always took pleasure in picking on me." "What a bunch of nasty brats," Drew cursed, then asked, "What happened after?" Anya said, "When I was bullied for my looks and felt sad, my mom always comforted me. You have to look into people's hearts, not their actions. Don't focus on superficial stuff. Don't see what they're doing on the surface. They're bullying you because they're scared of you, jealous of you." "Wow, your mom said it pretty well," Drew remarked. "Yeah, I really have to thank her. It helped a lot." After that, I wasn't bothered anymore. "But you still left school?" Drew said again. "Yeah, even though I didn't care about those people, I grew disillusioned with the school environment. I needed to believe there's a place where I'd be valued and appreciated, where I could contribute, instead of always feeling like something's wrong with me." like I'm the one who can't fit in. No, you're cool. You're interesting. I saw on your resume you like dancing, like Sex in the City. As a fellow girl, I really like you now. I even want to go to a dance with you. Anya smiled genuinely, feeling Drew was truly a good person. Yeah, I especially love Sex in the City. My idol is Sarah Jessica Parker, who plays Ryder Carey in Sex and the City. It'd be great to act opposite her. You'll get the chance, Drew said. What about romance? Do you have a boyfriend? Anya shook her head. No, because I hated school. I often skipped, so I didn't get to really connect with boys my age. Really? That's their loss. Anya smiled again. Thanks. The two chatted pleasantly. After all, Drew, being savvy, could make anyone warm up to her if she wanted. Anya hadn't had such a relaxed, intimate chat with another girl in ages. She had almost no female friends. Now, she saw Drew as a friend. But neither knew. In another timeline's 2022, they'd had a similar conversation, but on Drew Barrymore's talk show The Drew Barrymore Show, with Drew interviewing the then-famous Anya. By then, Anya was a success, starring in the hit series The Queen's Gambit, with rave reviews and awards galore, earning her the nickname Human Barbie in Hollywood. After finishing their coffee, Drew drove Anya away. On the road, Drew casually asked, Anya, what do you think of Martin as a person? Anya, on the Suicide Squad set, Martin had no idea Drew was scouting girls for him. He was busy coaching Margot Robbie's acting. No, you can't play this scene like that. What I want is... Time had arrived in February. In the first full week of February, Get Out still dominated the weekly box office charts as champion. At the same time, some negative news began to spread. Clearly, the massive box office success of Get Out had sparked dissatisfaction among producers of other films released around the same time. In reports from some tabloids, they subtly compared Martin to a white traitor or white skin, black heart. Martin didn't care at all about this. The black civil rights movement was growing stronger by the day, and speaking up for black people had become a trend across North America. Didn't you notice that the major newspapers didn't dare touch stories like this? As time passed, whether you hated black people, didn't hate them, or liked them, you had to like them, at least on the surface. It had even reached the point where a film couldn't be released normally without a certain number of black actors. Look at Snow White and The Little Mermaid. They'd both been turned into black characters. As for Get Out's box office, Martin wasn't worried at all. The film had been screening up to now and had become an unstoppable freight train. No one could stop it empty-handed. They could only wait for it to run out of fuel on its own. Time had arrived in March. Get Out's North American box office had reached $347 million, and breaking $400 million wouldn't be a problem. Globally, it had hit $672 million, and the final tally probably wouldn't be less than $750 million, though whether it could break $800 million was uncertain. The reason its global box office wasn't as explosive as in North America was that internationally, there weren't as many White Lotuses, especially in Asia, where people were largely indifferent to black issues. But even if the box office wasn't surging anymore at this point, Get Out was still a blockbuster among blockbusters. After all, the film's budget was only $8 million. Yes, you read that right. Just $8 million, which was $3 million more than in the original timeline. It could be said that the return on investment surpassed 99.99% of commercial films in Hollywood. No, the entire world. March 10th. Night had just fallen, and the Four Seasons Hotel in Beverly Hills was already surrounded by media reporters. A stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up to the hotel entrance. The doorman hurried over a few steps, bowed, and opened the car door. Martin took Louis Fay's hand and stepped out, walking toward the hotel amid blinding flashes. Martin, what are your expectations for Get Out's box office? Martin, is the girl next to you your new girlfriend? Martin. Amid the reporters' chaotic shouts, Martin held Louis Fay's hand and entered the hotel. Around the hotel, there were scattered movie fans, mostly black, blocked by hotel security, still calling out Martin's name. It had to be said, Martin's popularity among black people was incredibly high. Louis Fay curiously glanced at those black movie fans. Lately, the little girl had been thoroughly pampered by Martin. Her skin was soft and tender, her complexion radiantly beautiful, and her energy boundless, as if all the lingering ailments in her body had been cleared out. Just after the two had entered the hotel door, they suddenly heard the reporters behind them shouting questions loudly again. Martin and Louis Fay turned to look and saw Drew Barrymore stepping out of a car, holding a girl's hand, drawing intense interest from the reporters. As one of Hollywood's most successful and glamorous female moguls right now, Drew still held strong appeal for the press. In the past, Drew probably wouldn't have stopped, but this time was different. She led the girl beside her, who had Barbie-like doe eyes and cat-like lips, over to the reporters. After smiling and answering a few questions, Drew gently pushed the girl forward and said, "This young lady is the female lead in a new film from Myers Films, Anya Taylor-Joy. Remember that name. She's going to stun all of Hollywood in the future." Flashes popped wildly at Anya Taylor-Joy. The girl wasn't yet used to being thrust into the spotlight like this. Her eyes squinted slightly, her face flushed, which only added to her charm. Martin pulled Louis Fay to a spot just inside the hotel entrance, waiting for Drew and Anya to approach. Louis Fay felt a bit uneasy, like she was about to meet the main wife. Drew was open and enthusiastic. "This must be Kristen, or in Ching Chong, Louis Fay. Did I say that right?" Then Drew chatted with Louis Fay, and after a few sentences, she dispelled the girl's nervousness, and they hit it off. During this process, Anya sneaked glances at Martin, who was smiling as he listened to the girls talk. Recently, The Witch production had started filming. After joining the set, Anya received Drew's care and had a smooth time on the crew. In her interactions with Drew, she'd heard a lot about Martin's great achievements, and the image of this Hollywood legend in her mind grew fuller. The more she learned, the more curious she became about Martin. Just how genius did a person have to be to achieve as much as Martin? Little did she know, when a girl becomes curious about a guy, she's not far from falling for him. This was also a secret for guys pursuing girls. Show off your shining points to spark the girl's interest in exploring, rather than being a simp. "Hey, what are you all chatting about? So lively." As Drew and Louis Fay discussed Italian cuisine, a voice came over. They turned to see Scarlett arriving. The girl had been busy promoting Get Out lately, running from Europe to Australia, even circling through Asia. She'd lost weight noticeably, even in her chest. But her spirits were high. Get Out had become a phenomenon-level film, and her fame had surged along with it. Most importantly, no one could say she lacked dedication to her acting anymore. Her role as the evil girlfriend in Get Out had made plenty of black movie fans hate her guts. With the blockbuster success of Get Out, Scarlett Johansson's popularity surged on the wave as well. But performing too well wasn't, without its side effects. Because her role as the white girlfriend in the film was so infuriatingly hateful, it earned Scarlett a horde of black haters who would idly bash her online and launch personal attacks, completely ignoring that this evil character was a script creation, not her real self. Unlike Daniel Kaluuya, who received nothing but praise. Don't pay attention to that stuff. When you achieve some success, it always draws in jealous haters. After all, mediocrity doesn't inspire envy. After hearing Scarlett's rant, Martin comforted her like this. Then he turned to Drew and Louis Fay. "Come on, don't chat at the door. Let's head inside." The group made their way to the banquet hall on the hotel's first floor, where the celebration party for Get Out was being held. The doorman helped push open the grand doors of the banquet hall, and melodious orchestral music drifted out. Martin and the girls entered, and the suited men and glamorous women inside greeted them one by one. Martin's gaze swept across the room and landed on Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya, the two guys sitting in a corner, each tackling a lobster. He couldn't help but chuckle. Were there really people chowing down like that in a place like this? "Ladies, feel free to mingle. I'm going over there to sit for a bit." Martin pointed toward Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya's spot. He asked Louis Fay, "Do you want to come with me?" "No need." Drew jumped in first. "I'll take Fei to meet some people." Louis Fay also wanted to integrate quickly into Martin's harem circle and nodded. "I'll go with Drew." "All right, then I'll head over." As he spoke, Martin nodded to Anya and walked toward Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya. Drew grabbed Anya with one hand and Louis Fay with the other, looking at Scarlett. "And you? Coming with us, or?" "No need. I'm going to find Sophia," Scarlett said with a smile. "No, I think spicy lobster is way tastier." No. You're wrong. Sweet and sour lobster is the absolute best. Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya were arguing over a silly issue. Then Chris Pratt had a sudden brainstorm and asked, "Hey, Daniel, suppose someone eats a spoonful each of the world's known spiciest, bitterest, sweetest, saltiest, and sourest things. Which one would give him the highest chance of survival?" TL/N. I think saltiest. Daniel Kaluuya was stumped. What the hell kind of question was this? Then the two heard Martin's voice. The world's spiciest thing is resinifer toxin, with a Scoville rating of about 16 billion. Eat a spoonful, and you're definitely dead. The bitterest is denatonium benzoate, non-toxic, but after eating it, you'll lose all taste senses except bitterness. Basically, living hell. The sweetest is thaumatin, which is 600,000 times sweeter than sucrose. But beyond a certain sweetness level, it turns off flavor, and its intensity exceeds the human body's limit. Eat it, and your taste buds are toast. The saltiest is just salt. A spoonful would make you really uncomfortable, but that's about it. Give it time, and you'll be fine. The sourest is fluoroantimonic acid, 1,000,000 times more acidic than concentrated sulfuric acid. Eat a spoonful, and it'll straight up dissolve a hole in your body, certain death. Hello, Martin. Long time no see, Martin. Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya stood up to greet Martin. Martin smiled and sat down, casually picking up a piece of lobster tail meat that Daniel had just selected and tossing it into his mouth. Then he shook his head, dissatisfied. That's why I don't like cold dishes. I always think most foods lose their appeal once they cool down. That's also why I don't like Nordic cuisine. Then he looked at the two and teased. So, you two big stars, how does it feel to be chased and adored by countless fans? Chris Pratt said with a flattering grin. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the opportunities you gave us, Martin, how could we have become stars? Even as big shots now, we're still your little brothers. Then his tone shifted, and he smiled. But that feeling of being wrapped in the spotlight is pretty damn great, like you're the center of the universe. I love it. Ever since Guardians of the Galaxy, my agent's been flooded with audition invites, either leads or major supports. No more scrapping for extra roles. Thanks, Martin. Daniel Kaluuya chimed in right away. Honestly, that sensation of sparking cheers wherever you go and being worshipped is incredible, but I'm a little scared. Scared of what? Martin asked, surprised. Scared that when I wake up, I'll realize this was all just a dream, Daniel Kaluuya said. Chris Pratt punched him in the chest. Ow, what the hell? Does it hurt? Duh. See? Not a dream. You bastard, I'm gonna kill you. Martin really enjoyed chatting with these two goofballs. It let him unwind. After chatting for a while, Leonardo came over too. Martin, you heard? Old Jack's retiring. Really? Doesn't surprise me one bit. The guy's over 70, after all. Martin casually took the champagne Leonardo offered. I'm thinking, should we throw the old-timer a retirement bash? Get a bunch of models to squeeze him dry. Great idea. Count me in. By the way, who's that Asian girl? Martin followed the direction of Leonardo's finger. Louis Fay was being led by Drew, chatting in a circle with big directors like Spielberg and James Cameron. Her name's Louis Fay. You can call her Kristen. Ching Chong American, my new girlfriend. Leonardo sighed enviously. Lately, Blake had him locked down tight. No chance for a side fling. On the side, Chris Pratt stroked his chin in thought. The actress playing Nebula, Karen Gillan, seems really keen to meet Martin. Should I find a chance to hook them up? If this girl manages to climb into Martin's bed, then I'd kinda be his matchmaker. Leonardo brought up his new film with Martin. Hey man, how's shooting on Suicide Squad going? Honestly, I still don't get why you'd adapt such obscure characters. Why not do The Flash or Wonder Woman? Turning nobodies into stars is what proves my talent, right? Oh, and I heard you and Margot Robbie are totally done. Yeah, we're over. Why are you interested in her too? Haha, go for it, I don't mind. Not at all. What I'm saying is, you broke it off too soon. Wait till Suicide Squad hits theaters, and you might regret it. Really? Nah, I don't buy it. Leonardo figured himself a veteran with women. No way he'd graze on old pasture. Martin and Leonardo chatted idly while sipping their drinks. Leonardo swore up and down that he absolutely wouldn't regret cutting ties with Margot Robbie. But Martin was full of confidence. The old lek wouldn't escape the seductive charm of the Harley Quinn. In the original timeline, this guy had gotten unbearably itchy after Suicide Squad hit theaters, rekindling his old flame with Margot Robbie. Paparazzi caught them jetting off to Milan, Italy, for a vacation one after the other, checking into the same hotel. They claimed it was a coincidence, but who the hell believed that? Having had too much to drink, Martin headed to the restroom. Once inside, he first relieved himself at the urinal, then stood at the mirror, turning on the faucet to wash his hands. And during this brief moment, in the adjacent women's restroom, a girl with lustrous blonde hair was splashing cold water on her face, psyching herself up inwardly as she patted it dry. "You can do this, Dakota. You've got this." Dakota Fanning, who started as a child star, had earned the nickname of Hollywood's female version of Martin, thanks to her seamless transition from kid roles to adult actress. Plus, the girl was incredibly smart, balancing her acting career with her studies. At 22, Dakota Fanning attended Campbell Hall High School, which allowed her flexible scheduling for classes and her career, letting her pursue film work while finishing her education. During high school, she was even a member of the cheerleading squad and was voted homecoming queen 2 years in a row. On June 6, 2011, the 17-year-old Dakota Fanning attended Campbell Hall High School's graduation ceremony at the Walt Disney Concert Hall in Los Angeles. That fall, she enrolled at New York University, becoming a film studies major. Even in college, she didn't slack on filming. In 2011, she starred in the romantic drama Now is Good, playing Tessa, a terminally ill girl who faces life with unyielding spirit. In 2012, in the fantasy romance The Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn, Part 2, she played Jane, a guard of the Volturi clan. In 2013, she starred alongside Kevin Kline and Susan Sarandon in the biopic The Last of Robin Hood, portraying Beverly Odland, a young starlet controlled by her greedy, black-hearted mother. In May 2014, she led the horror film Night Moves, playing Dina, a radical environmental activist. The movie competed in the main competition at the 70th Venice International Film Festival. In July 2014, she co-starred with Martin's girlfriend, Elizabeth Olsen, in the coming-of-age film Very Good Girls, playing Lily, whose friendship is severely tested by a sudden romance. In the eyes of many Hollywood dream-chasing girls, Dakota Fanning was living the life they desperately envied. But Dakota Fanning had spotted a problem. As she grew up, she often landed leads in indie films and art house movies. But when it came to commercial blockbusters, she seemed stuck with supporting roles. She didn't want to be just an art house actress. She had commercial ambitions too. College meant independence, and though she came from a wealthy family and had earned plenty from past gigs, actors burned through cash, especially female ones. She was still renting an apartment, and the few $100,000 she had saved wouldn't buy a decent house in New York or Los Angeles. It was a pipe dream. So today, she was going to be bold, try to snag a huge opportunity for herself. After all, if it was with him, she had nothing to lose. After splashing water on her face, Dakota Fanning felt refreshed. She cupped her hands over her mouth and exhaled forcefully, confirming her breath was fine, then tossed her head and stepped out of the restroom. Then, she spotted her target for the night, emerging from the men's restroom across the way at the exact same moment. Perfect, her target was Martin Myers. The sudden encounter made Dakota Fanning's heart race with nerves. All her carefully planned moves, how to engineer a chance meeting, how to greet him, how to spark a conversation, flew right out of her head, leaving her mind blank. So, on instinct, pure reflex, her foot stumbled, and she pitched forward in Martin's direction. It wasn't until the motion was underway that her brain caught up, thinking, this works too. A second later, her eyes turned to shock, her wide European-style eyes bulging round. He dodged. He actually dodged. Dakota Fanning had a motherfucker on the tip of her tongue, unsure if she should let it fly. Wasn't this all wrong? Wasn't he supposed to catch her in his arms? As she fell, Dakota Fanning's stunned gaze met Martin's, and whether it was an illusion or not, she thought she caught a glint of amusement in his eyes. Dakota Fanning let out a final scream of surprise, because she was about to hit the ground. But the unexpected happened again. Just as Dakota Fanning was about to crash down, Martin suddenly reached out, grabbing her dress. Everyone knows that the evening gowns female stars wear to events are designed for that skin-tight, smooth feel. They're thin and not very sturdy. And everyone knows that when female stars wear evening gowns, to avoid visible lines underneath, they're likely going commando. So, rip. Martin grabbed the back of Dakota Fanning's dress at the waist, but the front tore open from the acceleration of gravity. Dakota Fanning's pale, tender body burst free from the dress's confines, continuing its plummet to the floor. This time, even Martin was caught off guard. Luckily, he had superhuman reflexes. In a flash, he bent down, scooped her up, and pulled her body into his arms. Dakota Fanning was still screaming, until her open mouth was sealed by his lips. Now she stopped screaming, her eyes wide as saucers, staring at Martin in shock. Even though she'd come today with some ideas about Martin, the way things had unfolded was completely beyond her expectations. A few seconds later, their lips parted. Martin's deep, captivating blue eyes looked into Dakota Fanning's as he said, "Quiet down. You want everyone to come gawking? Don't scream." Martin's words made Dakota Fanning aware of her own situation. She was still naked, so she was about to scream again. Martin quickly covered her mouth with his again, then swung his arm, draping the tuxedo jacket over Dakota Fanning's body. He swiftly lifted her by the buttocks, holding her, and entered the men's restroom, hiding in a stall. His series of actions were seamless. Before Dakota Fanning could even react, she was already in a stall in the men's restroom with Martin. Once their lips parted again, Dakota Fanning gasped for air, instinctively licking her lips. I was helping you. Your clothes are ruined. Do you have a spare set? No. What should I do? Only then did Dakota Fanning react, hurriedly using her hands to cover her vital areas. Martin smirked and said teasingly, "Covering up now? It's too late. Everything that shouldn't have been seen has already been seen." Dakota Fanning pouted and glared at him, feeling a strange sensation inside. Was this considered connecting with Martin in an alternative way? Mr. Myers, could you help me buy a set of clothes? I'll pay you back." Martin checked his watch and shook his head. Then, looking at the increasingly flushed girl, he said, "It's difficult. At this hour, no clothing stores are open." Then, he examined the fabric of the evening gown draped over Dakota Fanning, assessing the torn area before saying, "It's not completely unsalvageable. Don't move." As he spoke, he approached. Under Dakota Fanning's nervous gaze, he pulled down the fabric of the gown, then adjusted the girl's arms to an open position at her sides. The girl's eyes widened again. What was Martin trying to do? He was going to see her naked again. Martin's eyes discreetly scanned up and down, taking in the view, but his face feigned indifference. He spoke while acting. "The front fabric is torn, but the back of the dress is still intact. Just turn around. Put your arms through here. Yes, just like that. See? This way, the front is completely covered." By now, Dakota Fanning's mind had flown away. Her body stiffened, letting Martin arrange her. "Come on, turn around." She instinctively followed Martin's instructions and turned around, presenting her back to him. The next step. The gap above isn't important. Just tighten it around the neck like this, and you don't have to worry about the fabric slipping. This slit is like a back vent, but Martin's gaze drifted downward. The upper half was solved, but the lower half was tricky. The two floating, drifting skirt panels revealed a glimpse of her buttocks, white and flowery, very alluring. She wasn't even wearing panties. How bold. Of course, the girl's original dress was a long gown without a slit. Even if she wore nothing underneath, there wouldn't have been a problem. But now it was a bit troublesome. After thinking, Martin had an idea. He pulled the girl's skirt down a loop, then wrapped it around her waist, finally tying it at the waist. A knee-length short skirt took shape. After doing all this, Martin even had Dakota Fanning spin around. The girl's mind was in a daze. She instinctively followed Martin's instructions, standing up straight and turning. No problem. Very sexy, very beautiful. As long as your movements aren't too big, you don't have to worry about exposure. Martin smiled and extended his hand to Dakota Fanning. "Let's go, beautiful lady." "Go? Go where?" Dakota Fanning's mind hadn't returned yet. "Take you home. You can't wander around the party in this temporary outfit. What if it falls off halfway? Tomorrow's headlines would be, Hollywood actress Dakota Fanning runs naked at Get Out celebration party. Would I have to give you a red envelope then? To thank you for promoting my film with your dedication? Uft. Martin's teasing made Dakota Fanning laugh, easing some of her nervous embarrassment. In the main hall, Drew, who was socializing everywhere with Lou Ife and Anya, suddenly froze. She saw her man pulling a woman with her head bowed, wearing a strangely styled evening gown, out from the restroom area, then heading straight out of the living room. What's going on? Did he pick up another one? Drew looked at the two girls she was holding left and right, especially Anya. This girl likely wouldn't have a blissful night tonight. Martin also noticed Drew's gaze. He nodded and smiled at her, mouthing, "Wait for me to come back." Drew, with the seed of love long deeply rooted in her heart, instantly understood Martin's meaning and nodded. Then, looking at Anya, she thought, seems like this girl still has a chance tonight. Martin and Dakota Fanning took the hotel elevator down to the underground parking lot. "Where did you park your car?" Dakota Fanning took out her car keys and pressed a button. Beep beep. The car's location was found. Martin looked at Dakota Fanning in surprise, wondering where she had pulled the car keys from. Dakota Fanning's ride was a vintage-style Cadillac, a very stylish light blue. It seemed that beneath this girl's pure appearance lay a wild heart. Actually, Martin could have left it at this. Dakota Fanning could have driven home herself, but neither of them brought it up. Martin very naturally sat in the driver's seat, while Dakota Fanning hesitantly took the passenger seat. During the process of getting in the car, the soft skirt moved, making the girl fumble awkwardly again. The Cadillac started and slowly drove out of the parking lot. Martin's bodyguard followed behind in a Rolls-Royce. Gordon was no longer responsible for Martin's bodyguard duties. He was in Guinea helping Martin manage the local police system. The new bodyguard was a young white guy, a former Marine who had undergone rigorous private bodyguard training and was now brainwashed by Martin into a loyal dog. In the banquet hall, Louis Fay noticed Drew's distraction and asked, "What's wrong, Drew?" "Ah, nothing." Drew snapped back to attention, smiling to change the subject. "Come on, girls, let me introduce you to a few more producers." Elsewhere, Leonardo said with a complex expression, "Guys, I just saw Martin leaving with a girl." Chris Pratt, "A girl? Who?" Leonardo couldn't see clearly, but her outfit was eye-catching. Daniel Kaluuya, "I'm not surprised at all." Leonardo, "I'm not surprised either. I'm just envious. Damn it. Why can't Blake be as generous as Martin's women?" On the way back, Martin chatted casually with Dakota Fanning. This young lady had entered the entertainment industry at the age of 5. Back then, she and the legendary musician Ray Charles shot a TV commercial for JCPenney. She started much earlier than Martin. As the conversation progressed, Dakota Fanning gradually calmed down and began laughing and talking with Martin. "Martin, you know what? When I was little, I used to perform at home. My mom said I was too energetic. I often stuffed a blanket into my shirt to pretend I was pregnant, and my sister Ellie, oh, she's an actress now too, would play the baby. Hee, she didn't even need to act back then. She was just a baby. Since I was 7, I often performed at a local weekly kids theater for parents. The theater owner, Uncle Williams, took special notice of me. He told my mom, 'Miss Fanning is very talented. I suggest you find her a manager.' Hee. That was the first time I heard someone call me Miss Fanning. It left a deep impression on me. Later, my aunt took me to Los Angeles. We waited there for 6 weeks. I stood out among dozens of kids in the auditions and landed my first job, the lead in a national Target commercial. I was awesome. Then, in 2001, when I was 7, I acted in my first film, I Am Sam, with Sean Penn playing the lead, a man with intellectual disabilities working at a Starbucks. I played his daughter, Lucy. I've seen that film. You were so adorable as a child." Martin said. He had indeed seen I Am Sam and greatly admired Sean Penn's acting. Dakota Fanning's natural talent in the film was also deeply impressive. "Really? Thank you for liking it. How many of my films have you seen?" After the initial awkwardness faded, Dakota began to show her lively side. Martin thought for a moment and said, "Quite a few, actually. War of the Worlds, Charlotte's Web, The 9 Lives of Chloe King, Push. Oh, and In the Valley of Elah with Charlize Theron." "That is quite a few," Dakota said happily. "Which character did you like the most?" "Probably Finn from Charlotte's Web." "Really? I loved my role in Push. When I read the script, I thought, wow, predicting the future. That's so cool. Oh, and I've worked with Kristen several times. The Runaways, The Twilight Saga, New Moon. On set, I often heard her talk about you. Oh, what did she say about me? Martin asked with interest. Dakota's face suddenly turned red. Well, she said you're great, really talented, smart, and handsome. Actually, she also mentioned how exceptionally powerful Martin was in certain private aspects. When girls get together to talk about men, it's no more elegant than when men talk about women. It's just as crude. In fact, if Kristen Stewart's descriptions of Martin hadn't left such a deep impression, Dakota wouldn't have immediately thought of him when looking for someone who could offer her opportunities. Despite having mentally prepared herself multiple times, Dakota finally decided to offer herself in exchange for better opportunities. But who wouldn't want their benefactor to be a young, handsome, and talented man? Dakota's blushing expression was charming and captivating. She was the type who grew from a cute child into a beautiful woman, adorable as a kid and sweet as an adult, perfectly fitting Martin's type. Truth be told, Martin's warmth toward her stemmed from a vague sense of guilt. After all, he had taken away what could have been the best film of her career. Yes, hide and seek. In the original timeline, Dakota Fanning's commercial success was never overwhelming. Though she had roles in the Twilight Saga, none were particularly shining. The peak of her acting career, both in box office and critical acclaim, was hide and seek. In this timeline, without hide and seek, Dakota's commercial performance had indeed been lackluster. As they chatted, time flew by, and the car soon arrived at Dakota's apartment building. Martin parked the car and said nothing, just silently looked at the girl beside him. Dakota also stopped talking, her gray eyes fixed on Martin. The atmosphere in the car suddenly grew ambiguous. Dakota, you can do this. Dakota, be brave, go for it. Dakota, don't back down now. Haven't you already made up your mind? Dakota. At this moment, Dakota wanted to do something, but didn't dare, constantly psyching herself up internally. Martin watched the girl's alternating expressions of determination and hesitation with amusement. How long is she going to psych herself up? So, Martin took the initiative. He leaned forward, closing the distance. His left arm slipped under her arm, wrapping around her back. Then, with a slight pull, amid the girl's soft gasp, their faces met, and they kissed. The ambiguous atmosphere turned passionate. After a long while, their lips parted. Dakota mustered her courage and said, Martin, would you like to come up for coffee? A real man never refuses such an invitation. Martin nodded happily. As he got out of the car, he signaled to the nearby Rolls-Royce, indicating for his bodyguards to wait there. The apartment Dakota rented wasn't luxurious, but was located on the outskirts of Beverly Hills, with a safe environment and complete amenities. After entering, Martin looked around. The apartment was about 90 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Not too big, not too small. The walls were painted light blue, and the furniture and decorations were mostly in blue and green tones, creating a fresh and cheerful vibe. Do you live alone? Martin asked. Most of the time, yes. But my sister, Elle Fanning, visits sometimes. She studies nearby. Oh, she's an actress too. I know her. And I am Sam. She played your younger self. Yeah. She was only 2 back then. Martin added. But what impressed me most about your sister was her role as the little girl, Jasmine, in Eddie Murphy's comedy Daddy Daycare. Her piercing scream was unforgettable. Haha, the screaming girl. That's what I've called her since that movie, Dakota said with a laugh. So your little sister isn't coming today either? Most likely not. If she wanted to, she would have called ahead like she usually does. So that means it's just the 2 of us in this room right now? Exactly. And what are you planning to do with that? Back at home, surrounded by familiar walls, Dakota grew bolder. She dared to take the lead, casting a sultry glance that made hearts race. Of course, to do that, Martin scooped her up into his arms in one swift motion, her laughter bubbling out even as her modesty slipped away. Take a shower first. No, I like the original flavor, milk tea style. Huh? What? Dakota blinked, confused. But before she could even grasp his meaning, his teasing hands made her squirm and laugh helplessly. Ah, stop it. Which room is yours? That one on the left. Elle Fanning. Ellie woke up clutching her stomach in pain. Damn it. Did that fatso Nick give me expired ham sandwiches today? My stomach hurts so bad. She climbed out of bed, holding her belly, heading for the bathroom. But the moment she stepped into the hall, she heard strange noises coming from the next room. Big Sis is back. What's she doing in there? At 16, curiosity burned brighter than anything else. Forgetting her urgent need, she crept to her sister's door and pushed it open just a crack. Inside, what she saw made her eyes nearly pop out of her head. What the hell? My eyes. My poor eyes. What is Sis doing? Wait, I think I've heard of this. It's some kind of massage? And that guy giving it to her, who is he? Left a little. Yes, right there. Harder. Oh, that's perfect. Wow, this guy's massage technique is really professional. Who the hell is he? Turn over, turn over. Then Martin shifted position. Oh my God, the guy giving Sis a massage is Martin. My own sister, in her own room, on her own bed. And it's Martin Myers. This has to be a dream. She rubbed her eyes hard. But no, this was no dream. And instead of running, she found herself staring even harder. Meanwhile, two voices battled in her head. My stomach hurts. I can't hold it much longer. No, just wait a little more. It'll be over soon. Why is it taking so long? This is insane. Ugh, I can't stand it. Hold it in. I can't miss this. Martin's massage really is something else. No, I can't. I'm going to burst. Yes, I can. I can hold on. And so she endured. 1.5 hours later, it finally ended. Ellie was about to stretch her stiff legs and sneak off to the toilet when she saw her sister climb down from the bed. Darling, I'm going to the bathroom. Dakota padded barefoot out of the room. Martin followed, grinning wickedly. Together, Ellie nearly jumped out of her skin. She darted back into her own room before they could see her. Only once she shut the door behind her did she remember. She still desperately needed the toilet. I'm doomed. With no more enticing scenes to distract her, her willpower collapsed. She could feel disaster about to break loose. What do I do? What do I do? Why couldn't Sis rent a bigger place with bathrooms in every room? She paced in panic, clenching every muscle, her delicate face twisting in desperation. Now and then she cracked her door to listen, water running, her sister and Martin laughing. Hurry up already, she screamed inside. But there was no hurrying. The second round had begun. Ellie was on the edge of exploding. At last she couldn't take it anymore. Pride be damned. Better to live than to burst. She flung her door open and dashed for the bathroom. Ah! Dakota shrieked in shock. Shut up. Ellie snapped, yanking up the toilet lid, tugging down her pants, and plopping down. She squeezed her eyes shut, hands clamped over her ears, pretending her sister and Martin weren't even there as the sound of her release thundered through the room. Ugh, why are you here? Dakota's furious voice rang out. I don't hear you. I don't hear you. Ellie muttered, eyes still tightly shut. Hey, I'm talking to you. Oh, sweet relief. Ellie finally opened her eyes, only to shut them again at once, cheeks blazing. You too, you too. Only then did Dakota remember Martin was right there, massaging her through the second round. Her face went crimson as she let out another helpless scream. Martin, amused, simply pulled the shower curtain across. Come on, let's continue. No, I'll wait. Ellie, still on the toilet, was blushing so hard her face burned. Never in my life have I ever experienced something this bizarre. I'm on the toilet, while right next door my sister's enjoying a massage from a handsome guy. Awkward? Hell yes, awkward. But then she thought, maybe her sister was even more embarrassed than she was. And somehow, that made it easier to bear. What a crazy, insane situation. Another hour passed. The curtain opened again. Dakota peeked her head out. Wait, you're still on the toilet. Ellie's face flushed. She would never admit she'd been eavesdropping the whole time, even imagining it in her head. So she snapped back. You think I want to? I just have diarrhea. Are you done yet? Yeah. Then hurry up and get out. Or do you want me to come wipe your butt for you? Cut it out. Who'd want that? Just pull your head back in. I'll be out in a sec. You'd better hurry. Dakota ducked back behind the curtain. Ellie finished quickly, cleaned herself up, and dashed back to her room. Only then did she realize. Damn it, I forgot to flush. The sound of water echoed from the bathroom, followed by Martin's amused voice. Looks like your little sister really does have diarrhea. Ellie screamed silently into her blanket, burying her burning face. Today was the most humiliating day of her life. Outside, Martin was saying his goodbyes to Dakota. She looked reluctant to let him go. Will you contact me again? she asked uncertainly. Of course. You've got my number, and I've got yours. We'll definitely keep in touch. Martin waved his phone with a smile. By the time Martin left Dakota Fanning's place, it was already 11 p.m. However, the dinner party probably wasn't over yet. Martin got into his Rolls-Royce and headed toward the Four Seasons Hotel. Tonight, he still had 2 or 3 battles to fight. Thankfully, he was a demon. If he were an ordinary person, he'd probably die on some woman's pussy sooner or later. Inside the apartment, Dakota Fanning turned the lock and entered her sister's room. Don't come in. Elle Fanning buried her head under the blanket, continuing to play ostrich. I'm so embarrassed today. I've never been this humiliated in my life. It's all your fault, Dakota. My fault, Dakota Fanning sneered. Who told you to come over without calling first? How was I supposed to know you'd bring a man home? And Martin? God, just thinking about me having diarrhea in front of Martin. I feel too ashamed to face anyone. Don't worry, Martin didn't see you having diarrhea. And if we're talking about embarrassment, wasn't I embarrassed too? Who are you throwing under the bus? Elle Fanning finally pulled her head out from under the blanket, looking curious. Martin and I were having sex, and my dear sister was having diarrhea next door with such loud noises. Isn't that embarrassing enough? Dakota said with a grin. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. You're saying my noises were loud. I hate how loud you two were next door. Then why did you keep listening? Who was listening? I told you. I had diarrhea. Who has diarrhea for that long? You were definitely eavesdropping. I wasn't eavesdropping on you. Really? Of course. Ellie. What? Don't tell Mom about this. Then you can't tell anyone about me having diarrhea either. Deal. Pinky swear. Are you still a child? Pinky swear or not. Fine. Also, tell Martin not to spread it, or I'll bite both of you to death. Elle Fanning said with a red face. Back at the Four Seasons Hotel banquet hall, the dinner party wasn't over yet, but some guests had already left, perhaps heading home or finding overnight companions to have fun with. Drew saw Martin come in and couldn't resist teasing him. Do you still have any energy left? Without a word, Martin reached out and lifted the woman up like a weight, holding her horizontally from top to bottom. Drew let out a surprised scream. Scarlett giggled as she stood up. After teasing Drew a bit, Martin put her down and asked, Are you guys heading back? Drew glanced at Anya. Anya lowered her head, looking a bit shy. What Drew had just said to her was really too embarrassing. But she didn't want to refuse, so she simply stayed silent. Drew immediately saw through the young girl's thoughts and said with a laugh, We're all tired. Take us back to your place. Martin's eyes swept over the scene, taking everything in. Looks like tonight's going to be wild. All right, let's go. Before leaving, Martin said goodbye to Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya, who were chatting nearby. After scanning the room, he asked curiously, Where's Leonardo? Then he saw Chris Pratt and Daniel Kaluuya reveal strange smiles. What happened? Martin asked. Chris Pratt chuckled and said, Leonardo took a liking to a blonde actress at the party. He took her to rent a room for the night? No, your expressions are so weird. Martin was a bit confused. Chris Pratt said, Originally, that was Leonardo's plan. But he didn't expect his little girlfriend to suddenly show up. Martin, Blake? Yeah, Blake. Chris Pratt recalled the scene, his expression growing even weirder. Martin, you should have seen it. It was a pity, really. Leonardo's waist was probably pinched to black and blue. Blake even made that actress cry. Then she dragged Leonardo home. TSK tisk, that's rough. Martin laughed at his friend's misfortune. Leonardo seemed to be firmly under Blake's thumb. Would these two actually end up together? The next day, Martin returned to the Suicide Squad set with Liu Yifei, full of energy. Probably because he'd gotten enough fuel last night. He'd lost some protein, but he'd also absorbed a lot of desire, still a net gain. Margot Robbie glanced enviously at Liu Yifei, who was walking in and out with Martin, then quietly approached Martin. Director, I'm still not very familiar with the fight scene in the elevator. Could you explain it to me? Of course, Martin knew what she was hinting at, but he had no interest in having sex with this woman with who already have sex with his bro. So, Tiger, explain this action sequence to Margot. As Tiger Chin took Margot away, Liu Yifei also went to practice her moves. She was very dedicated to her work. Will Smith came over. Dude, you're really not interested in Margot Robbie? She's a sexy bombshell. Look at that figure. Look at that curves, top tier. Martin shook his head. She is top tier, but her intentions are too obvious. You care about that? Will Smith said in surprise. Martin, of course I don't. But she was recommended by Leonardo. You know how it is. Ah, got it. Will Smith nodded. Day after day, the filming of Suicide Squad progressed smoothly. One day, Dakota Fanning came to visit, bringing along a little tail, Elle Fanning. Both sisters were top-tier beauties, and their looks leaned toward the fresh and pure side. What brings you here? Just came to see you. Am I welcome here? Of course. Dakota Fanning said happily. Lately, she'd been chatting happily with Martin on the phone, completely seeing herself as a member of Martin's harem. Elle Fanning still felt a bit awkward around Martin, so she looked around the set with curiosity. So this is a big-budget commercial film set? Both Dakota Fanning and Elle Fanning had a natural, fresh, youthful vibe, the kind that art house directors love the most. However, commercial directors weren't very interested in these schoolgirls with less commanding presence. Commercial directors preferred leads like Megan Fox, Scarlett Johansson, and Jessica Alba, those with full-on charisma who could captivate male viewers with just a hint of sexiness. Is this an IMAX camera? Elle Fanning looked at the huge camera equipment suspended from a robotic arm in front of her, her face full of awe. Martin glanced over and nodded. Yep, that's it. Be careful. This toy is really heavy. If it hits you, it won't feel good. I'm 22, not a kid, Elle Fanning muttered. Meanwhile, Martin was discussing business with Dakota Fanning. Marvel is planning to reboot the Spider-Man project next year. Interested in a role? Spider-Man is getting rebooted again? Didn't they already reboot it once? You mean The Amazing Spider-Man? Because the second installment underperformed, plus Marvel proposed buying back the rights to characters previously sold, including Spider-Man, and Sony also wanted Spider-Man to join the Avengers family to boost popularity. Early this year, Marvel Studios and Sony negotiated and agreed to share the usage rights for the Spider-Man character. So the third reboot begins. Who's playing Spider-Man? Still Andrew Garfield? I really liked his performance in The Amazing Spider-Man. Martin shook his head. Not him. Andrew's too old now. He's 32, not suitable. To play a high school student again. We'll recast with a suitable actor. Then who would I play? Dakota Fanning was curious. I remember Gwen Stacy died in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Not Gwen Stacy, and not Mary Jane either. It's a girl named Liz Allen. In the film, she's Peter Parker's classmate, and also the daughter of the main villain, Adrian Toomes, Vulture. It's a decent role. I'd love to play her. Dakota Fanning said happily, pleased that Martin valued her. 3 months passed. The Oscars arrived. This year's Oscar ceremony was held at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles. Neil Patrick Harris hosted, and ABC televised it live, reaching over 225 countries and regions via TV or live stream. Get Out, a film that started making money from its first day of release, received 6 nominations: Best Picture, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Original Screenplay, and Best Original Score. In the end, Birdman won Best Picture, Alejandro González Iñárritu won Best Director for Birdman, Eddie Redmayne won Best Actor for The Theory of Everything, and Julianne Moore won Best Actress for Still Alice. The heavily favored Get Out only managed to win the consolation prize of Best Original Screenplay. One could imagine that after this year's Oscars ended, it would once again face criticism from the media and the black community using their pens as weapons. Time flew by, and it was already April. 1/3 of 2015 had passed. Get Out finally concluded its run, letting all film studios breathe a sigh of relief. Then, looking at its box office performance, everyone was shocked again. An $8 million investment yielded $414 million in North America and $789 million globally. Simply put, a massive success. The film earned not just money, but also countless honors. Besides the Oscar for Best Original Screenplay, it also won the Critics' Choice Award for Best Original Screenplay, Atlanta Film Critics Circle Award for Best Screenplay and Breakthrough Award, New Mexico Film Critics Award for Best Actress, Boston Society of Film Critics Award for Best New Filmmaker, Critics' Choice Award for Best Director and Best Actor, Los Angeles Film Critics Association Award for Best Screenplay, New York Film Critics Circle Award for Best Director, MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance, Movie of the Year, and Best On-Screen Duo, was listed in Sight and Sounds. 100 Greatest Films of All Time, Critics List. 50 Best Films of the 21st Century. The New York Times Most Influential Film of the 2010s. Empire Award for Best Screenplay. Writers Guild of America Award for Best Original Screenplay. Golden Globe Award for Best Motion Picture, Musical or Comedy. Gotham Independent Film Award for Best Feature. Get Out also had very high topicality in North America, earning Martin immense prestige within the Black community. Furthermore, the audience composition for Get Out wasn't the mostly non-white with scattered white viewers some imagined, but a normal distribution. 38% non-white, 35% white, 16% Latino, and 10% Asian. Renowned New York social commentator Alton Rowland commented on this. The ultimate reason, beneath the black versus white surface, is actually Martin's critique of the elite class versus the common people. As he mentioned in interviews, this film actually attempts to attack those self-righteous liberal elites. The early morning sun spilled into the estate. Martin returned from his jog, leading 2 Labradors. Martin was only breathing lightly, but the 2 dogs were so tired their tongues were hanging out, looking like they were about to puke. Cameron Diaz, who was enjoying breakfast in the garden, couldn't help but laugh. She remembered clearly how excited and bouncy those 2 Labradors were the first time Martin took them for an early morning jog. But after that run, the 2 dogs were listless. Ever since, these 2 looked like they were being tortured every time they went jogging with Martin. "Sweetie, you need to take it easy. Don't make these 2 puke again. Hey, these pet dogs just have poor stamina." Back when little Arthur, the lion, was around, he could keep up with me for the entire run. "Yeah, but you guys had fun running back then. You just scared all the neighboring households." Ha ha ha. I remember residents calling the police saying Martin was being attacked by a lion and was being chased by one. Ha ha. Martin was amused too. Elle Fanning had been feeling a bit troubled lately. Her relationship with her sister Dakota had always been excellent. The doors to Hollywood were opened for her by her sister. At just 2 years old, she entered Hollywood by playing her sister's younger self. Although Elle Fanning started acting at a very young age, she still experienced a normal childhood. After receiving several years of education at her grandmother's house, her parents decided to send her to school so she could interact with her peers. In the past, she thought this was great. At school, she could discuss topics relevant to her age group with friends, hang out with her girl squad, go shopping, watch movies, and talk about male celebrities. But now, she was really annoyed, because she suddenly realized that within her small social circle, the frequency of discussions about that guy Martin was so high. Martin's handsomeness, Martin's talent, Martin's playboy nature, even Martin's abilities, in bed, were favorite topics among these schoolgirls. Before, she might have joined these conversations without thinking much of it. But ever since that night when she had that embarrassing accident in front of Martin, she always felt there was something strange between her and Martin. No, to be precise, her feelings toward Martin had become strange. It was as if there was some secret connection between them now. Was it because they had seen each other's most private moments? She wondered what Martin felt about it. Elle Fanning suddenly found herself wanting to get closer to Martin, yet she felt somewhat afraid. All this made her irritable whenever she heard topics related to Martin. And it wasn't just that. Since that night, she would often dream about Martin, and they were those kind of wet dreams. Every time she woke up, she had to take a shower and change her underwear. Whenever her sister wanted to visit Martin on set, she couldn't help but want to tag along. But every time she followed her sister to the set, she didn't dare to interact much with Martin and could only find other things to kill time. This, ironically, made her become very close with Sophia, who would take her around each time. And she also met a girl named Kristen Liu. From her observations, this girl's relationship with Martin was definitely not ordinary. But strangely, when she shared this speculation with her sister didn't seem to mind at all. This made her can't help but entertain some little thoughts of her own. If her sister didn't mind, then could she also? No, I can't do that. He's my sister's boyfriend. But Martin isn't just Dakota's boyfriend alone. Besides, Dakota doesn't mind these things. Martin is really charming. So physically fit, so talented. Elle Fanning shook her head. What was she thinking? The voices of her girl squad chatting reached her ears. Which do you think is better, Divergent or The Hunger Games? I think the new film from Martin's company, The Maze Runner, is more interesting. No, of course it's The Hunger Games. It's the originator of this genre of dystopian young adult fiction. Isn't it Harry Potter? Are you still a child? Liking children's books? Harry Potter isn't children's books. Many adults like it too. Elle Fanning looked at the arguing group and felt they were so childish. She had already seen Martins having sex with her sister. She immediately felt a sense of superiority over them. Then she felt troubled again. How could she get more opportunities to interact with Martin? Meanwhile, Martin was at home looking at some news. In the summer of 2014, an 18-year-old boy named Conrad was found dead in his car. An apparent suicide. Upon hearing the news, his teenage girlfriend Michelle was extremely grief-stricken, depressed all day long. When attending her boyfriend's funeral, she tried to comfort his mother. She even actively prepared a fundraising event in her boyfriend's name for remembrance. But at the same time, the police found something strange in the text messages on the deceased's phone. One message, "I was scared, I thought you were really going to do it," caught the police's attention. This was part of a conversation between Conrad and his girlfriend Michelle before his death. So, Michelle knew her boyfriend was going to commit suicide? Not only that, in his final messages with his girlfriend, Conrad tried to delete their text messages. What was the teenager trying to hide? What exactly did Michelle know? During the police investigation, more strange issues emerged. Michelle's family didn't know anything about Conrad, let alone his family. For someone as important as Michelle's boyfriend, she had never mentioned him to her family. Dramatically, before Michelle attended Conrad's funeral, Conrad's family was equally unaware of Michelle's existence. It was only after their son's accidental death that the mother, Roy, learned her son had a girlfriend. There were too many oddities about this. At the funeral that day, upon seeing her boyfriend's mother Roy for the first time, Michelle gave her a warm hug, even though they had never met before. Then during the baseball fundraising event, while giving a speech, Michelle choked up expressing her remembrance for Conrad. But the next second, when the baseball game started, her mood instantly soared, her excitement evident on her face. Her natural switching of states made people doubt the sincerity of her true feelings. Finally, the police used technical means to recover the deleted messages from the phone and learned the truth. It turned out Michelle was the direct cause of Conrad's death. She had encouraged and urged her boyfriend to commit suicide. Even when her boyfriend got scared and wanted to stop, she forced him to continue. It turned out her boyfriend Conrad himself suffered from severe depression. Due to experiencing domestic violence in his original family, he couldn't escape his negative side. And Michelle also had a history of depression. The reason she encouraged her boyfriend to commit suicide was purely because she wanted to use this to gain attention from the outside world. This also explained why Michelle called friends first thing after Conrad's death, crying and seeking comfort, while her friends and parents didn't know about Conrad before this incident. And Michelle's abnormally enthusiastic mood surge at the baseball event. She even directly ignored questions from her boyfriend's mother, trying to squeeze into group photos, somewhat shameless behavior. A person extremely craving to be the center of attention would go to any lengths to achieve their goal. Two people both plagued by depression, when they met, didn't save each other. Instead, they became a negative influence on each other, ultimately leading to tragedy. Of course, Michelle also had to pay a heavy price for her actions. In the end, Michelle was convicted of involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 25 months in prison. Martin looked at the newspaper, lost in thought. Louis Fay, noticing his expression, found it a bit strange and moved closer to take a look. At a glance, she saw the large photo on the front page, a shot of Michelle and her lawyer during a court interrogation. "Ah, this girl looks so much like Elle," she exclaimed. Since Elle Fanning had visited the set several times with her sister, Louis Fay had gotten to know her. Martin tucked away the thoughts in his mind and nodded. "Yeah, I think so too." Then he shook the newspaper and said, "This case is quite interesting. I think it would be perfect to adapt into a film or TV series." Louis Fay laughed. "Then you wouldn't even need to cast anyone. Just let Elle play the role." Martin said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." "What?" "Martin wants me to star in a TV series." Elle Fanning, who had been tangled lately over whether and how to approach Martin, felt both thrilled and apprehensive when she heard this news from her sister. Then her thoughts began to wander. Does Martin like me? Is he using this as an excuse to get closer to me? What about my sister? Will she be hurt? Wait, Martin has so many women. Do I really want to become one of them? Hey, Elle, are you even listening to me? Dakota Fanning looked at her distracted sister, wondering why Elle had been so spaced out lately, often lost in thought and occasionally with a dreamy expression. Is she in love? Yeah, I'm listening. Elle Fanning snapped back to attention, trying to compose herself under her sister's surprised gaze. Anya Taylor-Joy sat in the spacious back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Everything in the car intrigued her. The vast interior, black leather sofa, top-notch sound system, well-stocked wine cabinet, even a small refrigerator, it was all luxuriously capitalist and intoxicatingly deceptive. The car turned smoothly onto Mulholland Drive. Through the window, Anya saw various mansions along the road, each with its own distinct architectural style, all hidden behind dense trees and high walls. Then the car turned into a side road, entering a dense forest area. Martin Meyer's estate was located at the highest point of this private lane. As the car approached, a gleaming silver metal gate slowly opened, allowing it to drive directly into the restricted area. They passed through a huge garden and lawn, finally stopping at the small plaza with a fountain in front of the main building. Anya Taylor-Joy's family wasn't poor, but they weren't wealthy either, just a typical middle-class household. So, although the girl was very smart, her resistance to the damn charm of money wasn't very high. Even though it was her second time here, she was still captivated by the grandeur of this massive structure. According to Drew, this building had been expanded and now had over 80 rooms, each spacious and fully equipped. Now, each of Martin's women had her own room here. After getting out of the car, Anya looked toward the cliffside ahead. There was a long stretch of golden sand beach. The beach also belonged to Martin privately, separated by towering rocks on both sides, offering excellent privacy. Further south along the beach, there was a concave cliff area where a small harbor was built, housing Martin's private yacht. Several large umbrellas were planted on the sand, with lounge chairs underneath. Someone was on the chairs, but Anya couldn't see who it was clearly. Just then, Bio came out holding a glass of lemonade. Seeing Anya, she smiled and said, "Anya, Martin is down there. Do you want to go find him directly, or go inside for some snacks? Heather made some pastries." Thank you, but I'm not hungry yet. I'll go down to find Martin first," Anya said very politely. She knew that Heather and Bio were not only Martin's housekeepers, but also his women. These two also managed Martin's properties around the world, often taking turns flying on his private jet to handle various trivial matters related to his assets, with a team of people under them. Drew had once warned her, it's fine to compete with others for Martin's affection, but never offend these two women. Walking to the beach, Anya saw Martin indeed lying under one of the umbrellas, with Drew lying beside him. This made Anya relax a little. "Hey, Drew." "Hey, Martin." With a sweet smile, she walked to the lounge chair and greeted them. Martin took off his sunglasses and gave Anya a big smile, opening his arms. Anya cleverly lay down next to him. "Hey, beautiful witch, you're looking hot today." Today Anya had dressed up specially, a pink-green dress with a low-cut halter neckline that showed off her extremely sexy figure. With a sweet smile on her face, she radiated the unique, youthful energy of a young girl. "Want something to drink?" Martin pointed to the small ice chest on the side table. Ice cubes were melting inside, with various bottles of drinks inserted into them. "Do you have fruit juice?" "Of course." Martin pulled out a bottle of purple liquid. "Grape juice?" "Sure, thanks." As Martin hugged the girl, Drew said, "Anya, the reason we asked you here today is to tell you that since you're now Martin's woman, you can choose a room here. You can come stay anytime." "Really?" Anya showed a mix of surprise and delight. Drew had said that only by having your own room in this estate could you truly be considered part of Martin's harem, becoming one of us. Of course it's true. Also, there's another project for 2016, right after you finish filming The Witch. That's great. What kind of film is it? Who's directing?" Drew said with a smile. "It's a horror film, directed by Martin himself. The title is IT, but it's not the lead role. It's more like the first supporting female role. I'll do it. I don't care if it's not the lead, as long as Martin is directing," Anya said without hesitation. Drew secretly gave her a thumbs up. Anya blushed and smiled. Her relationship with Drew was actually a bit unusual too. Having just successfully wrapped up one horror project, he was already preparing to launch another. It wasn't that Martin had a special fondness for horror films. It was just that these two were horror films that could leave a mark in cinematic history and were also typical examples of small-budget films making a big impact. Naturally, Martin wouldn't pass them up. It was adapted from Stephen King's novel of the same name, telling the story of the evil clown, Bill Skarsgård, wreaking havoc on the world, and the teenager Billy, Jaden Martell, joining forces with friends to fight against the evil forces. Martin had acquired the rights 3 years earlier. The next day, Anya woke up in the large bed. After stretching, she prepared to get dressed and go downstairs. But upon getting out of bed, she realized the clothes she had worn the day before were now in tatters, scattered on the floor. Her first thought was, Martin, such stamina. Then came, what should I wear to go downstairs? Just then, there was a knock at the door. Drew's voice came from outside. Anya, can I come in? I'm not dressed, Anya said shyly. Drew's voice came again, tinged with laughter. I know, honey. That's why I'm here. We were in the same room last night. I saw everything Martin did. Anya's face flushed crimson as last night's wild scenes flashed in her mind. She quickly said, Drew, did you bring clothes? Yes, my clothes. You can wear them for now. Later, Martin will take you to buy new ones. Okay, then come in. The bedroom door opened. Drew saw Anya had burrowed back under the covers, only her head exposed, blushing as she looked at her. Drew couldn't help but giggle. Why so shy? It's not like I haven't seen you before. Here, clothes for you. Drew placed the clothes on the chair by the bed and didn't leave. Instead, she glanced around the room and said, We're going shopping today. You can also pick out some decorations for your room. Just choose what you like. Martin's paying. Don't be shy. Everyone does this. I know. Seeing Drew showed no intention of leaving, Anya didn't say anything. She just felt a bit embarrassed as she crawled out from under the covers and started getting dressed. Drew watched the girl with an appreciative gaze, then glanced at the torn fabric on the floor and said with a laugh, Sweetie, was Martin too rough last night? But you can't blame him. You're just too captivating. Anya didn't reply, her face turning even redder. After breakfast, Martin took the girl out shopping. It was the first time Anya realized how incredibly relaxing shopping could be when you had more money than you could spend. There was no need to look at prices, just wrap up whatever you liked. The sales assistants' attitudes were so good it was as if you were their relative. Their excessively attentive service even made her a bit embarrassed. Seeing the items she fancied being packaged up gave Anya an unparalleled sense of joy. Science has long confirmed what many consumers already know. Shopping can make people happy. TL/N, this is Cap. I still remember what I did months ago. Me and my friends drove to SM, Supermall, to buy some furniture for my bedroom. I had a $2,000 budget on me, but it was all gone by the time we left SM. That's when I cried in pain. It doesn't make me happy. Increasing research on brain results shows that shopping can stimulate major areas of the brain, improve mood, and make us feel mentally relaxed, at least temporarily. Seeing a completely renovated display cabinet or finding a long-admired toy seems to activate the brain's reward center, triggering the release of the chemical dopamine, putting you in a shopping excited state. Engels, a professor at Indiana University who studies shopping addiction behavior, says that when people shop in areas outside their residential community, they secrete more dopamine, making people more wasteful, which is why most people spend more lavishly when traveling. And right now, Anya was in exactly that state. By noon, Martin had spent over $200,000 without batting an eye. This included not only Anya's clothes, but also soft furnishings and decorations for her room. Some larger items would only be delivered the next day or the day after. By mid-April, Suicide Squad had finished all its filming. Margot Robbie never found the opportunity to climb into Martin's bed. The beautiful Harley Quinn was somewhat disappointed, but during the wrap party, Martin sought her out and chatted with her for a bit. Margot, you seem a bit down? No, not at all. Why would you say that? Haha, really? Martin laughed, then continued, Margot, I want to tell you that after this film is released, you won't have to worry about money anymore. You'll become a star, earn a lot of money, and have many better opportunities waiting for you. Margot's eyes gradually lit up. Thinking of Martin's past track record, the disappointment in her heart was gradually replaced by hopes for the future. Margot, I actually really admire you. You have acting skills, you're dedicated to filming, and you can definitely achieve the life you want through your own efforts. Thank you, Martin, Margot Robbie said sincerely. Don't mention it. Martin smiled, raised his glass, and clinked it with Margot's. If you run into trouble later, you can call me. Margot Robbie's eyes brightened. I will. Thank you again. After Martin and Margot parted ways, Sophia came over. You seem to think quite highly of her. Yeah, a bit. She's a good girl, a good actress, Martin said, swirling his glass. Really? Then why didn't you sleep with her? Sophia teased. That's too much. Am I the kind of person who sleeps with every woman I meet? Martin said with a wronged expression. Sophia nodded matter-of-factly. Aren't you? Martin chuckled. Of course I'm not. In my eyes, it's clearly you seductive women who are sleeping with me. Luckily, I'm well endowed. Otherwise, I'd have been drained dry long ago and turned into a skeleton. Martin's shameless words left Sophia a bit speechless. Although she had brought up the topic, upon serious reflection, it did seem true. Sophia felt that, at the very least, when she first saw Martin, she had particularly wanted to sleep with him. Time passed idly by. Post-production for Suicide Squad was progressing smoothly. Myers Pictures had several new projects lined up. Among the more important projects, besides Martin's planned self-directed IT, there was also The Martian. Ridley Scott has read the script and agreed to direct the project. However, he hopes to also serve as a producer on this project. As everyone knows, Hollywood is producer-centered. In the process of film and television projects, the producer's authority is higher than the director's. So when major directors join projects, they usually secure a producer title to avoid being hindered during work. Steven Spielberg, Christopher Nolan, and James Cameron all do this. Nolan is a bit special. He doesn't take the title himself, but lets his wife be the producer. And Ridley Scott similarly has the qualification. Agree to his request, Martin said without hesitation. Inside the CAF, Matt Damon was silently reading the script, images constantly forming in his mind. After some time, the CAF door opened. Ben Affleck walked in and sat down directly across from Matt Damon. These two good friends, though now each owning their own places in LA and no longer roommates, still made sure to meet up monthly when their schedules allowed. Matt Damon looked up, seeing the lingering effects of overindulgence on his friend's satisfied face, and couldn't help but say, Dude, you need to rein it in a bit. There's no shortage of actors who can play Batman. If you don't perform well, it'll put Mr. Myers in a tough spot. Ben Affleck felt a bit annoyed internally, but still nodded. All right, I know. I've been partying too much lately. He could still take his old friend's advice to heart. His attention then fell on the script in Matt Damon's hand. Is this the script for that new project you mentioned? Has Martin seen it? What does he think? Holding up the script, Matt Damon revealed a smile. It's fantastic, truly fantastic. Then, with a moved expression, he recited his favorite line from the script, based on the images in his head. Humans have an instinct to help each other. If someone gets lost mountain climbing, people organize a rescue. If there's a train accident, people line up to donate blood. If a city is flattened by an earthquake, people worldwide arrange emergency supplies. This is the most basic human nature, true everywhere around the globe, without exception. Sure, there are a few assholes who don't care about others living or dying, but there are far more people who care than those bastards. No matter what happens, tell the world, tell my family. I've been trying my best to find a way home. Wow, that's a really moving passage. Is it from the script? Yep. Congratulations. Ben Affleck said sincerely. The end of 2015 was approaching. Hollywood media used an article to summarize Hollywood's performance in 2015. Looking back at 2015, if we had to use one word to describe Hollywood films this year, disappointing might be the most fitting. Recall last year, from the Berlin Film Festival at the beginning of the year with the groundbreaking Boyhood and the Grand Budapest Hotel killing it all the way to award season, or from Christmas stretching right past the Oscars with Get Out, or films from previous years like Gravity that were both critically acclaimed and commercial successes. This year, Hollywood films overall presented a rather bleak picture. Whether everyone was making way for the presidential election or respecting the turmoil in Europe, many films with decent pre-release buzz or works by famed directors deliberately postponed their releases to next year. So what was left for us this year was mostly Hollywood theatrical releases lacking force, indie works that were dull and monotonous, and dark horses that came out of nowhere. Even many hardcore film buffs who are usually feasting at this time found themselves fatigued and unenthused. However, although most films this year were disappointing, there were still surprising works. Carol was the most outstanding among them. This film has attracted much attention since its project establishment several years ago. After several rounds of financing and cast changes, it finally premiered at this year's Cannes Film Festival. From that moment on, it became the hottest film of the year, bar none. Whether you follow the film world or not, when you open Twitter or Facebook, you'll find this film has an extremely strong presence. Its quality, of course, didn't disappoint the audience, jumping to become one of the highest-rated films of the year. Besides this, other excellent films this year include the transgender story The Danish Girl, the marriage equality love story Freeheld, the exploration of a gay couple's desire to have their own child in Nasty Baby, and the biopic of Saint Laurent founder Saint Laurent, etc. On the TV side, traditional networks still had quite a few aging but robust works, like Fargo and The Walking Dead, making audiences marvel at their vitality. New dramas were barely worth mentioning, with only The Muppets, Quantico, and Blind Spot being somewhat recognizable. In terms of web series, sites represented by Netflix, Amazon, and Hulu, unshackled by traditional conventions and holding vast data on user preferences, along with better user experience systems, and most importantly, a quality over quantity development policy for series, have allowed web series to secure an important place in the hearts of viewers and media in just 2 years. The talk show world also underwent earth-shaking changes. David Letterman retired. Craig Ferguson, Jon Stewart, and Jay Leno all stepped down. The years-long late-night war between David Letterman and Jay Leno was replaced by Jimmy Fallon and Stephen Colbert, who realized viewers wanted higher-level entertainment forms and more interesting viral videos. But for those late-night show viewers hoping to see sharp, witty dialogue, Seth Meyers managed to combine Jon Stewart's sharp political views with David Letterman's humorous style, his show gradually growing into a stalwart of late night. Variety/reality TV saw little major movement, with only lip sync battle, relying on celebrity guest impersonations and unrestrained spirit, creating a brand new show that achieved both fame and quality in one season. Notably, 2 reality ace shows, America's Next Top Model and American Idol, both announced their conclusion, drawing a period to the era of talent shows. After successfully launching the political conspiracy drama House of Cards, Netflix this year boldly released 2 more brilliantly executed scripted works, Narcos and Bloodline. But, after taking stock of 2015 and past film achievements, we find the name Myers Pictures is unavoidable. Get Out, Carol, Joy, The Muppets, American Idol. This name can be seen in the credits of these films and TV shows, even appearing on Netflix's shareholder list. Since Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer went bankrupt, Hollywood only had the Big Six. Perhaps we can now add Myers Pictures to make it the Big Seven. In fact, this film company founded by Martin Myers at 12 has already, unknowingly, become a behemoth. The year 2016 was shaping up to be another election year. In the original timeline, this showdown would unfold between Hillary and Donald Trump. But even before the new year began, this would-be father-in-law of Martin's had already stumbled due to his big mouth. It started on November 23 during a speech where he claimed that during the 2001 9/11 attacks, he saw on TV people in Jersey City, New Jersey, cheering as the World Trade Center collapsed. Several incumbent New Jersey government officials immediately attacked these statements, calling them completely false. Seeing that he was about to be forced off the stage, Trump cited a 2001 article by then Washington Post reporter Serge Kovaleski, who was working for the Washington Post at the time, that had been dug up by the current New York Times. Trump claimed this report stated, Jersey City authorities detained and questioned some people who were allegedly seen on a rooftop holding a celebration party for the 9/11 terrorist attacks. However, many U.S. media outlets later verified this and found Trump was spouting nonsense again. While Serge Kovaleski did write a related report, its content was about rumors that some people were celebrating, but no related evidence was found. Moreover, Jersey City police never made any arrests. On the evening of November 24th, an embarrassed and angry Trump, during a speech in South Carolina, pointed his middle finger and blamed Serge Kovaleski for not acknowledging his past article. He told the audience, "This poor guy, you should see him. He's like, I don't know what I said, I don't remember." While speaking, Trump deliberately exaggeratedly waved his arms and opened his mouth wide, behavior the media interpreted as mocking Serge Kovaleski's physical disability, causing waves of laughter from the audience. Serge Kovaleski has arthrogryposis, a congenital condition that limits joint movement, with symptoms particularly severe in his right hand and arm. This gesture drew strong dissatisfaction from the New York Times and Serge Kovaleski himself. On November 25th, a New York Times spokesperson publicly expressed anger over this and demanded an apology from Trump. Trump joking about our reporter's physical disability is shocking. But Trump's counteroperation was even more fierce. On the afternoon of November 26th, he issued a statement not only denying that he had mocked Serge Kovaleski, but also demanding that the New York Times apologize for its criticism. "I didn't even know who this reporter Serge Kovaleski was, nor what he looked like," Trump stated. However, a BBC News investigation later found that Serge Kovaleski had interviewed Trump twice, in 1987 and 1993. "We were on such good terms back then that we could call each other by name." Serge Kovaleski was certain this presidential candidate remembered his physical condition and distinctive appearance. Considering his past actions, Trump making such a mocking gesture doesn't surprise me at all. But Trump consistently insisted his memory was fantastic and simply couldn't recall ever being interviewed by Serge Kovaleski. He explained that his exaggerated arm waving and wide-open mouth were describing the look of regret after changing one's tune, and had nothing to do with discriminating against people with disabilities. "I didn't even know he was disabled because I didn't know what he looked like. If I had known, I would never have made any comments about his appearance." Despite the cost and approval ratings, this billionaire continued his attacks on Twitter on November 27th, criticizing the New York Times for poor management and chaos in its operations. "They don't even have financial reserves and are in debt. What a mess." In the dining room, Martin laughed heartily reading the newspaper. He had a premonition that this presidential election was going to be extremely interesting. "Darling, could you tone it down a bit? He is my father, after all," Ivanka said helplessly, her frustration directed more at her eccentric old man than at Martin. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop laughing. By the way, when are you joining your dad's campaign team?" "In January." "Ugh, I feel like it's going to be exhausting." Ivanka sighed. She had a headache that, given her father's occasional counter-operations, she, as the campaign's social relations manager, would probably be left cleaning up his mess. "Martin, are you free soon? My dad wants to meet you," Ivanka said, somewhat embarrassed. Martin knew Donald Trump was seeking his support. Martin stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and agreed. "Okay, let's make it this weekend." Even though he had previously supported Obama, a Democrat, and Donald Trump was a Republican, for the top-tier capitalists of the USA's pyramid, they don't tie themselves to any single party. They only support the winner and their interests. Of course, Martin already knew Donald Trump would win this election, so meeting him once couldn't hurt, right? It would be a good chance to state some of his demands to the other party, mainly focusing on continued U.S. support for Guinea in terms of manpower, technology, and resources, something that had started during the Obama era. If Donald Trump could satisfy him, Martin wouldn't mind switching his support. It would be more convenient anyway. If the other party didn't agree, then he wouldn't mind spending some extra resources, funds, and effort to prop up Hillary Clinton and change the course of history. Of course, he didn't think Trump would refuse. After all, Trump's was very persuasive. The weekend meeting went very smoothly. In private, Trump wasn't as arrogant and ignorant as he appeared. After all, he's a billionaire who built his wealth to massive levels. How could he be a fool? Those who believed he was a fool were the real fools. This guy had high EQ, thick skin, and vast wealth. This stupid, arrogant clown persona was just a character setting. created by his campaign team because they thought it would be more popular. If you carefully observe Trump's words and actions, you'll find that although he is arrogant and rude, he never offends those he absolutely cannot afford to offend. Although he often makes unconventional moves, he never harms his own interests. Plus, this guy loves to perform on the internet. Can't you see it? This guy is basically a big-shot internet celebrity. He truly keeps up with the trends of the times. After meeting with Trump, Martin received a call from Obama. No need to ask, it was definitely to rally support for Hillary Clinton. After all, back when Hillary dropped out of the primary race and fully supported Obama, Obama had promised her his full support when she ran for election. Obama called, inviting Martin to join Hillary's campaign team. Martin politely declined but agreed to contribute some funds to Hillary's campaign. Hedging bets on both sides is standard practice. After chatting with Trump, Martin felt that partnering with this would-be father-in-law was a match made in heaven. This guy loves expressing his opinions online, and currently, the major internet platforms, blog, Twitter, Facebook, are all platforms where Martin is the largest shareholder. By joining forces, Trump could leverage these online platforms to expand his influence, while Martin's websites could gain more traffic. It was a win-win situation. Hillary, on the other hand, was much more conservative, likely due to her female politician persona. She needed to appear intelligent and elegant, unable to be too avant-garde, unlike the shameless Trump. Martin refused. Upon hearing his wife's complaint, Clinton just laughed it off and said to his wife, "Hillary, isn't that normal?" Trump's daughter Ivanka is Martin's woman and also his right-hand woman in business. Hillary was stunned, suddenly thinking of her own daughter. An idea flashed through her mind, but was quickly dismissed. Her husband, Clinton, continued, "Martin's position domestically is basically stable. No matter who comes to power, it won't affect him. What he cares about most now are his investments in West Africa and the Middle East, especially West Africa. What does West Africa need most? Industry, industry, and more industry." So it's no surprise Martin chose Trump. After all, that idiot has the backing of Carlyle Capital, which controls North America's largest real estate private equity fund. Its portfolio includes France's Carrefour Group, the elegant St. Regis Hotels, USA's First Republic Bank, Fairmont Raffles Hotels, Colorado Construction Company, Miramax Films, etc. TL/N. In between these paragraphs is Clinton talking about Martin investment in China. It can be said that the capital behind Trump and Martin have complementary roles. This is something you can never achieve. The biggest capital behind Hillary comes from several Wall Street giants, like Buffett. In December 2015, Buffett publicly expressed his support for Hillary at a campaign event in Omaha. Although a billionaire, Buffett has rarely been involved in political activities over the past few decades. During the 2008 U.S. election, Buffett donated to both Hillary and Obama's campaigns, but never publicly supported either. According to Time magazine, Buffett's high-profile support for Hillary this time was mainly due to her determination to reform taxes. Buffett believes the current tax regulations fail to function as a proper regulatory mechanism and instead provide convenience for the wealthy. He once gave this example. In 1992, the top 400 wealthiest Americans held an average of $46.8 million in assets, with taxes paid accounting for 26.3% of total assets. By 2012, 20 years later, the average assets of the top 400 had breakthrough to $336 million, but taxes paid had dropped to 16.7%. Although the growth in wealth is astonishing, millions of Americans have been left far behind, Buffett lamented. This huge group will not be forgotten by Senator Clinton, referring to Hillary, and that is the most important reason I support her. Michael Bloomberg, former mayor of New York City and founder of Bloomberg LP, also clearly expressed his support for Hillary in July 2015. This billionaire, ranked 8th on Forbes' global wealth list, was once considered one of the loudest third-party forces independent of the Democrats and Republicans, but announced his withdrawal from the race in March of that year. Mr. Bloomberg will express his support for Mrs. Clinton from the stance of a business leader and a nonpartisan figure, declared Howard Wolfson, Bloomberg's senior advisor. The reason was that Hillary publicly stated in her speeches that if she were successfully elected, She would not raise taxes on families with an annual income of less than $250,000 during her term. This promise won Hillary widespread support and ultimately secured the endorsements of Buffett and Bloomberg. So the question is, why do financial giants support raising taxes on the wealthy? Is it because they care about ordinary people? No, that's not it. They just want more money to flow into Wall Street and the financial sector. What is the world's most convenient tax avoidance method? Finance. Whether you want to move funds overseas or invest in a certain company, you cannot do without financial means. By raising taxes on the wealthy, the rich will have no choice but to pour more money into the financial sector to avoid taxes. Some might say, so what? Ordinary people still benefit, right? Well, do ordinary people really benefit? No, they don't. Taxing the rich itself is a highly deceptive slogan coming from capitalists. As long as it's a tax on people, no matter the form or pattern, the burden will ultimately fall on the lower-class workers. Only taxing goods and materials primarily targets capitalists because, for major capitalists, most of their assets aren't liquid mediums of exchange like cash, but rather means of production and goods. This is the solid pillar supporting the capitalist system. So, who uses cash as the mainstay of their household economy? Clearly, it's the working class and the middle class. Therefore, any tax aimed at personal income money will eventually be transferred to these people. If you truly want to make capitalists pay their fair share of taxes, you must move away from relying on a system of personal taxes, especially income tax, and instead establish systems like value-added tax and property tax. Back to the main topic. Clinton, known for his high IQ, saw through Martin's needs at a glance. He said to Hillary, "Darling, I don't think you need to expect Martin to support you fully. It's good enough if he donates some money. After all, West Africa needs construction, not financial tricks that never produce anything. Moreover, Martin's influence on Wall Street isn't weak. Don't think about using special means to force him into line. This guy might be young, but he's definitely not easy to deal with." Clinton understood his wife extremely well. This woman was very strong-willed, very good at disguising herself, but not clever enough. Sometimes she could be controlled by emotions and needed someone by her side to point things out. He continued, "Rather than competing with Martin, it's better to maintain a good relationship with Chaim Sabin. This guy's media resources are what you need." Then he thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I think you should also value the internet media sector. Traditional media may hold the mainstream voice, but the rapid spread of the internet also has irreplaceable advantages." Hillary pondered and said, "I will pay attention to the internet, but my foundation is still mainstream media." "All right, as you wish." Clinton didn't say anything more, mainly because he thought again. His wife's persona had no advantage on the internet. She couldn't be as unrestrained online as that idiot Trump, playing dumb. His wife was destined to lose to Trump on the internet battlefield. If that was the case, rather than being defeated in a weak area, it was better to deepen efforts in strong areas. February 1st, 2016. The opening battle of the U.S. election kicked off in Iowa. This wasn't a war between Trump and Hillary, but rather their respective battles against opponents within their own parties. Although both currently led in polls across traditional and online media. According to previously released U.S. media polls, Republican Trump and Democrat Hillary led their party's candidates in support rates. However, this didn't guarantee they would both win Iowa. The final results were indeed surprising. Trump lost. His Republican counterpart, Tea Party Representative Ted Cruz, won the Iowa Republican primary. Hillary won by a narrow margin. She was neck and neck with Bernie Sanders, whom the media called a socialist, who vowed to cut ties with Wall Street. According to the UK's Guardian, Hillary received 49.89% support, while Sanders got 49.54%, a mere 0.3% difference for a narrow victory. Iowa, seen as the testing ground and trendsetter for U.S. elections, had its primary results decided. In reality, regardless of who won or lost, the road to the White House was long. This was just the beginning. Trump once again made a bold statement. "Congratulations to everyone, but the Republican nomination will ultimately be mine." Meanwhile, Cruz, who had defeated Trump, proclaimed, "The Iowa results show that the Republican candidate, the next U.S. president, will not be chosen by the media, nor by Washington elites. Tonight is a victory for Iowa and the brave conservatives of this great nation. The next day, Martin received a call from Ivanka. Don't panic, darling. This is just the beginning. Based on my analysis, Mr. Cruz's victory in Iowa is largely related to his conservatism. Cruz is the incumbent U.S. Senator from Texas. In 2010, he was one of the key figures in the Tea Party movement. In 2012, he secured the Republican conservative nomination and was first elected senator. This guy is a candidate who knows how to argue for conservative values, such as his stance on gun control and religion. And Iowa is a very small, conservative state. The white population is the majority. Most voters are farmers with strong religious beliefs, devoutly faithful to God. Cruz's conservative style clearly targets the tastes of voters there. In contrast, your father's fool persona isn't welcomed in such places. Elections are a long war. Losing one state doesn't mean anything. Martin's words calmed Ivanka down a bit. Then she began to pour out her frustrations to Martin. Yes, I know it's just a persona he created for himself, but I'm starting to worry he might be enjoying it too much and could actually become like that. Oh God, sometimes when I hear him being mocked, I get so angry. And then there are those eccentric remarks and actions of his. Even though I know they're fake, I always feel embarrassed. Haha, you'll get used to it. To be a qualified politician, having thick skin is one of the essential qualities, Martin said with a laugh. You should learn from your father in this aspect. Look at him. Last October, during a campaign speech, he said, "If I lose in Iowa, I won't talk to you guys anymore." But now he's completely forgotten that statement. Not only does he still chatter away, he even declared victory on the same day he lost. Haha. I will secure the Republican presidential nomination and easily defeat Hillary or Sanders, no matter who the opponent is. How confident is that? That's why ordinary Americans like him. Isn't that just shameless? Ivanka's view of her father contrasted with Martin's. Don't you think my father has been talking a bit too much lately? And a lot of it makes him sound like a bragging fool. Would voters really want someone like that to become the U.S. leader? Ivanka, sometimes portraying yourself as a clown can also win you many fans. People have seen too many of those noble and exalted politicians. The public's eyes are saturated with those perfectly packaged politicians, and over time, it breeds a sense of disgust. Suddenly, a character like your father appears, which can actually make everyone's eyes light up. First, they'll find it novel. Second, they'll feel your father is very relatable. People need some spiritual sustenance. They need psychological and physiological satisfaction. Most people in China are vulgar. The best way for a vulgar person to find satisfaction is to find something even lower than themselves to comfort their soul. TL/N. Kakik. Ivanka listened intently. In Martin's memory, the future global internet trend of appreciating ugliness followed the same logic. Mockery, playing the fool, bizarre behavior. These internet clowns could gain popularity because it was the trend of the times. Big mouth. Then suddenly express some reasonable opinions. This sudden contrast can enhance your appeal. Martin and I think that a series of exaggerated statements first can lower the public's expectations of you. Don't be angry when I say this. It can actually increase your tolerance value. And once you say something that satisfies them, it will enhance their surprise and admiration. Trump's eyes lit up. Martin discussed methods with Ivanka over the phone, making Trump's eyes light up. This aligned perfectly with his campaign team's strategy at the start of the primary elections, though there were some differences. For instance, his campaign team wanted him to occasionally make unconventional statements while mostly expressing mainstream opinions and viewpoints. But Martin and his daughter suggested the opposite. Have him make more unconventional, even extreme, statements to grab attention and popularity, occasionally express mainstream opinions and viewpoints to demonstrate his capability to govern. Add a touch of stunning impact. Trump felt that Martin and his daughter's approach was more to his taste. He was essentially a performer by nature. Good ideas, Ivanka. Go refine these and I'll have my assistants discuss them. Okay, Dad. Watching his daughter leave, Trump leaned back in his chair, feeling quite pleased with himself. He knew many people mocked him for handing his daughter over to Martin as a mistress. So what? A man this. Good, rich, powerful, and capable. Shouldn't he have more women? Just like himself. All right, you can go now. He shuddered slightly and slapped the table. A young, beautiful head emerged from under the desk. March 6, 2016. Martin held a test screening for Suicide Squad. Half a month earlier, the test screening for Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice had been successfully held. Warner Brothers executives and theater chain representatives were satisfied with the film. This let Zack Snyder breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice was made with extreme care in terms of special effects and cinematography. Its failure was due to an overly convoluted story trying to express too much, resulting in many plot lines, Easter eggs, and foreshadowing that weren't clearly conveyed, making it seem chaotic to non-fan audiences. But at the test screening, the executives had reviewed materials provided by Zack Snyder beforehand, so they naturally weren't worried about this point and didn't consider it a major flaw that would affect the box office. After watching Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and then Suicide Squad, everyone could feel that the special effects of the two films were not on the same level. Of course, the difference in film budgets was also significant. After the screening, several theater chain representatives gathered to chat and expressed uncertainty about the box office potential of this film. Hard to believe this is a film directed by Martin. It feels a bit too simple. Man, Martin is human too, not a god. He's bound to slip up sometimes. So you also think Martin might fail with this film? Not necessarily. After all, it's a Martin Myers production. His name alone is worth $200 million. It might not sell as well as his previous films, but it definitely won't lose money. I feel the same way. But Harley Quinn really left a deep impression on me. What's that actress's name? Margot Robbie. She had some intense scenes with Leonardo in The Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, it's her. Soon, Zack Snyder, who had been closely watching Martin's side, heard about the theater chain representative's evaluation of Suicide Squad. Could it be that I might win this competition? The thought of possibly breaking Martin's box office myth made Zack Snyder a little excited. Now, Martin had become a living legend in Hollywood. Which young director didn't want to challenge Martin's professional status? He was like that, Nolan was like that, and the new generation was like that too. This wasn't hatred, but the competitive spirit of industry elites regarding their professional abilities. Mid-March arrived. The annual Oscars came again. The 88th Academy Awards ceremony was held at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, Los Angeles, hosted by Chris Rock. Compared to previous years, the 88th Oscars proceeded steadily on the same old path. The tastes of the Academy jury hadn't progressed much, remaining conservative year after year. In the end, Spotlight, which narrated the media's confrontation with real evil, won Best Picture, reflecting to some extent the Oscars' tendency to favor moral victories and the film industry's pursuit of social justice and human conscience. However, this seemingly righteous move still followed the same path as previous years' films like The Escape of the Dark Knight and 12 Years a Slave. At the Oscars, the political correctness of social topics often matters more than the film itself. But this correctness can only maintain a reputation temporarily. Before the awards ceremony began, the issues of race that had been brewing since 2015 intensified in 2016. Discussions about black and white issues, LGBT topics, and controversies outside films stirred up again, making the Oscars a target of attack, with calls for change from the industry. Watching the 88th Academy Awards, one could only say that Black host Chris Rock was too clever, using a segment where black people were interviewed to satirize those white films, mixing humor with sharpness. Of course, the trend towards diversity at the Oscars still has a long way to go. In the end, Spotlight won Best Picture. Alejandro González Iñárritu won Best Director for The Revenant. Leonardo DiCaprio was nominated for Best Actor for The Revenant, but unlike in the original timeline, he did not win. Brie Larson won Best Actress for Room. This year's Oscars also saw some controversial behavior. Host Chris Rock arranged a skit where Asian children appeared on stage with glasses and briefcases, which was criticized by outsiders as having strong discriminatory implications against Asians. Director Ong Lee and other Asian members of the Academy submitted a joint letter of protest. On March 16, 2016, the Academy issued an apology letter, acknowledging that this had hurt the audience. Meanwhile, the issue of the lack of diversity among Oscar nominees was criticized again. All 20 nominees for the 4 major acting awards, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Supporting Actress, were white actors for the second consecutive year. Black director Spike Lee and actress Jada Smith jointly announced a boycott of the Oscars ceremony held on February 28 in protest. Faced with questioning and boycotts, the Academy held a board meeting and unanimously passed a reform plan to improve the diversity of its membership. This year's Oscars didn't have much participation from Myers Pictures films, so Martin and others were absent. Thus, the most talked about moment of this year's Oscars wasn't Martin, but the reunion of Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet on the red carpet. As time passed, both had begun to gain weight. Many netizens were moved to tears that they could finally see them together in their lifetime. The 2016 election drama was even more spectacular than in previous years. Although plagued by constant troubles due to the email scandal, Hillary Clinton remained the frontrunner in this year's primaries. In the just concluded first battle of the U.S. primary, the Iowa caucus, Hillary narrowly won the Democratic nomination by a mere 0.3% over her competitor, Bernie Sanders. The Iowa caucus was just the first step of a long journey. Whether Hillary could avoid repeating her previous failure in the general election, break the gender barrier, and become the first female president in U.S. history had everyone watching closely. Then there was Donald Trump, this clown-like candidate, unprecedented in previous elections. Although he often spoke nonsense in public, his public support rate bizarrely kept rising. Whenever he occasionally made some reasonable points, the public would praise him to the skies. Look at how netizens evaluated him. I like seeing this guy. He's like my uncle, loves to boast, but isn't lacking in smarts. Haha, Trump is so hilarious. I look forward to seeing what he'll turn this country into after sitting in the president's seat for 24 hours. Did you watch his speech on healthcare reform yesterday? Didn't expect him to say such reasonable things. I think he must be the kind of person who plays foolish but is wise. It was like people were especially tolerant of returning prodigals, but particularly harsh on good people who occasionally make mistakes, even though the former made more mistakes. Whenever Trump occasionally expressed a good viewpoint, it immediately garnered focused attention and approval, whereas those who consistently expressed mainstream views would face disgust and abandonment if they made one wrong statement. This was the cleverness of Martin's strategy. Of course, not everyone could learn this. Trump had a kind of foolish boldness that made people not dislike him when he acted stupid. Instead, he came across as very humorous. It was somewhat like Donald Duck in the classic Disney cartoon Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. Initially, the cartoon only had Mickey Mouse as the lead, and Donald Duck was just responsible for being the mischievous character. Unexpectedly, this mischievous character became extremely popular, so the cartoon later became a dual-lead show, even giving Donald Duck his own solo films. Although Hillary had her own team of advisors, she still liked to hear her husband's suggestions. She knew that although her husband was a womanizer, he was truly intelligent. Female voters are your base, so you must show support for feminist actions. However, for some overly radical actions and statements, use ambiguous language to gloss over them. However, because the female voter demographic is quite complex, factors determining female voting behavior are by no means limited to gender. Race and income level also have huge influences. Therefore, when broken down, the situation of each female subgroup varies greatly. So what we need to do is attract the majority. Among female voters, intellectual women and unmarried women lean more towards the Democratic Party. The former, as victims of workplace gender discrimination, prefer the Democratic Party's policies on equality and progress. The latter includes a large number of single mothers who, unlike intellectual women, have lower economic status and rely on the social welfare policies supported by the Democratic Party. In contrast, married women lean more towards the Republican Party. In the 2012 presidential election, 67% of unmarried women voted for the Democratic Party, while only 46% of married women did. On the other hand, racial factors still play an important role in our political sphere. In contrast to minority women, white women are more supportive of the Republican Party. Obama received 96% of the African American female vote, 76% of the Latina vote, and 66% of the Asian female vote in 2012, but only received 42% of the white female vote. As he spoke, Clinton cited various data off the top of his head, living up to his reputation as a master who, relying on his powerful memory of various data, could leave his opponents speechless in debates. Although she no longer had much love for her husband, whenever Hillary heard her husband speak freely and eloquently, her heart would still ripple. After Clinton finished speaking, seeing his wife calmly looking at him, he smugly straightened his collar and said, "What, captivated?" Hillary stood up, grabbed Clinton's tie, and said, "Let's go." "Do what?" "To bed." 5 minutes later, the old man and old lady finished their exercise. Hillary had private advisors. Actually, Trump did too. His private advisor was his daughter's man, Martin Myers. We can throw out a topic that seems controversial but actually contains deeper implications, Martin said frankly in the video call. And what is everyone most concerned about now? Of course, the Iran issue. Of course, we don't need to directly confront Iran. We can start from the religious angle, and this will also win us favor from the Jewish community. You mean Muslims? An assistant asked thoughtfully. Exactly. For example, if Trump proposed a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on in response to the current situation of frequent terrorist attacks. Hiss. Visibly, the assistants in the video showed expressions of taking a deep breath, and Trump, who had remained expressionless, also showed an interested expression. The Muslim community of 850 million is very unpopular in North America, especially among Jewish people. He didn't even need to think. Once he made this proposal, his support rate in places like Iowa and Utah would definitely soar. Of course, Martin continued, we need to carefully consider our wording when expressing this, not to make our stance too extreme, and simultaneously shift the responsibility to the opponent. Let me give an example. We can say something like, without looking at various polling data, it is obvious that this kind of hatred, Muslims towards the USA, is incomprehensible. Until we can understand and determine how to handle the difficulties and dangers Muslims entering the US bring, we should shut our borders to Muslims. Our country cannot become a victim of horrific attacks by people who believe only in jihad, have no regard for humanity, and no respect for life. Mr. Myers, I can understand that once this topic is thrown out, Mr. Trump's support rate will surge in some states. But where is the deeper implication you mentioned? An assistant asked. Martin nodded and explained, that's exactly what I'm about to say. Something like heat needs topics and debates to sustain it. The above is just the first layer of trigger point. We still have a second layer. Trump's mouth twitched. This was a subconscious action he made when particularly interested in something. The second trigger point of this topic is that this seemingly discordant statement actually presents a constitutional dilemma. Everyone knows the USA is a common law country. Although courts can overturn previous precedents under appropriate circumstances, and even at special historical moments, fundamental shifts in public values and social structure can trigger constitutional moments. In the vast majority of cases, courts are bound by past rulings. And the Supreme Court's past rulings in similar situations are actually favorable to this Muslim ban. First, the Constitution stipulates, the U.S. president holds immense power over immigration matters. Any type of entry restriction is not unconstitutional. The U.S. government can ban foreigners from entering for any reason. For example, in 1889, the Supreme Court famously upheld the notorious Ching-Chong Exclusion Act on the same grounds, one excited assistant said. The others were also nodding constantly. Clearly, these clever fellows had grasped Martin's point. Exactly, the law is very clear. Immigration law is different from other legal fields. Of course, the Supreme Court's ruling means we can enact any law targeting foreigners. As long as these laws don't apply to our own citizens, they should remain in effect. Historically, courts have not interfered with these legislative matters. The Supreme Court is very unlikely to overturn a century-old precedent. If they did, that would mean granting foreigners the same civil and constitutional rights as U.S. citizens. Everyone knows the USA isn't exactly a place of freedom and equality. Martin cracked a joke, and all those assistants laughed understandingly. Only Trump looked puzzled. What's the joke? To avoid embarrassment, he laughed along. Of course, there will definitely be opposition, and I can predict what they'll say. For instance, the problem with this plan isn't just its constitutionality, but more whether the president can unilaterally make such a decision. For example, Congress's Immigration and Nationality Act did not grant the president such authority, and this would undermine congressional authority, etc. Also, past Supreme Court support for various immigration bans was based on nationality or race, whereas the ban we're proposing targets religious belief, which is undoubtedly one of its biggest weaknesses. However, we must understand, we're raising this topic not to win, but to gain heat. So naturally, the bigger the debate, the better. Another assistant said, "To be honest, I suddenly feel this ban is quite feasible. From a legal perspective, this proposal has a 50-50 chance of being ruled constitutional by the Supreme Court." Another assistant added, "Then it would come down to the voters' choice. If they don't want to ban Muslims from entering, they won't vote for Mr. Trump. But if they do want to ban Muslims, well, the current domestic public opinion is very unfavorable towards the Muslim community." A young assistant slapped the table. "Exactly. We can fully present this proposal as Mr. Trump's official political stance to attract those who dislike Muslims to vote for us. Who even likes those Muslims anyway? They're either oil-rich sheiks living in luxury or extremist terrorists. The public has been brainwashed by public opinion. In the USA, aside from Muslims themselves, no one likes Muslims. Haha, we're not French either. Isn't France almost extinct? Because of Muslim immigrants." The assistants, in good spirits, started joking. This time Trump understood and laughed heartily. 3 days later, Trump's team acted, and it indeed caused a huge stir. Supporters and opponents were in an uproar. The Muslim community and those sympathetic to Muslims cursed Trump vehemently, while the Jewish community and large numbers of white groups supported this stance. Soon, under the guidance of interested parties, Trump's proposal sparked a nationwide debate, even drawing commentary from foreign media in Europe, Canada, Australia. The common people were passionately discussing this topic. On February 9, 2016, the key campaign for the nomination in the U.S. presidential primary, the New Hampshire primary, concluded. By 8 p.m., even the latest polling stations had closed. The first-in-the-nation primary state, New Hampshire, unveiled the second act of voting in the election year. Hillary suffered a defeat to her intra-party competitor Bernie Sanders. In the Democratic Party's 93% counted votes, Sanders received 60%, Hillary 38%. Meanwhile, Trump won his first intra-party victory with more than double the votes of his opponents. Clearly, New Hampshire voters gave Trump, with his lack of political experience, high recognition. His populist demands were successfully converted into votes here. Martin's strategy was effective. "Seeing today's results, I'm very happy," said independent voter Charles, a 38-year-old hotel manager who voted for Trump. "It's precisely because he has no governing experience that he will use a businessman's mindset to steer from a common person's perspective. The USA needs such change." With the conclusion of the two initial battles in Iowa and New Hampshire, the candidates' armies immediately moved on to battle in South Carolina. The intensity of the intra-party competition only increased, and the ups and downs of the campaign promised more anxiety. Meanwhile, Martin began preparing for the filming of IT. In the original timeline, this film broke the historical box office record for horror films. However, in this timeline, that record had already been broken by Get Out, and the previous record was also set by Martin's The Sixth Sense. So the current historical box office ranking for horror films is Get Out, $789 million. The Sixth Sense, $724 million. Martin didn't mind breaking his own horror film record again. IT had the capability to do so. At the same time, large-scale promotion for Suicide Squad began. Mr. Snyder, it's been confirmed, Martin's Suicide Squad will be released in August. 3 months later than us. Well, Warner would absolutely not allow their own films to be released in the same period. Zack Snyder calculated. Warner had scheduled his Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice for a May release, and Martin's Suicide Squad for August. One was the opener of the summer season, the other the tail end. Clearly, they valued his work more. Thinking this, he couldn't help but start feeling pleased. The storm caused by Trump's Muslim ban in the U.S. grew increasingly severe. The second hidden trigger point within this proposal was also brought to light. This time, it wasn't orchestrated by Trump's social media team. They hadn't even had time to act before it was spontaneously discovered and detonated by others. People began to focus on the constitutionality of this policy because it sounded so blatantly unconstitutional. Even someone with a rudimentary understanding of the U.S. Constitution could predict that if Trump were elected and actually implemented this plan, it would inevitably be challenged. Not only was the public buzzing about this discussion, but the U.S. legal academia also joined the debate. Jan C. Ting, a constitutional scholar at Temple University and former expert at the U.S. Department of Justice's Immigration Division, believed that this ban targeting Muslim entry was not illegal. Ting argued that the U.S. Constitution grants the president immense power over immigration matters. He stated, "Any form of entry ban declared by the U.S. president is not unconstitutional. The U.S. president can ban undesirable foreigners from entering for any reason." Simultaneously, Ting also mentioned several past Supreme Court precedents, heavily referencing the Ching-Chong Exclusion Act of the past to prove Trump's policy was lawful and proper. When Martin saw this news, he couldn't help but call, "Ivanka, is this person really not arranged by you guys? He's perfectly replicating the talking points we discussed before." Absolutely not. We're also puzzled here. Probably this person genuinely supports the Muslim ban policy. It's his spontaneous action. Haha, that's perfect timing then, saving you a lot of trouble. Exactly. Professor Ting's views gained support from several scholars. For example, Professor Eugene Volokh, a constitutional law lecturer at UCLA School of Law, pointed out during an interview, although Mr. Trump's proposed plan carries a discriminatory religious tone based on Congress's plenary power over immigration matters, as long as the president proposes it and receives congressional support, this plan is definitely constitutional. As Professor Ting mentioned, the Supreme Court is unlikely to oppose its own precedent. Of course, where there is support, there is opposition. Stephen Legomsky, former chief counsel of the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, pointed out, Congress's power to manage immigration is not without exceptions. The Supreme Court has previously limited the powers of the executive and legislative branches on issues like due process. He further indicated that the biggest problem with Trump's plan wasn't just its constitutionality, but more whether the president could unilaterally make such a decision. The Immigration and Nationality Act passed by Congress did not grant the president such authority. If Trump stubbornly insisted, it would undoubtedly damage congressional authority, damage the U.S. political system of democratic separation of powers, and create a more serious constitutional crisis. Considering the debates sparked by Obama's final executive orders on deferred action, Legomsky's concerns were not without reason. If conservatives opposed Obama's actions, they naturally couldn't support Trump's nonsense. Regarding Ting's citation of the Ching-Chong Exclusion Act precedent, Professor Michael Dorff of Cornell University believed that times had changed. The bill itself would unlikely pass in today's Congress, and it was doubtful whether a ruling based on that bill would receive Supreme Court support today. Professor Nancy Morawetz of NYU Law said she simply couldn't believe anyone would advocate adding a religious test to the U.S. entry process. She stated, "It's noteworthy that past Supreme Court support for various immigration bans was based on nationality or race, while Trump's ban targets religious belief. I don't recall the Supreme Court having any precedent for denying entry based solely on religion." Professor Stephen Yale of Cornell Law School believed that for such a ban to be effective, it must receive congressional authorization, and any similar bill would almost certainly not receive Supreme Court support, because this ban directly contradicts the spirit of the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. Former American Immigration Lawyers Association President Annalisa Yanni believed the proposed ban conflicted with many existing U.S. diplomatic treaties. Since there are many Muslims in North Atlantic Treaty countries and Southeast Asian countries, suddenly implementing this policy would inevitably cause diplomatic conflicts with these nations. These two regions are also primary U.S. ally regions, with the most complex and deep diplomatic relations with the U.S. and numerous bilateral agreements. The Muslim ban could touch upon many hidden issues. Implementing this ban would also be difficult because immigration officers often have very limited time to process each entrant. Most times they only rely on passports to conduct the most basic checks on applicants. Professor Yanni believed that no passport in the world has a religion column. Contrary to the public's rigid perception, Muslim followers are very diverse in appearance, dress, and lifestyle. Immigration officers fundamentally cannot easily judge an entrant's religious belief from their appearance. Some scholars stepped outside the fields of immigration law and public international law, attempting to cite other constitutional clauses to argue whether the ban was unconstitutional. Professor Richard Primus, a constitutional law scholar at the University of Michigan, pointed out that the ban did not meet the requirement of being narrowly tailored to a compelling government interest. Based on past Supreme Court rulings, any government law, regulation, measure, or plan must be based on a constitutional and legitimate compelling government interest, and the legislation must be very precisely applied to the group of people targeted by that interest. But Trump's ban proposed banning any person from a religious group with over 1 billion adherents, who are very diverse in race, nationality, and political background, from entering the U.S. Not only was the purpose questionable, but the target group was also extremely imprecise. He further pointed out that although Trump's future government lawyers would defend this ban on national security grounds, that didn't mean the courts would accept their excuses, because the party challenging the ban could easily argue the ban's true motive was based on hostility, theology, or both, and these legislative motives are utterly unconstitutional. Harvard Law professor Lawrence Tribe rejected Trump's ban from the perspective of rights protection. He believed that although most rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution are not automatically granted to foreigners, based on his interpretation of the Constitution, some of the most important constitutional protections, such as religious freedom and due process rights, are not subject to nationality or territory restrictions. He analyzed the constitutional text's wording, pointing out that the Fifth Amendment requires the U.S. government to provide due process protection to any person, and the First Amendment states that Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Neither place imposes restrictions based on nationality or territory. His views were supported by another University of Michigan professor, Richard Friedman, who believed Trump's ban was utterly absurd. Facing the collective attack from legal academia, conservative media like Fox News, Limbaugh's radio show, and Breitbart extensively cited the 1980 ban on Iranian citizen entry, arguing it was very similar to Trump's ban. However, the opposition accused conservative media of taking quotes out of context to deceive the public because the Iranian ban targeted citizens of that country, not followers of a religion. According to the Iranian ban, immigration officers could only investigate an applicant's religious belief when the applicant sought entry based on avoiding religious persecution to determine if they qualified for an exception under the ban. The external discussion surrounding Trump's proposed Muslim ban grew increasingly intense. Meanwhile, the man himself, Trump, was in his campaign office with his team, popping champagne to celebrate. They were thrilled, because the objective had been achieved. After drinking a bit too much, Trump personally called Martin. "Ah, Martin, you genius bastard, be good to my daughter." After saying that, he hung up, leaving Martin on the other end bewildered. On February 13th, 6 Republican primary candidates appeared at a televised debate in South Carolina. They were Jeb Bush, John Kasich, Ted Cruz, Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, and Ben Carson. Martin, who was filming it, also took the crew to collectively watch this debate. From the TV screen, Trump had the strongest presence and was also the largest figure physically. Anya sat next to Martin, brimming with interest. The young lady had just arrived in the U.S. from the UK not long ago and hadn't personally experienced a U.S. election, so she was full of curiosity. At that time, people didn't know how special this debate would be. Shouting, vicious remarks, personal attacks, madness, vulgarity. These words would become the hallmarks of this debate. This over 2-hour-long debate would become an extremely entertaining one in U.S. election history. It might even leave you confused after watching. Was it a slanging match mixed with policy discussions? Or were policy discussions mixed into a slanging match? The atmosphere at the start of the TV debate was somewhat solemn, The 6 Republican candidates observed a moment of silence for the passing of U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. But once the formal debate began, the tone changed drastically. These 6 debaters almost completely ignored the moderator, directly attacking each other in pairs. Sharp, insulting sounds repeatedly rudely interrupted opponents. Slanderous remarks were mixed into discussions on immigration, the Iraq War, and the appointment of the next Supreme Court Justice. Cruz and Rubio had been tearing into each other over immigration for 2 months. In 2013, Rubio had sponsored an immigration plan that could help illegal immigrants obtain legal status. Cruz held a different stance on this. At this debate, the two continued to argue over this topic. Cruz even shouted at Rubio in Spanish, criticizing him for being too soft on immigration and accusing him of supporting Obama's immigration policies. Rubio criticized Cruz as a liar. "Ted Cruz has been lying all along," Rubio said in a sharp voice. Then, Trump got involved, stabbing Cruz by calling him the biggest liar in debate history. Because Ted Cruz had previously criticized Trump for supporting Planned Parenthood funding with federal taxpayer money. In fact, Trump had indeed considered supporting this fund, but after his staff researched premature births, he stated he would no longer provide assistance. Trump continued to attack Cruz. "This guy can talk until the cat come home. He's a nasty guy. Now I know why he can't get support from his colleagues. Because he's a nasty guy." Trump even brought up Cruz's dirty tricks during the Iowa caucuses as evidence. During the Iowa caucuses, a staffer from Cruz's campaign had told voters in the state that Ben Carson was dropping out. Cruz later publicly apologized for this false information. After the Iowa election concluded, Trump had tweeted, publicly firing shots at Cruz. Cruz didn't win in Iowa. He deceived the vast number of voters, so the final result is so unreliable. Cruz definitely couldn't have gotten that many votes. Lowlife. Cruz fired back without backing down. Trump is really something. Now he's defending Carson. Little does he know he previously called Carson a psychopath and linked Carson to child molestation. Oh, and Trump has these weird gestures. Every time you firmly quote something he once said, he jumps up and shouts, "You're a fraud. Liar. Liar." Faced with Trump's constant interruptions, Cruz even educated Trump like a father. "You need to learn not to interrupt like an adult." Later, CNN commented that if there was any camaraderie between Trump and Cruz before, they finally severed ties at this South Carolina debate. Watching the candidates arguing until they were red in the face, Jeb Bush, who was also participating in the debate, expressed amazed helplessness and criticized, "You're cursing like this. Who knows how many of you will end up dropping out." However, the most intense confrontation in this debate belonged to the battle between Trump and Jeb Bush. Trump started from the 9/11 attacks, continuously criticizing Jeb Bush and his Bush family. "It's very clear the Iraq War was a huge, fat mistake," Trump said. In 2015, Jeb had defended his brother, former U.S. President George W. Bush, on the Iraq issue. Trump continued to mock Jeb Bush. He spent 5 days twisting whether the Iraq War was a mistake or not. Finally, someone next to him told him it was a mistake, and only then did he follow up and say that war was wrong. Even though everyone knows it was a mistake, it was a tremendous mistake. We should never have sent troops to Iraq. It destroyed Middle East stability. Trump even asked Jeb, should President Bush, W., have been impeached at that time? Faced with the criticism, Jeb chose to fight back. "Always attacking my family. I've had enough," he said. "Frankly, I don't care about Trump's many insults towards me, but I can't stand him pointing fingers at my family. My father is the greatest man I know. And my brother, while Trump was doing his reality TV show, established mechanisms to provide security for the nation. I am proud of his actions." Trump angrily retorted, "The World Trade Center collapsed. I lost many friends. The Twin Towers were attacked and fell during your brother's administration. Did he keep us safe? He did not." Attacking the Bush family, Jeb said to Trump, "If you have the guts, you should go around with my mother. She's the toughest person I know. I'm lucky to be her son." Trump directly used a fierce line to counter Jeb. Then maybe your mother should run for president." This line made countless U.S. people in front of their TVs laugh out loud and directly increased Trump's public support rate by 0.3%. And Jeb Bush henceforth gained the nickname Mama's Boy. To be honest, Trump's performance persona is very suited to this kind of multi-person debate brawl. He became a sort of mascot, chiming in on everything. During the debate, the death of Antonin Scalia, one of the 9 Supreme Court justices, also sparked discussion among the Republican presidential candidates. Trump loudly exclaimed, "What we need to do about appointing a Supreme Court justice is delay, 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 delay." Except for Jeb Bush, all other Republican candidates expressed disapproval of Obama in nominating a candidate for the Supreme Court justice position. Although Jeb didn't believe Obama could ultimately nominate a widely accepted candidate, he still stated on stage, "Nominating someone to serve as a Supreme Court justice is within the president's constitutional authority." But his words seemed somewhat inconsistent. The U.S. presidential debates were thus mired in a war of words. The UK's Daily Telegraph commented that this third debate was the nastiest verbal confrontation among Republican candidates so far, with many candidates losing their composure. The Washington Post called this debate the most vulgar language clash. Although U.S. presidential elections have often been criticized by the outside world for the war of words between candidates, the 2016 election's war of words was unusually fierce. Especially in the several Republican debates featuring the loudmouth, Trump, the candidates attacked each other with ferocious intensity, and the criticism he faced grew sharper. The BBC commented, "This year's election process is too flashy but lacks rationality." The New York Times commented, "Vulgar, mean, private, and humorous. So far, the 2016 election battle, the noisy election season every day is hijacked by the Trump war of words and poll struggles. The bigger picture is easily obscured. The bizarre has become normal." Although criticized by the media as having no bottom line, according to data released by the market research firm Nielsen, this TV debate became the most-watched multi-person debate in the U.S. presidential election in nearly a decade, reaching 13.51 million viewers and setting a new viewership record. CBS also stated that the viewership peak for this debate occurred between 10 o'clock and 10:30 p.m., with viewership soaring to 14.63 million people, also making it the most-watched TV debate among adults aged 25 to 54 this year. The most interesting part is that Trump, who sprayed everyone with verbal attacks during the debate, was later panned by most mainstream media, seen as exposing his vulgar and ignorant nature, and was considered the loser of this debate. But among ordinary Americans, many were enamored with Trump's unrestrained rhetoric, even imitating his line, "You should let your mother run for election." For example, on various talk shows or in NBA arenas, "You should let your grandma play ball." Clearly, this debate had a significant impact on Jeb Bush. He became a laughingstock, the mama's boy. For days after the debate ended, on February 20th, Jeb Bush announced he was suspending his presidential campaign, shattering the dream of a third Bush president in U.S. history. Last June, in sunny Miami, the former governor of Florida officially announced his candidacy for the 2016 U.S. presidential election. He was once considered the frontrunner within the Republican Party, and U.S. media widely predicted that 2016 would be a showdown between the Clinton dynasty and the Bush dynasty. This year, Jeb suffered crushing defeats in the first 3 primaries, his support plummeting like Waterloo. Jeb had no chance of turning the tables. Continuing the campaign would only make him a backdrop for others. The Washington Post described Jeb's withdrawal from the race as one of the most stunning failures in modern U.S. political history. Amid the sighs, the outside world began to analyze why Jeb withdrew in defeat, identifying 2 main reasons for his disastrous loss. First, he struggled to distance himself from the Bush family. Second, he misjudged his key intra-party rival, Trump. Looking back at Jeb's performance in the 3 primaries, it was utterly miserable. In the first primary in Iowa on February 1st, he ranked 6th, garnering a mere 2.8% of the vote. In the New Hampshire primary, he ranked 4th, securing 7.9% of the vote. In the South Carolina primary, Jeb's campaign fortunes still didn't improve, ranking 4th with just 8.6% of the vote. Relying on the powerful influence of the Bush family, at the start of the campaign, His imposing fundraising ability swept aside all other Republican opponents. According to previous reports by the Washington Post, within 2 weeks of announcing his presidential bid, Jeb raised $114 million, but donations of $200 or less accounted for less than 3% of that. His money all came from corporations and big capital. His proportion of huge personal donations ranked first among all Republican candidates, showing that Jeb had major corporations supporting him from behind. Unfortunately, Jeb failed to convert the advantage of his massive campaign funds into a support advantage. His campaign funds couldn't bring strength, it was just a kind of helplessness. When Martin saw this news, he couldn't help but snort coldly. The Texas corporations behind the Bush family were also at odds with him. The competition between the two sides had started since the time of the younger Bush's presidency. His support for Trump might well have been intended to suppress the Texas corporations. Of course, if they're called Texas corporations, then they should stay coiled in Texas. There's no need to run amok worldwide. The world is mine, the future Super Myers Financial Group. Actually, speaking of which, Trump wasn't just Jeb's nemesis. He was also the nemesis of the 4 other Republican candidates. When he first announced his candidacy, almost 90% of people thought Trump was just there to make up the numbers, using the election platform to increase his exposure for his business. But no one expected that this also would, from the start of his campaign, rely on his unconventional remarks and sharp style to gradually gain favor among voter groups. For everyone participating in this year's election, Trump was an unprecedented opponent, different from others. He would launch personal attacks against his campaign rivals instead of engaging in proper policy debates, and he used provocative remarks to dominate media coverage. In reports related to the election, his provocative statements occupied every front page. Trump aroused fear, despair, and anxiety among voters, and thus gained votes, commented Sally Bradshaw, chairman of Jeb's campaign team. It's really difficult to deal with Trump in a conservative way. Jeb is not someone who gets angry easily, but voters wanted him to show anger, and he couldn't do it. And rival Cruz even said bluntly, Trump is a catfish. No one is accustomed to him, and they can only passively respond. Now, the major campaign teams faced the problem: how to deal with Trump. Some campaign advisors advocated actively responding to, even challenging Trump, wanting to create a one-on-one duel atmosphere with him. Other campaign advisors held opposing views, believing Trump was just a flash in the pan who wouldn't last long and would soon withdraw from the race. Some advisors even used "don't lock yourself in a pigsty and wrestle with a pig" to advise their employers. So, how would you deal with this fool? Clinton asked Hillary. Hillary, however, said in surprise, "Do you really think that loudmouth will win the Republican primary?" Clinton showed an equally surprised expression. "Do you think he won't?" Once again, his estimation of his wife's political acumen dropped a notch. Her political sensitivity was a bit lacking. If it were him, he would have long considered Trump his ultimate rival. It seemed her team of advisors wasn't particularly special either. After some thought, Clinton decided to reduce his level of involvement in the campaign going forward. He couldn't waste his rallying power and credibility on a predetermined failure. As one of the smartest and most capable presidents in U.S. history, Clinton was very decisive. In the original timeline, he suddenly reduced his involvement in Hillary's campaign process, likely because he saw his wife's declining trend and didn't want to waste more time and reputation. Hillary's political mind and tactics are far inferior to her husband's. In the studio, Martin and Sophia were also discussing topics related to the election. From her recent statements, it seems she hasn't mastered engagement on women's rights issues well. You must know, although her base consists of those women's rights supporters, she can't forget that the current North American political ecosystem is still male-dominated politics. You can't overlook male voters just because you support women's rights. In my view, she hasn't balanced this aspect well. Even among women, not everyone supports her. After all, most North American women depend on men. Those elite working women, female white-collar workers, are after all a minority, and most sacrifice marriage. Those housewives don't particularly like Hillary either. I don't believe Clinton hasn't reminded her of these things. Sophia said, the financial groups behind Hillary aren't supporting her strongly enough. Like the 3 financiers, they say they support her, but only provide financial assistance without deeply participating in her voting activities. Martin smiled. They like Hillary's tax policies but won't support women's rights organizations on her behalf, so maintaining this arm's-length attitude is best. Is it wrong for women to demand more power and more equality? Sophia was a bit angry. That's not it. Actually, whether it's women's rights or men's rights, it's not about right or wrong. It's just two genders competing for social power. Right now, men hold more power. If women want to take more, then what men hold will decrease. The three financiers will definitely side with their own gender. Martin explained. Sophia suddenly asked, Martin, what about you? Do you support women? I see many of your novels and films have female protagonists. Martin laughed. I only side with beautiful beings, regardless of gender. TL/N. What about beautiful men? Slippery, Sophia thought. Martin was being evasive, not knowing he was telling the truth. Martin continued. Hillary will probably play the race and gun control cards next. This was one of Clinton's killer moves during his campaign. Honestly, in terms of governance philosophy, I somewhat agree with some of Hillary's policies. But the gun control issue is something no one in power can solve. Clinton only brought it up to attract voter support. He didn't achieve anything in this area during his tenure. Haha, such a good tactic. Hillary is bound to copy it. As Martin predicted, on February 27th, the results of the South Carolina Democratic primary came out. Presidential candidate, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, defeated her intra-party rival Sanders with an overwhelming advantage, winning 3 out of 4 primaries, further widening the gap with Sanders. Before the South Carolina primary, Hillary had launched targeted propaganda in the state. She received strong support from South Carolina Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn and constantly emphasized gun control issues and other topics of concern to minority voters in the state. This contrasted sharply with Sanders, who only discussed income distribution inequality in South Carolina. Not everyone dares to mention the sensitive issue of gun control, even just talking about it. Hillary's strength comes from her husband's Clinton family behind her. Speaking of the most powerful political families in the U.S., many might think of the Kennedy family and the Bush family. Actually, the Clinton family is not inferior to these two. Although before Clinton became U.S. president, no one in this family had ever reached the highest executive power stage in the U.S. However, the Clinton family has been cultivating the U.S. political scene for many years, with their own people placed in many key departments, such as the FBI, CIA, military, supervisory departments, and tax departments. These are all truly powerful departments. It is through continuous infiltration of the U.S. core power layer over generations that the Clinton family laid a deep foundation, enabling Bill Clinton to rise to the top in one step. Moreover, the Clinton family strongly believes in physically eliminating enemies. On July 10, 1993, White House Deputy Legal Counsel, Clinton's close friend, Hillary's confidant, campaign treasurer, long-term partner of the Little Rock Law Office, owned by the Clintons, Vince Foster, died from a gunshot wound to the head. His body was found in Fort Marcy Park. No bullet was found, but it was still ruled a suicide. One witness stated there was no wound at first, but later a gun suddenly appeared on him. At the time, this person was under investigation for involvement in massive money laundering. Ron Brown, former U.S. Secretary of Commerce, died in a plane crash. No passengers or crew survived. Autopsy results showed a wound on Ron's skull. He had publicly stated he hoped the Clintons would face legal consequences for the Whitewater case. A few days after the air crash, the air traffic controller on duty committed suicide. Also dying because of the Whitewater case was James McDougal, once the Clintons' investment partner, later a key breakthrough in the Whitewater case. He died of a sudden heart attack while alone under isolation inspection, though he had no history of heart disease. In November 1993, Ed Wiley, who raised campaign funds for Clinton, was shot dead on the day his wife publicly accused Clinton of sexual harassment. He was shot in the head, and police still ruled it a suicide. Mary Mahoney, a former White House intern, worked for Clinton's campaign in the White House from 1992 to 1995. She was a friend of Lewinsky and held important evidence of Clinton's sexual scandal. In July 1997, Mary and 2 colleagues were shot dead in a Starbucks coffee shop. Mary was hit by 5 shots, each fatal. Previously, the investigation into Clinton's sexual scandal had just begun, and in the original timeline's future. On June 22, 2016, former UN official John Ash died at home from a barbell hitting his throat. At the time, he was pleading guilty to bribery charges and was about to testify against the Clinton family before trial. He used a weight to crush himself to death. On June 23, 2016, author and news editor Mike Flynn died suddenly at just 48, cause of death unknown. His last published article was titled, Clinton Cash: How Bill and Hillary Clinton Set Up Their Own Fund. Budget in 2014. On August 1, 2016, famous reporter Victor Thorne died mysteriously at home. He was a longtime researcher and critic of the Clinton family. His new book, Why Hillary Should Not Enter the White House, had just been published. At 4 a.m. on July 11, 2016, in a well-secured upscale community in Northwest Washington, Seth Rich, a senior staffer for the Democratic National Committee, was shot dead just a block from home. His girlfriend said, during the struggle with the assailant, his hands and knees were injured, his face was wounded, and he was shot twice in the back. Police called it a robbery-homicide, but Seth's belongings weren't taken, and he sustained multiple injuries. He had previously worked for Clinton's partner Scott Klebe, and the FBI was about to subpoena him. In 2010, Bill Clinton diverted $2 million from the Clinton Foundation's charity funds to Klebe's Energy Pioneer Solutions Company in an improper manner. This was exposed in May 2016. In 2017, Peter Smith, who was independently investigating Hillary Clinton's email scandal, was found dead from suicide in a Minnesota bar. A suicide note stated it was due to deteriorating health and expiring health insurance. But his suicide method was extremely strange. He put a helium-filled bag over his head, and as oxygen was depleted, he suffocated to death. On August 9, 2019, Lolita Island owner, billionaire, Clinton friend, Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in jail. 2 days before his suicide, he had stated he would absolutely not kill himself. He was held at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, where all cell facilities are meticulously designed to prevent inmate suicide. Additionally, the cell had 24-hour surveillance, ensuring guards could monitor Epstein at all times. But on the day Epstein hanged himself, the surveillance malfunctioned. The guard watching him coincidentally fell asleep. In May 2022, former Clinton senior advisor Mark Middleton committed suicide. 9 months later, the Arkansas Medical Examiner released a report stating that on the day of the incident, Middleton left home, went to a farm 30 miles away he had never visited, hanged himself from a tree, and then shot himself in the chest with a shotgun. Yes, the report literally said that, hanged first, then shot. It's hard to imagine how such a high-difficulty suicide action was accomplished. What The Godfather? What Corleone family? They're extremely weak. What House of Cards? Just entertainment. U.S. film and television works and literature that expose darkness can never surpass their real-world darkness. The Clinton family has a nickname in U.S. politics, the Bloodline Clan. Their methods speak for themselves. The Bloodline Clan is precisely the source of strength that gives Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton back in the day the courage to take on solving the gun control issue as one of their campaign slogans. Even powerful, notoriously tough entities, like the National Rifle Association and the firearms trade, are unwilling to offend this clan, known for physically eliminating enemies, over a proposal that will never pass. However, Hillary's opponents don't dare to be so reckless. They don't even dare to bring it up. So in South Carolina, with its high black population and severe gun proliferation, they decisively lost to Hillary. So was my guess right? During a filming break, Martin placed the newspaper in front of Sophia and asked smugly. The newspaper featured a photo. In the center was a formally dressed Hillary Clinton, with 5 ordinary black women standing behind her. Looking at the content, it turns out, to highlight Hillary's focus on issues concerning non-white Americans and gun control, she had invited 5 black mothers from across the U.S. to her campaign rally on the 23rd. These black mothers had all lost children to gun violence. They have lost their children. Their pain is unimaginable. But they did not sink into agony. Instead, they transformed their grief into strength, into a movement for gun control, Hillary discussed. Martin said meaningfully. The Clinton family has a bloodline of certain vengeance. Moreover, this family is utterly ruthless. So if you become their enemy, it's best to strike them down with one blow. Otherwise, you will inevitably face a fierce counterattack. And as their friend, that's even worse. You might be discarded as a pawn at any moment. Then you should warn Trump, Sophia said. Haha, I warned him long ago. I even assigned 4 extra bodyguards to Ivanka, Martin said. Over the years, as his infiltration into various U.S. power departments deepened, he had learned many secrets. The scandals of the Clinton family could fill 12 filing cabinets, dating back 42 years. On February 28th, the Oscars were held as scheduled. This year's Oscars still had little to do with Martin, so no need to elaborate. March 1st, officially joined the Suicide Squad film crew. Initially, she was just there to observe and learn. Her scenes hadn't started yet. On the same day, the U.S. election's Super Tuesday battle was about to begin. March 1st was the 2016 U.S. elections Super Tuesday. On this day, both the Democratic and Republican parties would hold primaries in over 11 states. If the Iowa caucuses and the New Hampshire primary were the trendsetters of this election, then Super Tuesday was the decisive battle for the presidential nomination. Its results would determine the fate of the presidential candidates, whether they would withdraw in defeat or move closer to their party's nomination. At this point, the Republican presidential candidate, real estate tycoon Trump, and the Democratic presidential candidate, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, were leading within their respective parties. Whether they could win this decisive battle during Super Tuesday attracted much attention. Martin was also very focused on this primary. That night, he brought Sophia and Annie together to watch the live TV broadcast of the voting results in his room. For some reason, both women had slightly flushed faces. Super Tuesday is a critical time point in the primary stage. The number of states holding intra-party primaries or caucuses on this day exceeds that of any other day during the primary season. Taking today's Super Tuesday, March 1st, as an example, a total of 11 states held their primaries, including Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Georgia, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Virginia. Due to the vast number of states involved, spanning the East, West, South, and North of the U.S., Super Tuesday is highly representative in terms of voter demographic proportions, racial composition, and cultural and religious backgrounds. Therefore, Super Tuesday is often the first major test for presidential candidates from both parties. The primary results on this day also have clear and decisive indicative significance. Generally speaking, only candidates who gain broad political recognition during Super Tuesday can represent their party to defeat the opponent in the November general election. Who do you think will win? Sophia asked. Trump and Hillary, Martin said. I wonder if there will be any surprises? Trump isn't very popular with the conservative faction, and Hillary is also criticized for her overly radical feminist views, Sophia said. Martin shook his head. Unlikely. The final result was just as he said. Fundamentally, the candidates from both parties continued the primary trends from the earlier states. On the Republican side, the anti-establishment maverick candidate Trump swept through 7 states like an autumn wind scattering leaves, securing 319 delegate votes and taking a commanding lead. The second-place extreme conservative candidate Cruz barely held on to Alaska, Oklahoma, and Texas, 3 states, with 226 votes, becoming the last hope to stop Trump. The third-place establishment candidate Rubio only won 1 state, Minnesota, with a total of 110 votes, falling far behind. Kasich and Carson had final vote counts of 25 and 8, respectively, basically already out of the running for the presidential election. On the Democratic side, Hillary Clinton won 7 states on Super Tuesday, leading Sanders, who won 4 states, by nearly 200 votes in the final delegate count, 595 to 405. If the number of superdelegates who had already expressed support for Hillary was included, Hillary led Sanders by a nearly half margin of 1,052 to 427 votes. That fool actually won. Similarly, watching the results at home, Hillary looked somewhat uncomfortably at Trump on TV. She had a premonition of how much venom this loudmouth would spew at her during their future competition. Take it easy, dear. Bill Clinton comforted her. This guy's verbal attacks indeed have a strange or rogue's reckless punches can defeat a master. Feel. But as long as you aren't affected by his words, he can't disturb you. Don't be dragged into his area of expertise. He likes personal attacks. Let him do it. Though he said this, Clinton thought to himself, judging from Trump's support rate, voters enjoy watching mudslinging. It's a pity Hillary can't abandon her wise and talented woman persona. Otherwise, if she really stopped caring and had a shouting match with Trump, it might achieve unexpected results. No, that's not right. When it comes to talking, especially the insulting kind, Hillary is no match for that fool. Clinton shook his head, wishing he could step in himself. He believed that with his debating skills, he could absolutely defeat Trump without resorting to profanity. The former debate Prince was very confident in his eloquence. The filming of it proceeded extremely smoothly. Although several main characters in the cast were kids, and underage actors were the hardest to handle in Hollywood. But under Martin's magical influence, these little brothers and little sisters were all incredibly obedient. There was also Anya. Though the girl was already 19, her naturally innocent face allowed her to play a middle school student without any pressure. In all of Hollywood, there were plenty of actresses with that timeless beauty. But few could pull it off quite like Anya. She didn't belong to the gentle and sweet type, nor to the cool and elegant crowd. Sometimes she was like an angel fallen to earth, blinking her pair of clear, big eyes, sparkling with light. Other times, she was like a little temptress bewitching hearts. Every frown and smile carried a sly flavor. And sometimes, her beauty seemed to hint at a dangerous aura. That naturally emanating mysterious quality was exactly why horror film directors kept seeking her out in the original timeline. The murderous intent hidden beneath fragility in The Witch, the desperate courage erupting from fear in Split, and in The Queen's Gambit, that extraordinarily calm, clever genius, effortlessly controlling the situation, defeating opponents, toying with men between her palms, then lighting a cigarette and turning cold as a stranger. Honestly, Anya was perfect for portraying characters with such stark contrasts. Martin also felt that this role in it was a bit of a waste for Anya. It was too easy for her. She could easily steal the show without the others even realizing it. From the on-screen feel, whenever Anya appeared, the protagonist's presence would weaken. At the same time, Anya was also the object of pursuit for several young boys in the cast. Jaden Martell, Finn Wolfhard, Chosen Jacobs. These 13- and 14-year-old boys were utterly smitten with Anya, pulling out all sorts of flattery despite their young age, sending snacks, toys, even love poems. Then, Anya broke all the boys' hearts. Even Jaden Martell, the male lead, when Anya publicly declared her crush was Martin, grabbed a prop sword from who knows where and wanted to duel Martin. Martin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hollywood kids sure grew up fast. Then he snatched the prop sword away and, with full malice, had the on-set tutor pile a bunch of homework on the kid. The little guy cried, sobbing while doing his assignments and vowing that when he grew up, he'd definitely defeat this hateful dragon Martin and rescue his princess, Anya. Sophia, who watched the whole thing, laughed hysterically and said to Martin, "Aren't you being too much? He's just a kid." Martin, however, said matter-of-factly, "He dared to eye my woman. Of course I have to show him some color. Kids are supposed to do homework. If they're chasing girls like adults, it means they don't have enough assignments." Sophia, haha, you're so mean. With Jaden Martell's cautionary tale, the other kids wilted, submitting to Martin's tyranny, and no longer dared to show any interest in Anya. As filming progressed, Sophia gained a deeper understanding of it and admired Martin's mind more and more. This isn't just a simple horror film. There's profound meaning hidden within. She carefully pondered the script in her head while saying to Martin, "The story is straightforward, adapted from horror master Stephen King's novel, but the backgrounds you've given each character bring a special connotation to the tale. On one hand, there's the clown's brutality, driving the film's horror attributes. On the other, the protagonist group, Bill, Richie, Mike, Stanley, Eddie, Beverly, their situations are succinctly pointed out. They've all endured violence from school or family. In every way, they're the recognized losers. When they unite to defeat the clown, The clown isn't just a clown anymore. It also represents the humiliations and bullying they've faced all along. What they defeat isn't just that murderous clown, but the clown mocking them deep in their hearts at that moment. Friendship and encouragement, courage and perseverance. That's the true theme this film wants to express. This journey to conquer the clown is also their journey of growth. At this point, Sofia Coppola couldn't help but sigh. Martin, how do you have so many wonderful ideas in your head? It seems like you can always bring something different to a genre film. District 9, Get Out, it are all like that. Sometimes I really envy you. Martin smiled and hugged Sofia, gently patting her back. Such a wonderful genius like me. Isn't he your man? So, you're the most amazing one. Sofia giggled and pouted. You're not just mine. Martin shamelessly said. Don't be so stingy. Something too great can never be enjoyed alone. Oh God, Sofia said in a tone of mock horror and sarcasm. Why can you say such arrogant things in such a natural tone? You said it yourself. I'm a genius. Martin laughed. After Super Tuesday, Trump's massive lead left many mainstream media outlets stunned. Even in a country like the U.S., where political hypocrisy ran rampant, Trump, the Republican candidate who had just surged ahead on Super Tuesday, still seemed too bizarre. This guy had no political experience whatsoever. He was a businessman, and one with a strong entertainment flair, known for his shockingly outrageous statements. He'd once publicly released a senator's private phone number to voters, blatantly exposing someone's privacy. He'd also openly questioned whether Obama was born in the U.S., forcing Obama to produce his birth certificate. Even then, he stubbornly insisted he still couldn't fully believe Obama was born in the U.S. After all, birth certificates could be faked. One of Trump's campaign planks was building a 1,000-mile wall along the U.S.-Mexico border to stop illegal immigrants, and he emphasized again that the Mexican government would pay for it. When Mexico's president declared they wouldn't fund such a thing, Trump's first reaction was, because you said that, the wall now has to be 10 feet taller. Trump claimed the Mexican government was sending rapists to the U.S. and said he wanted to ban all Muslims from entering the country. When Trump first announced his run for the Republican nomination, no one took him seriously, and they were happy to see him join in. Because everyone thought this guy was just there to play along. He could bring some entertainment to the campaign process, like a clown, and boost viewership while drawing public attention to the Republicans. But once Trump started building a lead, they couldn't sit still. Politics was an elite game, and the presidency was the ultimate prize. How could they let a clown get it? So the attacks began. Mainstream media started flooding with negative news about Trump, whether from Republican-leaning or Democratic-leaning outlets. Some called Trump America's Hitler, others Berlusconi. Either way, he was portrayed as wanting to be a dictator or an oligarch. Recently, there was even a report where a former CIA director told reporters that if Trump were elected president, the military might disobey orders, and the U.S. could face a coup. Why did such an absurd thinker, with bizarre statements and a hint of racism, receive so much support? The main reason was that more and more ordinary citizens were getting involved in the election. This could be seen from the level of presidential speeches in previous cycles. Since the founding of the U.S., politicians' vocabulary had become increasingly simple. The first U.S. president, George Washington, in his 1796 farewell address, reached a graduate-level complexity, 17.9 grade. Abraham Lincoln's 1863 Gettysburg Address was at an 11th grade level. John Kennedy's famous line in his 1961 inaugural address, "Ask not what your country can do for you," was at 13.9 grade. Now, most U.S. domestic policy speeches, including Obama's, were only at an 8th grade level. U.S. historian Jeff Schiessel once wrote speeches for former President Bill Clinton. In a 2014 interview with The Atlantic, he said, "This change is easily seen as a dumbing down of the White House, but it's actually a sign of democratization." In the early days, presidents could assume their audience was like them, educated landowners with civic consciousness. Back then, only those people had voting rights. But as time passed, more people gained the vote, and presidents had to consider a broader audience. A leader's job isn't to educate the public, Jon Favreau, who wrote speeches for Obama, told the Boston Globe. It's to inspire and persuade them. A clear fact was, in this era of bombastic rhetoric and 140-character tweets, candidates had to use simple, powerful language to capture voters' attention. The Boston Globe analyzed 19 U.S. presidential candidates on the 20th and found that those using the most basic language performed best in polls, while those piling on complex vocabulary performed the worst. Let's see who was the best and worst. According to the Boston Globe's analysis, Republican candidate Donald Trump's announcement speech used language at only a fourth-grade level. Yet, he exceeded everyone's expectations, leading in polls almost from the moment he announced his candidacy. The one reaching 10th-grade eloquence was Virginia's former governor, Republican candidate Jim Gilmore. Never heard of him? Considering his lackluster speeches, it's no wonder. Public policy polls showed this former governor's support rate was under 1%, so low he couldn't even make it into the Republican warm-up debates. The elites, of course, didn't like Trump, but ordinary people did, and they were the majority. That was why Trump could lead by a wide margin in the race. Ivanka called Martin with the good news and thanked him for the idea he'd given her dad. "Martin, you're amazing. How did you think of it?" Ivanka said excitedly. "Simple data analysis. Compare the winners' speeches from previous presidential elections, systematize the similarities and differences, and you get the results." Actually, many people had sensed this trend early on. They just didn't take it seriously. Life's pace is getting faster. Simpler language can help ease voters' anxiety. As world problems become more complex and dangerous than ever, Americans want a confident leader who can provide simple, or at least seemingly simple, solutions. Plus, in this fragmented information age, no one likes listening to esoteric ramblings. Ordinary people aren't idle scholars. They're busy with life. They prefer straightforward, concise statements they can grasp without thinking and respond to. On the other end, Ivanka had the phone on speaker, and a group of Trump's aides sat around it like elementary school kids. Trump pursed his lips and said seriously, "Listen up, everyone. Hear this, learn from smart thinking." Martin caught Trump's words and immediately understood the situation on the other side. So he said, "Hey, guys, no need for that. The credit isn't all mine. I just provided a framework. It's you who turned it into results. You designed some great slogans for me. Simple, crude, and impactful, like 'Make America Great Again,' 'I'm really rich,' 'Politicians are all talk and no action,' and so on. Very clever." Trump grinned, and the aides around him smiled too. Trump said, "Martin, what do you think of my idea to build a wall along the U.S.-Mexico border? Isn't it brilliant?" "Martin," Trump continued, "Oh, and I debunked those idiot environmentalists' hype about wind and solar power. That stuff definitely can't solve problems. What green energy, what political correctness, it's all bullshit." Trump's tone was utterly dismissive as he said, "Oil and natural gas are the mainstays. And why should we let OPEC set oil prices, and the U.S. just follows?" "That's not right." Martin nodded. "That's a good point. It fits public expectations." Martin sometimes felt that the world was truly fantastical. He was filming a movie about defeating a clown, yet in reality, he was propping up a clown, helping him achieve victory. And interestingly, just as the Republican primary battle was heating up fiercely, the outgoing President Obama was enjoying his highest approval rating in recent years. According to Business Insider's news site, based on the latest data from professional polling firm Gallup, U.S. President Obama's job performance approval rating for the latest week, February 29th to March 6th, surged to its highest in 3 years, reaching 50%, a 5% increase from 2 months ago. For Obama, whose approval had hovered around 40% throughout his second term, this was undoubtedly a massive boost. Analysts say this growth might put more pressure on Republicans. Even funnier, as the Republican frontrunner, Trump's net favorability was low, truly unprecedented. In a recent net favorability survey by NBC and the Wall Street Journal, Trump ranked dead last among current candidates and politicians, at just -39%. Hillary was at -13%. In comparison, the top 2 candidates were Kasich, 19%, and Sanders, 7%, who also received the least attacks in the recent campaign. Current President Obama's net favorability was 4%. P.S. Net favorability equals approval rate, disapproval rate. I've been in this business since the year after Goldwater in 1964, polling expert Peter Hart said. To me, Trump's net favorability is really low. I've seen voter dislike and polarization, but up to now, I've never seen anything like this. This number won't go up. It can only keep dropping. You win some, you lose some. Trump's maverick campaign style won him favor from many lower-class citizens, but made elites discard him like an old shoe. Besides that, due to his big mouth and clownish demeanor, he also earned a new title, the candidate least favored by female voters. Recently, the latest surveys from major U.S. polling agencies unanimously showed the same result. Trump was the least supported by female voters among all candidates, and even within his own Republican camp. Nearly half of Republican female voters said they wouldn't vote for Trump. According to NBC News data released on the 24th, about 47% of female Republican voters said they absolutely wouldn't support Trump. 40% of male Republican voters also said they wouldn't support him, while other Republican candidates received much lower opposition ratings. For example, 32% of Republican female voters said they wouldn't support Ted Cruz. 27% said they wouldn't support John Kasich. From the perspective of all female voters, Trump's harvest was even more dismal. 70% of female voters held a negative attitude toward Trump. This seemed to mean that non-Republican female voters disliked Trump even more intensely. According to data from polling agencies like Fox and CNN, among non-Republican female voters, 7 out of 10 didn't support Trump, while for Cruz and Kasich, it was 1/2 and 1/3 respectively. The Washington Post analyzed that alienating female voters would lead to Trump's defeat in the general election. Republican strategy analysts even suggested sacrificing Trump altogether, having him withdraw voluntarily, because Trump's nomination would actually provide an opportunity for the Democrats. Democrats were more inclined to choose the first female presidential candidate, and Trump's behavior could indirectly add votes for his opponent. Hillary had, in past elections, criticized Republicans for waging war on women through women's health, abortion rights, and equal treatment. Hillary is vulnerable among one group of women, independent moderate Republican female voters. She needs them to become her supporters, but she has weaknesses among them. If we nominate Trump, they'll flock to Hillary because they find Trump more disgusting, not just because of those women's issues, but because of his views on women. He makes women feel that supporting him would give them a huge negative experience. Republican strategy analyst Katie Packer said, Trump's aide team had discussed this and decided not to change or withdraw. Trump would continue his current big mouth path. Trump's team believed that while Hillary had a huge advantage among women, she also faced low support among male voters. Based on the average of the latest 5 polls, Hillary's net favorability among male voters was a mere -27, while her strong intra-party rival, Sanders, was at +1. Even among female voters' net favorability, Hillary actually didn't surpass Sanders, at -5, while Sanders scored +11. Dad, Martin provided some data. It might be useful for us. In the campaign office, Ivanka walked into Trump's office holding a thick stack of documents. This madman gentleman was currently lounging in his seat, enjoying a cigar, completely unbothered by external questions and criticisms. What data? Take a look. I've highlighted the important numbers for you. Ivanka placed the documents in front of Trump. Trump frowned, reluctantly looking over. He hated reading these dry data files. But after a glance, his eyes lit up. Is this data real? How did Martin get it? He asked in surprise. This set of data couldn't be collected without a massive team. Martin has his ways. Dad, you just need to trust it. Ivanka said proudly. Trump nodded. Of course I trust Martin. Haha, looks like this big mouth of mine is about to play prophet. Trump laughed excitedly. He was extremely eager for this kind of showing off in front of others thing. 2016, March 20th. One day before the Democratic presidential candidate primaries began in Utah and Idaho, Trump suddenly posted a tweet. On Twitter, he wrote, I will win the Republican primary, but I can't be sure Hillary will be my opponent. I have a feeling that Hillary will lose the elections in Utah, Idaho, Hawaii, Alaska, and Washington. Sanders will close the gap within 5 days. Trump's statement immediately drew mockery. You're the clown. Wake up. You don't understand anything. Hillary represents the rise of women's rights. She will definitely win the intra-party competition, then she'll beat you in the national election and win the presidency. Premonition? You big mouth. Besides talking nonsense, what else can you do? Not long after, Trump posted another tweet. If I'm wrong, I'll withdraw from this presidential election. Holy crap, this guy is ruthless. Martin was surprised when he saw this tweet. Although he was sure the data he gave Trump had no issues, the other party had made such an all-or-nothing statement. Was this trusting him too much? Then, in a chat with Ivanka, he was amused by his future father-in-law's thinking. Dad said, "It's just a promise. He didn't swear on the Bible. If he's wrong, he'll forget he said it, and no matter who reminds him, he won't admit it. But it's written on Twitter? Dad said he'll blame it on a staff error. That works?" Martin felt he had underestimated Trump's thick skin. If he doesn't become president, who will? March 21st. Utah and Idaho election results came out. Hillary lost both states. Trump immediately tweeted, "See who the clown is, you idiots," followed by a bunch of curses at him. "You're the clown, you're the idiot. Got lucky once. Look how smug you are." The day after tomorrow is Hawaii. Hillary can't lose. That's Obama's home turf, and Obama is on Hillary's side. But, March 23rd, Hillary lost Hawaii again. Trump posted that sentence again. "See who the clown is, you idiots." This time, those Hillary-supporting netizens were a bit lacking in confidence. Only sparse replies. "You're lucky, but Hillary won't keep losing. Damn luck, you big mouth. I don't believe you'll keep being right. The day after tomorrow's Alaska and Washington elections will definitely be Hillary's win." March 26th. Election results came out. In Alaska's total votes, Sanders got a high 81.6% support, and in Washington's counted 95.8% votes, Sanders got 72.6%. Sanders crushed Hillary. "We're making huge progress in catching up to Hillary Clinton," the confident Sanders said. "We're on the path to victory." Then he added, "By the way, thanks to Trump's prediction, maybe his big mouth has some mystical effect in the dark." But Trump tweeted, "The winner is Sanders? No, 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 the winner is Trump." Time came to April. Trump's campaign team pulled another new trick. This idea was Ivanka's. Martin said, "In maintaining heat, we can sacrifice some positive things. As long as the loss brings us more attention and fame, it's worth it. Negative news, controversial news is the same, and this time, my brother and I want to screw that idiot," Ivanka said when proposing this. April 11th. The New York Times published a news. Because they missed the Republican registration deadline, U.S. Republican presidential candidate Trump's 2 children lost their voting rights in New York's Republican primary. Trump previously said in an interview with the New York Times that because they didn't register as Republicans before the deadline, according to New York rules, his 2 loyal fans, daughter Ivanka Trump and son Eric Trump, won't be able to vote for him in New York's Republican primary this weekend. They had a long time to register, but, they didn't pay attention to the rules. Now, they're both feeling very, very guilty about it. Very, very guilty, Trump said. And the 2 involved confirmed their father's statement a few hours later that day. U.S. New York Daily News mocked. Clearly, this Republican presidential candidate's children don't know how voting works. However, not all of Trump's prince and princess are so careless. Trump's eldest son, Donald Trump Jr., registered as a Republican long ago. He'll have the chance to vote for his father in New York's Republican primary. Then, in a statement to the media, Ivanka Trump and Eric Trump said they treated their own carelessness as negative teaching material to educate voters in other states not to make similar mistakes. Our lesson in New York led U.S. to create a series of voter guides videos early this year, tailored to each state's specifics, guiding voters on how to qualify to vote in their state's party primary. New York is the long-term business hub for Trump's real estate empire and a region Trump personally values highly. The Republican primary in New York is around April 19th. If Trump wins, he'll be one step closer to the Republican presidential nomination. "How's my idea?" Ivanka bragged to Martin on the phone. Martin laughed. "Absolutely brilliant. You're already a PR master." He really? I think so too. I think your father is highly likely to win the intra-party election." "Really? Then who do you think his final opponent will be?" "Hillary. Probably Hillary, Martin said. As the world's grandest spectacle, the U.S. presidential election had always commanded immense global attention. And as the frontrunner Hillary, she was naturally under constant scrutiny from all sorts of eyes. Among them, the gaze from chilly Russia was laced with utter malice. The Russians hoped Trump would win the election, because between Trump and Russia lay incredibly tight connections. Martin knew this well, since in the original timeline, for years later, this matter had been exposed. By the time of his second election, Trump no longer hid his friendliness toward Russia, even making a shocking statement during a public speech. He expressed support for Russia targeting NATO member countries that didn't pay or underpaid their dues. NATO, as one of the key international organizations post-World War II, played a crucial role in maintaining Europe's security and stability. Its member nations addressed various security challenges and threats through cooperation and mutual aid. However, with changes in the international landscape and differences among members, NATO also faced certain challenges and predicaments. A major issue was the payment of membership dues and security guarantees. NATO's operations required all members to pay dues as agreed to ensure the organization's normal functioning. But some members failed to fulfill their obligations, leading to financial shortages and difficulties for NATO. Trump's statement at the time was a response to this issue. He declared support for Russia punishing members who didn't pay or underpaid. Of course, such an approach would undoubtedly further undermine NATO's stability and effectiveness, weakening trust and cooperation among members. That was in the future. For now, Russia was scheming how to further propel Trump to power. Hillary had no idea that a pair of deep, scrutinizing eyes from Russia was fixed on her. Right now, she was pouring all her efforts into expanding her influence among female voters. On the evening of April 27th, after losing the elections in Alaska and Washington, Hillary was interviewed by U.S. news anchor Rachel Maddow. In the interview, she compared the male-female ratio in her future cabinet to the U.S. population's gender ratio. Rachel asked, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau once promised 50% female members in his cabinet, and he kept that promise. Would you make a similar commitment? Hillary replied, I will form an American-style cabinet, which might have 50% women, as Americans are. Faced with this ambiguous answer, Rachel pressed, is this a commitment to 50% women in the cabinet? To this, Hillary nodded in agreement. And on that same day, Republican Trump swept the Northeast Connecticut, Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, 4 states, and all 5 Republican primaries in Rhode Island, further leaving other candidates in the dust. Compared to the somewhat struggling Hillary, Trump was truly a runaway horse. When time reached May 3rd, Trump once again captured the Republican primary. In Indiana, that evening, Republican presidential candidate and Texas Senator Ted Cruz announced his withdrawal from the presidential race at a conference. He stated that he no longer had a viable path to victory. This also meant that Trump, who won the Republican Indiana primary that day, would securely obtain the party nomination. After Cruz's withdrawal, the remaining Republican presidential candidates were Trump and Ohio Governor John Kasich. John Kasich was just hanging on. His win rate wasn't even as good as Cruz's. We did everything we could in Indiana, but the voters chose another path, Cruz said. So, with a heavy heart and boundless optimism for our nation's long-term future, we have decided to end our presidential campaign. At the conference, Cruz expressed hope that his decision would unite and advance our party in the Republicans' calculations to reclaim the White House. But from his tone, one could hear how unwilling he was. After all, at the start of the intra-party race, he was the most favored, while the now far-leading Trump was seen as a mere also-ran. That evening around 9 p.m., Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus tweeted that Trump was the Republican presumptive nominee, and we all need to unite and focus on defeating Hillary Clinton. Previously, the Indiana intra-party primary had been seen as the Republicans' other presidential candidates' key battle and last gamble to block Trump from the nomination, but it ultimately ended in failure. Trump's popularity was high, beyond everyone's expectations. Before the primary, Trump had confidently stated that if he took this state, it meant he had the intra-party nomination, and it was all over. According to the Associated Press, AP, Trump had already accumulated 1,041 delegate votes. As long as he secured 1,237 delegate votes before the Republican National Convention in July, he could obtain the party's presidential nomination. Reuters pointed out that when Trump, riding the momentum from sweeping 5 Northeast states the previous week, snatched Indiana from Cruz, he had gained an absolute advantage. Note that Indiana was originally considered Cruz's stronghold. Outsiders had expected Cruz's Christian conservatism to hold broad appeal there, potentially tying him in a tough battle with Trump. However, the reality was Trump led Cruz by nearly 20% in vote share in that state. The main reason was Trump's support from key voters, like basketball legend and former Indiana University men's basketball head coach Bobby Knight. Reports said the one who helped Trump convince this person was Martin Myers, who, as Trump's daughter's boyfriend, had fully sided with Trump in this election. CNN commented that in Indiana, Trump's strength was overwhelming for Cruz. Cruz and Kasich's anti-Trump alliance plan could hardly block Trump's path to the intra-party presidential nomination. After this Tuesday, it seemed Cruz had no hope left. "Hey, Martin Kid, I gotta thank you. How'd you convince that stubborn old coot Bobby Knight?" On the phone, Trump spoke in his distinctive raspy duck-like voice. Bobby Knight was absolutely the classic white old-timer. Conservative, stubborn, old-fashioned about etiquette, big on hierarchy, hot-tempered. This old guy had once chewed out and made Isaiah Thomas, the smiling assassin, cry. And he'd also reamed out a young god of basketball, Michael Jordan, until he cried during the 1984 Olympics. Let me digress a bit here. Michael Jordan's rise to fame in the world of basketball probably came with the Dream Team men's basketball in 1992. That Olympics made Jordan's name echo far and wide. He won the Olympic gold with the U.S. Dream Team. But actually, Michael Jordan also competed in the 1984 Olympics. The U.S. basketball roster back then: 1. Coach Bob Knight. 2. Players: Alford, Ewing, Fleming, Jordan, Joe Klein, Koncak, Mullen, Sam Perkins, Alvin Robertson, Wayman Tisdale, Jeff Turner, Leon Wood. It was during the semifinals where West Germany's men's basketball gave the U.S. team a lot of trouble, but in the end, the U.S. national team won 78-67. Coach Bobby Knight had a bad temper and ripped into Michael after the game for playing poorly. And he told Jordan, "You little bastard should apologize to everyone. You dragged them down. It was their effort that saved you." Jordan straight up cried. Then his words were debunked by his teammates at the time, Leon Wood and Sam Perkins. Sam Perkins wasn't just Jordan's national team teammate, but also his UNC teammate. Leon Wood said, "Michael did cry back then. I comforted him." Of course, it wasn't tears of weakness. It was self-blame. Sam Perkins said, "Leon Wood was like Jordan's little brother back then. He patted his shoulder and told him not to be so upset." Sam Perkins added, "I explained to Jordan too. It was just Bobby Knight's coaching style. He used chewing out to build team cohesion and fighting spirit. But Jordan thought the coach really hated him." Jordan made plenty of people cry during his career. Who'd have thought this guy got chewed out and cried himself? By the way, earlier, Bobby Knight had publicly suggested that the top 3 teams in the 1984 NBA draft pick Jordan. Draft him. You won't regret it. Before Michael Jordan even played in the NBA, Bobby Knight had said, "He's the greatest basketball player I've ever seen." You can see how sharp his eye was. But the final results, as you all know: Houston Rockets picked Hakeem Olajuwon, Portland Trail Blazers picked Sam Bowie, and they've been mocked for it to this day. Chicago Bulls picked Michael Jordan third, 2 dynasties. Rumor has it the Blazers management, torn over who to draft, even called Bobby Knight, then head coach of the U.S. men's basketball, for advice. They had this exchange. "Bob, I don't know. Should we draft Sam or Jordan?" "Draft Jordan," the men's basketball head coach said. "But our team needs a center right now." "Then draft Jordan and have him play center." Back then, the Blazers management undoubtedly thought Bob Knight was crazy. At the time, Michael Jordan at UNC was just averaging 17 points a game. He hadn't shown that boiling dominance in the NBA yet. So in the end, they became the laughingstock. Back to the main point. Hearing Trump's confusion, Martin laughed and replied, "That hot-tempered old guy was indeed tough to deal with, but he was at a low point in his life. You know, the feud between him and Indiana University. They both needed a way to save face. I built them a ladder. Just that simple. Just that simple. Bob Knight, during his time coaching Indiana University's basketball team, won 3 NCAA championships for them, but ultimately fell out with the team and the school because of his bad temper. Both sides actually wanted to reconcile, but the school hoped Bob Knight would make the first move, and that stubborn old guy would never bow first. Martin, from his other memories, knew about this and acted as a mediator, easily resolving it. In fact, in the original timeline, the two sides reconciled around this time next year, with the school taking the first step. Haha. Anyway, Martin, you did great. Trump's tone was a bit smug. Cruz is out. I have no rivals left in the Republicans. Martin heard the drift in the other's voice. This seemed to be one of Trump's traits, getting carried away when smug. He reminded, winning the intra-party race is just the first step. Hillary is your ultimate enemy. Trump heard the advice in Martin's voice, but still smugly said, Hillary? That woman has strong forces behind her. But let's be blunt. She's got big problems in her past. Martin was keenly sensitive, from the certainty implied in Trump's voice, combined with his memories of this year's election. It was probably that big northern cold country about to make a move. Hillary's email scandal was about to blow up. And the day after Martin and Trump's call, the other Republican candidate, Ohio Governor John Kasich, also announced on May 4th that he was suspending his campaign. In his speech, he said, I've always said God has other plans for me and for everyone. Though I decided to withdraw from the race today, I still have a deeper faith, believing God will show me the path to fulfill my life's purpose. Thus, Trump became the sole Republican candidate. The New York Times pointed out that in this election full of personal attacks, Kasich had always maintained a sunny demeanor, rarely mentioning rivals, let alone launching personal attacks. Before the New Hampshire primary, Kasich had rarely called himself the prince representing light and hope. Time had reached mid-May. Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice premiered. Martin also brought Sophia to attend the premiere. The flamboyant Zack Snyder expressed his welcome to Martin's arrival. Sitting in the screening room, before the movie started, Sophia teased Martin with a grin. Are you here to scout the enemy? Martin smiled and said, No, I'm just here to offer my condolences to the loser. The screen lit up, and the movie began. Unlike the traditional 3-act structure of films, Dawn of Justice used the 5-act structure of revenge tragedies that emerged in the 16th century, exemplified by the Spanish tragedy and Hamlet. Zack Snyder's cinematography was as excellent as ever, like oil paintings inclined toward emotion, coupled with a gloomy, dark style that immediately weighed heavy on the audience's hearts. After watching for a few minutes, Martin relaxed. This film was no different from the original timeline, so he figured the box office performance wouldn't differ much either. The opening scene was Batman's parents being killed, followed by young Master Wayne fleeing after the funeral. There was a time when beautiful things still existed, like diamonds. But all things in the world will fall, and what has fallen is no longer fallen. The opening fully showcased the fall element, from the leaves constantly falling at the Wayne couple's funeral to Bruce fleeing the funeral and running into the woods. The upside-down spinning shot of falling in the woods, along with Bruce falling into the abyss from the Batcave entrance, all foreshadowed Bruce's inner corruption later. At the end of this scene, Bruce rushed into the woods, which, in traditional literary terms, also implied that Bruce was about to embark on a spiritual journey of no return. Honestly, the opening scene was filmed by Zack Snyder with exquisite and touching precision, showcasing his profound cinematographic skills, plus the implied meanings within, clearly captivating some professionals in the audience, film critics, filmmakers. For example, Sophia next to Martin had appreciation and contemplation in her eyes. When the posters for The Mark of Zorro and Excalibur appeared on screen, Sophia even whispered excitedly, "Ah, this scene is amazing." The Mark of Zorro tells the story of Don Diego after his best friend is assassinated, transforming into the masked hero Zorro to eliminate evil. Excalibur tells the mysterious, legendary story of King Arthur's life. Clearly, the Mark of Zorro playing hints that the Wayne couple's death will lead to the birth of a masked hero. Excalibur coming soon. Does that imply the latter part of the film's plot relates to the Arthurian legend? The director probably wants to metaphor Superman and Doomsday as King Arthur and Mordred, and Batman, Lois Lane, and Lex Luthor as Lancelot, the Lady of the Lake, and Morgan respectively. I get it. The director's concept is to shape Superman's character arc through Batman's perspective, from his initial hatred of Superman to eventual awakening, rediscovering his own lost humanity by discovering Superman's humanity. As she analyzed, Sophia grew more excited, and the professionals in the theater all had flashes of excitement in their eyes. However, for most ordinary viewers, this lengthy opening seemed a bit boring. What a joke! We come to watch movies to relax, not to think. Then came another symbolic upward shot. Bruce looked up at the deceased Robin's suit encased in glass. In Dawn of Justice, Robin's death's impact on Bruce wasn't directly stated, but implied through Bruce pausing to gaze at it. At this moment, the shadow on the wall formed a giant bat shape, and numerous bats, flying in a spiral, surrounded this giant bat and carried it toward the light. I get it, Sophia muttered. The parent's death led to Bruce's inner fall, Bruce falling into the bat cave in the woods during the parent's funeral, while the Batman identity gave Bruce a new life, the bats surrounding him and carrying him toward the light. Then she heard Martin beside her say, Dante lost in the forest of sin, gained rebirth after drinking from the river Lethe. Beatrice guided Dante through the 9 circles of paradise. Above the 9th circle, Dante met God, whose image flashed like lightning and immediately vanished. What does that mean? Sophia was stunned for a moment. Martin turned to her and said, the Batman identity never brought Bruce redemption. I think Zack wants to express that even as Batman, Bruce still can't escape similar tragedies. The death of family, not just the Robin, Dick Grayson, but probably successors too. Before she could ponder deeply, the plot finally entered the main story. The scene shifted. Master Bruce was driving, then watched helplessly as his own skyscraper was smashed to ruins by the fighting Supermen, with heavy casualties among Wayne Enterprises staff inside. Unlike the God's Eye view of the battle in Man of Steel, Dawn of Justice recreated this alien terrorist attack, the Black Zero event, from a mortal's perspective. Bruce raced madly toward the skyscraper, trying to save Jack O'Dwyer. The camera moved to the collapsing skyscraper, where Jack O'Dwyer was praying to God. Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, forgive my soul. Then he was engulfed by explosions, flames, and collapse. The God responded to him with death. Sophia's eyes widened. So that's it. Director Snyder is likening Superman to God. That line you said earlier meant the same, right? Indeed, there are successors. Another person Batman wants to save dies, indirectly at Superman's hands. Fanaticism, rage, helplessness, they turn good people cruel and ruthless. Next, Batman should obsessively believe Superman is the greatest threat to the human world because of this. And this plot is also alluding to 9/11. Martin continued playing the mystic. Sophia looked enlightened, then frowned. Martin, don't you think director Zack Snyder is trying to express too much? In less than 5 minutes, so many metaphors and hints. Can the audience grasp it? You noticed too? Martin laughed. Zack has big ambitions. Pity he forgot this. Is a commercial film, not an awards one. The script is the most important. Having filmed plenty of commercial movies with Martin, Sophia had made great progress and nodded. The script is clearly too verbose. The ideology doesn't serve the script. It's the opposite, like pretending to be profound for the sake of obscurity, Martin said. Yeah, that's it. Inside the screening room, the big screen flickered between light and dark, but the film's overall tone was gloomy. That would have been fine. Audiences aren't unwilling to accept dark-toned films, like the Batman trilogy or Joker, but they can't accept boring and verbose plots. The following plot was just that. Clark wants to report on Batman, but the editor says, no way, you stick to reporting on the ball game, blah blah blah. Lex finds a piece of kryptonite from the crashed Kryptonian scout ship. As a victim of the Black Zero event, he chooses a path toward destruction, killing gods, to create what he thinks is a better human world, blah blah blah. Batman punishes evil and promotes good in the city. Everyone praises the old master, blah blah blah. Superman does the same, punishing evil and promoting good, but the process causes some major destruction to the city. Everyone starts hating Superman, blah blah blah. Clark flirts with his girlfriend, blah blah blah. Batman flirts with the butler, blah blah blah. In between, there are numerous metaphors hidden. For example, the CIA, to eliminate a Mexican warlord, uses Jimmy Olsen as a photographer to scout the warlord's hideout. Mercenaries hired by Lex assist the warlord by revealing Jimmy's true identity to the crowd and killing him. After tracking Jimmy's device, the CIA, disregarding Lois and over a dozen Mexican villagers on site, launches missiles into Mexico, which are stopped by the arriving Superman. Before Superman rescues Lois from the Amazons, Lex's mercenaries betray and shoot the warlord, then burn his and the villagers' bodies together, faking that Superman used heat vision to indiscriminately attack civilians to save Lois. Except for the mercenary perpetrators, only the CIA knows the truth, and to cover up their own indiscriminate bombing of Mexico, the CIA tacitly allows the rumor of Superman killing civilians, which also satirizes the real U.S. government's actions in the War on Terror. Another example, Lex coerces Mexican villager Kasich to perjure on Congress condemning Superman, intentionally leading humans to believe Superman is a potential dictator. The visual composition of this scene perfectly corresponds to the oil painting the judgment of Jesus by Pilate. Zack Snyder is indeed likening Superman to Jesus. This judgment plot is alluding to Pontius Pilate listening to the wicked slander, demanding the judgment of Jesus. Sophia said. Martin nodded. The visuals are great, the illusions are spot on, but they don't serve the plot. Actually, this over 5-minute plot could be summarized in 30 seconds. There are also Gotham Street billboards vandalized with "The end is nigh" and post-Congress explosion survivors burning Superman effigies. This is Zack Snyder paying homage to his own film Watchmen, where Rorschach Walter Kovacs holds up a "The end is nigh" sign on the street. In 1957, after investigating a child kidnapping, his personality became more eccentric and irritable. After the Keene Act took effect, Walter Kovacs was accused as a criminal for refusing to retire. Everyone hated them, the Watchmen, burning their effigies during parades, shouting for the Watchmen to get out of their city. Then there's the Gotham police car number, DC-27, alarm address, 1939, Hubble Avenue, corresponding to Batman's debut in 1939's Detective Comics, now DC, issue 27. Officers Mazzucchelli and Rucka are named after DC artists David Mazzucchelli and writer Greg Rucka. The clear 52 logo in the football game pays homage to the New 52 series in comics. Alfred's military background homage to Earth-1, Crisis on Infinite Earths post-main universe. Another interesting detail is composer Hans Zimmer reversing his composed Superman theme, an ideal of hope, from Man of Steel, to create Lex's BGM, The Red Capes Are Coming, with adjusted melody and tempo to make it more eerie and corrupt. Also, the Superman statue is inspired by Detroit's Spirit statue and Heroes Park by the 9/11 Memorial Plaza. In the Black Zero event, most of the Eastern District was leveled by the Kryptonian scout ship. To commemorate the disaster, the U.S. government built Heroes Park there. The Superman statue is located in Heroes Park, with a memorial wall behind it like the 9/11 Memorial, engraved with victims' names, remembering the victims while also emotionally appeasing Superman. But in the eyes of Superman threat theorists like Lex Luthor and Wallace Keaton, the government's building of the Superman statue is promoting blind worship of a false god. The Superman in the statue kneels on one knee, without any godly intimidation, left hand holding up the sky, right hand humbly extended to humanity, symbolizing Superman as a bridge between divinity and humanity, and how to balance divinity and humanity is Superman's primary issue. One has to say, Zack Snyder has many ideas, but stuffing so much into the film, did he not consider the audience's feelings? Look at the sleepy audience in the theater. They don't care about the film's depth. They're here for entertainment. Otherwise, why choose a blockbuster to watch? Still that line. Metaphors can exist, depth can exist, but they must serve the script, Martin said. Like Joker. Sophia quipped. Yes, like Joker, Martin smiled. At this point, Zack Snyder also sensed something was off, as the frequency of audience bathroom breaks was a bit too high. Not a good sign. And sitting behind, Superman actor Henry Cavill looked even worse. He actually heard snoring from the back. The box office failure of Man of Steel had put him under a lot of pressure. If this film failed too, he didn't dare think further. Sitting beside him, Batman actor Ben Affleck also felt the audience's restlessness, a bit worried, but he was okay, just mildly concerned. After all, with the Dark Knight trilogy as foundation, he was basically seen by comic fans as the symbol of Batman. One or two film failures wouldn't affect him. Even the latest Batman comic was modeled after his image. "Don't worry, Henry. The movie isn't over yet," he whispered to comfort Henry Cavill. The conscience of America died with Robert, Martin, and John. On screen, Perry White doesn't dwell on the legality of Batman's vigilantism and also has Clark adopt a similar perspective. In America, politicians being assassinated has become the norm, and ordinary lives are even less valuable. We shouldn't scrutinize Batman's extrajudicial actions against criminals too much. The police won't help in time, so the media should advocate for what's right. Perry, the Daily Planet was founded with principles. You could say that in 1938, but it's not 1938 anymore. Public welfare projects no longer hire people, and a bushel of apples isn't worth much. Film critics are scribbling away. They're truly enjoying this. The implicit elements in the film are like puzzles, exciting them to uncover the answers. Take this segment of dialogue. 1938 is the year Superman was born in the comics, symbolizing truth, justice, and the American way. But in 21st century America, so-called truth and justice no longer hold the power of discourse. Welfare programs once focused on supporting the lower classes are now neglected. The conscience of America died with Robert, Martin, and John refers to the 39th U.S. President Jimmy Carter's speech. "We still believe our nation is governed by ballots, not bullets, until John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr. were assassinated." And this line, "Can he just click his heels 3 times and go back to Kansas?" It references Dorothy from The Wonderful Wizard of Oz clicking her heels 3 times to return to Kansas. And Clark is from Smallville, Kansas. Perry repeatedly jokes about Clark's origins, mocking him as a country bumpkin, a farmer. The earlier, "Good morning, Smallville," also carries this connotation. Film critics are thrilled, but that means the audience is uncomfortable. Zack Snyder seems to place exceedingly lengthy setup before every battle. Though the fight scenes are spectacular and the special effects are grand, the audience often can't muster much interest, as if hypnotized by those long segments of setup. The key issue is that these setups secretly carry too much hidden meanings, which don't significantly advance the plot. This leads the audience to feel the fights in the film are too abrupt, forced into happening, and then abruptly stopped. From the audience's perspective, perhaps the only highlight in the film is Wonder Woman's pair of straight, firm, perfectly round long legs. Martin, however, could sense that whenever Wonder Woman entered a fight, the lethargic atmosphere in the theater would suddenly perk up a bit. He instinctively turned to look toward Gal Gadot's seat, and saw that she was also glancing at him with sparkling eyes. Catching Martin's look, their eyes met, and Gal Gadot gave him a mysterious smile. Martin immediately received the message she was sending. "Tonight, let's have sex. The redcoats are coming. The redcoats are coming. You and your listening posts on the road warned us. 1 if by land, 2 if by sea." On screen, Lex Luthor excitedly declares war on Superman for humanity's independence. During the American Revolutionary War, because British soldiers wore red uniforms, forming lines that resembled redcoats, Paul Revere used "the redcoats are coming" to warn civilians of British raids. In Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem Paul Revere's Ride praising this hero, 1 if by land, and 2 if by sea similarly served as a warning of British attack. Superman saves civilians during a fire on Mexico's Day of the Dead. People in skeleton costumes surround Superman, attempting to touch this deity with their fingers, and Superman's expression gradually shifts from a smile to sorrow. Sophia says in surprise, "In Day of the Dead customs, there's a ritual of killing the god, and before his death, Jesus experienced being jostled by the crowd during the Via Dolorosa. This scene hints at Superman's death, doesn't it?" Martin smiles and nods. "Pretty much." Sophia's surprise only grows. Killing the protagonist, director Zack Snyder really dares to shoot it. As I said before, his ambition is too great. He's filming Superman as Jesus, Martin says. He continues, Zack Snyder is trying to use visual ideas to depict Superman's dilemma. The more people he saves, the more his actions resemble miracles. But this godlike moral sensation keeps accumulating on him. This situation easily becomes, if someone can hover in the sky, how can you not rely on him to solve all your suffering? But Superman doesn't want that. He's just a farm boy from Kansas who only wants to do the right thing. But people demand more from him. He wants to express human greed and Superman's innocence, but forgets that the audience is human. Can such a heavy, restrained, and self-reproaching plot elicit any sense of pleasure? I don't think so. After over 2 hours, the film reaches its end. The final battle begins. The screen perfectly replicates the scene from Excalibur. Doomsday's bone spike pierces through Superman's body. Superman grips the spike, impaling him, pulls himself closer to Doomsday, endures the pain, and thrusts the kryptonite spear into Doomsday. This scene concludes the King Arthur motif. Sophia says, it's too messy. So is Superman Jesus or King Arthur? Martin frowns and says, Batman's presence in the final battle feels too weak. He can only shoot a few sneak attacks to draw some fire, then run away. It doesn't match the setup earlier. He then nods. You're right, it's indeed too messy. Zack probably started with Batman opposing Superman to express mortal resistance against a god, but later it turned into the god saving himself. I can only say he really loves Superman too much. Honestly, this film piles too much on a Superman from start to finish, while only giving Batman a few things in the first half. As for the others, they're just extras, including Wonder Woman. Look at this imagery. Isn't this damn, well, the lamentation of Christ? Mary is at the center of the painting, grieving for Jesus. St. John in bright red robes kneels to Jesus' left. Lois throws herself on a Superman's chest, weeping for him. Bruce looks on with guilt, believing he failed him. The background even has a cross and thick smoke, but a beam of light pierces the fog, illuminating Superman and Lois. Then Superman's funeral, the scene of thousands paying respects, the horse-drawn carriage pulling the coffin, and the flag-draped coffin imagery, makes Martin shake his head. This is damn well imitating Kennedy's funeral scene. It's simply over the top. Finally, during the burial, the priest Daniel Lyon's eulogy directly quotes Isaiah. The dead shall live, their bodies shall rise. You who dwell in the dust, awake and sing for joy. For your dew is a dew of light, and the earth will give birth to the dead. All right, this is telling everyone Superman will resurrect like Jesus. Clearly, Zack Snyder wanted this film to look more epic, but he also wanted to please the audience. His indecisiveness made it neither here nor there. On stage at the film screening, Zack Snyder was speaking candidly. The film begins with a funeral and ends with a funeral. It's like a cycle. But the difference is that in the beginning, it represents pure despair. As the story unfolds, the audience gradually discovers humanity, and by the end, the funeral becomes a different kind of symbol. After Clark's death, Bruce begins his own journey of rediscovering his humanity. Even though he is furious at Lex's actions, he doesn't resort to branding him with the bat mark. Although Lex is portrayed as a madman, in some sense he's still a false humanitarian. He sees metahumans as a threat and believes he's protecting mankind from their harm. This is my favorite scene. Batman slowly walking out from the ruins of the Pete mural. The weight of the world falls on his shoulders, but Bruce remains resolute. Superman's death changes him. Why? Despite having all this technology, does Bruce still choose to fight with a spear? The answer is simple. Longinus pierced Jesus with a spear. After speaking with his father, Superman tries to embrace humanity. That isn't necessarily a bad thing, but he doesn't realize Lex has already trapped him in a paradoxical deadlock. In strange ways, Bruce and Lex mirror each other. Bruce treats his family mansion like a tomb, abandoning it even as he's haunted by his parents' deaths, broken by tragedy. Lex, by contrast, clings to his mansion, preserving it completely. Through Bruce, Lex, and Clark, we see three different responses to inner turmoil. Clearly, Zack Snyder had realized his movie was overly complex and was trying to help the audience understand the hidden layers. But the audience wasn't buying it. After the press asked their questions, one audience member voiced what many were thinking. Director Cinder, the visuals were gorgeous and the effects impressive, but why did I just feel sleepy? All the things you just explained, I didn't notice any of that while watching. I didn't come here to analyze symbolism. I just wanted to see exciting action. Weren't the fight scenes exciting enough? Schneider asked, a bit agitated. The viewer thought for a moment, then replied, now that I think about it, the fights weren't bad. But for some reason, while watching, I just couldn't get excited. The next day, the reviews were in. Good ones. Barely any. Why? Simple. During the screenings, critics had eagerly dissected the film, finding hidden meaning everywhere. But once they sobered up, they realized most of their notes didn't actually connect to what was on screen. The film's layers of subtext, metaphors, and clues were too many, too scattered, and too confusing. Looking back, what did we actually see? Almost nothing memorable. The result? The movie might be grand, but it isn't entertaining. Jesse Eisenberg's Lex Luthor is so grating that you just want Batman and Superman to team up and take him out already. Ben Affleck's Batman lacks the maturity of the Dark Knight trilogy, and though Henry Cavill's Superman is likable, the constant limitations on his powers make no sense. Hollywood Reporter. For hardcore comic fans, Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice is unmissable. But for the general audience, it's a mess. The director tried to say too much, the plot is confusing, and Eisenberg's manic performance is a huge downgrade. Entertainment Weekly. Trying to maintain a tone of seriousness and tragedy isn't easy, especially when it's interrupted by one explosion-filled action scene after another. For a movie that's supposed to explore inner character struggles, the emotional delivery doesn't connect. Compared to Marvel's lighter approach, this feels joyless. New York Times. There are flashes of brilliance that almost redeem the whole film, and this different take on Batman is somewhat interesting. But the story is incoherent, the script riddled with flaws, and the attempts at humor fall flat. Empire. The film makes the Passion of the Christ look optimistic. Henry Cavill's Superman is perhaps the most narcissistic in history, often smug. In a film called Batman v Superman, it's actually Wonder Woman who steals the show. After an hour in, you start thinking, shouldn't I just wait for her solo movie instead? Chicago Tribune. Zack Snyder can stitch together a lot of epic scenes, enough to impress cinephiles. But they don't form a whole. And what was billed as the greatest battle in history? It lasts only 20 minutes. Jesse Eisenberg, surprisingly, wasn't bad. His villain had a certain devilish entertainment value. New York Post. And it wasn't just critics. Regular audiences hated it too. Rotten Tomatoes audience score, a dismal 27%. Online reactions. Nathalia Ariani. Dark from start to finish. Suffocating, unpleasant to watch. Brent McKnight. A modern operatic myth, but way too long. I nearly fell asleep. Black film. While watching, my brain was just, what, why, how? Huh. That ran through the whole movie. Richard Krause. Superhero films used to be fun. Pure entertainment. Now the heroes are like Kafka characters trapped in darkness. Not what I want. GQ magazine. This heavy-handed dissection of heroism is exhausting. Just fight already, or let us leave. Chicago Tribune. A $400 million knockoff of Single Room In. Jim Shembri. Huge budget, but less enjoyable than Avengers. Age of Ultron. Roe McDermott. Zack convoluted style drains away the movie's entertainment value. Rap. It's called Batman v Superman. So, where's the ultimate showdown? Maria Jurovic. It should have been epic, but there's no joy, no laughs. Tom Meek. The dawn passes, but there's no justice, just smugness. Ed Whitfield. If Christopher Reeve were alive, he'd sue Zack Snyder for defamation. Bill Nucott. For the target audience, 15-year-old boys. The best scene was Amy Adams in the bathtub. Eric D. Snyder. Watching this felt like having your face shoved into a hornet's nest for 2.5 hours. Jules Boyle. No laughs, no wonder. Just relentless, joyless darkness. Why did it turn out like this? Zack Snyder was baffled and unwilling to accept reality. This was probably the film he had poured the most effort into, yet in the end, the harvest only brought others crushing disappointment. The audience didn't just dislike it, they outright hated it. Fortunately, the opening weekend box office numbers weren't too bad. In 4 days, the film raked in $160 million, ranking as the 6th highest opening weekend in North American film history. Clearly, even though reviews were terrible, Plenty of moviegoers were still drawn to theaters simply because of the mega-event title Batman vs. Superman. This gave Zack Snyder and Warner Brothers a dangerous illusion. Maybe this would be one of those films where the harsher the criticism, the higher the box office. But they were thinking too much. After that first weekend, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice collapsed at the box office. Its second-week numbers dropped over 60%, pulling in just $23.34 million. By the third week, it plunged again, bringing in only $20.32 million. And the worst blow? Just 5 days after the film's release, a massive event exploded across media and the internet, completely overshadowing the movie. Yes, the email scandal broke out. Russian intelligence had made their move. In the original timeline, this email scandal marked the beginning of Hillary Clinton's reputation collapse. It was the so-called first email leak of early 2016. Among the 707 leaked cases, one key figure stood out: John Podesta, Hillary's campaign chairman, former White House chief of staff under President Bill Clinton, and later a top national security advisor under President Obama. John Podesta's younger brother, Tony Podesta, was also deeply tied to the Clintons. The two families had been close for decades, working together in Washington while sharing a long history back in Chicago, where they grew up in neighborhoods barely 14 minutes apart. The Podesta brothers became part of the Clinton inner circle. One served as strategist and household manager, the other as a political fixer with shadowy dealings. Both, however, had unsettling tendencies. John Podesta once made a bizarre, cannibalistic hand gesture in public, one palm with a fish drawn on it, the other marked with the number 14. This symbol referenced an Egyptian myth. Osiris was killed by his brother Set, his body cut into 14 pieces and scattered. His wife Isis gathered them to resurrect him. But since his missing phallus had been eaten by fish, Osiris could not be fully restored. From this myth, Horus was later born. In Podesta's campaign office, artwork depicting disturbing scenes: two men with knives and forks at a table, prepared to dine on another human, hung on the walls. When Time magazine asked about it, John Podesta replied, "The guy holding the fork looks relaxed. It's not a surgery, it's about people eating together." The Podestas were also longtime patrons of artist Roger Took, repeatedly convicted for child-related offenses. His grotesque works circulated online, making many nauseous. Even more troubling, the brothers were close to Serbian performance artist Marina Abramovic, infamous for her disturbing spirit cooking shows. Abramovic's 1996 book Spirit Cooking, with essential aphrodisiac recipes, described ingredients such as fresh semen, breast milk, and urine. She frequently hosted events where guests consumed life-sized cakes shaped like human bodies, complete with fake blood, evoking scenes straight out of a horror film. One of the first leaked emails revealed Hillary Clinton in June 2015, responding warmly to an invitation from Marina Abramovic and the Podestas to attend such a spirit-cooking dinner, signing off her reply with "Love, Hillary." When that email surfaced, it caused a storm. Speculation spread wildly. Was Hillary a secret participant in occult practices? A cannibal enthusiast? Or worse, part of something darker? And it all traced back to John Podesta. Podesta himself had unknowingly triggered the disaster by clicking on a phishing email crafted by Russian intelligence. Once he entered his credentials, his entire inbox was hacked. Tens of thousands of emails were dumped onto WikiLeaks, exposing over 20,000 private exchanges that shattered the Clintons' carefully maintained image. The leaks revealed Hillary's controversial paid speeches to Wall Street bankers, some commanding up to $200,000 each. Backroom deals where Morocco's King Mohammed VI paid the Clinton Foundation $12 million in exchange for Hillary's appearance at an event. Evidence that during the Democratic primaries, Hillary's team repeatedly undermined Bernie Sanders through rigged strategies and insider manipulation. One email even showed Hillary openly claiming that American democracy belongs only to the white elite class, and that ordinary citizens' demands for democracy were nothing more than selfish greed. She further argued that the world should serve global financial elites, who with a mere flick of the finger could enjoy godlike privileges and reap the planet's wealth. These revelations disgusted not only the American public, but also people worldwide. For many, It was the first time they saw the raw, hypocritical face of U.S. capitalist politics, corrupt, elitist, and ruthless. And from that point, Hillary Clinton's reputation began to collapse. Zack Snyder was deeply frustrated. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice had been completely overshadowed by the email scandal. Its already declining box office took yet another hit. Warner Brothers scrambled into crisis mode, pumping more money into global marketing and pushing for early international releases, hoping to grab quick profits before the film collapsed further. At first, it seemed to work. Worldwide, the title Batman v Superman was still strong enough to stir curiosity. Warner's blanket marketing blitz tricked plenty of audiences into theaters. By June, the global box office had climbed to $390 million, close to the $400 million mark. But neither Zack Snyder nor his team could rest easy. The film's combined production and marketing costs had already exceeded $400 million. By industry logic, the box office needed to reach at least $1 billion to break even. What worried them more was that overseas markets soon followed the U.S. trend. Box office numbers started free-falling. Clearly, it wasn't just Americans who disliked the film. Moviegoers around the world weren't buying it either. By early May, both the Republican and Democratic primaries were over. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton emerged as their party's nominees, preparing to battle for the presidency. Then in mid-May, Hillary's email scandal exploded. By mid-June, still mired in controversy, Hillary pressed forward, presenting herself as the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee. She visited Capitol Hill, meeting with Democratic lawmakers and vowing not only to defeat Trump, but also to lead Democrats to reclaim both chambers of Congress. In her speeches, she laid out a nationwide campaign strategy covering all 50 states, different from past elections that focused mainly on swing states like Ohio and Virginia. Of course, she didn't miss a chance to attack Trump. Trump is unfit to be president of the United States. He has no serious plans for jobs, income, or national security, Hillary declared. She painted him as a profiteer, a swindler, warning that if Trump won, the U.S. economy would sink like a stone, throwing millions out of work. On the other side, Trump launched his own counterattack on June 22 at a campaign rally. The Financial Times described it as a sharp, calculated strike. Uncharacteristically sticking to a scripted speech, Trump thundered that Hillary was nothing more than a world-class con artist. He pointed to the leaked emails. She's the most corrupt candidate ever to run for president. As Secretary of State, she turned the office into a personal money machine, treating the State Department like her own family business. She funneled foreign donations through the Clinton Foundation, risked national security by using a private email server, and pocketed millions in Wall Street speaking fees. She's sending a message to voters that's old, tired, and repulsive. Then came the dagger. She's getting rich while you're getting poorer. Trump also accused Hillary of destabilizing the Middle East, spreading terrorism, and destroying lives. Many analysts noted that this was one of Trump's most disciplined and effective attacks yet, possibly shifting the election in his favor. The New York Times quipped, "The 2016 U.S. presidential election has become a duel between crooked Hillary and loudmouth Trump." The Washington Post was harsher. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump may be the two most disliked presidential candidates of the 21st century, maybe even the 20th. In truth, as soon as both secured their nominations, the two had been sniping at each other nonstop. Twitter became their battlefield. Even Martin was enjoying the show. In early June, after Hillary clinched the Democratic nomination, she tweeted a thank you message. Trump immediately mocked. Obama just endorsed crooked Hillary. He wants 4 more years of Obama, but the people don't. Hillary snapped back, delete your account. Trump pounced. How long did it take your 823 staffers to think that one up? And where are the 33,000 deleted emails? At every rally, Hillary hammered home the same warning. Electing Trump would be a historic mistake that would plunge America into economic and military crisis. She called him unprepared, unstable, and temperamentally unfit for office. Trump, as always, hit back with even sharper words. She's greedy, incompetent, and corrupt. She's the accomplice of a sexual predator husband, a criminal who belongs in jail. And she's not even a true Christian. He repeatedly warned that if Hillary became president, America would head straight for destruction. Before the scandal, a Reuters Ipsos poll showed Hillary leading with 46.6% to Trump's 32.3%. By mid-June, Hillary had slipped to 44.5%, while Trump rose to 35.5%. In less than a month, Trump had closed the gap to just 9 points. Hillary saw the danger. Her numbers were sliding, and she couldn't just sit back. So, Barack, it's time to keep your promise. On June 22nd, at 9 a.m. Washington time, President Barack's wife appeared in a video message, officially endorsing Hillary Clinton for president. "I don't think there's ever been anyone more qualified to hold this office," Obama's wife said, emphasizing her support. She also promised to join Hillary that weekend in Wisconsin to kick off a major campaign rally. By then, Hillary's support had already dropped to 42%, with Trump climbing to 39%. The public support from First Lady did indeed help boost Hillary's approval ratings somewhat. After all, her influence within the Black community was substantial. Thus, another wave of mystery packages was released. "No rush," a certain mysterious organization stated. "There are 33,000 packages this time. We'll take it slow." The contents of this batch were even more explosive than the last. They included evidence of Hillary accepting bribes during her tenure as Secretary of State, details of the Clinton Foundation's post-election fund allocation standards, and even a list of clients who had placed deposits for potential U.S. ambassadorial appointments. Most shockingly, there was evidence of the Clinton family's involvement in human trafficking and colonial activities. The content was excessively brutal, leaving Hillary somewhat flustered. Even more panicked was John Podesta and his team. Having made a colossal error, Podesta was well aware of the vicious nature of the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation, terrified that the chief decision-makers would scapegoat him to cover it up. The incident involved fabricating a list of scapegoats, individuals relentlessly digging into the Clinton family scandals, and then creating a death list. Before the truth could even be clarified, Hillary's reaction was swift and devastating. All suspects related to this leak died one after another, wrongfully and unjustly. Former UN official John Ash, involved in bribery charges, decided to cooperate with investigators after court interrogation, preparing to testify against the entire Clinton family, was shot dead on June 26. Internet expert Mike Flynn, for widely disseminating information online related to the Clinton Foundation bribery and selling official positions packages, was poisoned on June 27. Democratic Data Director Seth Rich managed preemptive access to major Democratic Party data, suspected by the Clinton Foundation of leaking the packages. Actually a scapegoat for John Podesta, was shot dead on July 5. Independent investigative reporter Victor Thorne persistently investigated the Clinton family's human trafficking and sexual assault scandals. Author of the polemic "Hillary Should Not Enter the White House" was shot in the back of the head at home on July 16, deemed a suicide. A key figure in this is one Laura Silsby Sear. This individual, repeatedly accused of human trafficking, is a close friend of Hillary and the Clintons. Although she has now been exposed in the leaked packages, she had long since fled the U.S., and her whereabouts are unknown. 9 members of Laura Silsby's trafficking ring were all from the U.S., 7 of whom were from the Mountain Gateway Christian Mission in Meridian, Idaho. That's right. These 7 pastors, while preaching kindness, also profited from human trafficking on the side. Laura Silsby was the former director of Hillary's New Life Children's Refuge. This refuge long handled the rescue of orphans from the Haitian capital, Port-au-Prince. Jorge Torres, a member of Laura's team, was a notorious human trafficker wanted by 4 countries, long engaged in trafficking women and children from the Americas and Haiti to the U.S. During the investigation, Laura Silsby wasn't captured in Haiti until 2010. She was attempting to secretly transport 33 children out of the country. These children were from an orphanage in the Dominican Republic. However, just 9 days after Laura Silsby's arrest, Hillary's husband, then U.S. Permanent Representative to the UN and former President Bill Clinton, suddenly took an interest in the case. He intervened in the name of the UN and ultimately reached a diplomatic agreement. Subsequently, the charges against Laura miraculously transformed overnight from child trafficking to arranging irregular travel. She received a light sentence and returned to Idaho, USA. In 2015, after marriage, Laura changed her surname to Geiler and became the vice president of Alert Sense, a company receiving U.S. federal government contracts. She developed the Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, IPAWS, used across the U.S., including the Amber Alert system for child abductions and missing children, also developed by that company. The reason the Amber Alert system became a nationwide safety and anti-missing child commercial provider is related to its hiring of the Podesta Group as its public relations firm. You read that correctly. The Podesta Group, founded by Tony Podesta, brother of Hillary's campaign chairman, John Podesta. After a wave of suicides and death by illness, the reporting and dissemination intensity of the Hillary scandals diminished. However, the American people are not fools. Hillary's approval ratings once again dropped significantly, plummeting to 41.1% and quickly approaching the warning line of 40%. In self-defense, Hillary once again pulled out Barack Obama. So, at the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in mid-July, after about 30 minutes of mocking and joking, Barack turned to the seated reporters and said, "I hope you all are proud of yourselves. That person, Trump, previously just wanted free advertising for his hotel business, but now we're all praying that Cleveland can get through July." Trump owned a chain of bars bearing his name. He had warned that if the Republican Party attempted to nominate him at their convention in Cleveland in July, it would cause chaos there. To repay the favor, Barack certainly did her utmost. Simultaneously, some businesswomen supporting Hillary also began to exert their influence. For example, HP CEO Meg Whitman. Interestingly, this figure was a Republican donor, but now began speaking out for the Democratic Party's Hillary. Of course, this isn't strange. Capital has no fixed allegiance. Meg Whitman, on July 12 U.S. time, at a conference hosted by 2012 Republican presidential candidate Mitt Romney, expressed her opposition to Trump. She used strong language, stating her opposition to Trump as the Republican presidential nominee and comparing Trump to a greedy wolf. She also questioned U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan for reciting a handbook for Trump. At this conference, Whitman called Trump the newest member among history's many demagogic agitators, explicitly comparing him to fascist dictators Hitler and Mussolini. It's worth noting that last February, Trump had posted a quote from Mussolini on his social media platform, Twitter. "It is better to live one day as a lion than 100 years as a sheep." Hillary's move was still brutally cunning. Using a Republican financial backer to oppose the Republican nominee was a naked and humiliating tactic. But that wasn't all. Hillary also managed to win over her former intra-party rival. On July 12, at a rally in New Hampshire, Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders officially announced his support for Hillary Clinton as the Democratic nominee for U.S. president. The next day, Hillary and Sanders appeared together on screen. Hillary, with a somewhat big sister aura, put her arm around Sanders' shoulder and loudly expressed their shared support for raising the minimum wage, helping students avoid debt, and implementing stricter regulations on Wall Street financial institutions. Then she called for Democratic supporters to remain united. "Don't believe those rumors from outside. They are all conspiracies. We must join forces to defeat Donald Trump." Through a series of maneuvers, coupled with the deaths of several key witnesses, Hillary once again stabilized the situation. It must be said that having grown up in the U.S. political environment, Hillary was thoroughly dirty, ruthless, and vicious, absolutely deserving of the title Iron Lady. To pull Sanders' supporters under her banner, Hillary did not hesitate to abandon some of her own political stances and sacrifice a portion of Wall Street's interests. During the weekend meeting where Democratic leaders formulated the party's campaign platform, Hillary accepted 80% of Sanders' proposals, making compromises to the more radical Sanders on issues like the minimum wage, Social Security, and greenhouse gas emissions. Hillary's compromise was necessary. Sanders, born into a long-standing political family, had consistently attracted the lower-class populace by advocating for environmental protection and his political ideology, garnering a group of loyal followers. After Sanders reversed his position and declared support for Hillary, many of his fans expressed opposition, shouting "No way" at rallies. In on-the-spot interviews by CNN reporters, some agitated Sanders supporters stated they could never accept Hillary becoming president. Even if Sanders withdrew, they would still write in Sanders' name and vote for him when casting their ballots. In response to this, Republican candidate Donald Trump tweeted about the Democratic alliance, calling it Sanders betraying his supporters. He stated he would open his arms to welcome Sanders' supporters and continue opposing unfair trade agreements and global special interests. On July 17th, Trump chose his running mate, Indiana Governor Mike Pence. The shortlist for Trump's VP included many: former House Speaker, Republican establishment figure Newt Gingrich, New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, leader of his National Security Policy Advisory Team, Senator Jeff Sessions, Tennessee Senator Bob Corker, and Indiana Governor Mike Pence, among others. The most favored were Newt Gingrich and Chris Christie. Most people didn't expect Trump to choose Mike Pence. Actually, before making this choice, Trump had sought Martin's opinion. Martin asked in return, "Do you want to choose a deeply experienced establishment figure to make yourself a puppet? Or do you want to choose a deputy with rich executive experience to assist you as vice president?" Trump had a sudden epiphany. This guy was pretty sharp. Subsequently, Trump's team lead for public relations, Ivanka, told the media, "Mr. Trump has his own set of criteria for selecting a running mate. Because he himself has always been called an outsider, he tends to prefer someone with rich experience and influence within the Washington political circle, or someone with close ties to the establishment within the Republican Party to complement his style. However, Mr. Trump also doesn't want a partner with too high a prestige overshadowing him. So Mr. Mike Pence is the most suitable person." Trump later admitted, "Yes, I am a novice in dealing with Congress. I need experienced help, but I also need to keep presidential power firmly in my hands to avoid being a figurehead and unable to implement the policies I truly want to promote." Such a blunt expression of his desire for power was a first in a presidential election, on the contrary, giving voter groups a refreshingly new feeling. From this perspective, Mike Pence's rich experience and lack of intense power hunger became particularly attractive to Trump. On July 19th, Hillary was interviewed by the National Broadcasting Company, NBC. When asked if she planned to apologize to the nation, Hillary on the spot refused, stating, "It's all a conspiracy. I made no mistakes." Previously, U.S. media had unanimously predicted Hillary will not apologize for the email issue, because apologizing would mean admitting those things were done by her and her husband. Once admitted, she would not only immediately lose her qualification to run for president, but would likely also pay the price of losing her political career. Clearly, Hillary was prepared to tough it out to the end. "As long as I don't admit it, as long as you have no solid evidence, then I didn't do these things." What? You say the emails are evidence? Who can guarantee those emails aren't forged? What? You say those witnesses died. Weren't they all due to illness, suicide, or accidents? In the original timeline, although Hillary, who stubbornly held out to the end, did not get her wish become the U.S. Commander-in-Chief, she still remained active on the U.S. political stage. However, at this moment, she was being pinned down by Trump's big mouth on her sore spots, constantly being hit where it hurt. From the Whitewater controversy to the Monica Lewinsky affair, from Vince Foster's death to travel office firings, from the mysterious paid speeches to the private email server, Trump tirelessly repeated the Clinton scandals again and again to impress upon the American people, proving Hillary was untrustworthy and unfit to lead the U.S. into the future in this era of upheaval. An angry Hillary even said to her husband at home, "Can't we just deal with this nobody?" But Clinton said with a serious face, "That's impossible. Trump isn't like those small fries. His family has significant influence in the business energy sector. Moreover, this guy is your direct competitor. If he dies, everyone would suspect us." Then Clinton added, "Your mind is confused. Trump is just using language to smear you. You don't need to care at all. You must insist that those things weren't done by you. Rest assured, I will help you behind the scenes. What you need to do now is similarly grab that guy's sore spots and remind the public again and again." Clinton had originally decided to reduce the resources invested in his wife's campaign. Unexpectedly, the email incident suddenly erupted. If Hillary weren't his legal wife, if the two weren't so deeply intertwined that they couldn't be separated, he would have already abandoned her to save himself. Now, he had no choice but to increase investment in his wife again to help her through this hurdle. Damn it, if I find out who is behind this incident, I will definitely not let them off easy. Clinton gritted his teeth. He was furious too. He still hadn't considered Trump himself, even though this guy was the direct beneficiary, because he didn't believe Trump had such capability and energy. The storm stirred up by the email leak was too great. Many media outlets participated in fueling it. Even using family connections couldn't suppress it. There was absolutely a huge force manipulating things behind the scenes, something the Trump family couldn't achieve. IT had entered its final stages. This story is quite special. It's best to break down each character's arc into small segments of individual encounters with Pennywise. This requires some special handling methods. Yes, I need you to have appropriate editing rhythm and setup for each segment to avoid the characters feeling too disjointed. First, we must realize this point. We must integrate the rhythms of different storylines. Each time the characters have an encounter, it should make the story's development more complex. Approximately how much footage did I shoot? 1,122 minutes? Well, that's not too much. I don't want you to just hastily piece together a rough cut. I know many clips will inevitably be deleted, even entire scenes cut. The remaining footage must also be reduced based on the existing story list. Editing a film is a marathon, not a sprint. You must maintain emotional and physical consistency in your actions. Actually, I was quite concise during shooting, so my post-production has always been very fast. How is that achieved? Simple, visual sense. As a director and screenwriter, I always have a nearly complete 2-hour visual composite in my head for my films, allowing me to shoot and edit accordingly. Martin communicated with the editor while imparting his experience to Sophia. Color grading is also very important. The film's color tone and lighting scheme are key components in how this horror story unfolds. When we shot the Losers Club segments, many shots were taken in well-lit areas. So, as the story progresses, when the final act occurs in the dark sewers, with the characters surrounded by shadows and moments of crisis, the audience's emotions are heightened to the peak. Martin looked at Sophia and said, as directors, even if we don't handle the post-production personally, we must have a set of standards in mind. During the post-production process, the film's color tone often changes according to the themes present in the movie. This kind of processing requires extensive communication between the director and the editor. Yes, while shooting this film, I used Dolby Cinema's HDR function. Not only does it capture brighter images than usual, but it also allows us to adjust the brightness of the film's images at any time during color grading while maintaining detail. Look here, when you are in this space, you can make the interior appear darker. Therefore, the overall brightness of the cinema projection will become very dim. But because of the HDR function's contrast, you can still see the details on a person's face or the killer Pennywise's face, even at very low brightness levels. The result of such processing is that it makes the audience feel as if they are truly in that dark space. And there's the color of Pennywise's eyes. I made localized adjustments in every scene where Pennywise appears, making it convenient to use color correction to adjust the color of his eyes. These details are very important. Sometimes, these very subtle color changes can enrich the film's horror atmosphere and give the audience a greater sense of immersion. I quite like DaVinci Resolve software. Its interface is relatively straightforward and easy to operate. Sophia nodded repeatedly. Her father couldn't teach her these things. Older directors weren't particularly familiar with these new tools. Her father's usual method was to describe the effects he wanted to the editor and colorist and let them do the work. He only needed to see the results. That is also a method, Martin said. I just have an overly strong desire for control, so I choose to do it myself. Moreover, I find doing it myself is more efficient. The email incident did not let Hillary off. Although several people had died, the third wave of leaks still arrived. This time, there were even supplementary audio files among the emails. Some were conversations between Hillary and Epstein. While they didn't involve Lolita Island, they further confirmed the previously close relationship between the Clinton family and Epstein. But another part of the content was even more terrifying. This part consisted of emails Hillary sent to another woman. In them, Hillary intimately addressed the recipient as honey, And the conversation content was also very ambiguous, containing many inappropriate childish terms. TL/N. It should be Hanny, but I think it's more fitting to use the word honey here. Was Hillary also a homosexual? But that wasn't the scariest part. In the audio, Hillary also chatted about organizing spirit cooking parties and topics like sexually themed events and consuming children, expressing anticipation for the next gathering. Could Hillary also be a cannibal? The entire court of public opinion in North America was set ablaze. Hillary's PR team immediately stepped out to deny the rumors, stating the audio was also forged, and that Hillary had already submitted all her hacked emails to Congress for review, and they contained no such content. However, perhaps due to immense pressure, it was revealed by many that Hillary's mental state occasionally seemed abnormal after entering politics. A former aide of Hillary's had nearly disclosed Hillary's corrupt personal life, including a past dependence on prescription drugs. Her doctor had advised her to reduce the dosage, but Hillary believed these drugs helped delay aging. Furthermore, Nancy Clark, the White House floral design manager, once told the media she had witnessed Hillary running naked in the White House garden at dawn, stating that Hillary appeared abnormally excited at the time, not in a normal state of mind. This series of explosive contents caused Hillary's popularity to skyrocket in notoriety while causing her support rate to plummet once again. The American people did not want a pervert to become their president, so they would rather choose a fool. Although Hillary's PR team strenuously denied the allegations, and the FBI investigation department also stated they had checked all of Hillary's hacked emails and found no such content, the voice and speech patterns in the audio strongly resembled Hillary's. Despite official denials, the public still believed it was Hillary. Subsequently, Marina Abramovic, this Illuminati high priestess, was exposed. The U.S. internet suddenly became flooded with information about this Illuminati high priestess, with vehement claims that she was the woman Hillary called Honey in the audio. This woman had indeed hosted multiple spirit cooking sessions and organized perverted events for the elite featuring blood-themed human-shaped cakes. Some felt this woman was a red herring deliberately released by Hillary's side. You say I'm a homosexual and a cannibal? Then I'll give you a target, perhaps a scapegoat. After all, being a homosexual and making blood-themed cakes sounds better than eating people. And since the scapegoat is set up without real evidence, rumors remain just rumors. These past 3 months had been utterly brutal for Hillary. Early nationwide polls showed Hillary Clinton's support rate far surpassing Donald Trump's 54% to 41%. She held clear advantages among women, Latino, African American, and younger voters, and her negative ratings were significantly lower than Trump's. But after the email leak erupted, the situation took a sharp turn. According to a May survey by Quinnipiac University in Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio, the two candidates were neck and neck. By June, in Florida and Pennsylvania, Hillary led by only a single percentage point, 43% to 42%. By August, in Ohio, she was trailing by 4 points, 39% to 43%. The competitive pressure was immense. Under such strain, it wouldn't be surprising if Hillary truly became a crazy pervert. Many wealthy people in the U.S. were mentally unstable, often due to extreme material satisfaction leading to profound spiritual emptiness. Indeed, there existed a small subculture that found pleasure in cannibalism. Don't think it's all just fiction from Hollywood movies. Many plotlines are pieced together from snippets overheard at certain gatherings, containing elements of truth. Motherfucker. Bill Clinton cursed in his office. His assistant had handed him a report. The data indicated that to completely turn the tide for Hillary, an estimated $1 billion in funding was needed. Facing an unusual situation, for Hillary to win, she needed to campaign in more places, give more speeches, lobby for more media support, which all required more money. This was especially true for the Rust Belt states, including Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Declining manufacturing there had bred a working-class white demographic extremely dissatisfied with the status quo, among whom Trump held significant appeal. Although Hillary's Democratic Party had secured the Rust Belt in several previous elections, singing a victory song there this year wasn't impossible, but it would undoubtedly require spending considerable effort and money to smooth things over. Clinton felt a pang of heartache, which led to a headache. He pressed his temples, frowning. This is a fucking huge amount of money. Just then, a pair of soft hands began massaging his temples. He looked up to see his assistant's bright face. Motherfucker, these depressing matters can wait. Let me relieve some stress first. The atmosphere in the office immediately shifted. Lack of money wasn't just a problem for Hillary's team. Trump was also short on funds. During the primaries, he could largely self-fund his campaign, boasting of his independence from special interests. But after entering the general election, he couldn't sustain it alone. He began fundraising through the Republican National Committee, and supporters established a super PAC in his name to aid his campaign. The guy even set his sights on Martin. Martin, my dear son-in-law, how have you been lately? Wait, since when did I become your son-in-law? Don't be like that. You and my daughter aren't married yet, but in my heart, I already consider you my son-in-law. Stop. What do you want? Spit it out. My son-in-law knows me well. I need some money. Some? How much is some? $200 million? No, $300 million. Or maybe $400 million. Are you joking? Ha ha. How about $200 million then? Are you joking? $100 million? Donald, I will host a fundraiser for you in Los Angeles. How much you can get depends on your skill. Personally, I'll contribute $5 million. And you'll owe me a favor. Deal. When is the dinner? I'll make those Hollywood stars cough up the cash. When are you free? This weekend. Then this weekend it is. Martin's fundraiser for Trump was a great success. The man's pockets were lined again, and his speaking demeanor was revitalized. I've made billions in business. I don't need money. Now, I want to make our country wealthy again. That's what Donald J. Trump said during his speech officially accepting the Republican presidential nomination on the evening of July 25th, U.S. time. Simultaneously, that major power in the distant, cold North decided to add fuel to Trump's campaign fire. There were things Trump found hard to say himself, but he could have others say them for him. Thus, guided by certain interested parties, 27 economists from U.S. polling agencies and universities belonging to the Austrian School of Economics jointly wrote an open letter to Trump, urging a rebirth of free market capitalism in the U.S. The Austrian school is a branch of liberal economics, adhering to free market competition principles, emphasizing that the best social order is a spontaneous one and opposing interventionism. Leading figures in the Austrian school include Mises and Hayek. This open letter carried a clear Austrian school stance. It explained the U.S. economic stagnation over the past 20 years, attributing it to heavy government regulation stifling innovation. It listed the Affordable Care Act, ACA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, federal marijuana prohibition, and the Federal Reserve's low-interest rate monetary policy as harmful economic policies. In the letter, the 27 economists outlined 7 proposals they believed Trump could adopt. Completely repeal the Affordable Care Act. As you pointed out, any regulations hindering competition in the health insurance industry should be entirely abolished. Healthcare and insurance should be left to the market. Replace lengthy, tiresome new international trade agreements with a simple, clear statement. Allow U.S. companies or consumers to trade with any company or consumer anywhere in the world based on mutually agreeable terms. You or Congress should immediately rescind marijuana's current federal Schedule I prohibited status. Policies regarding drugs and narcotics should be entirely left to the states. Ideally, the entire war on drugs should be abolished, and the production and consumption of any narcotic by adults should be legalized. Permanently fix the federal minimum wage at its current level or lower. Statutory minimum wages should be entirely determined by the states. Reduce U.S. corporate tax rates, making them the lowest among global industries. Ideally, corporate taxes should be completely abolished, as they constitute double taxation for corporate shareholders, who also pay taxes on dividends. Use legislation to require the Federal Reserve to end all forms of quantitative easing and interest rate manipulation, currently primarily conducted through open market operations. Savings and investment interest rates should be determined by the market. Furthermore, the Federal Reserve's budget should be determined by congressional appropriation, like other federal departments or agencies. Finally, As a solution to the financial crises and long-term economic stagnation we frequently encounter, a monetary system like the gold standard, providing a sound, market-based commodity currency to replace the current inflationary paper money, deserves serious consideration. When the Ludwig von Mises Institute website published this open letter, it referred to these 7 proposals as the 7 things Trump must do. When Martin saw this open letter, he immediately recognized the conspiracy hidden within. Each of these 7 proposals, for a country, was almost like a visually stunning but poisonous mushroom, yet for capital, they were a delicious tonic. Whether it was repealing the Affordable Care Act, legalizing drugs, lowering the minimum wage standard, or reducing corporate tax rates, all were policies beneficial to capital. The Affordable Care Act was part of Obamacare. Since its implementation in 2013, it had helped nearly 20 million Americans enroll in personal health insurance, but placed a heavy burden on insurance companies. Once repealed, the insurance companies would absolutely cheer, while the people, well, in the U.S., the people don't really have much say. Drug legalization? Needless to say, pharmaceutical companies stand to profit. Lowering the minimum wage and reducing corporate tax rates are greatly beneficial to financial capitalists, while for workers, it's just, haha. In the original timeline, the Affordable Care Act was overturned in 2017, drug legalization was implemented in 2021, and plans to lower the minimum wage and reduce corporate tax rates were passed in 2019. Then the U.S. gradually descended into chaos. This was also why the polar bears supported the Austrian school in proposing these 7 items on Trump's behalf. Another main reason was that Trump himself was a major capitalist. If he personally proposed these 7 recommendations entirely beneficial to capital, it would inevitably arouse public suspicion and opposition. But it was different coming from economists. Trump could claim, "These are expert suggestions. I'm merely submitting the proposals to Congress." In the original timeline, that's exactly what he did. In reality, Austrian economics had never been welcomed by normal governments because this school's theory advocated letting the market grow savagely, with the state refusing to intervene. Whether you're selling drugs, guns, or nuclear warheads is fine, as long as there's market demand for them. Frankly, these guys are essentially anarchists. What government likes anarchists? The U.S. is different. The U.S. government is less of a government and more of a capitalist association. Everyone from the president to the senators represents one or more capitalist interests. Among these 7 proposals, a few also involved loosening international trade restrictions, such as eliminating tariff barriers. This, conversely, was beneficial to Russia. However, Trump ultimately didn't dare to risk universal condemnation by formally submitting this proposal to Congress. He only selectively put forward a few proposals beneficial to capital. He wasn't a fool. Eliminating tariff barriers was clearly detrimental to domestic capital, and he would be jointly attacked. Although he had close ties to Russia, the relationship was one of cooperation. He wasn't Russia's servant. With memories of Trump's Russiagate in mind, Martin recalled some of the anti-Ching-Chong rhetoric from after Trump took office. It seemed that while Russia was screwing the U.S. at that time, they also wanted to screw Ching-Chong. On the first day of the Republican National Convention, when anti-Trump forces within the party successfully created brief chaos in the hall, Democratic National Committee Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz tweeted mockingly to Republican National Committee Chair Reince Priebus, "If you still need a chairman to help you maintain order at the convention, I'm right here in Cleveland." Soon, a netizen replied to her tweet, "You'll regret this tweet by the weekend." Schultz certainly didn't expect that a week later, she wouldn't even have the chance to maintain convention order. On July 22nd, the WikiLeaks website once again published 20,000 internal Democratic National Committee (DNC) emails from Hillary's inbox, previously obtained by hackers, forcing Schultz to announce her resignation following the convention. After facing boos while participating in an event on Monday morning, she announced she would not chair this Democratic convention. These nearly 20,000 internal emails revealed a large amount of shady dealings involving Hillary, the Clinton family, and the DNC, including plans to fabricate a fake Trump company ad with gender discriminatory hiring and offering appointment nominations to famous donors in exchange for contributions. The most serious part was that multiple emails showed that some DNC officials clearly favored Hillary and had plans to paint Sanders as an atheist to reduce his support among Christian voters, thereby helping Hillary win. Although the content wasn't as explosive as the previous leaks, the damage to the Democratic Party's image was profound, even though there was no evidence these plans to suppress Sanders were ultimately implemented. These emails undoubtedly confirmed the criticisms from Sanders and his supporters about the DNC establishment's bias toward Hillary, and violated the principle that the National Committee should remain neutral among all candidates. While the DNC's favoritism toward Hillary was almost an open secret, starkly presenting the evidence before everyone undoubtedly made the entire Democratic Party and Hillary's campaign team lose face. It also gave some Sanders supporters and Trump supporters more reason to criticize Hillary and the corrupt establishment, condemning the manipulated system. All Hillary's team could do was shift the topic to the hackers were directed by Russia, which is secretly assisting Trump. Well, although they might be correct, public anger wouldn't be concealed because of that. According to the original plan, after the Republicans concluded their noisy convention, Hillary's team announced Virginia Senator Tim Kaine as the vice presidential candidate early the previous week. After the weekend, the Democratic convention was supposed to project an image of a united and victorious convention, forming a sharp contrast with the Republicans. But this email incident completely disrupted Hillary and the Democrats' calculations. It allowed that particular individual, Trump, to use the convention as a backdrop, with the latest polls showing Hillary trailing Sanders, who had declared support for Hillary 2 weeks earlier, while expressing dissatisfaction, still stated he would continue to support Hillary, but he couldn't suppress his angry supporters. At the event on the morning of the DNC's opening day, when Sanders said, "We must elect Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine," he was met with boos and shouts of, "We want Bernie." The Sanders team had to remind delegates via messages and emails to maintain order, not to boo, or leave the venue spontaneously. After attending the Democratic National Convention, an exhausted Hillary returned home. When she turned on the light, she was startled to find her husband sitting in the dark. Hillary jumped. "What are you doing?" Clinton touched his nose and said seriously, "I'm thinking about a problem." "Hillary, what problem?" Clinton looked up. "I'm thinking, is the excuse your team is using to deflect really true?" "What?" Hillary asked instinctively, then suddenly startled. "You mean, Trump really has Russian support behind him?" "It's very possible," Clinton said thoughtfully. "And I think we've all underestimated that idiot." Bang! Hillary suddenly exploded, slamming her bag to the floor. "That bastard." After cursing, her tone choked up, the grievances of the past few months rushing to her head. Then, she forced the vulnerability back down. After taking a few deep breaths, she lifted her head with fierce eyes and snarled, "Whether this election succeeds or fails, I'll investigate this. If it really has something to do with that idiot." Clinton stood up and hugged his wife. "I'll help you. Now let's go at it." Amid Hillary's exclamation, Clinton scooped her up in his arms. And the seeds for the future Russiagate explosion had been planted. The next day, many pro-democratic mainstream media outlets began heavily reporting negative news about Trump. And this attack on Trump reached its peak during Hillary's public speech that night. This speech was a bit special, not a live in-person address, but composed of various videos. In the speech videos, clips attacking Trump were edited together, launching a full-scale assault on him across multiple themes: immigration, women, LGBTQ communities, minorities, and more. Each video even cleverly started with a grating sound of chalk screeching on a blackboard, also to heighten viewers' disgust toward Trump. Finally, Democratic rising star, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, ignited the atmosphere in the golden time slot, while political figure Cheryl Langford kicked off the 10 p.m. golden hour with Trump's university scam story. Following were heavyweight guests, U.S. First Lady Michelle Obama, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and finally, pushing the convention to its climax. Yes, this was Hillary's counterattack against Trump. With the U.S. Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia officially confirming the nomination of Hillary Clinton to represent the party in the 2016 U.S. presidential election on July 26. The duel between Hillary and Trump officially began. At the same time, Martin's new film Suicide Squad was also prepared for release. Davis Moore was a typical corporate drone. At 31, he was an insurance salesman. His daily work was exhausting, but the income was decent. He had no girlfriend and liked going to those late-night bars and strip clubs for fun. He felt that was fine. No need to waste effort pleasing someone. Just spend money for ultimate enjoyment. But tonight, staying home, he felt restless. He'd heard the Nightingale Club had a new girl, a college student, even. Should he go check her out? He sat on the sofa pondering. At that moment, the TV in front of him suddenly blared a powerful BGM, followed by flashing images. In a luxurious orange-lit restaurant, a black woman in professional attire, a general in military uniform, and a suited congressman were dining elegantly, seemingly discussing something. Then the scene shifted to a gloomy, heavily guarded prison, with soldiers on high alert. The images flashed again. Warner, DC, Myers Films logos appeared in sequence. Then came a montage of cuts. In the luxurious restaurant, the black woman chatted casually with the general and congressman. From their words, it was clear they wanted to form a special team to deal with unique criminals. In the dim prison, soldiers brought out criminals one by one. Sexy and beautiful Harley Quinn, Joker Girl. The bizarrely tattooed-faced Chato Santana, El Diablo, bald-headed. Floyd Lawton punching the wall, Deadshot. The steel-restrained Killer Croc. The Asian woman doing yoga on the prison floor, Japanese swordswoman. The images flashed again. These people had changed out of prison garb into their own clothes, walking down a gloomy street lined with ruins on both sides. Followed by Deadshot firing and killing, Joker Girl wildly smashing with a baseball bat, the Japanese swordswoman's sword lethally slicing enemies' throats in bloody scenes. Davis Moore sat up straight. Hiss, that blonde chick has a killer figure. Fuck, this Asian woman's kills are so smooth. What movie is this? Just as he wondered, boom, 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 boom. A series of metallic, gleaming letters smashed onto the screen. Martin Myers Production. Boom, 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 boom. Suicide Squad. Boom, 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 boom. August 4th release. Suicide Squad. Davis Moore committed the name to memory. July 28th. At the San Diego Comic-Con, DC brought the latest trailer for their anti-hero film Suicide Squad, drawing plenty of comic fans' attention. In major North American cities like New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Miami, Toronto, large Suicide Squad posters were plastered everywhere. Among them, the Joker Girl and Japanese swordswoman designs drew the most attention, one beautiful and sexy, the other heroic and poised. At the same time, Martin's role as the Joker also stirred memories among many fans. This was the first time in 7 years Martin appeared before the public as an actor since Joker. Martin's fans were instantly thrilled. Even though Martin explained in interviews that he only had a small role in this film, it still couldn't stop his fans' burning desire to watch. 7 years, finally. Even if that bastard only appears for a second, I'll go see it. I thought Martin had retired to focus on directing. Finally, I can see him on the big screen again, and as that classic Joker. I've already lined up to pre-order tickets. Who's that Japanese swordswoman? She's gorgeous, and her fights in the trailer are awesome. The Joker Girl attracts me the most, especially from behind. Online, the hype was sky high, with anticipation for the film maxed out. Martin hadn't expected that his mere cameo would spark such massive discussion among fans. He couldn't help but wonder if he should star in a film himself, as an actor. In the small villa in Beverly Hills, Louis Fay was browsing online comments. Hee, so many people like the costume Martin designed for me. So I look that good in leather pants. That mask is great too, very mysterious. Hee, I think so too. She suddenly thought of something. Louis Fay screenshot the comments one by one and sent them via Instagram to Yangmi back in Chingchong. A moment later, she got a reply. Just one word. Smug. Haha. Louis Fay laughed happily. Fei, come for breakfast. Ah, coming mom. The promotion for Suicide Squad was in full swing. The presidential race was equally heated. Hillary's attacks on Trump were a series of combo punches. Just after mocking Trump's brainless statements, she shifted targets to Trump's wife. Trump's current wife, a model from Slovenia, had added plenty of glamour to Trump with her beautiful face and figure. But soon, Someone pointed out that her speech at the Republican convention plagiarized Michelle Obama's 2008 speech at the Democratic convention, though the similar parts were only 2 or 3 sentences, with matching structure and wording. In the internet age, feeding a script into plagiarism software easily checks similarity. Trump's wife's speech had only a 7% similarity, and normally under 10% is considered highly original. But Democratic media acted like they'd struck gold, launching a mockery frenzy. Where was the plagiarism? Why plagiarize? What was the plagiarized content? Related reports immediately dominated front-page headlines. Even more ruthless, the Democrats arranged for Michelle Obama to give a public speech, projecting Trump's wife's speech video on a big screen for comparison. From the big screen, Trump's wife, a former model and recent immigrant, spoke English with an accent, her expression stiff, her voice whiny, clearly amateur level. Michelle Obama, a Harvard Law graduate and lawyer, had done countless political events and given endless public speeches. In her delivery, her expressions were engaged, gestures powerful, voice passionate, standard enough to rally the crowd at a convention. In terms of speech quality, the two wives weren't in the same league. The next day, Democratic media blared headlines. This is the difference between professional and unprofessional. Not only mocking Trump's wife's unprofessional speech, but implying Trump wasn't a professional politician either. Of course, Trump wasn't one to take hits without fighting back. His counter was swift and sharp. The day after his wife was mocked, he compared his and Hillary's speeches at the two parties' national conventions, ridiculing Hillary for too many slogans in hers. On Twitter, he mocked Hillary's speech word for word. What's with that expression? Looks like she's constipated. Tisk, speeches aren't about yelling. Eyes on the camera, 30 million viewers watching. But it gives hope to all bad speakers worldwide. One day, you too could run for president. Finally summarizing. Through comparison, we finally see the issue. Democrats always say our Republicans favor the rich, but in my speech, I repeatedly mentioned the forgotten working class, while the Democrats, who always claimed to favor the grassroots, had plenty of wealthy donors at their convention. In my finale speech, I said, I've made enough money. Now I want to serve the country and people. Hillary discussed, well, I'm old enough in credentials to finally become the first female president. So, folks, who should you choose? Trump countered Hillary on Twitter, but he didn't expect Hillary to steal his thunder. July 29th. 50 influential Republican foreign policy and national security experts jointly penned an open letter condemning Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump and vowing not to vote for him in the November election. The letter stated, "We believe that in the Oval Office, the U.S. President's office nickname, he, Trump, would become the most reckless president in U.S. history." Among the 50 signatories were many from the Bush camps, including CIA and NSA Director Michael Hayden, former DNI and Deputy Secretary of State John Negroponte and Eric Edelman, two Homeland Security Secretaries from the Little Bush era, Tom Ridge and Michael Chertoff, and former World Bank President, U.S. Trade Representative, and Deputy Secretary of State Robert Zoellick. Facing this backstabbing within the party, Trump was furious. His campaign team responded in a statement that the signers of the joint letter should be criticized for turning the world into a dangerous place. And besides the joint condemnation letter, media reports claimed some Republican higher-ups were actively plotting to push Trump to withdraw and find a replacement. Trump responded toughly. Some weaklings have surrendered, but I won't. Some greedy folks have compromised, but I won't. I won't withdraw from the race. I believe I can become U.S. president. I don't need their support at all. Meanwhile, as a Trump supporter, Martin said in an interview, I know the Democrats are launching a new, broad unification campaign, aiming to persuade those Republicans unfriendly to Mr. Trump to cast a vote for Hillary. In fact, some Republican tycoons have switched sides, even lobbying fellow Republicans to help Hillary. Some Republicans have formed groups like Republican Women for Hillary, publicly boosting her. Honestly, this is rare in all of U.S. election history. But I don't think Mr. Trump will bow to pressure and withdraw. His love for the spotlight, plus the strong heart from years in business, will help him weather all this. Most importantly, changing generals mid-battle not only creates huge procedural pressure, but risks thoroughly splitting the Republicans, turning original Trump supporters toward the Democrats. This would be a massive blow to the Republicans as a whole. I believe the sober majority in the Republicans will make the right decision. With the heated promotion of Suicide Squad, Martin's popularity was at a fever pitch. Coupled with his own influence and status, a single remark from him instantly helped Trump steady the situation. Trump, of course, didn't just sit and wait for defeat. He began lobbying the party's senior figures, and word was that his efforts were showing decent results. Time passed, and August 4th arrived. The premiere of Suicide Squad was held at the TCL Grand Theater in Los Angeles. Martin walked the red carpet in high spirits, holding Margot Robbie's hand with his left and Lou Yifei's with his right, heading toward the press area. By now, Margot Robbie had stopped trying to flirt with Martin. She realized he was right. Once the film was released, she was bound to blow up in popularity. She no longer needed to rely on her body to secure opportunities. Even though the movie hadn't been shown yet, Harley Quinn already drew massive attention from her wild, seductive shots in the trailer, winning Margot Robbie plenty of fans. Also benefiting was Lou Fei, Fairy Sister. Her image as the Japanese female swordswoman was bold and fearless, tinged with raw intensity, especially the way she dispatched enemies with sharp precision, leaving a deep impression on audiences. Back in Chingchong, countless fans were already impatiently waiting to see Fairy Sister break out of her usual image and deliver a groundbreaking performance. Martin, how do you view the U.S. elites abandoning Trump? The first question from the press had nothing to do with movies. Martin smiled and countered, "Am I not considered an elite?" He continued, "Why don't the elites support Trump? Some say it's because Trump shows little respect for the disadvantaged. But then, if he disrespects them, why do ordinary people still support him? Perhaps the global anti-elite wave sweeping across the U.S. and beyond this year can give us a clue. When the Democratic Party, supposedly representing the lower classes, starts leaning toward the elites and Wall Street, while the Republican candidate, abandoned by the elites, ends up going the other way, it almost feels like the two parties have switched roles. For the so-called millennial generation in the U.S., many have lost faith in the government because of income inequality. The younger generation cannot enjoy the standard of living their parents once had. Add to that the 2008 financial crisis, which crippled the market, the government, and fairness in the system, and society has grown rigidly stratified. The lowest classes can no longer climb into the elites through hard work. This separation between elites and the masses has turned into an ideological divide, further deepening social rifts. Once the lower classes lose most of their pathways upward, naturally they begin to resent the elites. We could already see this in Sanders' so-called democratic socialist revolution rhetoric, which ignited massive support and passion among millennials. Many of them entered college just as the financial crisis hit, leaving them saddled with debt and disillusioned by the negative effects of globalization. In fact, Hillary has had to adjust her strategy to win over Sanders supporters. She's been forced to shift leftward and retract some of her 1990s-era stances. But the results haven't been great. People see her as a career politician with no real convictions, only chasing votes. And nobody trusts such politicians to bring real change to social issues. There's also the question of who controls the narrative. With the rise of the internet, ordinary people have their own ways to speak out and access information. It's no longer easy for mainstream media to control the conversation. In fact, the internet is now the true mainstream media. Trump may have flaws and may not be welcomed by the elites, but that actually makes him seem like an ordinary guy in the eyes of the people. As for those Republican elites who oppose him, they may eventually realize they aren't as important as they imagine. Martin then added with a chuckle, "Recently, there was an interesting poll within the Republican Party, between Trump and the more traditional Paul Ryan, the youngest Speaker of the House in 150 years. Which one better represents the GOP? 60% chose Trump. Isn't that telling? Perhaps it'll make a few people reconsider their positions." Martin's remarks were quickly picked up and spread online. When Trump saw them, he slapped the table and exclaimed, "Well said." Finally, the second question came, this time about film. "Martin, what are your thoughts on Suicide Squad's box office prospects? Right now, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice has barely passed $750 million. Do you think Suicide Squad can surpass it?" Martin laughed and replied, I don't know if Suicide Squad's box office can surpass Batman v Superman. But I do know this. Suicide Squad's profits will definitely surpass Batman v Superman. Inside the reception hall, Zack Snyder stood gloomily, making small talk with a few people. Since Martin had attended his premiere, Snyder had come to this one as a courtesy. He had already watched the Suicide Squad trailer and heard mixed responses from theater representatives, some positive, some negative, all uncertain. Of course, that didn't stop theater chains from giving Suicide Squad plenty of showings. Martin's name was simply too big to ignore. Before Martin failed, even skeptical theater owners were willing to take the gamble. Meanwhile, Batman v Superman's box office had completely run out of steam. With only a month left before it was pulled, it was destined to fall short of $1 billion. Even breaking $850 million was unlikely. Warner Brothers was looking at a loss of nearly $180 million. The only silver lining was the strong merchandise sales, especially Wonder Woman figures, some of which, at life-size scale, sold for millions. TL/N. That's basically an adult toy, ain't it? Gal Gadot had become a breakout star, and word was Warner had already greenlit a Wonder Woman solo film. Still, Snyder thought darkly, let's hope Martin's Suicide Squad suffers a Waterloo too. Hey, Zack. Martin's greeting startled him. Martin, hello. Zack Snyder replied nervously, his eyes flickering. Martin looked at him strangely, assuming Snyder's mood was sour because of his box office flop. Comforting him, Martin said, "Don't worry, my friend. I have confidence in your directing skills. Warner won't abandon you just for one failure. At the very least, you'll always have my vote of support on the board." Snyder was stunned, then suddenly remembered. Martin wasn't just a director. A heavy wave of shame washed over him. In the dark screening hall, Davis Moore sat in his seat with some excitement, his eyes fixed on the big screen. He'd been anticipating this movie for a long time. To snag tickets, he hadn't visited late-night spots or strip clubs much in the past month. I hope it doesn't disappoint me, he thought to himself. With the intense BGM, the special DC comic intro flashed by. Martin Meyer's production smashed onto the screen in massive letters. The screen flickered, and the film began. Suicide Squad's story was mainly adapted from the classic full-series comic, Nightshade Odyssey. In this 1988 comic, the evil side of Enchantress, the succubus, began breaking free from Enchantress's control, preparing to merge with her brother Incubus, to birth the Demon King and wreak havoc on the human world. The Suicide Squad, borrowing member Nightshade's power, crossed into the shadow world and united to thwart this conspiracy. It could be said that Martin's Suicide Squad heavily referenced this comic in key character relationships and plot direction. In the film, Amanda Waller mentions the 3,600-year-old Enchantress from another dimension, pointing to the comic's shadow world. And the relationship between Incubus and Succubus was one of the driving forces in the plot. As a major subplot in the film, the Joker was also largely adapted from the graphic novel Joker, where both involved the Joker, post-release, clashing with major gangs. The Joker's driver, Johnny Frost, from the comic also appeared in the film. In the scene where the Joker buys off the prison guard, the kitchen hung with fresh meat and a burly man chopping away, all had prototypes in Joker. Though the screen time wasn't much, when Martin's Joker appeared on screen, the entire theater erupted in passionate cheers that left people stunned. And Martin's performance didn't disappoint the audience's expectations. He portrayed the Joker's madness and chaos with exquisite finesse, making the subplot of the Joker girl being seduced and brainwashed by the Joker seem entirely reasonable. What a joke! With a Joker like that, not just the Joker girl, any woman would fall for him. Because of the numerous characters, Suicide Squad was an extremely crowded film. Character setups and development had to be completed in the shortest time to unfold the plot. So, Martin used character cards, with team members' images as the main visual plus dynamic subtitles, to accelerate character building. And as the film's eye-catcher, the moment the Joker girl appeared, she instantly stunned everyone. Okay, not everyone, just the men. In the dimly lit, cage-like cell, the Joker girl hung upside down from a rope, her upper body in a tight white tank top, her lower body in yellow prison pants torn into strips, like a Hawaiian grass skirt. As she hung inverted, the strips dangled down, revealing pale, firm legs that gleamed under the light. Seeing the soldiers approach, Harley Quinn did a lazy stretch, fully displaying her figure's curves. You could see the male soldiers in the frame swallowing. And outside the frame, countless male viewers were swallowing too. Harley Quinn was born in 1992's Batman animated series, originally named Harleen Quinzel. When the Joker captured Arkham Asylum, Harleen Quinzel was his primary doctor, but unexpectedly, she was counter-seduced by the Joker. Her personality drastically changed into the madly in-love Joker girl. Suicide Squad continued this classic setup while incorporating the new one from DC's 2011 New 52 reboot, where Harley Quinn, like the Joker, gained no pain sensation and immunity to poisons after being dunked in the chemical vat, fully embracing madness. In the Harley's flashback scene, the Joker in a suit and Harley in her classic red and blue bodysuit danced elegantly. Their outfits replicated the 1999 Batman Harley Quinn comic cover. This single-issue comic was the debut of the animated Born Joker girl into the main DC comic universe. The cover, drawn by artist Alex Ross, had become an immortal masterpiece in comic art history. This scene, Martin filmed with extreme mystery and sensuality. Under the dim lights, Harley Quinn swayed her figure, occasionally revealing her butt cheeks, simply a saliva factory for the pervs. And Martin's Joker was forever in the shadows, his face not even clear, just occasionally flashing a sinister smile in the light. It made people's scalps tingle while stirring their souls. The love between Harley and the bad guy was comics' famous Stockholm romance. The bad guy abused Harley, but she never left him. In DC's 2011 reboot, considering political correctness and feminism, the rebooted Harley was no longer the bad guy's appendage. Instead, she eyed Deadshot with affection, the two often flirting inappropriately. Harley even put on the bad guy's face for cosplay. In the animated assault on Arkham, Harley and Deadshot even rolled in the sheets. In the film, Martin still extended this setup, but he wouldn't let the Joker girl and Deadshot truly pair up. Just a bit of minor flirting here and there, since the Joker girl belonged to everyone, and the pervs might not like seeing her fall into someone else's arms. In the dark, Will Smith was a bit sullen. He found that in the final cut, his scenes seemed fewer than the Harley Quinn and Deadshot's presence in the film was extremely weak. But he also noticed that after the Joker girl appeared, the theater's atmosphere changed. That swallowing sound was practically in his ear. Damn, am I really past my prime? He couldn't help thinking. Leonardo was swallowing too. He'd never imagined this woman he'd dumped had such a sexy side. Not that Margot Robbie wasn't sexy herself, but she lacked the Harley Quinn wickedness, and evil itself is a kind of sexy. Fuck, no wonder Martin said I'd regret breaking up with Margot. I motherfucking regret it. Harley Quinn was truly dazzling. She practically overshadowed all the other characters in the film. Margot Robbie clutched her chest, watching herself pose provocatively on screen. Even she was seduced by her own allure. So that's how sexy I am. No, how beautiful I am. But at the same time, a wave of shame washed over her. When she saw herself on screen, baseball bat slung over her shoulder, hips swaying as she walked, she couldn't help but blush. In my next film, no more outfits this revealing. She figured that after blushing like this, she must have earned some buzz, right? And indeed, that was the case. But clearly, the girl didn't know what the audience really wanted to see. The reason the Harley Quinn practically overshadowed all the characters was that there was one whose shine she couldn't eclipse. That was the swordswoman. As a replacement for the original film's Katana, Martin had reworked the character. The swordswoman had a father who was a martial arts master, killed by enemies. She vowed revenge. The swordswoman wielded a soul-taker, sword that could imprison souls, and her father's soul resided within, communicating with her. Unlike the petite and cute Karen Fukuhara who played Katana in the original, the 5 feet 7 inches Liu Yifei was no slouch in stature, her movements even more powerful. Her tight, black leather pants were stretched taut over her rounded thighs, accentuating her perky butt, topped with a red belt. Her upper body was clad in a white elastic vest and a deep red leather jacket, blending sensuality with wildness. The silver mask on her face added an air of mystery to the character. When she swung her sword to kill, those clean, No-nonsense moves left the audience in awe. This woman's badass. Her killing moves are so cool. Why does she wear so much? Yet I still find her so sexy. Exactly, super sexy, on par with the Joker girl. You're talking nonsense. The Joker girl's the sexiest. A buzz of discussion rippled through the theater, but quickly faded as the plot progressed. Martin had also slipped in some metaphors. For example, Harley Quinn spots a beautiful purse, smashes the display case glass, and grabs it. On the mannequin's clothing, there's a mark reading "Si vis pacem para bellum" in Latin, translating to "If you want peace, prepare for war." This precautionary mindset aligned perfectly with Amanda Waller's thinking and was Martin's hidden detail foreshadowing the final battle. Another, as Deadshot heads to the skyscraper where Amanda Waller is trapped, he inadvertently sees a mannequin dressed like his daughter in a store window, with a massive smiley face emblem on the backdrop. Though this smiley lacked bloodstains, it still evoked the smiley badge from Watchmen symbolizing the doomsday clock. However, these metaphors didn't disrupt the plot. Most were tucked into the corners of shots, waiting to be discovered. Even if overlooked, it didn't matter. The film relied more on violent gore, sensual allure, and cool effects to captivate the audience's eyes. In battle, Harley Quinn twisted her waist, wildly swinging her baseball bat, smashing enemies' heads to pulp, a scene that had the pervs in the audience drooling. And the swordswoman's agile form, sword flashing like wind, merciless kills, likewise sent another group of pervs adrenaline surging. If you said the original was carried single-handedly by Harley Quinn, then this version was carried by both the Harley Quinn and the swordswoman. Beautiful, sexy girls who fought fiercely were actually the best at arousing the primal urges hidden in men's bodies. From the biggest applause when Margot Robbie and Louis Fay took the stage after the film ended, you could tell. Then, in the interview, the two girls were the most asked after Martin. Margot Robbie. When I first learned about this character, I was like, wow, she's so charismatic. I have to get her. Then I auditioned, and when Martin told me, girl, go home and wait for news. Keep your agent's phone on 24/7, I was thrilled. I knew I'd landed the role. As a member of this Suicide Squad, Harleen Quinzel was originally Gotham's renowned criminal psychologist, but while treating the Joker, she fell hopelessly in love with him. She went to any lengths to help him escape, starting her criminal life, and that's why she's called the Joker Girl. In the film, I had a full-on romance scene with Martin. I think a lot of people will envy me for that. At this point, Martin chimed in. No, I think the envy should be on me. After all, I made the Harley Quinn so sexy. Margot Robbie laughed heartily, flashing Martin a heart with her fingers. The pervs in the audience immediately turned sour, like Leonardo. Martin and Margot are together? No way. After this, I have to ask him. After watching the screening, Leonardo, who had decided to cut ties with Margot Robbie, suddenly felt reluctant. Louis Fay, the fight moves are cool. Thanks for the compliment. Martin designed my fight choreography himself. Honestly, I'd heard he was incredibly skilled, but I didn't expect him to be so proficient in Japanese swordsmanship. This is my first time playing such a ruthless character, but it felt pretty good. Different from all those heroic roles before. Of course I love this character. My favorite scene is during the fight when Harley Quinn mocks me for always hiding behind cover. I slash 2 enemies dead, then take off my mask to reveal my face and say to her, I'm not hiding behind cover. That part is so full of personality. Margot Robbie jumped in. Hey, don't blame me. That's what Martin told me. You need to mock her viciously in that line. I need you to amp up the character's emotions. Louis Fay laughed. I'm not blaming you. Blame the swordswoman. Martin Myers. I know what you all want to say. This film has no deep meaning. Sure, some metaphors, but not many, and most are just fun Easter eggs. This is a commercial film. I didn't want to explore humanity's ultimate meaning or philosophy and religion in it. It's just a ridiculous story of a bunch of bad guys forced to save the world. As long as the audience enjoys it, that's fine. To put it bluntly, this is Ocean's 11 with supervillains. So, the question is, do movies really need good guys and positive characters? Suicide Squad's release squeezed into the tail end of the 2016 summer vacation slot. On the second day of release, media from all sides published reviews, and like Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice in May, they were mixed. Suicide Squad is exactly what DC needs most. This film not only lets people thoroughly enjoy it, but is sure to achieve commercial success. DC movies lag behind Marvel films in beautiful action scenes and humorous banter. Suicide Squad breaks through that. The Easter eggs keep comic fans curious, while the tense action fully satisfies viewers. Complex review. Suicide Squad is an adventure, avant-garde name, avant-garde script, plus a bunch of characters unfamiliar to audiences outside DC fans, and the first DC film directed by someone other than Zack Snyder. However, Suicide Squad accomplishes what Man of Steel couldn't, pulling the entire DC cinematic universe forward. We have reason to believe this is the DC film universe's most satisfying work. Trespass review. On the surface, it might seem overly edgy for a kid-friendly superhero movie, but it doesn't. Instead, it becomes a potent remedy for the heavy, verbose DC superhero blockbusters. The film's characters leave a deeper impression than the plot. After all, the story can't escape the clicked city-saving trope. But they're villains among villains. Their world is incredibly interesting, even a bit profound. Time Out London review. The film isn't a disaster. Compared to Batman v Superman, at least its script holds together. But it's not excellent either, just a mediocre work about rebellion and redemption. Washington Post review. On the surface, it could be an antidote to the formulaic superhero movie rut. But in the end, it's just a higher-postured version of the same. I don't see 2 points of excellence, except for the Joker girls posing. The film has little else stand out. Entertainment Weekly review. Online, the film's Rotten Tomatoes score wasn't too promising, with a freshness rating of only 53%. Out of 77 reviews so far, 41 fresh, positive, and 36 rotten, negative. This score was passable compared to true flops, but ranked at the bottom among Martin's films. Of course, since it was just the premiere, more fans hadn't seen the movie yet, so this rating was temporary. The next day, the film began large-scale screenings. Masses of movie fans flooded the theaters, and the main cast's promotional tour kicked off. After the first weekend's 3 days, Margot Robbie could clearly feel her fame exploding. Whether in Chicago, Miami, or Las Vegas, wherever she went, fans held up her posters. Even some confessed in public. Louis Fay was hot too. The Japanese swordswoman's display of a completely different sensuality from the Joker girl likewise lit up many viewers' eyes. Mom, can you stop following me? It's too embarrassing. What's there to fear? Just treat me like your manager. Mom, look at the crew. Who brings a manager on promo tours? Everyone's looking at me funny. Then treat me like your assistant. Daughter, Mom's doing this for your own good. Hollywood's a messy circle. Louis Fay was speechless, helplessly glancing at Martin not far away. Martin shrugged helplessly too, indicating he had no solution. After a day of promo, back at the hotel, Lou's mom followed her daughter into the room. Martin had no chance to make a move and could only return to his own. Lou's mom's protection game was too on point. Margot Robbie, seeing Martin and Louis Fay's helpless exchange before entering their rooms, couldn't help but snicker. Back in his room, Martin's phone rang. He checked. It was Leonardo calling. Hey, man, I gotta ask you something. What is it? You didn't sleep with Margot, right? Martin laughed. You dog. Tell me, do you regret it? Fuck, I do regret it. On the other end, Leonardo was frank. It's all because you made the Harley Quinn so sexy, so captivating. Honestly, are you with Margot? No. Really? The voice on the line turned delighted. Really? I have no interest in doing my brother's ex. Martin said irritably. Haha, that's a good habit. Keep it up. I won't bother you then. But, with that, Leonardo hung up. Martin guessed the guy must be calling Margot Robbie next. Should he call Blake? The first weekend's 3 days, Suicide Squad raked in $141 million at the North American box office under polarized reviews, breaking the North American August opening weekend box office record. The previous record holder was Guardians of the Galaxy with $94.3 million. Suicide Squad's opening ranked third among this year's films, behind Captain America, Civil War, and Batman v Superman. But those two had much larger budgets than Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad not only succeeded hugely in North America, Globally synchronized release results showed it grossed $145 million in 57 other regions. In 3 days, the global total reached $286.2 million, becoming the 18th highest opening weekend in film history. Meanwhile, in the coming week, Suicide Squad's drop was within Warner and Myers Films' expectations, not exceeding 50%, much better than Batman v Superman. Suicide Squad's performance also gave the tormented Warner and DC a much-needed sedative after Batman v Superman. Martin's still reliable. Calling him the superhero savior is spot on. At a Warner exec meeting, Alan Horn sighed. One exec said, "Martin's great, but his price is ruthless. For our upcoming Wonder Woman and the Flash plans, should we involve him?" "I don't think it's necessary," another exec said. The failure of Batman v Superman wasn't the director's fault, but the screenwriters, too much smuggling. Since Suicide Squad found the right direction for us, future scripts should follow this style. Like Wonder Woman, we can highlight Gal Gadot's long legs. Makes sense. Zack Snyder's directing skill is fine. Even without Zack, we can find others, like the one from Iron Man 2. As long as the script's solid, superhero movies are basically that. Alan Horn thought and said, Wonder Woman and The Flash can go without Martin's involvement, but the Aquaman he once wanted to shoot, we can keep that option, just in case. Clearly, Alan Horn was scared by Batman v Superman and wanted a backup. Early September, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice wrapped up its run. This film, which Warner and DC had pinned their hopes on to revive the DC cinematic universe, had gone head-to-head with Marvel's annual blockbuster Captain America: Civil War, and ultimately suffered a crushing defeat in both reputation and box office. Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice ended with a global box office of $838 million, falling a whopping $280 million short of Civil War's $1.15 billion. The once ambitious DC was thoroughly embarrassed. Fortunately, Suicide Squad's box office explosion gave the DC cinematic universe new hope. This $125 million popcorn flick showed explosive potential. Once it entered the promotional phase, Warner ramped up the expansion with posters, trailers, specials, behind the scenes, and all sorts of materials hitting an unusually high standard. Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn and Liu Yifei's Japanese swordswoman quickly heated up, sparking conquest desires in countless male movie fans. DC Comics had even decided to create the swordswoman character in the comics based on the film, modeled after Liu Yifei's image. Thus, Liu Yifei earned another hefty paycheck. Liu's mom was thrilled beyond words, insisting her daughter invite Martin over for dinner. Martin really is a great guy? Too many women, though. Otherwise, he'd be a perfect son-in-law. Mom, what are you saying? He just saying. Mom wouldn't really marry you off to him. Oh, why are you blushing? My good girl shy, huh? The delighted Liu's mom had no idea her daughter was already his. Suicide Squad steadily raked in box office. Meanwhile, Trump steadily gained approval ratings. But his rival, Hillary Clinton, seemed to have health issues. Recently, a photo of Hillary Clinton being supported upstairs by 3 men went viral online. The photo was posted on the American Mirror on August 16th, with the article opening by pointing out that Hillary's suspicious health should be a key issue in the 2016 presidential election. Then, the conservative political news aggregator Drudge Report placed the photo front and center on its homepage, listing Hillary's 2012 fall and concussion, 2011 slip on a plane ramp, 2009 elbow fracture, and more. According to CNN, the Drudge Report, which exclusively broke the Lewinsky-Clinton sex scandal, is one of the most read news sites in the U.S. Over the next few days, Trump supporters posted photos implying Hillary was unfit for the presidency due to her health. Ivanka was a bit giddy during her call with Martin. Hillary's done. Her health can't support her through the campaign. Voters won't choose an unhealthy president. Martin reminded Ivanka, don't underestimate her. This might be Hillary's ploy. A ploy? Why do you say that? Ivanka was puzzled. Martin explained, our recent attacks using the email scandal have been too aggressive. Faking illness could win her sympathy, making voters think we're attacking a sick, frail old lady. You know, people's hearts are complex. A simple little thing can change your image in their eyes. And psychologically, sympathy is the easiest emotion to convert into favor. But if Hillary fakes illness for sympathy, couldn't it backfire? After all, a sickly person as U.S. president is highly inappropriate. Ivanka was still confused. Martin said, "That's easy to fix," like after gaining sympathy, admitting the photo is from long ago. That would make the public think we deliberately released old photos to smear Hillary. It can work like that. Ivanka, being young, was shocked. "Come on, it's the presidential election. It's all dirty tricks," Martin said. Martin's words proved prophetic. Just days after Trump's team relentlessly attacked Hillary as a sickly, unfit president, CNN debunked it, pointing out the photo wasn't recent, but from February 27th, before the South Carolina primary. Hillary had slipped on the stairs then, and several people around her helped her up. Reuters and Getty Images captured the photo, but it was quickly forgotten until Hillary's opponents dug it up and twisted it. The Washington Post noted that distorting photos and videos to question Hillary's health was a common attack tactic by Trump's team. Though shameless, they do it often. For example, on June 10th this year, Hillary joked with exaggerated nods during a coffee shop interview. But soon someone slowed the video and uploaded it to YouTube with the title "Hillary Clinton Stroke/Tremors," racking up 1.4 million views. And this time, it's clearly Trump's team replaying old tricks. In the office, Trump was furious. "Motherfucker, Martin was right. This is that bitch's self-directed play. I admit the coffee shop clip was our doing." At this, he couldn't help grinning. It really was hilarious, even now. Then, stifling his laugh, he said, "Hillary's too cunning, faking pitiful for sympathy while using it to smear us. Damn, we fell for it." He looked at his daughter. "Ivanka, did Martin say how to handle it?" Martin meant that denying it now is too late. After all, we did use that photo to attack Hillary. Trump felt awkward. His aides had warned him to check the situation first, but he couldn't resist. Character setup, once faked long enough, sometimes it really becomes a habit. Could it be that we have no way to counter her, just letting that old bitch Hillary smear us? Trump said somewhat sullenly. Ivanka replied. Martin suggested we turn the tables, bite down on the claim that Hillary really does have health issues. After all, she's had plenty of health problems in the past. A middle-aged bald white aide said, "That's a good idea. We can also pull out those medical records of Hillary's and compare them to Mr. Trump's." Yeah, the public wants a healthy, vigorous president leading them, not some frail, weakly woman. Another aide said excitedly. Trump nodded, then said somewhat smugly, "My health has always been great. I like eating red meat. I exercise regularly. I'm full of energy. I only need 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day, and the rest of the time can be used for handling affairs." That's a bit of an exaggeration. The aides thought to themselves. Ivanka relayed the campaign team's ideas to Martin over the phone. This was Trump's intent, as Martin's timely discoveries of issues had convinced him that Martin's cleverness could help. After thinking it over, Martin had a flash of inspiration. In his other memories, Hillary suddenly withdrew midway through a public speech not long after, causing quite a stir, even rumors of her having Parkinson's. If they timed their attacks on Hillary's health right before that day, wouldn't the effect be even better? As for the date, he remembered it clearly from his memories. Because that day was a special time, September 11th, the 15th anniversary of New York's 9/11 event. He told Ivanka, "Time the strike for September 10th. Hillary has announced she'll attend New York's 9/11 15th anniversary memorial and give a public speech. Hit her public image with this right before. Hiding health issues isn't honest behavior. If something really happens to her that day, it'll be even more interesting." Martin said the future truth in a joking tone. When Ivanka told her father and the aides about Martin's suggestion, Trump's aide team thought it was a great idea. Someone said, "Even if Hillary doesn't have a health episode during the speech, we can fabricate one. Like, did her hand shake while holding the script? Did she have a nasal voice? Was her walking pace slower than usual? We can tie it all to health issues. Great plan, let's do it." Trump immediately agreed. September 1st to 2nd was U.S. Labor Day. By tradition, the presidential election officially began after Labor Day, with 2 months of final sprinting. In 2016, the presidential race, though outsiders saw it as grand, had massive momentum. Because outsiders focus on the spectacle, while insiders look at the money. The primaries hadn't started, but fundraising was already laid out. From tycoons, lobby groups, big corporations' attitudes, it wasn't hard to see who the strongest contender was. Republicans favored Jeb. Democrats had Hillary far ahead in new setups. From 1988, when old Bush entered the White House, to now, nearly 30 years, 20 of them had a White House occupant surnamed Bush or Clinton. Thinking 2016 would be another Bush-Clinton White House battle, many muttered it was boring, no fresh faces. But regardless of interest, both were acceptable candidates to the elite class. After the election heated up, no major surprises occurred. Republicans or Democrats always pushed forward reassuring choices. But this time, the outsiders were wrong. The previously overlooked Trump suddenly surged, surpassing all intra-party rivals to become the Republican nominee. This led to strong dissatisfaction at the Republican grassroots, nearly spiraling out of control. On the Republican side, no one took the controversy-stirring Trump seriously. He bashed Mexicans, Muslims, mainstream media, incumbent politicians. Media, at first, didn't see him as a viable candidate, but thought his rants would draw viewers. Unexpectedly, his rants resonated with the grassroots. Free exposure skyrocketed his support. Jeb's backers spared no expense on attack ads against Trump, but ultimately, Jeb and other establishment favorites lost. On the Democratic side, Hillary wasn't smooth sailing either. Thinking Hillary would dominate. After all, she'd been building her image, networks, and funding since losing to Obama in 2008. But then came the unknown Senator Sanders, donning this socialist hat, waving the anti-elite, anti-status quo banner, chasing her support all the way. In February's early primaries, results worried the elite class. Trump on one side, Sanders on the other, the presidential race teetered on the edge of chaos. Fortunately, the Democratic side had only two competitors. The establishment backed Hillary. Mainstream media downplayed and ignored Sanders. Yes, deliberately suppressing public attention to ensure Hillary's narrow victory in the primaries, thinking she'd crush the buffoonish Trump after winning the primary. But the elite were wrong again. Hillary's two-politician image, her logical speeches, made the public see her as too hypocritical. Trump's big mouth, spewing nonsense, full of holes, clearly clueless on policy, yet boldly guaranteeing solutions, gave the public a fresh feel, genuinely entertaining. To this day, nearly a full year later, both had approval ratings around 40%. Hillary hadn't pulled away. Occasionally, Trump even surged ahead. The pre-election powerhouse turned out to be a paper tiger. September 10, 2016. An article about Hillary's health issues was released. It first appeared on online media, then was widely reposted. This time, with the Trump team's careful crafting, the content hit home. The article listed Hillary's recent health incidents: cerebral blood clots, hypothyroidism, falls and fractures, pneumonia, etc. In the end, it stated, "If you don't like Hillary, please don't vote for her, because her physical condition truly isn't suitable for being president. If you do like Hillary, also please don't vote for her, unless you want to see her collapse on the job." On the same day the report came out, Trump publicly released his own health checkup report. Trump's doctor, Bernstein, stated in the report that Trump underwent a comprehensive physical in New York last week, with results showing Trump in excellent health. The physical report indicated Trump is taking a cholesterol-lowering medication and low-dose aspirin. The report noted Trump's only hospitalization was at age 11 for an appendectomy. The 70-year-old Trump stands 6 feet 3 inches, about 1.90 meters, tall, and weighs 236 pounds, about 107 kilograms. According to the U.S. National Institutes of Health's Body Mass Index, Trump falls into the overweight category. In the release of his report, Trump demonstrated that he has the energy and vitality to sustain and never interrupt his campaign activities, and more importantly, his energy and vitality are sufficient to handle the duties of U.S. President. September 11th. Trump and his campaign team were all in the office, waiting in front of the TV. They were awaiting the start of the live broadcast of New York's 9/11 15th anniversary memorial, ready to find evidence of Hillary's worrisome health from it. "Everyone pay close attention. That bitch just needs to shake her hand a bit." pause in speech for a moment, and grab it for me. Best if she trips while going on stage. That'd make the story even better, Trump said. But what Trump and his team never expected was that Hillary suddenly withdrew before going on stage to speak. The camera had already cut to her. You could see Hillary slightly hunched, supported by two staffers, one of whose hands was even trembling. Walter? That bitch isn't really sick, is she? Trump's eyes widened instantly. Did you see? Hillary's hand was shaking. Could it be Parkinson's? One aide said loudly. Who cares if it is or not? We say it is. Another aide said excitedly. Haha, Martin's suggestion was spot on. He's really a lucky guy. Trump suddenly burst into laughter. The aides exchanged glances, recalling Martin's earlier suggestion, all thinking this young man had insanely good luck. The next day, September 12th, news of Hillary having Parkinson's began flying all over the internet. Will Smith's spirits were low. He realized that in the final cut, his scenes seemed fewer than the Joker girls, and Deadshot's presence in the film was extremely weak. But he also noticed that after the Joker girl appeared, the theater's atmosphere changed. That swallowing sound was practically in his ear. Damn, am I really past my prime? He couldn't help thinking. Leonardo was swallowing too. He'd never imagined this woman. He'd had such a sexy side. Not that Margot Robbie wasn't sexy herself, but she lacked the Joker girl's wickedness, and evil itself is a kind of sexy. Fuck. No wonder Martin said I'd regret breaking up with Margot. I motherfucking regret it. Suicide Squad once again brought Martin a wealth of desire, replenishing the mana within his body to overflowing. So he flew to Guinea once more, selecting two populous cities to set up soul-absorbing arrays. By now, Guinea's major infrastructure projects were no longer limited to the capital Conakry. Cities across the country were buzzing with construction, drawing envious eyes from many neighboring poor West African nations. Upon arriving in Guinea, Martin received invitations from numerous West African governments, all of which he rejected. One must eat one bite at a time. Suicide Squad was raking in box office worldwide. Unlike the original timeline, thanks to Martin's excellent relations with Ching Chong higher-ups, this version of Suicide Squad could screen in Ching Chong, and it caused a sensation. Liu Yifei's version of the Japanese swordswoman drew in massive fans for her. The tight leather pants and form-fitting tank top let audiences appreciate the fairy sister in a new form of wildness and sexiness. Is this Liu Yifei? I can't believe my eyes. She's so fierce. I'm in love. Who knew the fairy sister could be this sexy? She shows nothing, yet why can't I stop drooling? The fairy sister's kicks, sword swings, and kills are so captivating. That waist, that butt, I never knew Liu Yifei had such a great figure. Liu Yifei has finally broken free from her ancient costume rut. This is a successful breakthrough. Meanwhile, Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn also exploded in popularity in Ching Chong. Liu Yifei's character is fine, clean kills, breaking her old image, but for sexiness, it's still my Harley Quinn. Agree with upstairs. Watching that girl walk makes my heart itch like a cat scratching. Fishnet stockings plus short shorts. Love it. So perky. Seeing that but squeezed tight makes me swallow hard. You're pathetic. I wouldn't be like you. I've already bought the high-def Blu-ray to savor slowly at home. When Margot Robbie followed Liu Yifei out of International Airport and saw the sea of fans holding up posters of herself and Liu Yifei, she was stunned. So many people. Get used to it. My friend told me you're hot here. Liu Yifei said to Margot. Seeing Liu Yifei and Margot emerge, the waiting fans erupted, surging forward in a wave. Margot had never experienced anything like this and hid behind Liu Yifei in fright. In the end, with airport security's help, the two girls pushed through the crowd and got into Yang Mi's waiting car. Fei, you're truly an international star now. Seeing her best friend, Yang Mi teased. Liu Yifei returned the commercial flattery. You've been one for ages. Yang Mi beamed. Instantly. This promotional trip to Ching Chong featured only Margot and Liu Yifei. Liu Yifei invited Margot to stay at her home. Margot didn't refuse. After the airport incident, staying alone in a hotel felt a bit scary. Though she had two assistants, they were useless against so many people. Arriving at Liu Yifei's home, the first impression was huge. In Guinea, Martin got a call from Leonardo. What the fuck? Why are you going to China? No, I didn't invite you to the Asia promo. Asshole, you want to date Margot and have me lie to Blake? You're back with Margot? Martin was speechless at this old perv, but since the other assumed his film promo was a pretext, he might as well have him actually promo the film well in East Asia. Then don't just do Ching Chong, Japan, Korea, Thailand too. First off, no pay free. Cover your own flights, food, lodging. To sleep with the Joker girl, again, Leonardo tearfully agreed to Martin's series of unequal treaties. Wide asphalt roads, skyscrapers sprouting like forests, and faces brimming with vigor and hope. You know what it reminds me of, Sigmund? What? It reminds me of when we Jews first founded Israel. Same momentum, same vitality. TL/N. It reminds me when Jews were kicked out of 109 countries. On a sidewalk in Guinea's capital Conakry, two middle-aged white men strolled, looking like ordinary tourists. Thanks to Conakry's good security, complete infrastructure, and surrounding savannas and rivers, pleasant scenery, more tourists from around the world chose to visit. But Baruch and Sigmund weren't real tourists. They were Mossad special ops agents from Israel, not combat types, skilled in ambush and disguise. Their trip to Conakry was to investigate the disappearance of a Mossad female agent team in Europe years ago. That team had vanished without a trace, shocking Mossad into thinking some major power was targeting them. But after long covert investigations, it seemed no European country was behind it. The perpetrators were extremely mysterious, their actions clean, no clues left. Until last year's second half, a Jewish tourist coincidentally spotted a white female slave in some tribal chief's home. The white slave's features looked very Jewish. The tourist couldn't resist chatting with her. When asking her background, the slave was blank, saying she remembered nothing. Back in Israel, the tourist grew suspicious and reported it, leading to Baruch and Sigmund's trip. Arriving in Conakry, they first toured for a day, astonished by the city's modernization level. It didn't resemble a poor West African city at all, more like prosperous ones in South Africa or Egypt. The next day, they rented a car and headed to the tribe the tourist had visited. The car drove on a jade belt-like asphalt road through the savannah. Baruch sighed again. This really doesn't seem like West Africa, roads built right into the grasslands. Sigmund said, Have you noticed? Conakry has lots of white people and companies. That's not a good sign. Baruch nodded gravely. You're right. Our companies need to extend tentacles here too. And our Mossad can't treat this country like typical West African poverty anymore. The off-road vehicle stopped in front of a farm. After Baruch and Sigmund got out, they saw several dark-skinned locals herding livestock, with herds of sheep and cattle leisurely moving across the grassland. Sigmund said, This Guinea government has quite the iron fist, huh? Getting these nomadic tribes to settle on fixed farms instead of wandering and relying on the weather, that's no easy feat. Baruch, I'm curious too. How did they do it? Does this government have strong control over the tribes? With doubts in mind, the two approached the black herders. One of the black kids saw the approaching Baruch and Sigmund and spoke in the local language. Guinea's official language is French, but French is only common in the big cities. Tribal natives mostly speak local languages, Susu. Sigmund, Inakamasuku. Assigned to this mission, Sigmund had undergone nearly half a year of training, learning Guinea's several native languages, Susu, Malinke, and Fula. Thanks to his natural linguistic talent and the limited vocabulary of native languages, he mastered them quickly. A moment later, Sigmund turned to Baruch with a smile. Let's go. Their tribe is just ahead. We'll drive ourselves. We're just going like this. No preparations. Baruch whispered. No worries. These tribes are tamed. Safety's not an issue. They often host tourists. It's one of their main income sources. Sigmund said casually. The two got back in the car, turned onto a dirt road, and drove in the direction the black kid pointed. Soon, a cluster of structures made from thatch and mud appeared before them. With tourists at the door, the tribal chief happily welcomed the two into his home and began hawking various local trinkets, wooden masks, straw hats woven from golden grass, small drums made from cowhide, etc. Though crude, they had a unique wild flavor from the Great Savannah. Sigmund and Baruch casually bought a few items, immediately delighting the chief, who summoned his favorite white female slave to entertain them. That night, Sigmund and Baruch didn't leave, staying in the tribe. There were rooms specifically for tourists. Sigmund, what do you think? Baruch whispered. Can't be wrong. This female slave is one of the Sphinx operation's female agents. Though she's been missing for years, the traces of her long training haven't completely faded. Plus, I've seen photos of those missing female agents before. The one we saw today, named Yuna, was one of the action team's deputy leaders. But Sigmund's voice grew hesitant. I secretly flashed our Mossad internal recognition gesture at Yuna earlier. She had no reaction at all. Did she really lose her memory? Damn, what the hell happened to them? Where did the others go? Baruch's tone turned furious. Something must have happened. It's just, who did it? Sigmund remained relatively calm. He was pondering several key questions. Who captured our Mossad female agents and brought them to Africa? Is the mastermind still monitoring these agents? Are the others still alive? If alive, how to find them? As for a rescue operation after finding them, Sigmund wasn't too worried. Guinea, after all, though developing well now, its military strength surely wasn't on Israel's level. The next day, Baruch sought out the chief again, expressing interest in buying more handicrafts. Meanwhile, Sigmund seized the opportunity while Baruch distracted the chief to sneak near the chief's harem. Okay, calling it a harem might be a stretch. It was really just a larger thatched hut. He happened to see Yuna standing outside the room, handling animal entrails. Seeing this woman before him dressed in African primitive attire, her skin roughened by the savannah sun and winds, he couldn't help feeling heartache. These were elite agents their country had invested heavily in training, now serving as a slave to a primitive tribal leader. If I find out who did this, silently vowing in his heart, his face showed nothing. Sigmund's eyes swept over the woman, his peripheral vision noting no one else around. So he whispered, Yuna? The Jewish woman looked up puzzled, fluently speaking French. Hello. Who are you looking for? Sigmund's gaze locked on the woman's eyes. Yuna, have you forgotten who you are? Yuna? Me? You know me? You know my past. A flicker of urgency passed through the Jewish woman's eyes, then quickly calmed. She said flatly, I don't know who Yuna is. You'd better leave quickly. The master doesn't like seeing me interact with outsiders. Then the woman suddenly scratched a number into the mud with her fingernail, glanced up to signal Sigmund, and immediately wiped it away with her palm. Sigmund left without another word. In his mind, he memorized the number Yuna had written, 21. 8:50 p.m. The tribe fell silent. The natives rose with the sun and rested at sunset. By now, most of the tribe was deep in sleep. Sigmund and Baruch slipped out of their hut. Yes, no door, and stealthily made their way to where they'd seen Yuna during the day. After waiting about 5 minutes, a shadow crept over. It was Yuna. You're early, the woman whispered. Baruch instinctively asked, How do you know the time? The woman gave him an odd look, clearly surprised by the question, but explained, Of course, because I look at the clock. Though this is a primitive tribe, the chief's room has plenty of modern items. All right, no more useless talk. Sigmund interrupted. Yuna, do you really remember nothing from before? The woman shook her head. I don't remember, but the name Yuna gives me a familiar feeling. So you know me. I don't remember, but the name Yuna gives me a familiar feeling. So you know me. The woman made Sigmund and Baruch's hearts sink slightly. Sigmund whispered, Yuna, do you remember who you are? The woman's eyes glazed over slightly. Then she continued shaking her head. I don't remember, but it still feels familiar. Then the woman said, Can you take me away? I don't want to be a slave anymore. Of course Baruch started to agree. Sigmund interrupted him, asking quickly, Yuna, do you remember where the other colleagues who were on the mission with you went? The woman shook her head blankly. I don't know. Then she asked again, Are we colleagues? What did I do before? Sigmund pondered for a moment, didn't answer, but asked instead, Do you remember how you got here? The woman still shook her head. I don't remember. Then she said somewhat irritably, Are you taking me or not? Sigmund's voice softened. Of course we'll take you, but not now. We need to prepare a bit. Back in the room, Baruch asked curiously, Sigmund, when are we rescuing Yuna? Sigmund said calmly, No rush. Let me think it over. Baruch said sullenly, Why? Yuna's suffering. Shouldn't we get her out of this hell as soon as possible? I'm afraid of alerting the one who did this, Sigmund said. There are over 20 other female agents out there. If we rashly rescue Yuna without figuring out where they are, I'm afraid. Baruch fell silent. He understood Sigmund's meaning. After thinking, he said unwillingly, then we'd better reassure Yuna to avoid her acting impulsively, and best to set a deadline. If we never find the others, we can't leave Yuna hanging forever. Relax, I know. Actually, I think the others might also be in some tribes on this savannah. Sigmund said, tomorrow we'll head back to Conakry, report the situation to HQ, and get them to send more people. The savannah's huge. Finding those tribes won't be easy. Baruch suddenly smiled. Looking at it this way, the Guinea government's forcing those tribes to settle on farms is actually good for us. Saves a lot of effort. The next day, Sigmund and Baruch left the tribe early, driving back to Conakry, preparing to report the situation to HQ. But the two never imagined that as soon as they reached the hotel, they were subdued. A face often seen on TV appeared before them. Hello, gentlemen from Mossad. A few days later, Sigmund and Baruch left Conakry, carrying a brand new mission. Meanwhile, Martin leisurely wandered Conakry for 2 more days before flying back to Los Angeles. Back in Los Angeles, Martin continued post-production on it while participating in the U.S. election. With Martin's suggestions proving effective several times, Trump began listening to him more and more. Time came to September 26th. The first TV debate of the 2016 U.S. presidential election kicked off, marking the U.S. political scene entering its climax. Recently, strong attacks on various groups had erupted across the U.S., along with chaos and anxiety, once again reminding people that overshadowing this land wasn't just the halo of the chosen land, but increasingly sharp social contradictions and urgent social predicaments needing resolution. The onstage debate was a comprehensive one. The organizers, the Nonpartisan Commission on Presidential Debates, announced days earlier that the debate would cover 3 topics: America's direction, achieving prosperity, and securing America, encompassing politics, economy, and security, the 3 key areas. The debate was moderated by NBC's nightly news anchor Lester Holt, with live coverage by major U.S. TV networks and cable channels. Per the format, no ads during the debate, total 90 minutes, divided into 6 segments of 15 minutes each, 2 segments per topic. At the start of each segment, the moderator asks a question first, giving each presidential candidate 2 minutes to respond, after which they have a chance to spar over the opponent's answer. Though the debate venue was isolated by various security measures, numerous students still gathered on campus, waving flags to boost their supported candidate. All major U.S. TV networks and cable channels deployed dozens of broadcast vans. Some media even set up guest interview sites right outside the venue. Media estimates suggested the debate's viewership could break 100 million. As night fell, countless people across North America waited in front of their TVs for the debate to begin. In terms of debate style, Hillary was rigid and formulaic, droning on, while Trump was utterly unpredictable. On the other hand, pro-Hillary mainstream media were also anxiously concerned about Hillary's debate performance. September 7th, NBC held a TV town hall where Hillary and Trump appeared sequentially, no direct face-off, but the scene was already unsettling. When Hillary appeared, her meticulous detailing of her views was often interrupted by the moderator's questions. When Trump appeared, the moderator was helpless against the domineering Trump. It was the moderator who got interrupted. NBC's moderator faced fierce criticism from mainstream media. She speaks facts, yet you interrupt? Trump spouts nonsense, and you don't point it out. Don't question, letting him sail through? Some called for the next debate's moderators to muster the courage to argue with Trump. TV stations should fact-check Trump's blather on site, not let the trickster get away. That posture, as if a bunch of reporters and editors couldn't wait to jump in, won for Hillary. The 2016 election had quite a few unique aspects compared to previous ones. For instance, the two rivals' attacks on each other carried a life-or-death flavor, with razor-sharp language. Trump directly nicknamed Hillary Crooked Hillary. At the Republican National Convention, the delegates rhythmically chanted to lock her up. Hillary's camp wasn't about to back down. They declared Trump's moral standards lacking, calling him a street thug who, with the nuclear button in his hand, could trigger a global catastrophe. Plenty of Democrats also said Trump colluded with foreign powers, sharing ideals with Putin, possibly even financial ties. Hillary herself, at her most recent fundraiser, declared Trump's supporters deplorables, because only deplorables would support a deplorable. The gunpowder smell was thick enough to explode. In front of the TV, Martin and the girls each adopted their most comfortable postures, some lounging on the sofa, some sitting on the floor, some sprawled on cushions, watching the heated pre-debate coverage. When they saw Hofstra University's students role-playing the candidates and moderator for the upcoming TV debate, with the boy on the left perfectly mimicking Trump's gestures, everyone burst into laughter. Sophia asked Martin, "Do you think Trump can win?" "Win what? This debate or the election?" Martin asked. "I mean the debate," Sophia said. Martin shrugged nonchalantly. "One debate doesn't mean much. It's not the last century anymore. With online promotion fully rolled out, TV debates' influence has dropped a lot. They might still affect some voters' choices, but the impact isn't huge. There are too many ways to speak out now. But I still favor Trump in this debate. Though his debating skills are average. Okay, he basically has no debating skills unless it's being overbearing. But Trump's appeal isn't in his debating prowess. As a reality TV host, this guy has star power. His appearances and speeches can always bring thick, dramatic flair. When others speak, he constantly interrupts, utterly impolite. When he speaks, he rambles nonsense, answers off-topic, freestyles. The moderator can't even stop him. He not only argues with other candidates, but often with the moderator too, spouting wild words, cursing freely. Rules and etiquette mean nothing to him. For a traditional politician like Hillary, she's never faced an opponent like this and has no idea how to handle it. More importantly, the public seems to really like hearing his nonsense, like watching a show. Speaking of another debate factor, thick skin. Both are pretty qualified there, with Hillary edging out a bit. It's hard to say who wins or loses, but Trump should gain the upper hand. At 8 p.m., the debate officially began. The first 30 minutes went exactly as Martin predicted. Hillary was indeed on the defensive. Trump came out swinging on free trade. As a consensus of both Democrats and Republicans, the free trade ideology had always been supported by the elite class, but it led to manufacturing fleeing the U.S., massive job losses. The unemployed blue-collar workers hit by this were Trump's main supporters. As a representative of the elite aristocracy, Hillary had always been a free trade supporter, only recently flipping to oppose last year's signed TPP after sensing the public wind shift during the primaries. Trump criticized politicians like Hillary for lacking their own convictions, easily changing stances for votes, spouting free trade for 30 years, signing so many deals that let other countries take full advantage, completely ignoring the impact on middle and lower-class livelihoods. Now, seeing it's bad for votes, she flips again. The public shouldn't trust such flip-flopping, unprincipled sly politicians. Under Trump's assault, Hillary seemed evasive, her responses feeble, on the defensive. But Hillary was a veteran politician after all. Though her weakness was hit, she still stubbornly refused to admit fault, being a basic politician quality. Then, she found an opportunity to counterattack. During the tax discussion, Hillary suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Trump, as presidential candidates, we must set an example for the people. On taxes, every candidate has released their returns, but you haven't. Is this because you're guilty, perhaps did something unconscionable?" Trump was speechless. Seizing the momentum, Hillary smiled, shaking her head with mocking words, speculating the reasons. "I think the reason is simple. Either Mr. Trump isn't as rich as you claim, or you didn't donate to charity as you proclaimed, or you're deep in debt to banks, or you paid no taxes at all, too ashamed to let people see." Using such speculation to attack an opponent in debate isn't a glorious tactic, and countering it isn't hard. The direct way is to ignore it. The low way is to mimic, counter-speculating Hillary's emails or health. This might suit Trump's usual rogue style best. But Trump, after all, lacked experience. He chose the worst method, directly responding to Hillary's accusation. Hillary accused him of not paying taxes. He pounded his chest in loud rebuttal, but his words clearly lacked logic. One moment, "I know how to use the laws." The next, "1 million taxes aren't just taken by politicians to waste." Then he added, I did business to make money. It's not illegal. Hillary accused his company of once being sued by the government for racial discrimination. He didn't even deny it, saying, "We settled out of court. The parties involved say nothing more." Then he tacked on, "Many real estate companies get sued. Separating white and black communities is our tradition." Such rebuttals, to others' ears, basically admitted Hillary's accusations weren't unfounded. Clearly, the inexperienced Trump had fallen into Hillary's trap. Judging by how often Hillary shook her head, you could tell how smug she was now. "Mr. Trump seems a bit off," Sophia said. "I don't like him. That guy's definitely sexist." Scarlett shook her head from the side. Jessica said, "I support Hillary too. Say what you will, she's a standout among women." Lindsay Lohan had a different opinion. "I support Trump because Daddy Martin supports him." In U.S. presidential debates, candidates have one basic requirement. They must know how to deflect, because the opponent will inevitably throw out damaging accusations, using rhetoric to provoke you. If you respond, you fall into the trap. In such situations, you absolutely cannot dance to the opponent's tune. You can't quibble over details or change the subject lightly. In this regard, Hillary had honed her skills to perfection. Earlier, Trump accused her of not genuinely opposing TPP, but doing so for votes, repeatedly asking if she blamed Obama for it. Hillary certainly couldn't say her key ally Obama was wrong. She first smiled, stalling for a moment, thinking of an excuse before responding. First, deflect. Different people have different ideas about the economy. What's important isn't what you supported then or oppose now. What's important is economic growth. We need to make changes with the times. Then change the subject. I have a plan to create job opportunities. If unemployment drops, the economy will surely rebound, because consumption will grow. With such rambling and circling, she successfully diverted Trump's accusation. In the end, admitting nothing, denying nothing, equivalent to saying nothing. Trump, after all, was a novice, lacking just that skill. He wasn't from a political family, hadn't participated in politics in the first half of his life. He'd always been a businessman. His self-respect and confidence were built on business success. Thus, facing Hillary's questions on this front, he couldn't help but retort. Plus, he was used to being the big boss in his company, his word law. Only he criticized others, not allowing others to disrespect him. This flaw of his had been noticed during primary debates and discussed in the media. But back then, with many on stage in a free-for-all, no one bothered exploiting his weakness. In the general election debate, however, it was just him versus Hillary. Hillary's team, having thoroughly studied Trump's personality, knew where his flaws lay, so they deliberately set traps in the speech designed for him to fall into. And clearly, it worked. Afterward, the entire debate rhythm fell completely under Hillary's control. She lambasted Trump's tax returns, his business, his ignorance of national security, his racism, his disrespect for women. Trump basically followed along. For every point Hillary made, he couldn't help but retort, speaking without filter, endlessly defending himself. As a result, the second half of the debate turned entirely into Hillary attacking, Trump defending. Trump had completely forgotten he should also target Hillary's sore spots, like the email server, Clinton Foundation, Benghazi, illegal immigration, to launch counterattacks. By the end of the debate, Trump's face had completely fallen, while Hillary wore a relaxed smile. When Trump loudly proclaimed before the debate ended that he had the temperament to be president, Hillary, fully in control of the rhythm, responded lightly, "Whoa, okay. Whoa, okay," displaying the winner's poise. Martin had predicted the first half of the debate, but hadn't expected Trump to flop so badly in the second half. Sophia laughed. "Looks like Hillary took the upper hand." Martin shrugged. "Seems that way." Trump was still too green. Then the phone rang. Checking the number, it was Ivanka calling, probably seeking comfort again. "It's fine, darling," Martin said in a light tone. Though Hillary won this debate, it doesn't necessarily mean her approval will rise. Based on popular theory, ordinary people watching TV debates only watch the first 30 minutes, because in most cases, candidates' discussions are just self-promotion, nothing stirring. Those who watch a full 90-minute debate are political experts, media workers, commentators. Your father happened to have the advantage in the first 30 minutes. Though he was on the defensive later, many viewers might not have seen it. Oh, really? Ivanka asked uncertainly. Of course, trust me, darling. In this era, debates aren't that meaningful anymore. With so many online channels, TV debates are no longer voters' main way to understand politicians. Your father has gotten high exposure online from primaries till now, while Hillary, as a veteran politician, is already a familiar figure to everyone. So this debate, even if voters watched, just reinforced impressions a bit. It might not change many attitudes, unless someone slips up big time. From the debate, Hillary's level is just SOSO, no exquisite performance or remarks. She only shone because your father performed even worse. I figure Hillary will breathe a sigh of relief afterward. Her many scandals, and the opponent only caught free trade. She dodged a bullet. Martin's words gave Ivanka some comfort. But Martin was curious about one thing and asked, by the way, before the debate, didn't you guys do mock debate training for your father? Well, someone suggested it. Ivanka stammered. But my father refused. He said he could handle Hillary. His speaking skills are better. In Martin's mind, he cursed Trump. Speaking skills better? Who gave you that confidence? But that was very Trump. The next day, U.S. media CNN cited Nielsen preliminary data showing that on the 26th evening, about 84 million U.S. viewers watched presidential candidates Trump and Hillary's first debate, creating a breakthrough over the 80 million viewer record set in the 1980s. The data company Nielsen summarized this after tallying viewership from 13 U.S. channels that broadcast the Century debate live. Nielsen's 84 million total only included those watching at home via traditional TV channels. Viewers in bars, restaurants, offices, and other places weren't counted. Thus, the actual number of people watching the presidential candidates' onstage debate would be far higher than the reported 84 million. Additionally, CNN noted that Nielsen's more detailed data showed that night, U.S. viewers watched Hillary and Trump's debate from start to finish, without the situation Martin mentioned earlier where viewership dropped sharply after the first 30 minutes. Trump and Hillary's first TV debate viewership far exceeded major media expectations. U.S. cable news networks claimed the debate's viewers could surpass 100 million, comparable to the Super Bowl, and breaking the 80 million viewer record set by Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan in 1980. Meanwhile, Suicide Squad's North American box office had surpassed $282 million, with hopes of breaking $400 million. Globally, it reached $427 million, with hopes of shattering the $789 million R-rated record set by Get Out. Warner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suicide Squad's success masked Batman v Superman's failure. This time, they could report to the board. Griffith Park. As one of the U.S.'s largest city parks, it covers about 16 million square meters. Facilities are complete, with golf courses, observatories, zoos, museums, etc. You can also hike, horseback ride, and more. The park has many picnic tables. After tiring from ball games, you can picnic here. Picnicking in vast nature has a unique flavor. Griffith Park has 2 golf courses, offering classic yet unique golf experiences. Wilson Course provides wide practice greens and shaded fairways for amateur golfers. Harding Course, picturesque scenery, worth every golf enthusiast challenge to enjoy the sport's charm. Martin was a member of the Wilson Course, paying high annual fees, but he rarely played there. Compared to golf, Martin preferred basketball. But Martin still got a membership because Western elites loved discussing business in this environment. The open space made eavesdropping hard. Today, he was invited by Disney CEO Robert Iger. Since teaming up with Martin to suppress Roy Disney's board influence, their relationship had entered a honeymoon phase. Given that in the original timeline, Robert Iger elevated Disney to world's top entertainment company, Martin usually didn't oppose him on the board. But this time, Robert Iger invited Martin not for Disney matters, but, "So you're here as Hillary's lobbyist? You know, I'm a Democrat too. I couldn't refuse Hillary's request. Of course, I'm just the messenger, conveying her invitation. The decision is yours. Have me abandon Trump and join her campaign?" Martin laughed, somewhat curious. So what is she prepared to offer? Hillary discussed extending Obama's aid policy to Guinea and those steel mills in Cleveland. She'll convince the owners to sell to you. and allow you to ship the equipment to Guinea. Robert Iger's words made Martin smile faintly, shaking his head. That's not enough. Aid to Guinea is to ease domestic unemployment. Even if Trump takes office, it'll continue. As for Cleveland's steel mills, they're already in the red. If I'm willing to take them, those owners would beg for it. Due to convenient water transport and rich resources, Cleveland's manufacturing was once highly developed, a U.S. heavy industry hub with world-class shipbuilding. Unfortunately, with manufacturing shifts and industrial changes, Cleveland began a slow decline 50 years ago. Numerous factories closed, massive worker unemployment. The rich fled, leaving only the poor struggling there. In the 21st century, this city once hailed as best location in the U.S., best city in America, and rock and roll capital, is now called the Rust Belt. In current Cleveland, numerous steel mills are shuttered, waiting to be sold. Downtown houses, the cheapest down to $1. Yes, $1, and still unsellable. Many unsold houses sit vacant. Owners long fled the city. Then these empty houses get occupied by vagrant blacks, quickly forming new black ghettos. So Hillary's promised steel mill sales to Martin were actually clearing bad assets for the capitalists behind her. Conversely, allowing steel mill equipment export to Guinea was somewhat interesting. In the U.S., heavy industrial equipment can't be exported without government approval. But these didn't sway Martin. Trump could do the same. Robert Iger continued. Hillary also promises to introduce some of her connections behind her to you. Martin still scoffed. Behind Hillary aren't just those Rockefeller family, Wall Street finance tycoons. Rockefeller is my competitor, oil conglomerate, finance tycoons already friendly with my family. As a long-standing member of the U.S. WASP group, the Myers family, before Martin's rise, though not top-tier U.S. families, had extensive networks. What is the WASP-1 group? In the U.S., it's the true ruling class. Because the English word for yellow jacket is WASP, many, including many WASPs, jokingly call WASPs yellow jackets. The WASP group not only dominates U.S. politics but also the economy, dominating society as a whole. Closest to Anglo-Saxons are the Germans. Most Germans are Protestant, and Anglo-Saxons are a German branch, so they're kin. The Irish produced the Kennedy clan, so they're on the WASP periphery. In the U.S., only the Jewish group can rival the WASP group. They cooperate and compete. You could say the WASP group and Jewish group are the sword and shield ruling the U.S. But over time, the two have begun merging, intermarrying, their ties growing closer. The Myers family, as pure members of the WASP group, had deep-rooted connections in the U.S. This was one reason why old Myers wasn't afraid at all after Martin offended Bush before. Speaking of Hillary and the Clinton family, their seniority in the WASP group wasn't as deep as the Myers families. Martin had already started contacting Hillary's backers early on. He didn't need her as a middleman. Hillary obviously didn't know this point. Bluntly put, she just wanted to freeload. Hillary and Clinton, this couple, were typical of that extremely greedy politician type. Clinton was better. Though his wealth-amassing methods were unusual, his reputation for taking money and delivering was decent. In comparison, Hillary's reputation was crap. This was why, when Hillary ran for president, she had to use her husband's Clinton Foundation to raise funds, not her own, because those tycoons and elites trusted Clinton more. Late September, Myers Films independently invested over $100 million hard sci-fi blockbuster The Martian released. The film is adapted from Andy Weir's novel of the same name. In the film, Matt Damon plays the protagonist Mark Watney, one of 6 astronauts on the Ares 3 spacecraft. Mark Watney's ship encounters a fierce sandstorm during the Mars landing mission, leaving him stranded on Mars. The other astronauts think he's dead. Ship commander Melissa Lewis, originally Jessica Chastain, now Charlize Theron, feels deep self-blame but has no choice but to lead the others back to Earth. Fortunately, Mark is a botanist and an extremely innovative and hands-on mechanical engineer. He miraculously survives on Mars, but can't contact Earth to let them know he's alive. Finally, after a satellite photo shows anomalies on Mars, NASA realizes Matt is alive and launches a rescue operation. The operation must race against time, as survival resources on Mars will soon deplete. Similar to Gravity, this is also a one-man show film. Alone on Mars, Matt Damon has to carry the entire performance. From the shock and helplessness of learning he's stranded, to quickly regaining composure, using his professional knowledge and the abandoned equipment on Mars, to miraculously grow potatoes that can sustain him long-term. Then later, seeing the potatoes he painstakingly grew destroyed by a Martian gale, nearly extinguishing his hope of survival. His inner rage, anxiety, helplessness, expressed exquisitely through his eyes. Finally, when Mark learns his teammates are risking their lives, temporarily returning from their Earth journey to rescue him, his desire for life and optimism are portrayed touchingly by Matt Damon. The film's captivating points for audiences are the constant problems arising, then the protagonist using various jaw-dropping methods to solve them. Audiences and critics gave The Martian relatively high ratings after the premiere. First-day viewers gave the film an average A rating. Critics on Rotten Tomatoes gave the movie a high 94% recommendation score. This also indicates that in the coming weeks, The Martian will unleash considerable box office potential. The Martian means far more than just filling Myers Films' coffers. It will reignite humanity's desire to explore space, inspiring a new generation of astronauts. Variety review. Watching Damon's space solo is enjoyable. Under his interpretation, protagonist Mark's Martian survival miracle is highly convincing. The Hollywood Reporter review. By commercial film standards, The Martian is a very smart, big production. The script's ups and downs bring viewers simple, pure satisfaction. The Martian isn't as ambitious as Interstellar. It plays its cards steadily. This is a brainy commercial blockbuster, resonating more with real life. Los Angeles Times review. The Martian is one of Scott's rare films in recent years that brings pure enjoyment to viewers. No such flaws here. A fine popcorn movie. Entertainment review. This is a detail-oriented film, incorporating many Ridley film elements. The film's scientific logic is brilliantly solid. Washington Post review. After the first weekend's 3 days, The Martian box office reached $89.75 million, topping the North American weekend box office chart, pushing the 2-week 3D animated Hotel Transylvania to second. When Martin was interviewed, asked why Myers Films' sci-fi productions could be hits one after another in this era of declining hard sci-fi, he said, "Simply put, viewers enjoy hard sci-fi films for 3 aspects of pleasure. First, satisfying curiosity. Second, experiencing imagination. Third, human emotional resonance. To satisfy these, first, choose fields that are cutting-edge, unfamiliar to viewers. Second, film the plot fantastically beautiful, making viewers feel incredulous. Third, portray universal human emotions, like District 9 focusing on human evil, Gravity praising human goodness, The Martian through protagonist Mark's non-stop self-deprecating banter, showcasing humanity's optimism, courage, resilience. As long as you can roughly achieve these 3 points, a hard sci-fi film will basically succeed." With the first weekend box office of The Martian out, Martin stopped paying attention to the film. The next evening, he was invited to Washington for a face-to-face exchange with Hillary. Trump was a bit worried about this, while Ivanka confidently told her father, "Don't worry. With me here, Martin won't go support Hillary." Trump, judging others by himself, didn't think Martin was the type to let a woman influence his decisions. He couldn't help saying, "Perhaps I should agree to some conditions for that kid." Martin meeting Hillary naturally had the factor of pressuring Trump. But that was only a small part. More was to make contact through Hillary and Clinton. The Clinton family's tentacles had extended worldwide since Clinton's presidency, with enormous influence especially in Eastern Europe and Latin America. And Martin had long been eyeing those abandoned heavy industrial bases in the declining Eastern European countries. The exchange was at Hillary's home in Washington, as a family banquet, with Clinton present. After some discussion, Martin left with a smile. The next day, news of Martin visiting Hillary made headlines in major media. Ivanka's call quickly came to Martin's phone, expressing Trump's willingness for deeper cooperation with Martin. Martin laughed and said, "Darling, don't worry. I'll still support your father. I just reached a few small agreements with the Clinton family, but I also clearly expressed my support for your dad." "Ah, darling, I believe you," Ivanka said happily. It's just my father is a bit concerned. He wants to sign a consulting agreement with you, hiring you as his campaign advisor. I don't have time to follow him around, Martin said. No need. No need. My father said you can be like before, give ideas, pull investments. No need to travel with the team, Ivanka said hurriedly. Martin smiled slyly. That's no problem, but you also tell your father that what he promised me needs to be in writing. Ivanka immediately said, no problem, he'll agree. Martin left Washington smiling. Trump's face lately wasn't looking so good, because his carefully crafted billionaire persona seemed to have been punctured. According to the New York Times on October 1st, Trump's 1995 income tax return showed his businesses reported a $916 million net loss. Tax experts speculate this could allow him to pay no federal income taxes for 18 years, in theory. With the November 8th election in countdown, this discovery could significantly impact the race. The New York Times reporters who uncovered this, Suzanne Craig, said she received an anonymous letter seemingly from Trump Tower in New York days ago, containing the first page of Trump's 1995 tax returns to New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. The Washington Post reported on the 2nd that while using anonymous sources isn't rare in U.S. media, it's extremely rare for even the reporters not to know the whistleblower's identity. Co-authoring the report with Craig was David Barstow, a 3-time Pulitzer winner. After multifaceted verification, they ultimately confirmed the tax return's authenticity through Jack Mitnick, Trump's former tax accountant. After the news broke, Trump's campaign went into emergency PR mode. Ivanka was swamped. In the PR process, Trump's team didn't deny the document's authenticity. Easy to verify, no way to lie. Ivanka, on behalf of Trump's team, issued a statement. The New York Times publishing these tax documents is illegal. It also stated, Mr. Trump is a highly skilled businessman with responsibility to his businesses, family, and employees, and will not pay more taxes than required by law. Mr. Trump understands tax law better than any presidential candidate and is the only one who knows how to reform it. Trump's staunch supporter, former New York Mayor Giuliani, defended Trump on CNN's October 2nd program. Trump is just like any responsible U.S. businessman saving money for his company. New Jersey Governor Christie said, the New York Times release shows Trump rose again in the soft 90s economy. Hillary's team treated this report as an opportunity to attack Trump. Hillary's campaign manager Mook issued a statement on the 1st condemning Trump for not only harming small business interests and firing workers, but also evading taxes. Former Democratic candidate Sanders said on ABC that Trump's tax law manipulation exemplifies America's rich getting richer, poor poorer social divide. Beverly Hills, Myers. Estate. Martin, that future father-in-law of yours is facing a lot of scrutiny lately, Sophia said, looking at the newspaper. His business losses leading to the billionaire image collapsing, even if explained through tax avoidance methods, tax evasion, even legal, will likely leave a bad impression on voters. Scarlett, also very interested in politics, added, shouldn't the impact be that big? The New York Times admitted in its report that the documents they obtained couldn't prove whether Trump had previously donated to charities, couldn't prove he had gone bankrupt before, and couldn't prove he actually used tax laws to avoid federal income tax for 18 years. Sophia replied, they can't prove it, but this evidence at least provides new information about Trump's financial situation, raising public doubts. And such doubts can clearly affect votes. Elizabeth Olsen, who had stayed over last night, chimed in, Trump has consistently promoted his image as a successful businessman during the campaign, boasting that his business experience will help lead the U.S. to success. Now, the true profit situation of his businesses and his tax payment records are being questioned. Probably quite a few of his original supporters will feel deceived, right? Alexandra Daddario, also staying over, said, no wonder when he submitted his personal financial information to the Federal Election Commission in May, he only provided estimates of assets, debts, and income, using the excuse that his tax returns were under audit to refuse disclosing the related documents. Probably many people are now calling for him to make his financial records public, Sophia said. That was exactly the case. But this time, Trump learned to be smart. He didn't respond directly, but said, as long as Hillary releases her emails, I will release my tax records. A counterattack hitting Hillary's weak spot, mutual destruction or mutual survival. Time came to October 4th, 9 p.m. The U.S. vice presidential debate was held at Longwood University in Virginia. This debate featured Democratic candidate Tim Kaine versus Republican candidate Mike Pence. In an election season long dominated by Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in the media headlines, these two vice presidential candidates rarely found themselves in the spotlight. The New York Times predicted on October 1st that this might be one of the least-watched debates in U.S. election history. How much impact can a vice presidential debate have on an election? According to Gallup's 2012 statistics, since 1976, no vice presidential debate has had a significant impact on voters' intentions. Gallup analysis suggested this might be because voters focus more on the presidential candidates, and the vice presidential candidates' debate performances rarely change voters' pre-existing views. Although generally true, there are exceptions. For instance, the vice presidential debates in the previous two elections left a very deep impression on American audiences. In 2012, the experienced Democratic candidate Joe Biden launched a comprehensive attack on his younger Republican opponent, Paul Ryan, during the debate. That debate, with Biden's eloquent speaking style, left a profound impression on the public, salvaging Obama's performance from his first debate with Romney. In the 2008 presidential election, the debate between Biden and Sarah Palin attracted a record 72 million North American viewers due to Palin's unexpected gaffes. Biden's performance also drew public attention, with most believing he completely dominated Palin verbally. However, the New York Times reported that the debate's impact on the two-party support rates was lower than expected. After the debate, the Democratic support rate only increased by 2%, and the Republican support rate only decreased by 1%. The old but sharp Biden was still very effective. History proved that those two vice presidential debates involving Biden were exceptions. The clash between Kaine and Pence didn't cause much of a stir. Viewer ratings were average, and the impact on Trump and Hillary's support rates was minimal. Next, the polar bear joined the fray again. WikiLeaks recently announced it would successively publish secret documents related to the U.S. presidential election, war, weapons, oil, and other aspects. Hillary was in for more sleepless nights. This seasoned female politician with an increasingly thick skin was being labeled by more and more people as a liar, sick person, criminal, someone who belongs in jail, not the White House. Of course, Trump wasn't short on labels either: megalomaniac, demagogue, conspiracy theorist, autocratic oligarch, racist, and sexist. It was a case of 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. As the British The Times commented on the election a few days ago, this is a messy election. The American dream and the reality of U.S. society are increasingly diverging, yet both presidential candidates choose to ignore it. Interestingly, recently, the labels Hillary and Trump stick on each other have started to show homogenization. For example, both attack the other as stubborn, hypocritical, unfit for the presidency, and lacking presidential demeanor. Now, they are both talking about rigging the system, mutually labeling and being labeled as beneficiaries and representatives of the rigged system. Mid-October, the post-production of IT was basically complete. Myers Pictures held a test screening, inviting representatives from several major North American theater chains to watch the film. The film's story didn't deviate from Stephen King's novel, but incorporated some adaptations, enhancing the depiction of human relationships without damaging the core horror elements. In short, it was a story about conquering fear. The theater chain representatives were very satisfied because they were genuinely scared and genuinely moved. Applause rang. Out in the small screening room, Anya, sitting next to Martin, couldn't help but smile and said to him, "Honey, is this movie going to be a blockbuster?" Martin said confidently, "My films don't need to worry about box office." In the apartment, Martin patted the Wonder Woman beside him on her perky bottom. "Didn't you say you wanted to have a baby? Why did you want me to use protection?" Gal Gadot said, "Don't rush, darling. After I finish filming Wonder Woman, we can have one, okay?" Martin nodded. "Okay, we agreed. I can't wait to be a dad." Haha. Gal Gadot scoffed. "You already have kids, though." The polar bear repeatedly released Hillary's compromising documents. Hillary couldn't bear it any longer and once again turned to her husband, using some benefits in exchange for Clinton's intervention. On October 7th, the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a joint statement condemning Russia for authorizing hackers to infiltrate U.S. political organizations and individuals' computers, stating that this action by the Russian government was intended to disrupt U.S. election activities. In this joint statement, the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security claimed, based on our intelligence community's investigation, the Russian government directed recent intrusion activities into emails of U.S. individuals and institutions, including some political organizations. The statement also pointed out, given the scale and sensitivity of these hacker activities, we believe only the highest-level Russian officials could have authorized these actions, implying Putin. The joint statement from the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, once issued, quickly drew a response from the Russian government. A spokesperson for the Russian embassy in the U.S. responded the same day, calling this condemnation more nonsense. The spokesperson said, "The Kremlin website faces thousands of hacker attacks daily, many of which can be traced back to within the U.S. However, we have never criticized the White House or Langley, the CIA headquarters." The Clinton family's retaliatory actions weren't limited to verbal condemnation. 2 days after the statement was issued, the U.S. unilaterally announced the suspension of negotiations with Russia on the Syrian ceasefire issue and also postponed joint actions with Russia against extremist organizations. On the same day, October 7th, U.S. Secretary of State Kerry stated before a meeting with French Foreign Minister Jean-Marc Ayrault that Syria and Russia should undergo war crime investigations. The influence of the Clinton family was evident. As U.S.-Russia disputes flared up, the U.K., this troublemaker, couldn't sit still and also jumped in. The U.K. Guardian stated, "This condemnation statement from the U.S. government signifies a further escalation of tensions between the U.S. and Russia." The London Times website also published an article on October 7th stating, "The official U.S. condemnation of the Russian government and the subsequent series of actions could further deteriorate the already tense U.S.-Russia relations, potentially signaling a new low in U.S.-Russia relations since the Cold War." Clearly, they were enjoying the spectacle and didn't mind making things worse. The U.S. Politico website reported on October 7th. U.S. Congress and some national security experts have previously criticized the White House for remaining silent in the face of a series of hacker behaviors. In recent weeks, a force within Congress has been pushing for the U.S. government to publicly condemn the Russian government. An anonymous senior official told the New York Times that the White House's public condemnation of the Russian government was partly in response to this pressure and partly to alleviate the pressure Hillary is facing in the campaign. Last month, senior members of the Democratic Party on the Senate and House Intelligence Committees, California Senator Dianne Feinstein and California Representative Adam Schiff, stated in their intelligence briefings that they had concluded the backers of these cyber crimes were Russia. These two individuals are trusted allies of the Clinton family. Also on October 7th, the trailer for IT was released. Posters also began appearing in major cities. Rupert, having just finished his homework, was lying on the sofa watching TV. He boredly changed channels, looking for programs that interested him. Suddenly, his hand holding the remote trembled. When you were a child, you thought the world revolved around you. You thought everyone would protect you, take care of you. The scene flashed, a missing person notice hitting the screen. Missing child, Georgie Denbroff, 13 years old. The external shots continued. One day, you'll realize that wasn't the truth. Heavy rain. A small paper boat moved along a road puddle. The word Georgie was written on the boat. The small boat drifted quickly with the rainwater, a child in a yellow raincoat chasing frantically behind. But he was ultimately a step too slow. The small boat slid into a storm drain. The child knelt down, bent over, and peered into the drain. The drain was full of stagnant water, the small boat floating there, swaying slightly, as if urging the child to catch it. At that moment, the camera suddenly zoomed in. Behind the small boat, a strange clown face was revealed. Holy shit! Rupert was scared backward, instinctively cursing, his heart pounding. A voice came from the kitchen. "Rupert, I heard what you said. no swearing. In the past, his grandma's scolding would only annoy Rupert, but at this moment, it made him feel incredibly reassured, his fear lessening a bit. On the TV screen, the clown's face emerged from the darkness, smiling at the child, saying, "Come on, come get it, take it." The child tremblingly reached out his hand. A second later, gloomy background music suddenly swelled. The child disappeared, leaving only the pitch-black drain hole, like a monster's gaping mouth, wide open in the heavy rain. The screen went dark. A Martin Myers film. IT. September 7th, 2017, terrorizing the world. IT. A new movie? Looked interesting. The next day at school, Rupert discovered many classmates were talking about yesterday's trailer. Quite a few expressed being scared by that clown. Oh my God, the clown's face suddenly appearing totally scared me. I was holding my dinner plate at the time, ended up dropping it, and got yelled at badly by my mom. I was scared too. Martin's new movie looks terrifying. Too bad we have to wait until next year for it to be released. Are you all planning to go see it? I want to go. Me too. Martin's movies, the quality won't be bad. But not all movies are suitable for our age group. Like Green Inferno, I didn't really like that one. What the fuck? You watched Green Inferno? Isn't that an R-rated movie? How did you get in? I misspoke. I meant Suicide Squad. Fuck, that's R-rated too. Tell us, did you get a fake ID? Alright, I'll talk. You know, I have a cousin named John. He has some connections on the main street, so, damn, you kept something this good from us. Yeah, hurry up and tell us about Suicide Squad. I heard. Harley Quinn's ass is really firm and nice, hee. The trailer generated considerable buzz, even with the election in full swing. It couldn't suppress the discussions. Online, many were startled by that sewer shot. And before the trailer dropped, viral marketing had already begun spreading on the web. Missing persons notices from Derry, Maine, started circulating. Clicking those missing persons alerts led to a search website. The site listed profiles of missing children. Richard, 13, lives at 237 Derry Street, straight blonde hair, blue eyes. Lilith, 12, lives at 116 Derry Street, curly brown hair, brown eyes. Hollier, 13, lives at. At the bottom of the site, there was a contact number with a small note beside it. Please help these families. If you have any leads or want details, call this number. Many believed it and called to learn about the cases. What came through was a pre-recorded female voice, narrating a horror legend in a captivating way. In 1989, Derry, Maine, was shrouded in terror. Since the previous year, child disappearances had occurred one after another, as if some terrifying unknown entity had silently arrived among the people. In this cursed city, every 27 years, there would be a wave of missing children and unnatural deaths. The giggling clown infiltrates everyone's heart, digging out the most feared parts. Many took it seriously. Oh my God, that's terrifying. It's 2016 now, exactly 27 years later, that horrific clown is back? No wonder so many kids are missing. I called the police. They said I was pranking. Of course, more didn't believe, but they grew interested in the story and what lay behind it. Some thought it was a weird hoax. Others figured it was marketing, just unsure for what. Driven by sympathy and curiosity, the site's clicks skyrocketed, and discussions about this horror legend heated up. Believers and skeptics argued back and forth. Of course, Myers Films' troll army guided it all. This kid really knows how to market. Clinton set down the newspaper, smiling. He's the enemy. Hillary said coldly. Don't be like that. Not everyone who doesn't support you is an enemy. You need to learn tolerance. Hillary gave her husband a strange look. I've noticed that after you chatted with Martin Myers in the study that night, you've had a particularly good impression of that kid. Clinton nodded. Because he's capable. Making friends with capable people will make our family stronger, not treating them as enemies. Hillary listened to her husband pointing at her again, unhappily glancing away without speaking. Clinton didn't care about Hillary's mood and continued. As for Trump, the next wave of attacks is about to launch. You need to prepare. October 8th. At least 3 Republican federal senators and several congressmen demanded Trump withdraw, letting someone else carry the Republican banner. But Trump emphasized he absolutely wouldn't withdraw. Then, Media like the Washington Post exposed a 2005 private recording of Trump talking with entertainment host Billy Bush. At the time, he was already married to his third wife, Melania. In the recording, Trump used vulgar language to describe his failed attempt to seduce a married woman, saying that as a star, he could do anything to women. He used words referring to women's bodies and even private parts, clearly insulting. Trump's remarks caused a massive uproar in U.S. society, even called the October surprise of this year's election. Faced with widespread criticism from both Democratic and Republican parties, Trump apologized late that night, but also emphasized that former President Bill Clinton's private remarks were far worse than his, even mentioning Epstein Island, fiercely retaliating. In Washington, the Clinton villa. Clinton looked at the newspaper, sneering. Beside him, Hillary, sipping an English black tea, said, "This incident will definitely hurt Trump's public image." Clinton said, "First, don't rush. See how you and this idiot do in the second debate tomorrow. Plus, we've convinced some Republicans to attack Trump, but it took benefits to get the Republican National Committee Chairman Priebus, House Speaker Ryan, and Senate Majority Leader McConnell to issue harshly worded critical statements, but they didn't withdraw their endorsements." Humph. Hillary snorted coldly. "Those guys take the benefits, but leave room. Bunch of greedy hyenas. That's normal. That's politicians. I thought you'd gotten used to it." Clinton shrugged, unconcerned. Then, pointing at the newspaper, "The analysis is right. The Republicans, no matter how dissatisfied with that bastard, won't change him. Theoretically, party rules don't detail this. The Republican leadership can't replace the nominee formally selected by the National Convention delegates. Practically, many states have started early voting. Trump's name is already printed on ballots in all states. Removing Trump would cause severe chaos in vote counting. The Republicans absolutely won't trouble themselves. Criticism is the limit. They won't force Trump to nominate unless he withdraws himself. Haha. But from now, that's impossible. October 10th evening, Trump and Hillary will have their second TV debate. With only a month left until the official voting day of the U.S. presidential election. Previous elections had the October surprise. This year, with such colorful characters, October hadn't even reached halfway, yet it was already full of explosive material, leaving people overwhelmed. Before, Hillary, plagued by pneumonia, had been overtaken by Trump in several polls and lost her post-convention leads in key states. Then, the race deadlocked again. But after the first presidential debate, Hillary's polls rebounded, pulling ahead of Trump once more. Clinton's moves were effective. After the Tapegate, U.S. voters, especially female voters, saw Trump's approval plummet rapidly. Trump never imagined that an 11-year-old remark insulting women would, 11 years later, trigger a media and intra-party crusade, massively impacting his political path. So the second debate was crucial. He had to find a way to shatter the public's impression of him as sexist or make up ground elsewhere. Time came to October 10th. Tens of millions of politically attuned North Americans sat in front of their TVs, waiting for 9 o'clock. The 2016 U.S. presidential election would usher in its second TV debate at that moment. This debate at Washington University in St. Louis, Missouri, wasn't just watched by North Americans. It drew massive global attention. According to U.S. news site Quartz on October 8th, unlike the first TV debate and the VP debate, the second would adopt a town hall format. In this debate, not only did the moderators have questioning rights, but audience members did too, and Hillary and Trump wouldn't stand behind podiums but roam the stage freely, interacting with the live audience. This would maximize the interaction between candidates and voters. The second debate would still last 90 minutes. According to the organizers, the two candidates would each have 2 minutes to answer each question from moderators and audience. Per the debate rules, candidates wouldn't question each other, but from the first debate, their verbal sparring seemed unbound by rules. According to U.S. news station Vox on October 8th, the 40 Live, audience members were selected by Gallup, the pollster, from voters who hadn't decided their candidate leanings. Commission on Presidential Debates member Janet Brown said in a media interview that the moderators' questions would cover all major topics to the greatest extent, and at least 8 of the 40 audience members would get to ask questions. U.S. news site Vox analyzed on October 8th that compared to her opponent, Hillary had participated in more similar formats before, but Trump's team believed he'd have the edge in such a setup. To better prepare, Trump held a special town hall meeting on Thursday as prep. When Martin saw this news, he smiled. In the first TV debate, Trump's arrogance led to no mock debates, resulting in him being suppressed by Hillary. Looks like he learned his lesson this time. According to pre-debate organizer info, the second debate would be co-moderated by ABC's Martha Raddatz and CNN's Anderson Cooper. The two moderators would directly control the main questioning power in this debate. Their questions would be selected from over 1 million submitted on the debate's official site. Half an hour before the TV debate began, WikiLeaks released 2,060 emails allegedly from Hillary's campaign team, including what was said to be Hillary's unpublished Wall Street speeches. Hillary's team's counterattack was swift. Just 5 minutes after the emails surfaced, another 2017 video of Trump insulting women in an interview surfaced. This newly leaked video was Trump in 2017 participating in U.S. celebrity Howard Stern's show. The remarks were even more vulgar than before, even joking about his own daughter's figure. The masses said they were very satisfied with this election, living well, with tons of dramas, various heavyweight scandals overwhelming them. That evening, Martin sat on the sofa in his Beverly Hills manor, surrounded by beauties like stars around the moon, waiting for the debate show to start. At that moment, a call came in. It was Jong-un, TL/N, his Ching Chong friend. Since Gone in 60 Seconds flopped, the guy had been somewhat reclusive, rarely contacting the outside world, and less with Martin. Martin was curious what prompted this sudden call. "Hello, Jong-un, what's up?" "Huh, Zhang Yimou. What does he want with me?" "Wants Matt Damon for his project." "What project?" "The Great Wall." All right, I'll mention it to him. But specifics like pay, let them negotiate. I won't interfere." "Relax, definitely plenty. The investors aren't short on cash." Jong-un patted his chest on the other end. After hanging up, Martin searched his memories. In his other memories, he had seen the Great Wall. Could only say the visuals were decent. Zhang Yimou's cinematographic aesthetic always on point. The story, though? Although he knew the Great Wall was a big flop, Martin still called Matt Damon. On the phone, he said bluntly, "I won't vouch for the script's quality, but they're not short. On money, ask for more pay. Handle the specifics yourself. I'm just passing the message." Then hang up. The time had just reached 9 o'clock. The debate was about to start. He don't know if it's because of mutually exposing each other's shortcomings before, but the debate opened with a gunpowder smell. Trump and Hillary opened without a friendly handshake. Instead, they waved casually from 2 meters apart. Hillary lifted her chin, her face full of undisguised arrogance. Trump tilted his body, glancing sideways with pursed lips, a face of contempt. That confrontational atmosphere immediately intrigued the audience in front of TVs and computers. It'd be great if they fought. If they fought, Hillary would definitely lose. Trump's a head taller. Did you notice Trump's look? Like he wants to eat Hillary. Hillary's the same. Her face is overflowing with contempt. I'm excited already. This debate is sure to be full of fireworks. The debate started with a question from an audience member. This audience asked, "Mr. Trump, Ms. Clinton, you've both been scandals-ridden lately. How can you be role models for today's American youth?" The two candidates coincidentally avoided the scandal issue, instead emphasizing their core campaign ideas. Hillary first expressed, "We need to pass on confidence to the younger generation. America is a strong nation. We should respect each other, cherish our differences." She also believed young people could learn from her. Campaign. Hillary emphasized that education is one of America's greatest strengths. She'll find ways to make the entire education system from kindergarten to college more inclusive, making America's economy not just benefit the top, but more evenly distributed to society. Trump immediately attacked the current U.S. government, Obama administration, criticizing the so-called Obamacare health insurance rules for actually increasing burdens on more people, criticizing last year's U.S. trade deficit reaching $800 billion, while the U.S. poured more finances into terrorism-breeding countries. This is the result of democratic governance. They have no resolve for reform. It's all empty words. He also emphasized his law and order core ideal, stressing stronger border control, respect for law enforcement, and protection for vulnerable groups. But as CNN moderator Cooper asked Trump to explain his recently media-exposed Tapegate insulting women remarks, the two's exchange intensified. Trump could only apologize. But while apologizing, he emphasized it was a locker room talk, not representative of himself. I was led on. I highly suspect that host did it on purpose. These media people always stir trouble. And right after, he diverted the topic to counterterrorism, claiming that's what voters should focus on. On Tapegate, Hillary also directly attacked Trump, saying he's unfit for U.S. president, with his multiple remarks showing bias against minorities, his worst. Criticism of Obama's birthplace, owing the nation an apology. Though, she expressed she wouldn't stoop to Trump's level. If you want to dwell on this, you can go to my website. Today here, we should discuss more key issues. Hillary indicated. Seeing Hillary start to turn defense to offense, Trump immediately pressed on, diverting the topic to Bill Clinton. Everyone knows Bill Clinton's behavior toward women is far worse than mine, and Hillary has always ignored her husband's actions, her temperament. She gave him a tough look. Trump continued. Hillary, you don't surrender. You're no quitter. Hillary retorted that she indeed wouldn't surrender, but her team had hardened the doors with measures. Trump's team had long anticipated that in this debate, Hillary would cling to Trump's insulting women remarks, and had prepared. Just before this debate started, Trump held a press conference with several alleged victims of Clinton's sexual assaults. In the debate, Trump brought this up as a spear against Hillary. And Trump certainly wouldn't let Hillary evade the issue. Unrelenting, claiming that after receiving a court subpoena, Hillary chose to delete emails, disappointing actions that directly harm citizens' interests, angering U.S. citizens including himself, and loudly claiming Hillary should be locked in prison. Under Trump's aggressive attack, Hillary kept deflecting, trying to steer the topic back to Trump's insulting women remarks. This time the mock debate-trained Trump didn't fall for it, completely ignoring her questions, relentlessly hammering the email issue. The audience could see Hillary was somewhat flustered. As Trump said, the Tapegate only proved Trump's character issues, while the emails revealed Hillary's competence issues. Fortunately, Hillary was a veteran politician and ultimately withstood the assault. Then came audience questions again. An audience member asked both about their views on Obamacare. This question was too sensitive, involving capital and public interests, and those two interests oppose each other. Hillary and Trump, who had been at each other's throats, immediately became mutually deferential, each urging the other to answer first. Trump said, "I'm a gentleman. Ladies first, you go." Hillary said, "I'm the senior. Newbie first, you go." In the end, Hillary couldn't out-defer Trump. She opened, "I admit Obamacare does have issues and needs improvement, but overall, this bill is on the right path." As soon as Hillary finished, the questioner immediately rebutted, "Is it the right path? Then how do you explain your husband Bill Clinton once calling Obama's bill very crazy?" Hillary was stunned. Trump on the side wore a look of enjoying the show. This was one bitter fruit of frequently changing stances. Hillary, at the campaign's start, was the elite spokesperson, opposing Obamacare like her husband. But later, after Sanders withdrew, to attract his supporters, Hillary flipped to packaging herself as the middle and lower-class spokesperson. Such contradictory behavior made voters see her as spineless, without principles, perhaps a qualified politician, but definitely not a qualified leader. Being asked this in the debate was also one of Hillary's unprofessional bitter fruits. After thinking, she responded, "I think you might be misinterpreting my husband's meaning." He clarified it's not opposition, just, questioning a small part. Behind her, Trump let out a crisp, his face full of contempt. Then it was Trump's turn to answer. He unhesitatingly said, "Obamacare is completely a huge disaster, because it's unimaginably expensive, costing tens of billions before and after, yet utterly useless." Trump said in a high-pitched voice, "The first thing I'll do in office is repeal that bill. I have a better plan with more options. You wait and see." However, when the questioner asked what Trump's plan was, the old guy started deflecting again. Clearly, he had no so-called plan in his head. He was just talking nonsense. In the audience, Ivanka was a bit anxious. Sometimes she as his own daughter couldn't tell if her father's big mouth was character setup or true nature? Next, a hijab-wearing Muslim woman questioned Trump on how he'd handle Islamophobia and the issue of banning Muslim entry to the U.S. This time, it was Hillary's turn to wear a show-watching expression. But unexpectedly, Trump had no fear of this question, obviously rehearsed. He answered swiftly and firmly. Islamophobia is a disgrace. Let's recall the San Bernardino, Orlando attacks. Don't those say enough? I'm not against all Muslims. This proposal is just to screen out the extremists among Muslims. They've truly harmed the world and the U.S. I think, as one of the world's largest religious groups, Muslims need to see the problems instead of always complaining why everyone's targeting them. Trump also said, strict vetting of Muslims entering the U.S. is because many radical Islamic terrorists have entered. To protect our American people, we must do this. Then this guy turned his head, deliberately smiling at the just laughing Hillary, and said loudly, I understand Hillary can't attack radical Islamic terrorism, because for political correctness, she won't even say radical Islamic terrorists. She's a true politician, slick, offending no one. But I'm not. Trump turned back, proudly lifting his head in an arrogant tone. Only someone like me, not from a politician background, becoming president can fearlessly do what politicians never could. For America's safety, I'm willing to bear infamy. What the fuck? Hillary's eyes widened. This dog, even at this time, doesn't forget to step on me. Hillary hurriedly responded, I've always believed Muslims are part of America. Everyone has a place in the U.S., and I hope future generations can continue that. I won't oppose for opposition's sake. I won't harm the feelings of millions of Muslims living in the U.S. Hillary said, I've worked with many Muslims, understand their feelings. Hillary said, the U.S. cooperates with many Muslim countries, like Saudi, like UAE, but Trump asks, why should we cooperate with them? Truly ridiculous. Hillary said, Trump claims it's to protect Americans, unaware his behavior pushes those Muslims with goodwill toward the U.S. to the opposition. Exactly a big gift to Islamic State, Iran. Hillary reacted quickly. Her response was apartment. Sophia praised in front of the TV. Martin nodded. In speaking skills and logical thinking, Trump definitely can't match Hillary. He must use his overbearing method to pull Hillary to his level to defeat her. At this point, another question was thrown at Hillary, this time hitting her biggest sore spot, the email scandal. After being asked about the email issue, Hillary didn't panic at all, clearly prepared. As long as the questioner didn't aggressively interrupt her like Trump, rudely cutting in non-stop, she had nothing to fear. In her response, Hillary deftly avoided her own responsibility, portraying Russia as an evil nation. Of course, after decades of Hollywood film's influence, most ordinary Americans thought the same. Hillary said, we've never encountered foreign powers meddling in our elections like this. It's not just immoral, but an invasion of national sovereignty. Then, like Trump glancing at her earlier, she glanced at Trump while smiling and said, I'm very curious. Why did Russian hackers choose this time to attack my mailbox? I have to point out that Mr. Trump has cooperated with Russia before, with close ties on display. So I think this might be because Russia wants Trump elected president. Trump also glared, and in the U.S., anti-Russia is political correctness. No matter your previous attitude, once on the political stage, at least publicly, you must be so. As an immigrant nation, the U.S. always needs an adversary to maintain government cohesion and control over various states and the public. And Russia is the U.S.'s chosen long-term adversary. Trump wasn't dumb. He immediately claimed he doesn't know Putin at all, while stating his finances are excellent, with no financial ties between him and Russia. After Trump's explanation, Hillary immediately continued criticizing him for not releasing his tax returns, using offense as defense to avoid further questions about the emails. Trump fell for it again, starting to explain. He said his taxes would be released after the audit. But soon, Trump reacted, his face showing annoyance, then launched a counterattack, continuing to criticize Hillary's tax policies. He said the U.S. has the highest taxes in the world, yet Hillary wants to raise them further. He said, she'll raise everyone's taxes. This is simply a disaster. Hillary seized on Trump's personal taxes to criticize him, saying, Mr. Trump hasn't paid federal income taxes for 20 years. I think that's why he opposes my tax policy. Then, Hillary defended her own tax plan, saying she wouldn't raise income taxes for families earning under $250,000 a year. Hillary said, "I'm not trying to take your money. I want to invest in you, invest in your families." Then Hillary mockingly said, "People like Trump who don't pay taxes for the nation's military, healthcare, or education are completely wrong." Hillary said, "People like Trump can only take care of people like Trump." The debate grew increasingly intense, and the melon-eating masses watched with growing excitement. Next, the moderator shifted the issue to the Iraq War and related refugee problems. Hillary mentioned Army Captain Humayun Khan, who sacrificed in Iraq. This was also a Muslim. He died for his country, yet was mocked by Mr. Trump, because in Mr. Trump's eyes, all Muslims are terrorists. Trump laughed coldly. "In my eyes, Mr. Khan is a hero, but why let heroes die? If I were U.S. president, that unnecessary war wouldn't have happened. Khan might still be alive, because the Iraq War was a disaster." He waved his left hand to emphasize his tone. "I absolutely wouldn't send our people to Iraq to fight a war with no winners. I'm not a warmonger." Then Trump criticized Hillary's foreign policy. "Hillary is ridiculous. She supports arming Syrian rebels without knowing who they are. ISIS could be hiding among them. Providing weapons to these people might backfire, causing greater harm," he shouted loudly. "You must believe me, because the U.S. has tried arming rebels in Libya and other countries before, but those rebels might end up as stronger enemies of the U.S. Trump finally stated, the U.S. shouldn't be enemies with Syria and Russia, but he didn't specify whether he supported direct U.S. troop deployment. Notably, Trump clearly opposed his running mate Pence's stance on Russia policy. Pence had said in the VP debate that the U.S. should be tougher on Russia, but Trump claimed the U.S.'s top task is striking ISIS, not being enemies with Russia. Watching Trump on TV blabbering, "We must target ISIS. We can't add more enemies," Martin thought to himself. What's this guy Trump getting from Russia? He pondered if there was some shady deal among these three parties, whether he could leverage it. Guinea's development pace needed to accelerate. Recently, France, Egypt, and others had started to take notice of Guinea's growth. In the final 20 minutes, the topic returned to domestic issues. Due to a recent vacancy in the U.S. Supreme Court, many Republican congressmen worried Obama appointing a new justice would tilt the court toward liberals, so they demanded waiting for the next president to appoint one. On justice selection criteria, Hillary and Trump predictably differed. Hillary implied she'd appoint a liberal justice to overturn Citizens United v. FEC, oppose corporate political contributions, and ensure voting rights for all. Trump said he'd choose a staunch conservative justice, like the late Justice Scalia, to protect the Constitution, including the Second Amendment right to bear arms. Yes, Trump opposed gun bans. In the debate's final stage, an audience member finally raised an unaddressed issue, energy, asking both candidates, "How would you, if elected president, protect the environment while avoiding massive worker layoffs?" Trump immediately reaffirmed support for old energy industries like coal, stating the U.S. needs not just wind and solar, but also coal and oil, and developing clean coal could avoid some pollution. Though not fully green, if it can boost local economies and jobs, some environmental sacrifice is necessary. Then he criticized Obama's environmental policies, saying they hurt local coal industries too much, letting foreign companies take advantage. So the U.S. must revive its energy industry to provide more jobs for American workers. Hillary, always a green advocate, emphasized her support for new energy in her response. Hillary first stated, the U.S. should become the 21st century clean energy superpower. But then she pivoted, saying to address employment, revitalizing coal regions' economies, and helping workers there re-enter the workforce was needed. Trump immediately mocked, See, this is a veteran politician's face. For votes, she ignores her own contradictions. So I'd like to ask, what specific measures does Ms. Clinton have to protect the environment while boosting coal industries? Hillary didn't even glance at Trump, as if she didn't hear him, ignoring the jab and only saying to the questioner, my team is crafting a comprehensive energy policy to ensure U.S. energy independence, not relying on. Trump loudly said, Everyone should be vigilant. Xinjiang steel dumping hurts U.S. businesses and workers. Their goods are starting to dominate every aspect of our lives. Hillary also sternly said, after taking office, I'll launch stricter anti-dumping investigations against Xinjiang. Then she immediately mocked Trump. Mr. Trump claims to oppose dumping, but his Trump Tower actually uses Xinjiang imported steel, and plenty of his money is flowing in Xinjiang. Trump instantly said, my tower uses Xinjiang steel because it's cheap. But once I take office and implement anti-dumping policies, Xinjiang goods will lose their price advantage. Then, including me, all American businessmen will stop buying Xinjiang goods. Trump's slick sophistry made Martin, watching TV, laugh. Many Americans were also amused. More interestingly, they thought Trump made sense. Businessmen chase profit, naturally choosing cheap and good goods, so it's a policy issue. Why did Japanese electronics and cars once dominate the U.S. market? Wasn't it because they were cheap and good? With less than 10 minutes left, the debate's final question was less explosive. It even drew knowing laughter from the audience. An audience member smilingly asked, Miss Clinton, Mr. Trump, I'd like you both to name one good quality in the other. In this debate full of personal attacks, this question injected a bit of cheerful atmosphere, easing the tension. Then, Hillary's instinctive reaction was caught by the TV cameras. She rolled her eyes. Clearly, praising Trump was something she was extremely unhappy about. Laughter erupted in front of TVs. Then, Hillary, in her response, cleverly avoided directly praising Trump, instead complimenting his daughter Ivanka, present at the scene. I've known Ivanka for a long time. She's a highly capable, well-educated woman. On the word woman, Hillary deliberately stressed, clearly mocking Trump's disrespect for women. She continued, her daughter's achievements reflect Trump's good points. I really like Ivanka. Trump said, though I disagree with all of Hillary's views, I must respect her never-give-up spirit. She's a fighter. I think that's a great trait. Trump said. When saying fighter, Trump also stressed, likely implying Hillary's belligerence. The debate ended that day, and Hillary blew up. Not because of any brilliant remarks she made in the debate, but because of that eye roll. Her slight head shake and eye-rolling motion was turned into all sorts of memes by netizens, spreading wildly across forums and social media, sparking a wave of merriment. Trump followed up quickly. That very night, he posted a GIF. On his Twitter. In the GIF, Hillary eye-rolled, with flashing golden text below, Hillary, I despise you. Then another GIF, this time Trump eye-rolling, with text, can't take it anymore. Trump's follow-up immediately turned netizens' joy hub. In under 2 hours, replies broke 30,000, with a ton of Hillary GIFs posted. Hillary was furious. As a veteran politician, she wasn't used to such mockery or ugliness. She hated this behavior as highly immoral. So the next day, she publicly condemned it and called Trump and his supporter joymakers a bunch of truly sad people. This wording was clumsy and inelegant, quickly criticized. Then Hillary apologized for the comment. But actually, Hillary wasn't wrong. Trump's style destined him to attract many supporters who were less educated rednecks. These people lacked culture, were racist, ignorant of the world, arrogant, disrespectful to women. Looked a lot like Trump. Currently, the entire U.S. voting landscape is. Hillary attracts higher-educated urban voters. These self-proclaimed elites were traditionally Republican supporters. Trump mainly attracts lower-educated white rednecks, whose ancestors were often Democratic coal miners or industrial workers. Now, due to both sides' party-contrary policy promotions, their voter attributes have swapped. In Martin's private words, although Trump is highly educated, in this election, he deliberately shows arrogance and ignorance, making it easier for the masses. Lacking world knowledge like him to trust him. In fact, he also gains from flaunting his ignorance. This promotional strategy is great because if Trump competed with Hillary for elite support, he'd definitely lose. So better to forge his own path. Martin said, actually, many have noticed Trump supporters have little interest in rational views. They see them as liberal elite stuff. They think emotions matter more, and in the US and elsewhere, manipulating main emotions is fear, resentment, and distrust. Trump successfully exploited this. Isn't it a bit like those celebrity fan bases? Brainless, fanatic, facts irrelevant, idol always right. In fact, Trump, with deep entertainment involvement, referenced that fanatic fan psychology in his campaign planning with his team. Trump's supporters also show a resentful mentality. They resent bankers, politicians, corporate execs, this elite group, and also resent poorer Mexicans or Middle Eastern refugees. This is normal. In a globalizing, increasingly multicultural world, relatively disadvantaged groups hating even weaker groups is a common issue, especially in low education areas. Like Weimar Republic back then, haters and fearers had no trust in mainstream politics and economy, thus following leaders promising maximum destruction. This is indeed related to education. Not that higher education immunizes against incitement, but crappy education systems leave too many as disadvantaged groups. Plus rising unemployment. These people's living standards declining daily, seeing no upward hope, they simply want to smash it all. First, uprising rebellion is always from the bottom, people who can't live on. That's the logic. Of course, the ultimate victor's fruits never go to them. Just as Hillary and Trump continue air sparring, various sides' comments on the second debate come out. Major media differ on who had the upper hand. The only consensus is, this was the ugliest campaign debate in American history. Hillary and Trump's throughout personal attacks mass discussion of major policy issues. For example, the famous Politico site commented, in the 90-minute debate, Trump and Hillary called each other liar over 23 times, untrustworthy over 16 times, unfit for president over 11 times. Their personal attacks far outnumbered policy discussions. The whole debate was simply endless cursing and foul language, utterly fruitless. But most media thought that in this debate, Hillary didn't change, while Trump improved greatly. Washington Post. Tactically, Trump's second debate performance was the opposite of the first. In the first, Trump probed, then defended, ultimately losing effective attack control on Hillary. In the second, Trump grabbed Bill Clinton's scandals from the start to attack Hillary, then emails, one bite after another. The New York Times also said, in the previous debate a month ago, we could clearly see Trump lagged far behind the politically experienced Hillary when talking policy. But this time, policy content was diluted by personal scandals. Hillary didn't leverage her advantage. The Wall Street Journal thought, from a tactical angle, Trump's second debate was the reverse of the first. In the first, Trump started probing, then defending, ultimately losing effective attack control on Hillary. In the second, Trump seized Bill Clinton's scandals from the start to attack Hillary, then emails, one ring biting another. Regarding this presidential election, it was widely recognized by most media outlets as a thoroughly rotten contest. Racial discrimination, gender bias, religious prejudice, especially after the leaked recordings of derogatory remarks toward women, Trump's approval ratings took a serious hit. Of course, Hillary wasn't faring much better. The email scandal, the bribery allegations, and right before the debate, WikiLeaks exposed her flip-flopping stances on trade, energy, and other issues, reinforcing in some voters' minds the image of Hillary as a deceitful politician. In debates on key policies like healthcare reform and foreign affairs, Trump stuck to criticism without offering solutions, saying things like, "I'll handle it once I'm in office." Hillary, on the other hand, delivered contradictory statements, starting with outright opposition and shifting to partial support, fully embodying the politician's style. Interestingly, after the debate ended, most mainstream media still declared Hillary the winner of the second round. But online, many netizens claimed Trump had won. According to a poll by the Drudge Report, 57% of respondents thought Trump won the debate, while only 43% supported Hillary. A poll by the popular news site BuzzFeed showed that over half of netizens believed Trump won, with another 10% choosing, "I don't know who won between these two, but I know the loser is the USA." On the 19th of this month, the third and final televised debate would take place at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. To balance the previous two debates hosted by liberal and conservative outlets, Chris Wallace from Fox News, a conservative network, would moderate this one. Chris Wallace was the son of the late renowned American news reporter Mike Wallace. Unlike the town hall format of the October 10th debate, The third round would follow the same structure as the first. The debate would be divided into 6 segments based on major issues selected by the moderator, each lasting 15 minutes. At the start of each segment, the moderator would pose a question, followed by 2 minutes for each candidate to respond, with opportunities for mutual rebuttals. The remaining time would be used by the moderator to guide deeper discussions on related topics. Following the tradition of U.S. presidential TV debates, the third round typically focused on foreign policy. However, many media outlets and individuals believed, given the chaos in the previous 2 debates, in the third one, Trump and Hillary will likely steer the topics toward personal attacks on each other. In Washington, inside the Clintons' villa, Hillary looked at her husband. "Bill, can we unleash the final move now?" Bill Clinton shrugged. "Don't rush, dear. I've already made the call. It'll launch soon. This is a combo punch, our last resort. If it still doesn't tank Trump's approval ratings, then the rest is up to you." Hillary said, "I don't believe voters will still support that guy after another character flaw comes out. If they do, then it's this country that's got the problem." Clinton smiled and patted Hillary's rear. "You don't need to spout those official platitudes in front of me. No one can guarantee who the voters will choose in the end. Since the previous 2 recording scandals didn't take down that idiot Trump, don't count on another one having a decisive effect. It all comes down to you, got it?" Hillary nodded uncomfortably. "Of course I know that. It's just frustrating to see this misogynist getting so much support." Clinton stated the truth, because the USA is still a patriarchal society. Soon, the first strike of Clinton's combo punch landed. On the third day after the second TV debate, U.S. House Speaker Paul Ryan, a Republican, announced, "I declare that due to Mr. Trump's gender bias, racial discrimination, religious prejudice, and other reasons, I will no longer campaign for or defend Trump. Instead, I'll focus my energy on maintaining the Republican majority." In Congress, Paul Ryan made this decision during an October 13th conference call with other Republican House members. At the same time, he urged Republicans to concentrate on their own district races, striving to preserve the party's majority in the House to check the White House. Paul Ryan said, "Trump isn't worth supporting. What we need to do most is go all out to ensure Congress isn't controlled by the Democrats." According to a Republican insider, during this conference call, Paul Ryan seemed to have accepted the outcome of Hillary winning the presidency. Paul Ryan's decision was nothing short of a stab in the back for Trump. Fortunately, Trump had prepared for this in advance. Martin was right. Clinton has enormous influence within the Republican Party. Unlike other Democrats, he and his wife have governing philosophies closer to the Republicans, with ties to many party insiders through mutual interests. In his campaign office, Trump waved his hand furiously at his aides. "We've been betrayed by these damn bastards. I swear, if I'm elected president, I won't pass a single one of their bills." Then he turned to his daughter, his expression softening slightly. "Ivanka, call Martin and thank him." Next, he addressed his chief aide. "I need to issue a statement immediately. Stick to our pre-planned script. The tougher, the better." Soon, Trump's response was posted on his Twitter. The gist was, "Paul Ryan, you might as well take a shower and go to bed. You've never supported me since I won the party nomination. So what's the difference with or without you? Honestly, you should spend your time on balancing the budget, jobs, immigration, and other issues, instead of wasting it opposing your party's presidential nominee." Speaking of misogyny, am I worse than Hillary's husband? At least I haven't raped anyone, right? So why have you never attacked the Clintons? Does that mean we have traitors in our party? Once Trump's statement was out, it surprisingly garnered nearly 20,000 likes in just 3 hours. Of course, it also got an equal number of dislikes. The first strike of Clinton's combo punch seemed less effective than expected. July 2006. People magazine reporter Natasha Stoynoff ran into Trump's wife, Melania, outside Trump Tower on Fifth Avenue in New York. Melania gave her a warm hug and asked, "Natasha, why haven't we seen you around?" She smiled and told Melania she missed her too, pinching the Trump couple's newborn son Barron's little foot, but she didn't mention the real reason. A year earlier, she had interviewed the Trumps on their first wedding anniversary. But after that, she deliberately avoided the couple and requested her superiors not to assign her any more stories about Trump. On October 15, 2016, Natasha published an article on the People magazine website claiming that during the 2005 interview, while pregnant Melania went upstairs to change, Trump used the excuse of showing her a must-see room, closed the door, and forcibly kissed her. It wasn't until a minute later, when Trump's butler entered the room, that she could escape. Natasha only told her close friends about it. In her article on the 15th, she wrote that she was afraid to expose the incident because she felt ashamed, blamed herself, and worried that this famous, powerful, wealthy man would discredit and ruin her career. It wasn't until a few days ago, when she heard the recording released by the Washington Post on October 7, 2016. In the recording, Trump, while appearing on a TV show in 2005, used vulgar language to describe his failed attempt to seduce a married woman. She realized she shouldn't blame herself, and that she wasn't the only woman harassed by Trump. So Natasha chose to reveal the story on this day. At the same time, on October 15th, not only did Natasha publicly accuse Trump of assault, but US and UK media outlets successively reported multiple scandals of Trump sexually harassing women. On October 15th, the New York Times first exposed 2 incidents related to Trump's sexual harassment. Jessica Leeds, a 74-year-old New York resident, said in an interview that more than 30 years ago, she was sexually harassed by Trump, who was seated next to her in first class on a plane. During their chat, Trump learned she was divorced at the time. Then he lifted the armrest, started groping her, trying to grab her breasts and lift her skirt. The frightened Leeds quickly fled to economy class. 2 years later, Leeds encountered Trump again at a charity event. He seemed to remember her and insulted her with vulgar language. Rachel Crooks, in 2005, at age 22, ran into Trump by chance in the elevator outside Trump Tower in New York. Since her company had business dealings with Trump, she introduced herself and shook his hand, but Trump didn't let go. Instead, he kissed her cheek and then directly kissed her mouth. A few days later, Trump came to Crooks' office, claiming he wanted to introduce her to a modeling agency, and asked for her phone number. According to the report, both Leeds and Crooks told their friends about their experiences at the time, but didn't report it officially. The New York Times stated it had verified the facts with those friends. Subsequently, Florida's Palm Beach Post also quoted 36-year-old Mindy McGillivray on October 15th. Mindy McGillivray claimed that in 2003, while accompanying a photographer friend to shoot a concert, Trump grabbed her butt. She turned to look, and Trump immediately averted his gaze. She told her friend right away. On the same day, the UK's The Guardian also reported similar incidents. 2 former beauty pageant contestants told The Guardian that Trump barged into the dressing room while they were changing, ogling their naked bodies. As the Republican presidential nominee, Trump, whose approval ratings had already been hit by the recording scandal, faced a new wave of public outrage. Clearly, this was the second strike in Clinton's combo punch. Trump himself did not respond to these sexual harassment allegations on the 15th. However, Trump's campaign team issued a statement late on the 15th, denying the New York Times report and calling it a vulgar political attack. Trump's campaign manager, Kellyanne Conway, confirmed to The Guardian that evening that Trump would sue the New York Times. And Hillary didn't miss the chance to kick Trump while he was down. She pinned a tweet from October 7th to the top of her Twitter, which read, "Women have the power to stop Trump." The second strike of Clinton's combo punch was quite effective. In nationwide U.S. polls, after October 15th, the gap between Hillary and Trump's approval ratings was gradually widening. In the Huffington Post's aggregated poll data, Hillary was currently leading in major national polls, with the gap between them ranging from 5% to 10% since the second debate. But even so, Trump wasn't completely isolated. He still had Republican supporters. The New York Times reported on the 16th that 4 congressmen who had previously declared opposition to Trump said they would still vote for him. They indicated that their change of stance wasn't because they agreed with some of Trump's actions, but because they feared being accused of disloyalty by Republican supporters, which could cost them votes in their states. But this was obviously a cover, while Hillary's team kept moving. Trump's team wasn't idle either, clearly making some PY deals with certain people. Moreover, Trump's counterattack came swiftly. This time, he targeted Hillary's husband, Clinton. He told the media, during Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State, she and her husband, former President Bill Clinton, ran the Clinton Foundation, which may have violated rules by accepting large donations from foreign governments. He stated, "I found key evidence from the emails released by hackers." In the sealed emails, a senior executive at the Clinton Foundation wrote, "The Qatari government plans to donate $1 million to the foundation on Bill Clinton's birthday. My people checked the Clinton Foundation website and indeed found records of donations from the Qatari government, amounting to over $1 million. Haha, a new round of mutual tearing had begun. Arthur Brooks, president of the conservative think tank American Enterprise Institute, AEI, told the New York Times on the 11th that this election had exceeded his expectations, reaching a new moral low. As the war of words between Hillary and Trump grew increasingly intense, the onlookers were utterly engrossed. After Trump accused the Clinton Foundation of illegally accepting donations, everyone was waiting for Clinton and Hillary's counterattack. Then, the third strike of Clinton's combo punch began. Just as Trump had targeted him, this time he aimed at the people behind Trump. With things progressing to this point, if Clinton still couldn't guess that Russia was backing Trump, he'd be a complete fool. And this counterattack was directed at the polar bear. On October 18th, the national broadcasting company cited multiple officials in a report stating that the CIA had received orders to present a secret cyber warfare plan to the White House. The operation's goal was to protect the U.S. election system and ensure Russian hackers couldn't interfere with the November election. Currently, the CIA had compiled a large number of documents to demonstrate the underhanded tactics chosen by Russian President Putin. This secret plan would ultimately be approved by U.S. President Obama. Also on this day, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a joint statement, directly criticizing the Russian government, claiming it had authorized and assisted hackers in infiltrating U.S. networks, intending to influence the U.S. presidential election. Almost simultaneously, Ecuador's Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that due to WikiLeaks releasing a large amount of material that could affect the U.S. election, Ecuador had imposed internet restrictions on its embassy in London. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange had been hiding in this embassy since 2012. TL/N. He's been hiding there for like 6 to 7 years, I think. The funny part is he can't leave the embassy because if he does, they'll arrest him. In a statement, Ecuador's Ministry of Foreign Affairs said, Ecuador respects the principle of non-interference in other countries' internal affairs, does not participate in election processes, and does not support any candidate. Therefore, Ecuador exercised its sovereignty by temporarily restricting access to certain communication systems at its London embassy. On the 18th, WikiLeaks stated on social media that Assange had lost internet access on the evening of the 16th. We have activated appropriate contingency plans. Assange denied that the expos related to the U.S. presidential campaign were targeted at Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. He claimed his previous statements had been misquoted, leading people to believe WikiLeaks was intentionally targeting Hillary. P.S. The WikiLeaks website registered its domain in 2006 and has exposed over 10 million secret documents in the past 10 years, including classified files on the U.S.-launched wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, as well as records of the U.S. National Security Agency secretly wiretapping foreign leaders. At 9 p.m. on October 18th, Russia responded to the U.S. criticisms. Konstantin Kozachev, a member of the Russian Duma's International Affairs Committee and Deputy Secretary of the United Russia Party's Presidium, said, Russia needs to respond accordingly to the aggressive signals from the U.S. authorities, including using national resources to counter hostile actions. Relevant Russian departments should strengthen the protection of national interests in the information technology field and prevent any hostile acts. Additionally, Russian presidential aide Yuri Ushakov stated the same day, the U.S. CIA's plan to attack Russian leaders is nearly reckless, clearly part of the hysterical election campaign, and the U.S. Moscow will respond. In a bar, Martin, Leonardo, Matt Damon, and Ben Affleck sat on the couches, chatting over drinks while watching news about the verbal sparring between the U.S. and Russia on the TV. Trump's backers are definitely Russia. It's too obvious. The timing of every email release is way too coincidental. Ben Affleck said, so what if it is? Without evidence, there's nothing they can do about it. Matt Damon replied, Is our cyber department really going to strike Russia's internet? Leonardo was very curious about this. Actually, the strikes have already begun. Martin, who had insider information, said quietly. After the second debate ended, our attacks on Russian government networks had already started. So what was the result? Leonardo asked. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon looked over curiously as well. What result? Martin shrugged. It's basically just me taking down a few of your websites, and you taking down a few of mine. Shouldn't it involve stealing Russia's state secrets from the internet, like in the movies? Ben Affleck said with a laugh, glancing at Matt Damon. His good buddies' film The Bourne Identity seemed to tell a similar story. Martin chuckled. You're overthinking it. Truly important data isn't stored on networked computers. Even in movies, to steal that kind of classified info, you have to sneak in and copy it with a USB drive. The CIA's move this time is just to give Russia's cyber department something to do, so they don't have time to release another batch of Hillary's emails and embarrass that old lady. So, it's confirmed that Russia is behind Trump? Leonardo said. Does that count as treason? Treason? Martin laughed. Our politicians don't care who they're dealing with, as long as they can benefit from it. Even if the other side is aliens about to invade Earth, they'd still go flatter them. If close ties with Russia count as treason, when little Bush first took office, he was chummy with Russia too. I heard he even accepted secret political donations from them. What? True or false? Leonardo and the others looked incredulous. After all, during the latter part of little Bush's administration, things had gotten pretty heated with Russia. Martin smiled without saying more. He had seen more classified files than the current U.S. President Obama, knowing plenty of secrets. For example, during Obama's first term, Hillary had maintained an extremely good working relationship with Republican Defense Secretary Robert Gates. Not only did they align on many foreign policies, but they had also shared a few romantic evenings. For instance, in dealing with Russia and Iran, traditional U.S. adversaries, or even enemies, Obama preferred releasing goodwill, but as Secretary of State, Hillary and Gates took a much harder stance. Similarly, on the issue of sending more troops to Afghanistan, Hillary, a fellow Democrat with Obama, still supported the Republican Gates, believing they should continue to be tough. Another example, the 2010 Cheonan sinking incident. After North Korea sank the South Korean warship Cheonan, killing 46 crew members, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State James Steinberg initially proposed to the White House deploying an aircraft carrier to the East Sea off North Korea to pressure them militarily. But the then Pacific Fleet Commander Robert Willard advocated sending the carrier fleet into the Yellow Sea and convinced then Joint Chiefs Chairman Mike Mullen and Defense Secretary Gates. On this issue, Hillary once again sided with the Republicans and the military hawks, believing that on such a serious matter as the North Korean nuclear issue affecting regional security and stability, they should be even tougher. Clinton and Hillary had long established connections with Republican members. This was why, in this election, with just a slight maneuver from Clinton, so many Republican insiders turned to stab Trump in the back. Such relationships weren't built overnight. In fact, as early as during Hillary's tenure as Secretary of State, her governing philosophy had begun leaning toward the Republicans. As Obama's fellow Democrat, Hillary often sided with Republican viewpoints during his administration. This move wasn't just to build connections within the Republican Party, but also to accumulate important networks and a positive reputation among the military's top brass. This was Hillary's foreign policy stance. On the surface, she claimed she would continue Democratic President Obama's foreign policies, but a closer look revealed that Hillary was much more hawkish abroad. This was also why countries like Russia and North Korea didn't want to see Hillary take office. October 19th, 9 p.m. The final debate of the 2016 U.S. presidential election unfolded in Las Vegas. This was Trump and Hillary's last face-off in this year's election. With less than 20 days until the November 8th voting day, multiple polls showed Hillary temporarily in the lead, making this debate seen as Trump's final gamble. For this debate, Trump's campaign team pulled out all the stops, inviting no shortage of special guests to the venue, including the current president's half-brother and Trump supporter Malik Obama, a former Arkansas radio reporter who had accused Bill Clinton of sexual assault, and the mother of a victim from the 2012 Benghazi U.S. Embassy attack. This debate drew over 80 million American viewers. After Trump and Hillary took the stage, the two rivals, who had already torn off their masks, glared coldly at each other, skipping even the perfunctory handshake. They both hated each other to the core. It could be said that in this election, the two teams had dug up every last bit of dirt on the other, exposing all their dirty laundry to the public. Martin's whole family was also seated in front of the TV, waiting for the debate to start. "Who do you think will win?" Scarlett asked, a bit excited. "Trump," Martin said smugly, puffing himself up. "Because he has my support." Sophia held a different opinion. "Isn't Hillary the one with the advantage? She's still leading right now." "Leading? Not for long," Martin said with a confident smile. It was 9 o'clock sharp, and the debate began. The moderator started with questions. From Fox News anchor Wallace, the first question was about the U.S. Supreme Court. Wallace asked Hillary and Trump to explain where they hoped the Supreme Court would lead the country, how they would interpret the Constitution, and their inclinations toward nominating the ninth justice to fill the current vacancy. Trump extended his hand in a ladies' first gesture. Hillary didn't bother being polite with him, gracefully stepping forward 2 paces and beginning her straightforward response. Hillary believed, "I think the Supreme Court discussions touch on the core issues of this election. The Supreme Court should stand with the people, not big corporations and the rich and powerful. I must emphasize that the Supreme Court needs to protect the rights of women, the LGBT community, and other groups. Therefore, if I can be elected president, I will appoint justices who represent the people's interests." While Hillary spoke, Trump wasn't idle, constantly making faces, pursing his lips, rolling his eyes, shaking his head. Quite a few audience members couldn't help but smile. Hillary clearly sensed the mockery from behind her, but held back from turning around, refusing to let herself be drawn into her opponent's idiotic rhythm. When Hillary finished, Trump gave a perfunctory clap or two. Then, with a bold and imposing demeanor, he strode to the front of the stage and began stating his views. "What is the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court is America first. It must represent America's interests." He immediately shifted the focus to the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms. Trump said, "The Supreme Court justices I nominate will be exceptionally brilliant scholars, each of whom upholds the Second Amendment. The right of American citizens to bear arms is granted by law and should not be revoked." Then Trump criticized Hillary's proposals on the issue, pointing out that many U.S. cities are threatened by crime. If the people have no guns, how can they protect themselves? He then raised his thumb, pointing at himself. "And me? I'm the strongest supporter of the Second Amendment, and in the future, I'll appoint justices capable of upholding it." Hillary countered, "I don't disagree with the Second Amendment itself, but with how it's implemented. Right now, about 30,000 people die each year in the U.S. from illegal firearms. We must impose strict gun control." She looked at Trump, serious and firm. "If I take office, I'll implement comprehensive reforms and strict background checks for gun purchases. But the key is balancing the protection of citizens' lives with respect for the Second Amendment." Trump inwardly cursed, "Sly woman." The third debate differed from the previous two in that statements made here had to reflect their true governing philosophies. Once uttered in the debate, if one of them became president, they would have to implement them, or be seen as a fraud by the public. Hillary had previously mentioned gun control in multiple venues. At the time, Trump knew this woman didn't truly support a gun ban. She was just using ambiguous rhetoric to make people think she did. So Trump wanted to lure Hillary into stating her position clearly in the debate. If she advocated a ban, she'd offend major organizations like the NRA and the American Trucking Association. If she said no ban, she'd offend the voters who thought she would. Either way, Hillary would lose a portion of the electorate. But Hillary didn't fall into Trump's trap, using a wishy-washy excuse to deflect his attack. Comprehensive reforms and strict background checks for gun purchases. Achieving balance. Wasn't that all just nonsense? Nearly every president had wanted to do that, but none had succeeded. Not a single one. Then, the moderator asked the sensitive abortion question. This issue seemed sensitive, but it was actually a chance for both to rest their brains, as there were correct answers. Hillary and Trump each chose to support their respective Democratic and Republican traditional views. Trump expressed opposition to abortion, believing the decision should be left to the states rather than the Supreme Court. Hillary, on the other hand, believed that the choice to abort or not was each family's personal decision, especially when the pregnancy threatened the mother's health. The government shouldn't interfere too much in such private matters. After both sides calmly answered the second question, the third, truly sensitive issue arrived: immigration. As soon as this topic was thrown out, the originally rational and serious atmosphere on stage began to shift. Trump waved his hand, speaking in a forceful tone. "I believe the U.S. should continue strengthening border controls. My plan is to build a border wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. This can effectively stop illegal immigrants from sneaking into the country." He added, "If the U.S. keeps opening its borders, it will bring disaster to this nation. First, the crime issue. Criminals and drugs entering illegally from the border threaten our national security. Second, the jobs issue. Illegal immigrants bring cheap labor, causing American workers to lose jobs nonstop. Our employment problems are already severe. This is something we must consider to make America great again. Finally, I believe that without borders, there is no country. The U.S. must deport illegal immigrants." Trump's not bad at this, Sophia said, a bit surprised. "He's definitely improved his speaking skills," Martin nodded. Hillary immediately countered, stating, "There are currently about 11 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. Even without status, they're still contributing to the country. If I become president, I'll create a comprehensive, simpler immigration registration plan and incorporate new technologies and measures to help these immigrants integrate better into society." Then Hillary directly attacked Trump's remarks. Trump's plan isn't patriotic at all. It's dividing the nation. Facing Hillary's criticism, Trump pursed his lips and shrugged, clearly showing disdain. Hillary continued, "Trump's policy means the U.S. would have to spend massive energy and money to enforce deportations. I know how he'd do it. He'd stuff everyone into trains and buses to send them away, tearing our country apart." She added sarcastically, "When Trump met with the Mexican president, he didn't mention the wall at all." At this point, the debate grew intense. Trump began rebutting Hillary's words, claiming her tolerance toward illegal immigrants was just to let domestic bloodsucking factory owners get more cheap labor. She didn't care about unemployed American workers at all. Hillary, in turn, called Trump the second coming of Hitler, saying his violent deportation policy toward immigrants was like the Nazis deporting Jews. As they spoke, Hillary suddenly realized she was on the back foot. Her aides below the stage signaled a reminder. Clearly, online sentiment was turning against her. Evidently, American citizens had no fondness for those illegal immigrants stealing their jobs. They hoped the government would decisively deport them. Interestingly, in subsequent polls, the Jewish community wasn't particularly offended by Hillary comparing Trump to the second coming of Hitler either. They similarly felt Trump's violent deportation policy was fine, since they were preparing to do the same in Gaza. Sensing things weren't right, Hillary once again resorted to changing the subject, shifting the topic to WikiLeaks revelations and Russia interfering in the U.S. election. "Trump is Putin's puppet," Hillary bluntly accused. "He's Russia's mouthpiece planted among us." Hillary wore an indignant expression, waving her arms to emphasize her tone. Russia's espionage activities strongly support WikiLeaks and others who are personally backing Trump. Everything Trump is doing now is what Putin wants him to do. Russia wants Trump to become president so they can influence our country more deeply and directly. Because he had a plan in advance, Trump didn't show overly dramatic emotional changes in response to Hillary's accusations. He first denied the claims, emphasizing that he doesn't know Putin at all. Then he mocked Hillary. Hillary is always putting others down, but in a series of events in the Middle East and elsewhere, Putin has proven superior in every aspect to Hillary and the current government leaders. Hillary immediately sneered. See? He's blatantly defending Putin like that. Everyone knows Trump is Putin's superfan. But Trump loudly interrupted Hillary, saying disdainfully, "I just know how to acknowledge others' strengths, unlike some people who can only stand out by putting others down." The argument between them grew fierce. Moderator Wallace had to interrupt their mutual personal attacks multiple times, steering the debate toward economic topics. Wallace asked both sides, "Ms. Hillary, Mr. Trump, How will you bring more job opportunities to the U.S.? Trump, tax cuts, massive tax cuts. Cutting taxes for bosses will let them expand production more easily, indirectly boosting employment. Hillary, increasing investments will help economic growth, investing in infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, clean energy industries to create more jobs for society. We should also strengthen high school vocational education and reduce student debt. Trump interrupted Hillary again. He scoffed. Ms. Hillary's previous statements weren't like this. She's quoting Sanders' ideas. This was a point of criticism against Hillary. After Sanders announced his withdrawal, to woo his supporters, she had incorporated many of Sanders' ideas into her own platform, many of which contradicted her previous stances. After mocking Hillary, Trump didn't wait for her to respond and added, I also believe we should increase financial pressure on our overseas and domestic allies, like Japan, South Korea, NATO countries, Saudi Arabia. They need to shoulder corresponding military costs. And on trade, we should toughen up to give our domestic products a competitive edge. Hillary also switched to sarcasm mode. Mr. Trump's tough stance on trade is just crocodile tears. Then Hillary reiterated her opposition to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, in international trade, promising to continue opposing the agreement if elected. Trump immediately said, Hillary talks a good game, but she's all talk, no action. In her 30 years as a public servant, she hasn't implemented the trade policies she promises. Then the two fell into another fierce argument. The moderator had to interrupt them once more. In U.S. history, there had never been a presidential debate as intense as this year's. It wasn't a debate at all, but a full-blown argument. So everyone watching was having a great time. Martin laughed. In the end, Trump managed to drag Hillary into his specialty in this final debate. I'm betting on him to win. On the TV screen, moderator Wallace posed the last question. Who do you think is more suitable to be president? The intent of this question was to let the two cool down, stop bickering, and each highlight their own strengths. However, Hillary, without a doubt, I'm more suitable to become this country's president. After saying that, Hillary didn't go on to explain her advantages. Instead, she shifted gears and launched another attack on Trump. Mr. Trump's disrespectful behavior toward women is already well documented. Imagine what would happen if someone like that became this country's president. He'd turn this nation into something incredibly dark and dangerous. When the president leads the way in discriminating against women and religions, it will inevitably spark an even larger wave of racial discrimination in this country. What a terrifying thing that would be. Trump, I'm the one most suited to become this country's president. This fraud Hillary is spouting nonsense again. He repeated several times. No one respects women more than I do. He claimed, the New York Times and other media outlets' recent sexual harassment scandals about me are fake. The women accusing me either want to get famous or were bought off by Hillary. Furthermore, he added, the recent violence and chaos at his Chicago rally were deliberately incited by Hillary's team with paid agitators. It was criminal behavior. Everyone knows what Hillary and her Clinton family behind her are best at, eliminating enemies physically. The Chicago chaos was more like a plotted assassination attempt. That's very Clinton-esque. Faced with Trump's near-direct accusation, Hillary couldn't be bothered maintaining any elegance. She sneered. Disdainfully, Mr. Trump couldn't control the crowd at his own event, yet he's blaming it on me and my husband. That's truly ridiculous. Then she fired off a sarcastic jab. If I wanted to assassinate him, there'd be a gun at the scene right now. Immediately after, Hillary changed the subject again, reiterating how Trump had repeatedly insulted women, minorities, the disabled, and prisoners of war since entering the race. It had become a habit. Myers Manor. Scarlett asked curiously, was the Chicago riot really orchestrated by the Clintons? Martin nodded. Highly likely. Trump wouldn't use a method that hurts himself as much as the enemy to go after Hillary. The violence escalated way too quickly. Someone was definitely organizing it from the shadows. Sophia frowned. Does that mean the Clintons really wanted to assassinate Trump? Martin chuckled. Not quite that far. It was just a warning. Trump knows full well the Clintons can't easily use underhanded tactics against him. But in the future, the family will definitely target him in every way. The guy's really torn off the mask with the Clintons. He dares to say anything. Martin thought of the future Russiagate, that would lead to Trump's ignominious downfall, pushed by the Clintons from behind. On the screen, faced with Hillary repeatedly slapping the misogynist label on him, Trump felt the need to steer the topic back to the Clinton Foundation. The Clinton Foundation is just this couple's personal slush fund. Much of the donations come from pay-to-play deals and selling out U.S. interests. Hillary didn't back down at all, dragging Trump's foundation into it too. Trump's foundation has several unexplained sums, likely secret donations from Russia. This man is a traitor. Fraud, parasite. Traitor, dictator. The scene devolved into arguing once more. The moderator reluctantly interrupted them again and asked, "Mr. Trump, if you lose to Hillary, will you accept the election results? Will you respect America's tradition of peaceful power transition?" Trump said, "I'll look at it when the time comes, and I don't think I'll lose to this woman." Hillary immediately mocked. "That's utterly graceless speech." This is a scary man, because in the past, whenever things didn't go as he expected, he'd claim the system was rigged. So it's hard to say how he'll handle the final election results. Trump shot back sarcastically. "Smearing others is clearly your specialty." Seeing the two about to bicker again, the moderator hurriedly tossed the question to Hillary as before. "Ms. Hillary, if you lose to Trump, will you accept the election results? Will you respect America's tradition of peaceful power transition?" Hillary glanced disdainfully at Trump and said, "Given Mr. Trump's recent performance, I'll look at it when the time comes too." Moderator Wallace made a gesture of wiping away cold sweat, steering the debate toward foreign policy. This moderator's having a tough time too, stuck between those two. Elizabeth Olsen, who didn't follow much of this, remarked. Sophia smiled. "Not really. Actually, the moderator probably loves seeing them go at each other like this. It boosts the show's ratings." Scarlett added, "Yeah, his flustered act is fake. He's probably laughing inside." Elizabeth Olsen, huh? On the screen, the moderator had already asked about the recent Iraqi offensive against ISIS in Mosul. The moderator asked both, "Ms. Hillary, Mr. Trump, do you support deploying U.S. troops to Iraq or Syria?" Hillary claimed, "No, I won't support sending troops to Iraq or Syria. I'm very uneasy about the ongoing war in Syria." Then she added, "I've always believed the best way to resolve the Syrian issue is more negotiations." Shifting gears, she began criticizing Trump's past support for the Iraq war. Hillary said, "Just Google Trump and Iraq, and you'll see all sorts of statements from this guy supporting the war." Trump immediately showed an angry expression, directly cutting off Hillary's speech and shouting, "Wrong, wrong, wrong. She's slandering me." Trump waved his arms and said loudly, "The Aleppo situation in Syria is a disaster. I've never supported war. I only support U.S. sanctions against terrorists." Hillary, yes, Hillary is the one who needs to take responsibility for Syria's current state. The Assad regime is indeed terrible, but overthrowing it has made things even worse. The Syrian war has created millions of refugees, many of whom have joined ISIS, and now Hillary wants to let them into the U.S. Well done, Trump said sarcastically. Iran has become the big winner in the Iraq and Syria wars. Iran will control Iraq, and the Obama administration once provided Iran with massive cash and weapons. Then Trump wore a mocking smile, pointing at Hillary toward the camera. So this woman's tough stance on Syria is actually just for the election. She wasn't like that when she was Secretary of State. After that, the two started arguing again. Arguing, still arguing. This year's election debates had the spectators thrilled. Too bad it didn't escalate to a fight. Some people felt regret over that. On the screen, the dispute between the two continued. Regarding the moderator's final question, the debt issue, Trump said, "As you know, once I'm in office, I'll use the economic machine to create massive jobs and raise the economic growth rate to 6%. Trump stated, "Our current trade deals are terrible. We're getting ripped off and must fix them." He added, "The U.S. has great people. We need to utilize our great people instead of leaving them unemployed at home." Hillary mocked Trump's campaign slogan. She said, "When I first heard Trump's slogan, 'Make America Great Again,' I thought, what are you talking about? America is already great." She criticized Trump. This man has been criticizing the government for decades, but his views haven't changed. If we flip through old newspapers, we'll find that what Mr. Trump is saying now is exactly what he said back in the 80s under Reagan, word for word. On her own economic policy, Hillary's explanation was similar to the second debate. She would stand with ordinary families. She declared, "I'll invest in you. I want to invest in your families." Hillary also pointed out, Trump started with millions. He's a trust fund kid who doesn't understand the struggles of the common people. He can only talk big. Trump fired back sarcastically, as if you were born into poverty. Finally, the moderator asked Hillary and Trump to each take a minute to explain why American voters should choose them as president. Trump once again gestured ladies first. Hillary didn't hesitate and began her closing statement. "I want to tell every American, we need each and every one of you. We need your talents. I've been up close to the work of a president. It's a job with responsibilities and opportunities. Fighting for children and families has been my lifelong pursuit. It's my mission. To let families stand up against big corporate interests, please give me this chance." Then Trump said, "Trust me, I can make America great again. Right now, our military is depleted, veterans lack proper care, police and women aren't respected, and inner cities are rife with crime and poverty. Hillary next to me can only talk. I can do more for African Americans and Latinos than she could in 10 lifetimes. Electing Hillary is just letting Obama serve another 4 years." The third televised debate of the U.S. presidential election concluded at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas campus. In this 90-minute ultimate debate, Hillary and Trump went at each other fiercely, their attacks on one another pulling no punches, full force, no holds barred. In the debate, the two once again followed their familiar scripts. Hillary's image as a cunning veteran politician and Trump's loose-lipped newcomer traits were both on full display. During the debate, the two threw out their arguments on the Supreme Court, gun control, economic policy, immigration, foreign policy, and more. But what stuck with the public most was still their non-stop bickering. The New York Times reported after the debate ended that it started with a somewhat cordial atmosphere, but quickly devolved into mutual sniping. The Los Angeles Times reported on the 20th that the debate rapidly turned into a flood of sarcasm and insults, with the two like raging bulls. The Politico website outright mocked Trump's performance in the third debate. There were two candidates on stage Wednesday night, and both wanted to bury Donald Trump's presidential campaign. The Washington Post's report quoted moderator Wallace, calling it an unprecedented departure in the nation's history. On Trump's claims of fraud in the election process, the Washington Post called it the most explosive accusation. The Wall Street Journal reported that Trump's stance seemed to make people doubt American democracy. The UK's Guardian reported that his words made him look petty, narrow-minded, and conspiratorial. Clearly, mainstream media in the US and even Europe weren't optimistic about Trump. The Times reported on the 20th that this debate likely wouldn't change the election's trajectory, putting Trump in a precarious position. The Wall Street Journal also reported that Trump reverted to his pugilistic style against Hillary, but it probably wouldn't alter the race. The Chicago Sun-Times said, "This debate didn't feel like one between two equal opponents, but rather a faltering candidate, Mr. Trump, trying to save himself." Half an hour after the debate ended, CNN released poll data claiming Hillary won the final round. 52% thought Hillary won, while only 39% said Trump did. But was that really the case? Let's check online opinions. I think Trump is interesting. Hillary is just an old political hack. Even if electing Trump means sliding into uncertainty, electing Hillary means America won't change at all, so I'd rather take the unknown. Trump. Yeah. Though the guy's pretty hateful, at least he can still get angry about America's current state, unlike Hillary, who's still lost in the dream that America is still great. Hillary and Trump both suck. I'm sitting this one out. Yeah, they both suck, but I like Trump's tough stance on those illegal immigrants. Yep, I'm a Texas old-timer. I'll vote for him. How can this be? When she saw her online ratings weren't as good as that idiot Trump's, Hillary slammed the table in her office. Meanwhile, Martin in distant Los Angeles wore an "I knew it all along" expression, telling his house full of curious women. Mainstream media represents the elite class, while the internet gives the lower classes a way to speak freely. The U.S. election isn't the elite's game from 10 years ago anymore. The masses hold more votes than the elites. I predict that future U.S. elections will increasingly shift to the internet as the main battlefield because the web reaches more people, while TV debates are becoming more and more irrelevant. After the third debate, Hillary, who felt she had performed well, suddenly realized her situation wasn't as rosy as the media portrayed. So, the little maneuvers began again. On October 21st, Czech police announced that, through cooperation with the U.S. FBI, they had arrested a Russian hacker, Yevgeny Nikolin, in the capital Prague. He was wanted by Interpol for involvement in cyber attacks on the U.S. The U.S. professional networking site LinkedIn later stated in a declaration that the suspect was linked to a 2012 data breach. The U.S. Justice Department neither confirmed nor commented on this claim. Czech police said the Prague City Court was considering whether to extradite the hacker to the U.S. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said that day, "We will do everything possible to prevent the Russian citizen Yevgeny Nikolin, arrested in Prague, from being extradited to the U.S." Meanwhile, Martin, who had been pulling strings behind the scenes, quietly introduced the current FBI Director Comey to Trump's team. This Comey had been brainwashed by Martin 3 years earlier. The reason he was willing to hand this over to Trump, even at the risk of exposing himself to the Clintons. First, to showcase his own power and flex his muscles. Second, because the guy had too much dirt on him. Martin recalled he'd be investigated in a few years anyway, so he might as well use him as a sacrificial pawn for one last utility, without fear of repercussions from the Clintons. With Martin as the intermediary, Comey and Trump's team reached a series of backroom deals. On October 29th, Comey stated in a letter to congressional lawmakers that he had previously testified before Congress that the FBI had concluded its investigation into Hillary's email server. However, during an investigation unrelated to the server case, the FBI learned of a new batch of emails that appeared relevant to the prior probe of Hillary's server. The FBI investigative team had reported the findings to him earlier, and he agreed that the FBI should take appropriate investigative steps, allowing relevant personnel to review these emails to determine if they contained classified information. Comey said he couldn't predict how long this investigation would take or assess the significance of the material, but he decided to first notify congressional lawmakers of the situation. In the letter, Comey did not reveal the source of this batch of emails. The New York Times reported on the matter. Aggregating recent national polls, Hillary currently leads Trump by 5.2 percentage points and maintains leads in many swing states. The FBI's reopening of the investigation into Hillary will deliver a major blow to her campaign, helping her trailing competitor Trump reverse the decline. U.S. mainstream media often referred to the FBI's decision to reopen the investigation as the October surprise. U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch had announced in July that she would accept the FBI's recommendation and not prosecute Hillary over the email scandal. Also in July, Comey had stated that Hillary and her colleagues had been extremely careless in handling highly sensitive classified information but had not intentionally violated related laws. Who could have expected the matter to reverse 3 months later? "Bill, can we deal with that bastard, Comey? The guy took our benefits back then and said he wouldn't pursue the emails any further," Hillary said angrily. Now he's going back on his word. Clinton frowned. He hadn't anticipated Comey's repeated actions either. "I heard Martin introduced Comey to Trump. I didn't expect that kid to have such influence. I underestimated him." After pondering for a moment, Clinton continued, "Let's try contacting him again. If it doesn't work." Clinton fell silent for a heavy moment. "Hillary, you need to be prepared." Hillary's eyebrows shot up in fury. Prepared for what? Losing to that idiot? I'm not willing. For Hillary, this year was her best chance. In 4 more years, her age would become an issue. Born in 1947, Hillary was already 69. For a female politician, the golden age was between 35 and 55. She was already on the older side now. In 4 years, she'd be over 70, with virtually no hope of sitting in the presidential seat. Clinton shrugged. "Then there's nothing we can do. Learn to accept failure, dear." Besides, a hint of malice flashed across Clinton's face. "I won't let that idiot have it easy." Soon, word came back from Comey's side. He refused to engage with Hillary's camp. This infuriated Hillary even more. On October 31st, the US FBI obtained a search warrant to examine a newly discovered batch of emails related to Hillary Clinton's private server. Due to the enormous volume of email data, the investigation was expected to take weeks. The New York Times later cited anonymous law enforcement officials, reporting that the FBI found these emails on electronic devices belonging to Hillary's close aide Huma Abedin and her husband Anthony Weiner. According to NBC, Abedin used a laptop belonging to Weiner to send these emails to Hillary. Currently, Weiner was under FBI investigation for allegedly sending obscene messages to a minor girl. Additionally, according to the UK's Financial Times on the 31st, Hillary's campaign team fiercely attacked the FBI director over the weekend, claiming the FBI's announcement of reopening the investigation less than 10 days before the election would disrupt the race. Democratic vice presidential candidate Kaine also stepped up to defend Hillary. He believed that discussing an ongoing investigation so close to voting violated Justice Department protocol. Moreover, according to Kaine, Democrats thought Comey knew nothing about the content of these emails or whether they were addressed to or from Hillary. It was complicated. On the Republican side, presidential nominee Trump naturally seized this hard-won opportunity to continue attacking Hillary. He tweeted, "See? Voting for Hillary means handing the government over to public corruption, irresponsibility, and cronyism. And these threaten our democratic political system." Some Republicans also stated that the FBI's unusual move suggested these emails contained something valuable. Time had reached November, and the second trailer for it was released. At the same time, the viral marketing website setup was attracting more and more attention. But the heat still wasn't as intense as the election. The final outcome was about to be revealed. November 2nd. By now, everyone could see Hillary's downward trend. Even evangelicals, who had always favored Democrats, were starting to express support for Trump. Clinton was the same. "Forget it, dear. We don't have to be president. Our family's power won't be affected much," Clinton said to his wife. Hillary still said the same thing. "I'm not willing to accept it." Then her eyes turned fierce. "I want to teach that idiot a lesson." Clinton's expression immediately grew serious. "Don't be impulsive, it's not worth it. If he dies, everyone will suspect us." "Fuck," Hillary cursed angrily. "Who said anything about killing him? I just mean giving him a lesson." "What kind of lesson?" Clinton asked. "A lesson he'll never forget," Hillary sneered. November 5th, evening. Trump took the stage in Reno, Nevada, for a rally speech. Trump began his address. At that moment, a man in the audience suddenly pulled out a black pistol, aimed it at Trump, and shouted, "Bastard, the Lord won't forgive you. Someone like you belongs in hell." Trump was nearly scared stiff, but his instincts kicked in. He quickly ducked and covered his head. The on-site Secret Service agents reacted too, rushing onto the stage, grabbing Trump by the collar and dragging him off, while several others charged into the crowd and tackled the armed man. At this point, the man suddenly laughed. "Hey guys, don't get worked up, I'm just kidding. This is only a toy water gun." See, the man tried to pull the trigger to prove it, but his arm was already twisted behind his back, and the black pistol was snatched away. The crowd erupted into chaos. Local police hurriedly organized evacuations. In a secure room, Trump shouted angrily, "It must be that old witch. It must be that old witch. She wants to assassinate me, that damn executioner. Why aren't you arresting her?" He yelled at the nearby agents. At that moment, the agents who had subdued the gunman entered. Trump immediately stood up. "Well, did you catch him? Did you?" His life threatened. Of course he was scared. One of the agents said, "Mr. Trump, we've got the man." "Great. Did you interrogate him? Was it that old witch?" Trump said excitedly. The agent's face looked odd. "Sir, this might be a prank." The gunman was holding a toy water pistol with no lethality. "We've checked his identity. He's a Muslim," implying that the man might have done this outrageous act today to retaliate against Trump's previous unfriendly remarks toward Muslims. "What the fuck?" Trump's face flushed red. "Sir, we'll escort you back to the hotel," the agent said. Trump first nodded, then suddenly looked at his aide by the door and ordered, "Go check if the people outside have dispersed." A moment later, the aide returned. "Everyone's still there. They're all talking about what just happened." Trump's eyes darted around. Then he suddenly stood up and declared loudly, "I want to continue my speech." The agents were stunned. Their leaders said, "That's too dangerous, sir. You'll protect me, won't you? That's your job." Trump pointed outside. "And out. There, that's my job." With that, Trump straightened his clothes and strode out. This move actually earned him a bit of admiration from the agents. When the crowd saw Trump return to the stage, there was a brief silence, followed by an eruption of fervent cheers. Trump fixed his disheveled hair and said calmly, "Thanks to the diligent Secret Service agents. No one can predict if our future will be smooth sailing, but we won't stop. We won't stop. I have to thank the agents. They're outstanding. Now, let's continue the speech we didn't finish." The next day, the incident of Trump facing a Muslim threat at his rally became the hottest topic in North America. Most people expressed respect for Trump's brave act of returning to the stage to continue speaking, especially those rednecks in Texas. But in mainstream media reports, this bad fruit was Trump's own doing. However, mainstream media was truly in decline. American citizens no longer bought into their narrative. On November 7th, a Gallup poll showed that 52% of Americans believed U.S. media was biased and favored Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton in their reporting. Only 8% of respondents thought the media promoted Republican Trump. Trump had previously stated that nearly all media held extreme biases against him. He said, "I think 93% of the material published about me is very negative. Even positive material, they always find a way to report it negatively." Meanwhile, only 38% of respondents believe the media reported the presidential race objectively. Among Democrats, this view was held by 63%, while among Republicans, it was nearly 12%. The survey was conducted from October 27 to 28, 2016. The U.S. presidential election was scheduled for around November 8. Hillary's outburst of anger probably didn't even satisfy her. It felt like she'd indirectly helped Trump instead. Clinton made his move too. Though the election outcome might be irreversible, the Clinton family's dignity couldn't be tarnished. On November 7th, at the repeated urging of White House senior advisor Valerie Jarrett, U.S. President Obama finally agreed to fire FBI Director James Comey. Obama had ordered his advisory team to draft a plan to remove Comey from his position. It was unclear who would announce the dismissal, Obama himself, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, or someone else. Nor was it clear when Comey would be temporarily relieved of duties. The only certainty was he could retain his post until the election ended. So who was this White House senior advisor Valerie Jarrett? The UK's Independent once called Jarrett the most powerful person in the White House besides President Obama. She was Obama's old friend and senior advisor. Whenever Washington bigwigs met in the Oval Office, Valerie usually sat behind Obama. At the same time, this Valerie Jarrett was also a very close friend with personal connections to Clinton, so her determination to deal with Comey made perfect sense. November 9th. The preliminary results of the U.S. presidential election were announced. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump defeated Democratic candidate, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, winning the presidency and becoming the 45th president of the United States. Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton also conceded her defeat in the election that same day. An excited Trump delivered his victory speech in New York. In the speech, Trump finally ended his attacks on Hillary, adopting a victor's magnanimous tone. "Yes, I've received a call from my Democratic opponent Hillary. This lady has conceded her loss and congratulated me on my victory in the election. I want to thank her. America should be grateful for Hillary's service." Trump declared, "It's time. Now America must unite, bind the wounds of division. I promise, I will be the president for all Americans." He also proclaimed, "Rest assured, under my term, America will usher in an era of national growth and renewal, and America will dream big." At the same time, Trump expressed that he would treat all other countries fairly. Martin turned off the TV, then made a call to Guinea. "Trump's in office. Prepare to receive the equipment and workers." This entertainment extravaganza that had captivated the world came to an end. Though the aftertaste lingered, the public's attention began shifting away from the election to other matters. For example, in mid-November 2016, California and Massachusetts passed bills legalizing marijuana. Martin's take on it: "This is a victory for pharmaceutical capital and a victory for the tax authorities. The IRS gains another revenue stream, while the pharmaceutical industry gets another way to rake in money. As it turned out, just a short year after marijuana legalization, its sales in California shot to fourth place, right behind the little blue pill, painkillers, sleeping pills. Though painkillers were already second, their sales actually dropped significantly because marijuana could replace some of their effects. 2017 arrived. In May, Wonder Woman, starring Gal Gadot, hit theaters. This film, with a $149 million budget, received rave reviews from movie fans, and its opening weekend box office was impressive. It looked like another blockbuster. Zack Snyder felt a bit stifled because this hit DC movie wasn't directed by him. At the same time, he was somewhat pleased, as Warner, after making money, promised to let him continue directing DC's next big project, Justice League. For safety's sake, though, Warner approached Martin again. After painfully conceding certain benefits, they convinced Martin to take on filming Aquaman. That's right, another dual production. When Zack learned the news, his feelings were complicated. On one hand, he was annoyed by Warner's lack of trust in him. On the other, he dreamed of beating Martin in this showdown. Martin himself hadn't expected Aquaman to land. On his plate, too, another chance to make a buck. Drew was thrilled. This workaholic threw herself wholeheartedly into Meyer's films, even cutting back on time to have sex with Martin. In the luxurious apartment Martin had gifted her, Amber Heard hung up the phone and screamed in excitement. I'm going to play the lead in a blockbuster. I'm going to play the lead in a blockbuster. This Hollywood beauty queen, thanks to Martin's patronage, hadn't lacked for roles these years, but none had made her famous. This time, though, she felt her big break had arrived. Martin had arrived too. Amber Heard's fiery, soft body leaped into Martin's arms, delivering a scorching kiss. Honey, you're just too good. Am I going to be famous? No doubt about it, darling. Ah, that's amazing. Tonight, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. I'll let you do anything. TL/N. I deleted what Martin said here. Don't ask, and just be grateful. What? Nothing. I'm going to shower first. A moment later, Amber Heard slipped into the bathroom too. Warner and Meyer's films were highly efficient. The Aquaman sets were quickly built. At the same time, casting calls for major roles went out. After Martin publicly announced that the role of Aquaman wouldn't go to any established big-name star, it immediately sparked a frenzy among countless Hollywood male actors. Even Will Smith called Martin's phone. Hey, buddy, what do you think of a black Aquaman? Fuck off. Jason Momoa was working out at home. His stepdaughter Zoe Kravitz burst in. Big guy, Martin's new project is casting. You should go audition. Zoe Kravitz was the daughter of Jason Momoa's wife, Lisa Bonet, and her ex-husband, singer Lenny Kravitz. Speaking of Jason Momoa and his wife Lisa Bonet, there was quite a story between them. When Jason Momoa was 8, he was glued to the TV, watching the hit sitcom The Cosby Show. The eldest daughter in the show, Denise, with her uninhibited charm, captivated countless teens, including 8-year-old Jason Momoa, who fell head over heels at first sight. He even told his mom back then, "Mommy, I want that one." Jason Momoa's mother recalled his expression in an interview. Jason's face was full of, "I'm going to spend the rest of my life chasing this girl." That beautiful wish eventually came true. In 2005, Jason met the then-divorced Lisa at a jazz club. That day, Lisa Bonet's favorite drink was Guinness. Their shared passion sparked something, leading them to tie the knot smoothly. After marriage, Jason Momoa became a total wife-doting maniac. Keep in mind, Lisa Bonet had been married twice before and had a daughter, Zoe Kravitz. To give Lisa Bonet's little girl a sense of security and trust, he not only doted on Zoe Kravitz endlessly, but also obeyed her every word. When she felt he was too much of a tough guy and a bit intimidating, Jason Momoa followed the little girl's suggestion and started wearing all sorts of cute pink outfits in daily life. Unexpectedly, it even caught on in the fashion world. He completely let loose after becoming Aquaman, especially favoring double ponytails. No need for hair ties. He could just twist his hair into perfect buns. Netizens made a meme comparing his bearded look to a son, his double ponytails to a mother, and his flowing cape hair to a father. In short, it was a happily ever after family. Jason Momoa's long hair had a reason too. He said, My wife won't let me. If I cut it, my wife would leave me, so I won't cut it for now. That's all I can tell you. This couple was once a model pair in Hollywood that fans envied. But in the end, they couldn't escape the fate of separation. Jason Momoa and Lisa Bonet's relationship hit a crisis in 2020. According to court documents, the two separated on October 7, 2020, due to irreconcilable differences. In the separation announcement, Jason Momoa stated, "We've all faced unprecedented pressures during this time, and my family is no exception. We've grown through major changes, so we've decided to publicly announce that we're going our separate ways." In 2024, the two officially divorced. Rumors claimed the reason for their divorce was Lisa Bonet's infidelity, and the other party was a woman. Of course, these were just rumors, with no proof found yet. Jason Momoa remained silent on the reasons. Lisa Bonet, however, said, "Separation doesn't mean we don't love each other." Actually, you could spot some clues. At the time of the divorce, the two didn't go through legal proceedings, and the asset division was smooth. Lisa Bonet even waived alimony. Keep in mind, they hadn't signed a prenup. If the fault lay with Jason Momoa, Lisa Bonet should have gotten a hefty sum. There's also a passage in Jason Momoa's separation announcement that's thought-provoking. "We've both felt the pressures of the changing times, a revolution unfolding. Even my family hasn't been spared. We've learned and grown through life's major shifts, and we've decided to part ways in this marriage." Changes, the changing times. Could this be hinting that after the rise of the feminist movement, the pole crowd no longer needed to hide their sexual orientation? All right, enough gossip. Now, in 2017, Jason Momoa and Lisa Bonet were still that enviable model couple. Lisa Bonet's daughter with her ex-husband, Zoe Kravitz, also adored this stepfather who gave her a father's love. At this moment, she waved the newspaper in her hand and rushed excitedly to Jason Momoa, who was pumping iron, shouting, "Stop working out. Look at this. Casting for Aquaman has started. This role suits you perfectly. Tall, muscular, and with long hair. You don't even need to worry about your hair. You have to audition." Jason Momoa set down the dumbbells, smiled, and ruffled Zoe Kravitz's little head. "Aquaman has blonde hair. I don't fit, do I? What's hair color got to do with it? The Myers film's casting ad doesn't mention that requirement. Besides, if it doesn't work, you can just dye it blonde." Jason Momoa felt a stir of interest and took the newspaper to look it over. Martin was inspecting the completed sets. The dreamlike forests, wetlands, lakes, and other scenes had all been built in the studio. Assistant director Sophia followed behind him. Another assistant director, James Wan, also trailed Martin as they toured the finished sets. "Martin, is this Aquaman going to continue the dark style?" James Wan asked curiously. Martin shook his head. "No, this time I want to make an underwater avatar, an underwater Pandora. I want to show the audience a vibrant, colorful underwater kingdom, Atlantis. In fact, I think revealing a unique, unprecedented Atlantis world and other underwater wonders is crucial for this film. Like Avatar, like Gravity, I want to satisfy the audience's curiosity. This movie will spend most of its budget on special effects, so for actor selection, pass on those overpaid big-name stars. Mera the Sea Queen goes to Amber, Queen of Atlantis, Aquaman's mother to Nicole. The rest of the roles will be cast through open auditions. In Martin's memory, the main reason for this film's success in the original timeline was that James Wan created a fantastical underwater world for viewers, comparable to the planet Pandora. The dazzling, magnificent scenery of Atlantis' main city could even confuse space and ocean. All sorts of stunning underwater architecture and swimming sea creatures made viewers feel like they'd crossed the boundary between water and sky in a second, arriving at a stellar ocean. Seahorse cavalry, shark cavalry, and all kinds of ocean beasts tearing into each other. One moment it's high-tech armor, Atlantean laser cannons. The next, pulling out cold weapons like tridents, medieval gladiator arenas, one-on-one duels. And there's that scene where Aquaman's mother Atlanta battles Atlantean soldiers at the lighthouse, simply pushing the violent aesthetics of cold and hot weapon combat to the extreme. Mechs, spaceships, kings, and subjects. These anachronistic concepts visualized on screen. Wouldn't people think that if ancient and modern truly combined, The beauty couldn't be greater? The biggest challenge in making Aquaman from start to finish was designing a world never seen before, completely unlike real environments. And what that world would look like was largely limited by imagination. Fortunately, Martin wasn't short on imagination, especially since he'd lived in the divine and demonic continent, which was infinitely more fantastical than anything in Hollywood films. In Martin's view, Aquaman was a typical entertaining-to-death commercial blockbuster, with virtually no depth, stimulating only the viewer's eyes and adrenaline. The whole story mixed elements from fantasy films, sci-fi, horror, adventure, action, magic, romance, monster movies, epics, all sorts of genres, yet it didn't feel chaotic. Thinking of this, Martin couldn't help glancing sidelong at James beside him. This guy's truly a master-level commercial director. Casting for Aquaman began, and unsurprisingly, Martin still chose Jason Momoa to play Aquaman. But for Jason Momoa, this was a huge surprise. His manager was equally stunned by the result. Even after getting the notification, he instinctively asked Jason Momoa, "Dude, what did you do?" Jason Momoa, "I didn't do anything." Then the manager snapped out of it. Regardless of whether Jason Momoa had done something or not, the role was his, and he'd make a fortune. "Dude, this role's yours. You're gonna be rich." Jason Momoa was excited, puzzled, and grateful. Martin's really a good guy. Meanwhile, our good guy Martin was having sex with Aquaman's girlfriend and mom. Nicole, you're such a big bad wolf. Amber, you're even more ripped than Aquaman. November 9th, 2016. Donald Trump received 276 electoral votes, surpassing the 270 electoral vote threshold for victory, and was elected as the 45th president in U.S. history. As a mudslide in U.S. politics, the most criticized president in U.S. history. After taking office, Trump fulfilled his promises. During the campaign, Trump had promised tax cuts, saying he wanted to reduce taxes for middle-class workers and families, and cut taxes for U.S. businesses to boost competitiveness. In April 2017, the White House released a brief tax reform outline on a single A4 sheet, mainly slashing corporate tax from 35% to 15%, reducing individual income tax brackets from 7 to 3, abolishing the estate tax, and doubling the standard deduction. Then, the Trump administration announced a detailed tax reform plan. Except for adjusting the highest corporate tax rate from 15% in the April outline to 20%, the rest was basically consistent with the outline. Similarly, at the start of the election, Trump promised that if elected, he would repeal the Obama Healthcare Plan, the Affordable Care Act, and redesign a new health insurance scheme. After taking office, the first executive order he signed was related to repealing Obama healthcare directives. At the same time, Republican lawmakers began preparing a new healthcare bill to replace the existing law. On February 22, 2017, the Trump administration also revoked the bathroom order left from the Obama era. The order required all public schools to allow transgender students to choose restrooms and locker rooms based on psychological gender rather than biological gender, which had sparked huge controversy in the U.S. My father is crazy. He seems to really want to be a good president for the American people. But does he know how many people his plans will offend? Once they don't achieve the expected results, he'll be attacked by everyone. Moreover, in every department of this country, there are people opposing him. The Clinton families. Connections in politics are too deep. We've all advised my father to lay low at the beginning of his term, but he doesn't listen at all. Martin advised, "Don't think too much. If he were willing to lay low, he wouldn't be Donald Trump." It can be said that Trump's personality was cultivated from childhood. This guy received typical, white strongman education from a young age. The Trump family children, in their growth process, were instilled with this concept by their elders. You are a killer, you are a king, you are a strongman. Meaning you have to be ruthless and heartless, you have to win everything. You have to become the ruler, essentially requiring them to be superior. So Trump was a bad kid from young, a school bully, domineering in school. He not only didn't pay attention in class, disrupted the classroom, liked bullying classmates. Later he became more reckless, even getting some knives with friends to extort lunch money in school. Because he went too far, He was forced to drop out by the school, eventually sent by his father to the New York Military Academy. After adulthood, in business, the family enterprise Trump once discussed the power of genetics in a program. People are divided into winners and losers. You will be naturally selected, chosen by DNA. Either succeed or fail. This kind of competitive and arrogant mindset has run through every stage of his life. Thus, such people are extremely prone to arrogance when successful. Not just Trump, many elites are like this, because society doesn't value humility or hiding one's talents. Time came to June 2017. Trump continued his decisive reforms. On June 10th, Trump officially announced immigration reform policy. According to the policy, the U.S. would sharply reduce the number of immigrants, planning to cut the annual intake from 1 million to 500,000 over 10 years. After reform, U.S. citizens would no longer be able to apply for green cards for parents or siblings. Second, the Trump administration announced support for a major skills-based immigration reform proposal, using a points system to replace the low-skilled immigration mechanism, raising the immigration threshold. According to the proposal, new immigrants need to be proficient in English, have job skills needed in the U.S., and stable financial status, and cannot apply for government welfare. Finally, Trump ordered the deportation and repatriation of undocumented immigrants, declaring to expel all 11 million undocumented immigrants from the U.S. The Trump administration also signed an order called Protecting the Nation from Foreign Terrorist Entry into the United States, popularly known as the Muslim ban. This executive order required that for the next 90 days, citizens of Iraq, Syria, Iran, Sudan, Somalia, Yemen, and Libya be barred from entering the U.S. Additionally, Trump suspended the existing refugee admission program for 120 days to conduct thorough background checks on refugees. The Obama-initiated resettlement of Syrian refugees in the U.S. was indefinitely halted. The ban would reduce this year's U.S. planned refugee intake from around the world to 50,000, a cut of over 50%. Not enough. Just a month later, Trump signed another travel ban. This ban required that starting October 18th, citizens of 8 countries be barred from entering the U.S. According to this ban, citizens of Chad, Iran, Libya, North Korea, Syria, Yemen, and Somalia could not enter the U.S., and certain Venezuelan officials could not enter the U.S. At the same time, to prevent illegal Mexican immigrants, Trump signed 2 executive orders at the Department of Homeland Security, enhancing border security and enforcing immigration policy, and announced the use of federal funds to begin construction of the wall on the U.S.-Mexico border within months. The Trump administration launched a zero-tolerance policy, where large numbers of illegal immigrant families were stopped at the Mexican border, adults detained in temporary detention centers, children taken by the government, and placed with relatives, foster families, or shelters. While continuously turning his election promises into actions, Trump did one more thing. That is, sending large numbers of unemployed workers to Guinea, and along with them to Guinea, large numbers of factory machinery and equipment from closed plants. One after another, massive cargo ships loaded with machinery crossed the Atlantic, heading to Guinea's ports. Guinea's industrial level underwent another massive leap forward. Martin secretly rejoiced. In a good mood, his efficiency in filming movies increased a bit. Use wires to hoist this ship up, and hang the surrounding blue screens too. I need the ship to rock. Amber, there's a harness under your feet. When the ship rocks, you need to stand firm. Amber stood on the small boat, wearing a form-fitting outfit adorned with green metallic scales resembling fish scales. Surrounding her, lights simulated flashes of lightning, while torrential rain poured from sprinklers, cascading around the boat, suspended in midair. The boat rocked, creating the sensation of sailing on the sea. This scene being filmed was when Aquaman and the Sea Queen ventured to the Trench Clan to seek the Trident, encountering the Trench sea monsters. The weather was unusually harsh. After all, the Trench Clan dwelled in the Mariana Trench. Their people degenerated into sea beasts. The sea monsters are coming. Amber gripped the railing, looking at the surrounding blue screens, letting out a shrill cry. Jason Momoa, trident in hand, burst out from the cabin, beginning to lash out at thin air. In post-production, Computers would create the scene of the boat surrounded by countless sea monsters. While Martin leisurely filmed Aquaman, Zack Snyder was tensely producing Justice League. Unlike Martin's complete hands-off approach, during filming, Warner CEO Alan Horn specially dispatched DC Entertainment Chief Creative Officer Jeff Johns and Warner Brothers Executive Vice President John Berg to supervise, requiring at least one of them to be present at the studio every day. Zack Snyder knew why the two were at the studio. Clearly, they didn't trust him. He self-deprecatingly told his assistant, "It's nothing. I can think of them as nannies." He pretended to be relaxed. "I don't mind too much, because their ideas, injecting some humor and such, aren't entirely unreasonable, haha." Time came to July 7th, 2017. It premiered. Rupert, who had snagged premiere tickets, was so excited he barely slept that night. The next day, right after school, he and his two classmates who also got tickets headed to the Grand Theater in Los Angeles. It was rated PG-13, so the 14-year-old Rupert and his friends could watch it unaccompanied. "This movie's gotta be great. I've been looking forward to it forever." Of course, it's a Martin Myers production. Yeah, Martin produces, must be a masterpiece. Anya walked the red carpet with Martin, a bit excited. Though no longer a Hollywood newbie, Anya still rarely received this much camera attention. She was slightly nervous, her body pressing against Martin's arm, a little tense. Martin naturally waved to the reporters while saying to Anya, "Honey, don't be nervous. Just pretend those guys are glowing pumpkins." Anya smiled, trying to calm herself. They reached the interview area. The first question wasn't about the movie, but a recently hot political issue. "Martin, right now U.S. mainstream TV is hyping a pretext. Russia influenced this U.S. presidential election outcome. What's your take on that?" Martin smiled. "Making conclusions without investigation and evidence is irresponsible. We can't create news based on suspicions. If there's proof Russia interfered in the U.S. election, I'll condemn it. But without seeing evidence, I have no comment." The second question was about it. "Mr. Myers, why did it get a PG-13 rating? Did you influence that?" Martin glanced at the questioning reporter. "In terms of influence in Hollywood, I'm far from the 6 major studios. Have those film companies ever been questioned like this?" Then he smirked. "When you think of horror films, what comes to mind? Grotesque, bizarrely dressed psychopathic killers, screaming and chasing desperately fleeing innocent victims, gutting them in bloody scenes? Or those explicit erotic elements, like A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Wrong Turn, and so on?" All right, that's all true. From 1919's German film The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, creating the first classic, the greatest hallmark of the long history of horror films has been these vulgar, tragic, bloody, shocking elements. We insiders are both fond of and curious about these horrific erotic elements. This embodies the unique charm of horror films. However, horror films aren't just that. Like The Sixth Sense, Hide and Seek, The Others. French philosopher Jean Baudrillard once said that the greatest hallmark of horror films is the ability to create horror material from everyday life, emphasizing a dynamic historical view close to real-world living, turning everyone's reality into a horror realm, like bus ads. In other words, the elements needed for horror films aren't just about attracting viewers with stimulating visuals, but creating an environment close to the viewers' lives. No need for violence, gore, explicit sex, etc. As long as the audience's emotions are immersed, scaring everyone isn't that hard. And Might is just like that. Another reporter asked, "Martin, what are your box office expectations for it?" Martin smiled confidently, pinching his thumb, index, and middle fingers together in a 7 gesture. "I think this film's global box office won't be less than 700 million. In the original timeline, it grossed 740 million worldwide, breaking the horror film box office record, ranking second on the R-rated box office list, behind Deadpool. But in this timeline, the R-rated box office champion had long been claimed by Martin's version of Joker, with a global gross of $1.236 billion US. Deadpool's 783 million wasn't enough. The R-rated box office runner-up wasn't Deadpool either, but Martin's Suicide Squad, with a global gross of $803 million US. In this timeline, it wasn't R-rated but PG-13, expanding the audience base, so the box office would be much higher than the original timeline. Martin saying 700 million was a conservative estimate. His real thought was that it should at least hit $1 billion US dollars. Ending the interview, Martin led Anna to the banquet hall for more socializing. Then, the movie began. Rupert and his two classmates, Harry and Jeremy, followed the crowd into the screening room. The three excitedly found seats and sat down. Soon, the lights in the theater dimmed, plunging the entire hall into darkness. For this film, Martin toned down the gore from the original, ramping up the suspenseful horror atmosphere instead. Combined with his ability to immerse viewers in the story, the effect would undoubtedly be even more intense than the original. It could be said that Martin's version of it had a far richer plot than typical horror films. Because of that, it drew viewers into this extraordinary tale through the narrative, following the children's perspectives to uncover the town's deepest darkness and fears. Right at the start of the movie, the clown's face suddenly emerged from the shadows in the sewer drain, eliciting gasps of shock throughout the theater. Then, terrifying moments came one after another. In the film, besides the eerie and evil clown, each child's deepest fear often manifested vividly. Whether it was Stanley facing the distorted-faced woman, Ben's fear of the headless man, Eddie's sight of the decaying zombie, Mike's vision of burned arms, or Bill's haunting memory of Georgie, viewers saw everyone's terrors. And these horrors combined were what Myers Films had compiled through big data companies as the things Americans feared most. These elements weren't just the characters' fears. They were the deepest, darkest secrets in the hearts of most people across North America, even the entire West. And those fears, in turn, became the audience's own. At the same time, Anya's performance was utterly captivating. This girl with an innocent, childlike face, pure features, a lithe figure, caught in that delicate space between girl and woman, and in the film, so assertive and brave, was absolutely the ultimate poison for all young boys. For instance, Rupert, Harry, and Jeremy, the three had their eyes glued to the screen by Anya. Whenever Anya appeared on screen, they stared unblinkingly at the big screen. In fact, Anya's character, Beverly, had her role expanded significantly by the meddlesome Martin. From a major supporting role in the original, she leaped to one of the most important characters in Martin's version. She even rivaled the male lead, Bill. Beverly entered with school violence and smoking, this bad girl image highlighting her more mature attributes. In the Losers Club group of 7, Beverly was undoubtedly the one who awakened earliest, and her story constantly reflected a girl's coming of age. From buying her first sanitary pads, to seducing the pharmacist, to her heart fluttering at a love poem, to passionately kissing Bill. This adolescent girl's alluring charm, radiating freely, made Beverly the most dazzling presence in the group of 7. When Beverly first jumped into the water, laughing as she cut off her long hair, symbolizing femininity, to rebel against her father's oppressive dominance, an image of awakening through growth leaped vividly before everyone's eyes. In the film, Beverly could be said to be the object of admiration for all the boys in the group of 7. It was also her disappearance that prompted the kids to band together again for an adventure against the clown. Compared to Beverly's blinding radiance, freely exuding adolescent girl charm, the protagonist Bill's story carried more sorrow. At the film's opening, his brother Georgie was killed by the clown due to his carelessness, becoming Bill's deepest heartache. It was this pain of losing a loved one that made Bill the most determined among the kids to destroy the clown. Naturally, he became the group's leader. Bill's fear, manifested by the clown in his eyes, was his deceased brother Georgie, revealing how Bill was immersed in the agony of losing his brother every moment. When Bill asked the hallucinated brother, "Does the boat sail faster?" the profound longing was vividly expressed in the dialogue. He corrected the imagined brother's reference to the boat as it, calling the boat she instead, and that dialogue was also his last conversation with Georgie, one he'd never forget. Viewers were drawn into Bill's feelings for his brother too. When they heard him boldly declare before entering the haunted house, "This room holds my fear. I want to face my fear," the entire theater erupted in applause. When Bill finally killed the Georgie manifested by the clown, another wave of gasps arose. The audience's pent-up emotions burst forth along with Bill's. In the film, every child had some unfortunate experience behind them: domestic violence, school bullying, early loss of parents, and so on. Freud believed that human nature is inherently mixed with desires and controlled by them, and childhood is the most crucial period shaping that nature. In this film, Martin let the children's childhoods unfold in a nightmare of fear, maturing through confusion. This was a movie about children. While leaving a shadow of fear in the young viewers' minds, it also taught them the meaning of growing up. The 7 children, 7 fears, at the final group beatdown of the clown, each faced their own terror, bravely confronting it, and together defeated the clown. After each child overcame their fear, their lives would differ from before. But at the same time, the film's ending told us that the world is never so simple. Evil doesn't die easily. It would return in 27 years. The path of life is the same. There are always things that disgust, repel, and terrify. When the movie ended, the theater erupted in thunderous applause. Martin took the main cast on stage to offer thanks. Anya was thrilled because many in the audience were calling her name. And if you listen closely, most were young boys who'd just hit puberty. I've been involved in many clown-related film projects, from the Batman trilogy to Joker and now it. I know the character I've shaped has become a nightmare for many Americans. Laughter. The clown image originally stemmed from the circus, meant to bring laughter to audiences. Exaggerated to the extreme, bold colors, oversized shoes, baggy pants, face smeared with paint, pale complexion, black-rimmed eyes. The clown himself is tragic, a red nose from crying, exploded hair, but always wearing that fixed smile. Probably only then can he withstand the audience's laughter. The clown's smile originates from a 1980s, 90s British gang torture called the Glasgow Smile, using a knife to carve a grin. In our country's 1947 unsolved Black Dahlia case, the female victim suffered this torture. So the clown became synonymous with fear. What I want to convey is, don't fear it. Like the kids in the movie, you came to watch, felt the fear, and ultimately overcame it. Then this film is a success. Before it premiered, quite a few media outlets predicted the film's box office wouldn't be bad. After all, Martin was always a success. But no one anticipated the box office would explode like this. In just under 30 hours, including Thursday previews, it raked in $22 million in North America. On Friday, the film officially opened in 4,103 North American theaters, pulling in $61 million including previews on its first day, recouping costs in a single day. Saturday brought in another $49.65 million. Sunday, May 28 million USD. The opening weekend 3-day gross was $139 million. This shattered the North American opening weekend record for horror films set by Get Out. It surpassed the July box office record of $117 million set by Spider-Man: Homecoming. The film also debuted in 46 international markets, grossing $68 million over 3 days, for a global opening weekend exceeding $207 million. With a production budget of just under $35 million, plus marketing and distribution costs not exceeding $50 million. Incredibly terrifying net profit figures. Though this film has minor flaws, it's hard to deny it's an extremely successful masterpiece. Technically flawless, impeccable acting, incredibly powerful, Martin's secondary adaptation on the original foundation is remarkably successful and admirable. This is one of the best adaptations of Stephen King's works. The Playlist Review. It is an extremely interesting and excellent film. While not artistically outstanding, it features more mature scare sequences and a well-crafted portrayal of camaraderie among children. Arizona Republic Review. With the film choosing a group of young people as protagonists, the actors' performances greatly impact the overall quality, and this film doesn't falter at all. Chicago Sun-Times Review. The film has no scenes that make viewers want to pause and recall how terrifying they are. Instead, these scenes fully convey the protagonist's fears and tension. The overall pacing, visual feel, and score are supremely beautiful and exquisite. Collider Review. It has a strong 1980s retro style, not just in fashion and costumes, but even in crafting the horror vibe with a distinct retro flavor. The film is released as PG-13, and the director unflinchingly displays scenes of abuse and teenagers' destructive injuries. This will undoubtedly make many young movie fans squirm, but Stephen King's novels have always been beloved by audiences precisely for such elements. The Hollywood Reporter Review. The most attention-grabbing was still the lengthy review from Kevin Thomas, the famous film critic who rose to entertainment editor at the Los Angeles Times by championing Martin. This lengthy review was published in the newspaper 2 weeks after the film's release, so it contains slight spoilers. In the article, he wrote, "It is an extraordinary horror film. You could say it's an orthodox, retro horror film, as it includes every horror element viewers might imagine. Supernatural phenomena, mysterious monsters, bloody scenes. But on the other hand, you could also say it's an extremely atypical horror film, because for the viewers and the 7 protagonists, the true horror isn't the monster. It's the inner darkness brought by their own families and school lives." The story takes place in 1990, in Derry, Maine, a town formed by lumberjacks during America's expansion era, rural and peaceful, with one exception. The number of missing children and deaths in this small town is 6 times the national average. Before watching, you wouldn't imagine how terrifying the movie is. In fact, watching this horror film in an IMAX theater was like putting my heart on a roller coaster. The booming sound combined with the director's meticulously crafted visuals filled the theater with continuous screams and gasps. Unlike the original where it had a quirky, cute, and shameless vibe amid the eerie, Martin's version of it is pure, unadulterated evil without a trace of impurity. Red balloons, ferocious grins, sharp lip liner, eternally protruding buck teeth, a mouth constantly drooling, a head shedding fragments, overlapping teeth when devouring, and deep in the throat, dead. Thanks to special effects, this clown performs twisted maneuvers far beyond his predecessors, like the most memorable scene, limbs contorted as he crawls out of the locker. What sets the film apart is that while it terrifies you, it also gives you the power to overcome fear. You know, every time you feel fear and hesitation, ask yourself, what exactly are you afraid of, and what do you want to achieve? Facing fear, don't let the clown control your heart again. I think that's what director Martin Myers truly wants to convey. Its massive response in North America, and even the entire West, had a certain regional factor. Because what it revealed behind the scenes was a microcosm of the school bullying issue that every North American or Westerner had personally experienced since childhood, just cloaked in a monster veneer. Confronting the monster was confronting the bullying. Countless adult or adolescent Western viewers would resonate with it. Let's look at online reviews. No denying, it in terms of horror is just too terrifying. That scene where the clown in the sewer smiles at the kid asking for his paper boat, drooling, revealing layers of teeth, then biting off the kid's arm and dragging him into the endless dark sewer. I literally screamed in the theater. That scene was indeed scary. The director nailed the atmosphere. Gloomy rain, empty streets, the kid's yellow raincoat, the pitch-black sewer, the grinning clown holding a red balloon, all exuding eerie vibe. My scariest scene was when the girl Beverly hears voices in the pipe, then countless hair strands spread out like tentacles from the sink, wrapping around her, pulling her, then blood sprays out, dyeing the entire bathroom red. But her dad notices nothing, washing his face as usual in the blood-red sink. God, that scene gave me nightmares all night. I actually thought that part was okay. My scariest was the projector malfunction, where the photo of the mother with wind-blown hair turns into the clown, slowly crawling out of the light and shadow. I think the scariest is the clown twisting and crawling out of the locker. I was terrified of spiders as a kid, and now my biggest fear is the clown crawling like a spider. I don't think this movie should count as horror, even though it's really scary. It's more a coming-of-age film. The 7 protagonists are all students, not campus stars, not even average. In the film, they have a heartbreaking nickname, the Losers Club. The protagonist Bill stutters, haunted by his younger brother Georgie's disappearance since childhood. Eddie is overprotected by his mom, a germaphobe, terrified of the leper covered in bacteria. Mike's parents died in a fire. He fears burned skin. The Jewish boy Stanley fears the woman in a painting in his dad's study. He always feels that twisted-necked, distorted-featured woman is secretly watching him. The chubby kid Ben fears the headless horseman. Richie fears death. All this is actually the heaviest secret, the darkest fear in every child's heart. What they fear differs, but it can all be called the clown. Or rather, the clown can shapeshift into what kids fear most, appearing in their lives. The film shows the kids overcoming their inner fears. It's totally a coming-of-age trope. Whether it's a coming-of-age or horror film, my favorite scene is them jumping off the cliff into the river. Didn't expect Anna to have such a great figure when soaked. The guy above is right. It is essentially about growth. The so-called horror setup, in fact, is how to overcome fear, so it's PG-13. Its blockbuster success was just another small gleam added to Martin's already dazzling crown of countless honors. But it brought even greater pressure and urgency to Zack Snyder. Though Martin never saw him as a rival, this guy persistently viewed Martin as the one he must defeat. God knows where all that drama in his head came from. And our U.S. president, Mr. Trump, clearly knew how to ride the hype wave. He had his team customize a poster for him. In a gloomy sewer, Trump replacing the clown. Caption: "My enemies, I am your fear." Trump, fresh off his triumphant inauguration, had turned from springtime elation to constant setbacks. After Trump took office, the three major U.S. stock indices hit historic highs collectively. Clearly, investors had strong confidence in his tax cut policies. He also ousted Daniel Torello, the Fed governor who'd always opposed him. Torello resigned from all his Fed positions in April that year. Analysts pointed out that with Torello's departure, Trump would have the chance to nominate three governors, potentially influencing the Fed's future regulatory policies and monetary direction. Trump also put a period on Obama healthcare, implemented immigration policies, was in a honeymoon phase with Russia. Then, for months later, the situation took a sharp turn. The Washington Post reported at month's end that Trump had discussed the Islamic State organization during his meeting with the Russian Foreign Minister, Lavrov. The relevant intelligence came from a U.S. partner, but that country hadn't authorized sharing it with Russia. The Washington Post cited anonymous U.S. officials saying Trump shared more intelligence with the Russian ambassador than we share with allies. The report said, Trump went on to describe details of the Islamic State threat using laptops on airplanes. The report also noted that while discussing classified matters with non-allies is illegal for most, as U.S. president, Trump has broad authority to declassify government secrets, so he's unlikely to be prosecuted. Trump met Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov on the 10th that month at the White House. This was the Russian foreign minister's first Washington visit in over 3 years, and the highest-level Russian official Trump had met since taking office. And just before Lavrov's U.S. visit and meeting with Trump, Trump suddenly fired FBI Director James Comey. As for why he fired this guy, logically, this Comey should be Trump's man, right? This James Comey was introduced to Trump by Martin, though Martin had only lightly influenced him with magic, not thoroughly brainwashing him. Because it wasn't worth it, Comey had too much dirt on him. He might get ousted any day. James Comey's betrayal enraged Trump, who ordered the removal of all the FBI director's duties. In the U.S., Los Angeles TV News has a spectacular segment where reporters in helicopters follow police cars chasing criminals from the air, live broadcasting the tense and exciting car chases. But on May 9th that day, the Los Angeles TV station's helicopter followed along the highway, live tracking the U.S.'s top cop, the FBI Director Comey's car. Comey learned on TV that day that he'd been fired by President Trump. At the time, he was giving a speech to FBI staff in Los Angeles, when suddenly the TV screen in the conference room showed news of him being fired by the president. Unaware beforehand, Comey thought it was someone's prank, until his aide confirmed the news' authenticity. He then got in a car to the airport, preparing to return to Washington. At this point, TV stations rushing to interview dispatched helicopters, tracking along the highway for live coverage. At the time, Martin was also excitedly watching this live broadcast. This was still the first time in U.S. politics someone was fired on TV. Trump opened a new chapter. This move, Trump learned from his own reality TV show. Over a decade before becoming president, Trump played the big boss in a reality show called The Apprentice. Each episode had 2 teams competing in small business tasks like sales and marketing. The underperforming team had to sit across from boss Trump, reviewing mistakes and mutually accusing each other. The climax was the stern big boss decisively saying to the worst performer, "You're fired." Before this reality show, Trump was just a fame-loving real estate developer in New York who opened casinos in Atlantic City, went bankrupt several times, with a poor business reputation. Unexpectedly, with The Apprentice's fame, he transformed into a business tycoon in the eyes of millions of TV viewers. Wherever he went, fans shouted at him, "You're fired." Some parents even complained to the media that after watching The Apprentice, their kids yelled, "You're fired," at nannies all day. James Comey's sudden firing surprised many, as quite a few saw him as Trump's trusted ally. During last year's election, Hillary used a private server for official emails, leading to tens of thousands leaking. The FBI investigated this for a long time, exciting Republicans greatly and frustrating Democrats equally. If Hillary were prosecuted, her presidential path would end immediately. Last July, when the FBI finally announced no prosecution, Democrats cheered, thinking Hillary's biggest election obstacle cleared. Republicans cursed nonstop, convinced Comey succumbed to ruling politicians' pressure. Unexpectedly, 10 days before the final vote, Comey suddenly notified Congress of new emails discovered, needing to reopen the Hillary investigation, leaving the favored Hillary scrambling. After Hillary lost, she was quite critical of him, seeing him as Trump's lapdog. Unexpectedly, after Trump became president and protected him after Obama's dismissal order arrived, he suddenly betrayed again. He began reopening investigations into Trump's Russia ties and Russian election interference. This bastard probably didn't expect Trump to be so decisive, firing him directly on TV without even a prior warning. The day after Comey was fired, someone leaked to the media that Comey had recently requested more resources from the Justice Department to fully investigate Russia's election ties. Firing Comey was clearly to obstruct the probe. Trump boldly went on TV himself for an interview, explaining his decision, claiming he fired him because Comey used improper methods investigating the email scandal last year. He said he was avenging Hillary. Hillary was utterly ungrateful, saying she wouldn't take the blame. Both sides went back and forth, making a huge fuss. Washington, in the villa, Hillary asked Clinton, "Just like that?" Clinton smiled. "Isn't this enough? My initial goal wasn't to bring down that idiot, Trump. That's basically impossible anyway, since he's only been in office half a year. Comey was our real target. The guy was originally Trump's man. Now he's out. I don't believe Trump can find a better replacement," Hillary unwillingly said. "But we also gave up huge benefits. To make James Comey betray, Clinton had promised a lot." Clinton laughed, even happier. Those initial conditions were just verbal promises. Now that Comey's no longer FBI director, why would I fulfill them? If he could withstand Trump's counterattack, I might have given him those benefits. After all, an FBI director is worth buying. But now, Clinton shook his head. This Comey was just a greedy, black-hearted idiot, not worth spending much on. Scamming him was enough. But what this Comey leaked, Trump's words during his meeting with the Russian foreign minister, could be utilized. Soon after came Trump's leak scandal eruption. On May 16th, White House National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster stated in a declaration that reports of President Trump leaking secrets to Russians were false. He stated Trump and Lavrov never discussed intelligence sources or methods. "I was at the meeting site. None of that happened." U.S. Secretary of State Tillerson also denied reports of Trump leaking classified info. Clearly, Trump was in self-rescue mode. Then Trump explained on Twitter, "I didn't leak secrets. I was just sharing facts with Russia related to counterterrorism and airline safety. As president, I have absolute authority to do so." Additionally, he stated, "I was calling on Russia to ramp up strikes against the extremist group Islamic State and terrorism intensity." Impacted by Trump's scandal storm, the previously steadily rising U.S. stocks suddenly plunged. Numerous investors fled en masse in panic. U.S. three major indices on Eastern Time, May 17th, all gapped down open. Dow Jones and S&P 500 both setting their largest single-day drops in 8 months. Nasdaq suffering its largest single-day drop in nearly 11 months. Meanwhile, the fired former FBI Director James Comey also began retaliating against Trump. He stated that in private talks with Trump, it was mentioned, requiring him to immediately end the investigation into former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Flynn was the official previously exposed for phone talks with the Russian ambassador to the U.S. before Trump's inauguration. Despite White House denials, this news fermented and spread in just 2 days, spears pointing at Trump abusing power, leaking national secrets, plunging the entire White House into a scandal quagmire, even compared by many to another Watergate. A battered and bruised Trump. P.S. A poster, clearly meant to convey, "You guys trying to mess with me, just wait and see." Russian President Vladimir Putin also responded to the leak incident. At a joint press conference, he said, "Intelligence secrets? Why didn't my foreign minister tell me? I have to criticize Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov because he didn't share any intelligence secrets with me. He not only didn't share with me, but also didn't share with any Russian intelligence agencies. He's just too bad." Putin said this with a straight face, even tapping his pen on the table. The over 100 Russian officials below, including Lavrov, burst into laughter. Putin added, "If the U.S. needs it, Russia is willing to provide records of Trump's meeting with Lavrov." He also believed, U.S. media reports about Trump leaking secrets to Russia are manifestations of escalating political divisions. Trump, meanwhile, began a series of foreign visits, clearly to temporarily evade domestic public scrutiny. When the guy returned, he immediately announced in the White House Rose Garden, "The United States will withdraw from the Paris Agreement." Researchers and scientists, after assessing the impact of Trump's withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, concluded, if the U.S. exits this climate accord involving nearly 200 countries, it will create a domino effect on other nations restricting fossil fuel pollution. This will make humanity's efforts to prevent climate catastrophe nearly impossible and extremely costly. At the same time, as soon as this news broke, U.S. stocks collectively surged, especially energy stocks, heavy industry stocks, chemical stocks, and so on. The 3 major U.S. indices once again hit new closing highs collectively. The Dow Jones rose 0.64%, closing at 21,144.18. The S&P 500 rose 0.76%, closing at 2,430.06. The Nasdaq rose 0.78%, closing at 6,246.83. Europe's 3 major indices also rose together the next day. The FTSE 100 rose 0.32%, closing at 7,543.77. France's CAC 40 rose 0.66%, closing at 5,318.67. Germany's DAX 30 rose 0.4%, closing at 12,664.92. Martin, who got the news early, made a killing in the stock market. Interestingly, after Trump announced this decision, over 60 U.S. city mayors, representing over 36 million Americans, including Los Angeles, New York, Salt Lake City, Pittsburgh, and others, issued a joint statement. The statement said, "They do not welcome President Trump's actions and will accept, respect, and strictly adhere to the goals pledged in the Paris Agreement." At the same time, Trump's decision also sparked dissatisfaction from many U.S. business leaders. Tesla CEO Elon Musk and Disney CEO Bob Iger both announced they would resign from presidential advisory committees. Taking similarly tough stances were tech giants like Apple, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and others. Martin, who quietly profited in the stock market, similarly joined the chorus of condemnation. After all, in this era, environmental protection is political correctness. Ivanka, tell your father not to mind. Anyway, so many people already oppose him. It doesn't matter if there's one more like me, right? Anyway, he's very angry. Really? Then maybe I can help solve some unemployed workers again. How many? 50? No, 100,000. 200,000. Deal. Guinea, with its rapidly developing heavy and light industries, had an almost limitless demand for skilled labor. If not for balancing the numbers of whites, blacks, domestically, he could swallow up all U.S. unemployed workers in one gulp, including their families. What's a million or so people anyway? 3 days after announcing U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, Trump met with congressional Republicans to unveil a new ploy for building the U.S.-Mexico border wall. According to two attending lawmakers, the president proposed installing solar panels on the border wall as a way to fund the project. Building the U.S.-Mexico border wall was one of Trump's core campaign promises. He believed the wall could prevent illegal Mexican immigrants from entering the U.S. and combat drug smuggling, with costs to be borne by Mexico. After the wall-building idea met fierce opposition from Mexican leaders, Trump changed tack in January, implying the U.S. would front the project costs to be reimbursed by Mexico later. But to this day, the project hadn't received any congressional funding, and due to opposition from Democratic lawmakers and some Republicans, the border wall's future was full of uncertainties. An attendee said details on installing solar panels on the wall were unclear, but the general idea was that revenue from selling the solar-generated energy could cover construction costs. The White House spokesperson did not immediately comment on the matter. What the fuck? In the Myers Films office, Drew was browsing online news when she suddenly saw a hugely viral video on Facebook. The video's content shocked her. She immediately called Martin. "Darling, I sent you a link. Go online and check it quick. Your father-in-law's in trouble again." Martin had just wrapped a scene when he got Drew's call. After hanging up, he told the actors to rest a bit, then opened his laptop. Washington. Trump was raging in his office. Fuck, fuck, fuck. That bitch raised. Woman. I never messed with her. I never messed with her. That damn bitch. His aides sat around a computer, watching that viral video. One angrily said, "This woman's just riding the hype. She wants to get famous by outrageous acts against you, Mr. President." Trump fumed. "She won't get away with it. A fourth-tier little Hollywood starlet dares to make a spectacle of me. No, this isn't a joke. This is character assassination, slander, a threat." Trump's chief of staff said gravely, "I'll make some calls, Mr. President. I guarantee this woman will pay dearly for her actions." Washington, Clinton Villa. Hillary watched the video on her computer, laughing uproariously. "This Kathy Griffin actress is brilliant. Where'd she come from?" Clinton, standing behind her, replied, "I know this woman. She has some fame in Hollywood, mainly from outrageous statements and behavior to grab attention. Plus, she's a Democrat supporter. You know her? Not your handiwork, is it?" Hillary asked. Clinton shook his head. "I'd never be that stupid." Late summer. A prank video mocking Trump stirred up waves across North America. In the video, a woman named Kathy Griffin held a bloody effigy of Trump's head, muttering, "Blood coming out of his eyes, blood coming out of his, wherever." This phrase originated from Trump's own mouth. During the 2016 U.S. presidential TV debate, Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly questioned him sharply about his misogynistic remarks. Later, in a CNN interview, Trump angrily declared, "She started asking me all sorts of ridiculous questions. You could see blood coming out of her eyes, blood coming out of her, wherever. In my eyes, she's completely wrong." Afterward, Trump posted on Twitter, "Our country has so many politically correct idiots. Get back to work. Don't waste more time and energy on meaningless things." This Kathy Griffin video was clearly aimed at Trump. So who was this Kathy Griffin? She'd been in the industry for decades, with her most famous films being Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction and Four Rooms, where she played passerby. One might think she was just a background extra in Hollywood. But no, Kathy Griffin had considerable fame in the U.S. From 2005 to 2010, her reality show Kathy Griffin, My Life on the D-List aired on cable TV's Bravo, making her a well-known comedian. Since December 31st, 2009, she'd co-hosted CNN's New Year's Eve live broadcast annually with the silver-haired anchor, Anderson Cooper, often performing outrageous acts, stripping to half-naked on camera every year, and once force-kissing Cooper below the belt. Hard not to get famous. Everyone knows Hollywood stars craft personas, like Leonardo as an environmentalist, Meryl Streep as a feminist fighter. Kathy Griffin's persona was liberal, civil rights defender. From supporting LGBTQ rights to calling for same-sex marriage legalization, advocating for AIDS patients, she'd been at the forefront of various progressive causes, doing everything to boost her exposure and influence. Politically, Kathy Griffin was a staunch Democrat supporter, repeatedly endorsing Democratic politicians over the years, even dipping into her own pocket to donate thousands to Obama, John Kerry, and others in front of cameras. When Hillary Clinton ran for U.S. president, Kathy Griffin volunteered to film endorsement videos, urging fans to vote for her. Of course, Hillary Clinton knew nothing of it. To the lofty Hillary, Kathy Griffin was just an insignificant nobody. Clearly, Kathy Griffin wanted to make a name by attacking the U.S. president. This was par for the course in Hollywood. In Hollywood, any talk show host who hadn't mocked the president wasn't qualified. Satirizing and ridiculing the president in films was commonplace. But Griffin seemed to forget, Trump wasn't your typical politician. He wouldn't magnanimously laugh it off. Especially since Griffin's video was a bit too inflammatory. It went viral en masse, with gossip sites adding eye-catching headlines like, "Griffin wants to chop off Trump's head." Not only was Trump uncomfortable with it, people from all walks of life in North America condemned it unanimously, deeming Griffin had crossed the line. As the subject, Trump and his family responded swiftly. Trump's wife, Melania Trump, tweeted her criticism. "As a mother, wife, and person, that video makes me deeply uneasy. Considering the atrocities happening in the world today, doing this is utterly wrong. It makes one wonder if the person behind it has mental issues." Trump himself wouldn't stay silent. He tweeted, "This woman should be ashamed. My children, especially my 11-year-old son, are very upset seeing this. She's sick." Under pressure from all sides, Griffin deleted the video and guiltily admitted she'd gone too far, sincerely begging for understanding. She also stated through her lawyer, like all edgy art pieces, that image can be interpreted from various angles. But it was absolutely not a violent threat against Trump. But the damage was done. First, the U.S. popular Squatty Potty, a toilet aid device, company announced they no longer wanted her as spokesperson. Then, CNN, which usually spared no effort attacking Trump, announced she wouldn't host this year's New Year's event, stating, "Her actions make us feel disgusted and rude." Her nearly decade-long collaborator Anderson Cooper also said, "The video shocked me. Clearly, this was disgusting and completely inappropriate." New Jersey to California, 7 originally scheduled Griffin talk shows. All theaters successively canceled. Audiences could get full refunds. Minnesota Democratic Senator Al Franken, originally a comedian, longtime Saturday Night Live cast member, also canceled plans for her to guest at his new book signing. Her reputation ruined. It seemed even her money followed suit. Nevada Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, who'd received $1,000 from Griffin in 2016, also drew a line, announcing she'd donate that $1,000 to charity. Of course, it wasn't without supporters for Kathy Griffin. Even if none, Hillary would quietly arrange some. As for whether the escalating affair would lead Griffin to face even graver consequences, that Hillary couldn't care less. She just wanted to see Trump suffer. Kathy Griffin never imagined that one attention-grabbing stunt would bring her such massive negative consequences. She quickly deleted the video, apologized, and hoped the matter would blow over soon. But Hillary, who was waiting to see Trump make a fool of himself, wouldn't let it. Under Hillary's scheming, supporters for Kathy Griffin emerged. The first to speak up was the New York Post's dedicated film critic, Kyle Smith. In an article for the National Review's online column, he expressed support for Kathy Griffin. Smith first declared that he'd never liked Kathy Griffin's persona. Her jokes, "I've never found them funny, but I still hope CNN doesn't terminate her contract this time." As a public figure relying on fame, even if Kyle Smith wanted to back Kathy Griffin, he had to be careful with his approach to avoid dragging himself down. So he chose to support her from a unique angle. Griffin did something very tasteless this time, but I also don't want America to become a country where, because advertisers are cowardly, we slowly strangle everyone's freedom to do tasteless things, especially when that tasteless act is satirizing those in positions of power. The ideal America isn't like that. It should be a place where circus clowns can mock President Obama and unfunny female comedians can pose with a bloody fake head of President Trump. In fact, this wasn't Kathy Griffin's first time playing with fire through outrageous attention-seeking behavior. In September 2007, Kathy Griffin won an Emmy for My Life on the D-list, but her acceptance speech sparked considerable controversy. She said then, "A lot of people come up here and thank Jesus for this award because they've won an honor. But I want you to know, I got this award with absolutely no relation to Jesus. Thank anyone but him. He didn't help at all. So I can only say, Jesus, wake up. From now on, this award is my God. The president of the U.S. Catholic League, Bill Donahue, was the first to respond, criticizing her remarks as vulgar and blasphemous. The organizers also censored Griffin's speech in the subsequent broadcast of the awards. In the end, Griffin could only publicly express her apology, lamenting that Americans lacked a sense of humor. Fortunately, the whole affair ended there. No contract terminations, no canceled collaborations. By comparison, this time Griffin realized the situation was dire. She held a press conference after the incident, tearfully lamenting that her career prospects might be ruined. But she stated she'd continue criticizing Trump. After all, the reason for her current embarrassment was the bully, Trump, and he was doing it targeting women. Martin watched Kathy Griffin's press conference video on the hotel TV, then immediately called Ivanka. Tell Donald. That woman's words were too subtle, unlike her usual style. Someone must have coached her. Maybe that feminist lady, Hillary, made a move. There will probably be more people speaking up for this Kathy Griffin soon. Trump and his aides were also watching the press conference. His chief aide said angrily, "This woman's words are positioning herself as a feminist fighter, even trying to hijack the entire female demographic to oppose you, Mr. President. Fuck, I have to make that bitch pay." Trump cursed. Martin's prediction was spot on. Sure enough, within a few days, more celebrities voiced support for Kathy Griffin. For example, the famous comedian who played Trump on Saturday Night Live and had repeatedly clashed verbally with the real deal, Alec Baldwin, tweeted his support the day after the press conference. He used his own 1998 scandal as an example. That year, Alec Baldwin, who despised President Bill Clinton, targeted Republican Congressman Henry Hyde, who initiated the impeachment, saying this on a TV show. "My thought right now is, if we were in another country, we'd storm Washington right away and stone Henry Hyde to death, then go to their homes and kill their wives and children." Afterward, Baldwin publicly apologized, but he insisted it was just a joke, not a personal threat. He tweeted to Kathy Griffin, "Kathy, fuck them. Fuck their whole family. Actually, everyone knows you weren't really threatening Trump. Plus, he's just an old white idiot who can only fight on Twitter. Don't mind him." Soon after, Hollywood comedian and staunch Hillary supporter Jim Carrey spoke up. In an entertainment interview, he said, "This is what comedians do. Always cross the line, go overboard." And compared to that, isn't what Trump usually does equally crazy? With a last line of defense. On this, comedians will fight to the end, speaking the truth. He even exaggeratedly claimed Kathy Griffin didn't go far enough. Besides the bloody head, she could have held a bloody severed leg too. He said, I know. If you really did that, it might not be funny, but the key issue now isn't whether it's funny or not." He even proactively leaked a dream to the media. "One day I dreamed I was golfing with Donald Trump. I was standing right next to him, looking at his big head, golf club in hand. I remember thinking what I could do next. Then I suddenly woke up. You know, some dreams. You wish you could fall back asleep after waking, hoping to finish that dream." Clearly implying he wanted to bash Trump's head. There was also the retired CNN anchor, famous host Larry King. He said, "All right, as Kathy Griffin's older friend, I admit what she did this time was really tasteless, but I think CNN went too far this time. Firing someone over a joke is a bit excessive. Where's our free speech?" The Kathy Griffin prank incident hadn't ended yet. Another event related to Trump began sweeping across North American public view. Recently, a video from an organization called Project Veritas went viral online. The video exposed CNN fabricating Russia ties, hot news for ratings. In the video released on July 26th, a CNN producer named John Bonifield stated that CNN had no evidence regarding Trump's Russia ties. The series of reports was just to boost ratings. According to Bonifield, hyping the Russia ties was the idea of CNN's top leadership. In another video released on July 28th, a CNN host bluntly said the Trump-Russia ties reporting was a nothing burger, meaning it wasn't as serious as reported. After that, Trump also posted a video. In the video, Trump furiously beat a person with a CNN logo on their head in the ring. CNN responded that this was a sad day. The U.S. president was promoting violence against journalists. Trump then began targeting those behind CNN. Mid-July, the Kathy Griffin incident continued. Another Trump-related event began dominating North American screens. Recently, even liberal U.S. government figures were turning against him amid Trump's pressure. Countless victims and their families also spoke out. Trump's travel ban used counterterrorism as pretext, but overall tightened immigration policy. The Trump administration, since taking office, intensified crackdowns on undocumented immigrants, with U.S. xenophobia and anti-immigrant sentiments rising. The U.S. Congress House recently passed two bills. One, deported undocumented immigrants caught sneaking back into the U.S. would face 5 years in prison. The other, cut funding to places like California and New York unwilling to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement. This wave also made people feel U.S. xenophobia and anti-immigrant emotions were rearing their heads. Trump recently revealed in an Iowa speech that he was drafting a proposal. Future U.S. immigrants must be self-sufficient financially, ineligible for any welfare for at least 5 years. Actually, Trump had laid groundwork for overhauling immigrant welfare. In February this year, Trump issued an executive order targeting green card holders living on welfare in the U.S. to be deported. Its purpose was to protect U.S. taxpayers' interests, encouraging foreign immigrants to be self-reliant. How to put it, Trump's policy was sure to be welcomed by many ordinary U.S. taxpayers. For years, countless foreign immigrants came for U.S. welfare, creating the immigrant parasite phenomenon, including some foreign rich, living in mansions, driving luxury cars, yet whole families immigrating to the U.S. for welfare. All sorts of study abroad and immigration brokers often used U.S. welfare as bait to attract clients. Now, immigrating to the U.S. for welfare was becoming increasingly unfeasible. If the proposal passes, new immigrants can't access welfare for at least 5 years. The chain leading to U.S. immigration benefits was a major resource, one of the Clinton Foundation's main funding sources. Trump's move was partly to please ordinary Americans, partly to retaliate against the Clinton family. Late that day, Ivanka called Martin. Lately, Ivanka had been working closely with her father, and the pressure was immense. The hostility within the government is overwhelming, with dangerous stares coming from all directions. The Clinton family's influence in politics is greater than we anticipated. Ivanka said worriedly, "My dad's temper has been getting worse lately. Since he took office, the media has been leaking one government secret per day on average, and he and his team still can't find the source of the leaks. I've advised him to reconcile with the Clinton family, and if necessary, make some concessions. But he flatly refuses." Martin shook his head inwardly as he listened. Ivanka was still thinking too simply. Trump had essentially destroyed Hillary's last hope of becoming president. The two sides had openly clashed during the election, and their fundamental interests were opposed. In this situation, reconciliation was impossible. Even if they reconciled on the surface, the underhanded tricks would continue unabated. Trump was relatively clear-headed about it. He said to Ivanka, "Your dad is right. Reconciliation is out of the question. The Clinton family can't cover the sky with one hand. At least during your dad's term, they don't have any good ways to deal with him. Impeaching a president isn't that simple. As for assassination, times have changed, and your dad has already made his opposition to the Clintons public, exposing it all to the masses. Now, the Clintons and Hillary not only can't use assassination tactics against him, but they have to pray nothing happens to him. If anything does, everyone will suspect them." Time had moved into the last week of July. Trump went to France to attend a Centennial War commemoration. Martin went along. He wanted to chat with French President Macron about West African immigration issues. There were still too many black people in West Africa. He needed to divert some to France. In Martin's eyes, not just Guinea but all of West Africa was in his plans. It would all be his territory eventually. Jules Verne Restaurant. This top-tier French restaurant, run by renowned chef Alain Ducasse, was located on the second floor of the Eiffel Tower. That day, Trump, Macron, and Martin, the three of them, dined together in the restaurant. Why is that Martin there too? Isn't he just a director? What qualifications does he have to join a meeting between national leaders? You don't know? Know what? Martin is Trump's son-in-law. The U.S. president's eldest daughter is in a relationship with him. That's nonsense. A reporter from the U.S. interrupted the French reporter's wild speculations. He said, "You have no idea how influential this guy is in U.S. politics. He's a senior advisor to two presidents, has close ties with multiple senators from both the Democratic and Republican parties, is an energy industry tycoon, and is one of the richest people in the world. Of course, he's qualified to dine with the two presidents." Inside the restaurant, Martin was unaware of the discussions about him outside. He was enjoying the renowned chef's personally prepared blue lobster, chickpeas with sorrel sauce and roasted Highland chicken, Noirmoutier potatoes baked with artichokes, and smoked salted butter with golden caviar. The flavors were delectable. French cuisine held its own in taste, rivaling Ching-Chong food. Though portion sizes, well, Martin felt he definitely wouldn't be full. Trump had no appreciation for this impromptu dinner. He preferred bloody steaks and junk food. After exchanging a few words with Trump, Macron realized they couldn't connect. This U.S. president spoke directly and crudely, nothing like a politician. Fortunately, there was someone else. Macron turned to Martin. Chatting with him was far more pleasant. "So, Martin, let's continue discussing your proposal about immigration. Mr. President, given the declining birth rates in France, I believe France should further relax immigration policies. Population growth means a corresponding increase in government tax revenue. The French government can collect more taxes, invest in social infrastructure, and create a better environment for societal development, painting a brighter future for its citizens. Moreover, West African immigrants have lower wage and benefit demands, and they're more willing to have children. A large-scale influx of West African immigrants should become a national policy for France." Martin spoke persuasively, subtly weaving in his incubus charm. Macron was visibly swayed. The day after the dinner, Trump, accompanied by his current wife, visited France's famous landmark, the Paris Invalides, with Macron and his wife. The French government's official Facebook page posted photos and short videos of their visit. But just as the visit was wrapping up, Trump made a misstep. He turned to Macron's wife, Brigitte, and said, "Your figure is fantastic." After saying this, the guy turned back to Macron, repeated it, then turned to Brigitte again and said, "Really beautiful." Macron's expression visibly froze, and his wife, Brigitte, was at a loss for words. The moment was excruciatingly awkward. Brigitte, once Macron's high school teacher, was 64 years old, much older than the 39-year-old Macron. Martin was immensely grateful he wasn't there. After returning from France, Trump launched a new initiative targeting products made abroad but falsely labeled as Made in USA. Thus, he introduced Made in USA Week. That day, Trump and Vice President Pence held an exhibition on the White House South Lawn, showcasing products made in various U.S. states. The exhibition featured items like Alaskan bowls, Hawaiian rum, Nevada candies, Connecticut helicopters, and Delaware NASA spacesuits. On-site, he urged American consumers to buy domestic products. "When we purchase American-made goods, the profits, income, and most importantly, jobs stay in our country. Construction workers, farmers, artisans, and other laborers make America greater through their daily work. I call on Americans today, or this week, to pay special tribute to them." In a statement, Trump said, "I am dedicated to promoting American manufacturing and opening global markets for American goods." At the event, he told industry leaders he wanted Made in USA to once again be a source of pride. "Remember when products used to bear the Made in the USA label? We're going to do that again. We'll put that mark back on our products because Made in the USA means it's the best." But his Made in USA week was criticized by U.S. media as a hypocritical joke. Right on the second day of Made in USA week, Trump pulled another new move. The White House announced on the 18th local time that Trump was seeking ways to certify legitimate American goods to protect U.S.-made products while actively cracking down on imported items unfairly labeled as Made in USA. According to Reuters, a senior U.S. administration official stated in an interview that on Wednesday, Trump would discuss with small and medium-sized manufacturers how to certify products and prevent foreign counterfeits. These products included drainage eliminators, flags, tableware, pillows, and more. Too many foreigners are slapping the Made in the USA label on their products. The worst offenders even steal the product designs outright. The official mentioned that the U.S. loses $300 billion annually due to intellectual property theft, from jeans to semiconductors. The White House plans to collaborate with the private sector to establish a new certification and fact-checking system, rather than creating new regulations or spending taxpayer money to solve the issue. The official cited leadership in energy and environmental design, a green building certification system established by the U.S. Green Building Council in 2000, as an example that could be used to assess environmental sustainability in the construction sector. The report also noted that on Monday, Trump stated his administration would crack down on predatory online sales of foreign goods that harm U.S. retailers. However, the U.S. media didn't seem to buy into Trump's narrative, labeling Made in USA weak as a hypocritical joke. Trump himself was accused of double standards. The Washington Post commented that if American production yields the best tech products, why doesn't the president's own company manufacture in the U.S.? The Trump family businesses, including his daughter Ivanka's clothing company, depend on factories in Bangladesh, Indonesia, Vietnam, and other countries to produce shoes, bags, shirts, dresses, and jeans. Similarly, many items in Trump's own wardrobe and hotel furnishings are made in Bangladesh and Mexico. Even his luxury hotels are filled with foreign products, including bathrobes, slippers, towels, phones, coffee makers, and lamps. The Washington Post said that when he criticizes U.S. companies for moving manufacturing abroad, he's essentially criticizing himself. When questioned about why he manufactures overseas, Trump's answer was, "Everyone else does it." According to the Washington Post, Leo Gerard, president of the United Steelworkers Union, expressed outrage, calling Trump a fraud. He's never done anything for anyone except himself. The steel in his buildings is from Ching-Chong. He's never bought in bulk from us. The AFL-CIO, America's largest labor organization, American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, issued a report similarly condemning Trump. His decisions sacrifice American producers and their workers for the greater benefit of himself and his family. At the White House, Made in USA Week product exhibition, a media reporter asked whether the Trump family enterprises, including his daughter Ivanka's clothing company, which primarily rely on foreign production, would lead by example and relocate production back to the U.S. White House spokesperson Spicer quickly responded, "We won't comment on specific business situations." CBS commented, "For years, both Republicans and Democrats have strived to revitalize American industry. But the truth is, manufacturing never truly left the U.S., only the job opportunities did. In terms of output, manufacturing remains the biggest contributor to the U.S. economy." On the third day of Made in USA Week, Martin flew to Washington, preparing to lobby Trump and his advisory team. He hoped the U.S. would shift manufacturing to Guinea as well, where labor was even cheaper than in Ching-Chong. "Our workforce is divided into two types: basic low-level workers, mainly handling mindless tasks like manual labor and simple assembly, mostly local and Asian people, whose wages are practically negligible. The other type is skilled workers, handling jobs requiring technical expertise, mostly white and black people. But given Guinea's low cost of living, their wages are also extremely low. I think relocating U.S. manufacturing to Guinea is a great way to cut costs. But I just said I want to keep manufacturing in the U.S. Doing this would make the public think I'm saying one thing and doing another." Trump seemed a bit worried. Martin smiled and said, "To be honest, right now, U.S. manufacturing can't compete with Ching-Chong, Japan, or South Korea in terms of quality or cost, especially Ching-Chong, which has captured about 80% of the U.S. market for small commodities. I know, as an immigrant nation, the U.S. needs a strong external enemy to maintain cohesion, and right now we're in a honeymoon phase with Russia, so we have to position Ching-Chong as the new U.S. adversary. However, your family business, Donald, has a lot of entangled interests with Ching-Chong, creating an awkward situation. You're criticizing Ching-Chong on one hand while using Ching-Chong goods and doing business with them on the other. This undermines the persuasiveness of your words. So, why not move your own businesses to our Guinea, Donald? At least in manufacturing, Guinea is no worse than Ching Chong's, and labor is even cheaper. Martin's words stirred something in Donald, but the same issue remained. Guinea-made isn't US-made. I still can't convince the public. Martin smiled and said, we can turn Guinea-made into US-made. Right now, there are over 200,000 American workers in Guinea, and we'll continue to open up work visas and even immigration for Americans. Building factories in Guinea would be equivalent to creating more job opportunities for Americans, right? What's the difference from US-made? There is a difference. We're cheaper, allowing capitalists to reap even greater profits. Trump muttered, yes, Guinea has over 200,000 American workers, but also an equal number of Asian workers. No, even more. I hear Asian people going to Guinea get visa-free entry, same treatment as Americans. Martin smiled and said, that's true, but the public doesn't need to know that. They just need to know we're providing more jobs for American workers. Don't worry, I'll handle the mainstream media, and you don't need to fret about the internet. As long as public opinion is overwhelmingly in our favor, the masses will be easily brainwashed. As for the few clear-headed ones, they can't change anything. Trump was greatly swayed. He opened his mouth and finally said, I need to discuss this with my people. I'll give you a definite answer in 3 days. Fine. Martin smiled as he stood up, withdrawing his magical influence at the same time. He was confident Trump and his team would agree. 3 days later, Trump gave Martin an affirmative response, but he indicated that the House and Senate were up to Martin to handle himself. Martin assured him it was no issue. Then Trump expressed his hope that Martin could use his influence in the media to address the recent barrage of criticisms against him. Martin agreed once more. The reason he'd been sitting back, watching the mainstream media tear into Trump, was precisely so he could use it as a bargaining chip one day. Lately, North American mainstream media had shifted to a new angle in their attacks on Trump. The New York Times struck first. In its report, the New York Times noted, in an annual survey of global non-military influence by a research institute, France has surpassed the United States and the United Kingdom to become the world's leading nation in soft power. The UK topped the list 2 years ago, and last year the US replaced the UK at the top. Unfortunately, with Trump's election in our country, Brexit in the UK, and Macron's election in France, global attitudes seem to have shifted. In the early 1990s, Harvard professor Joseph Nye first coined the term soft power. It refers to, in international relations, a country's inherent third dimension of strength beyond economics and military, primarily its influence in culture, values, ideology, and public opinion. The Soft Power 30 report is jointly released by Portland Communications and the University of Southern California. Since 2015, the rankings have combined objective data from 25 countries to measure a nation's soft power, and this is the third release. The ranking covers government, culture, cuisine, including the number of Michelin-starred restaurants, foreign policy, street violence, sports, digitalization, innovative economic perception, and appeal to tourists and international students. This year's top 5 soft power nations are France, the UK, the US, Germany, and Canada. Japan and Switzerland have risen to 6th and 7th, respectively. Regarding this year's results, Harvard professor Joseph Nye stated, under normal circumstances, soft power is relatively stable, but this year's Soft Power 30 results are unusual, reflecting a rebalancing of global influence. Europe has regained confidence. Asia's soft power is rising. Meanwhile, U.S. President Trump's promotion of the America First policy is further damaging America's soft power. The report pointed out, France's rise from 5th last year to 1st this year is partly due to Macron's influence, but the results also stem from France's extensive diplomatic network. Analysis shows France excels as a member of multilateral institutions and international organizations. The report added, undoubtedly, France's soft power has increased due to the defeat of the far-right National Front in the French election and the election of the youngest president, Macron. As a reformer in Europe, this president has been welcomed both domestically and internationally. As soon as this report came out, it was republished by a slew of North American mainstream media outlets. Commentators began weighing in on the matter. Most agreed that the main reason for the U.S.'s drop in soft power was Trump. The Trump administration's relentless push for America First has isolated the U.S. Hillary couldn't hold back and directly chimed in. I believe Trump's rise could threaten America's soft power, especially his populist rhetoric that devalues international alliances. The voting for the U.S. occurred before Trump announced withdrawal from the Paris Climate Agreement, meaning that decision could further diminish America's reputation. In this ranking, the bottom 5 were Russia, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Brazil, and Turkey. These reports greatly irritated Trump. Martin promised to handle it for him. Soon, Martin demonstrated his clout in the media. Almost overnight, all the criticisms aimed at Trump vanished. Washington, the White House. In Trump's office, his chief of staff spoke gravely to his boss. Mr. President, we absolutely must reassess the value of our ally Martin Myers. His influence and connections clearly exceed our previous estimates, and by a wide margin. Clinton Villa. Bill Clinton looked equally serious, with stacks of newspapers on the desk before him. On the sofa, Hillary was on the phone. After a dozen minutes, Hillary hung up, her face solemn. I called the heads of the New York Times, Washington Post, Chicago Sun-Times, and the major TV networks. They said they won't report any negative news on Trump for a month because a heavyweight figure made the call. A heavyweight? Martin Myers. Clinton frowned. Does that kid really have that much pull? Looks like we've underestimated him a bit, Hillary said, somewhat frustrated. In fact, during Obama's presidency, the black president had suggested introducing Martin to Hillary several times. But back then, with the Rockefeller-backed Texas Oil Consortium behind her, Hillary's relationship with Martin wasn't great, so she refused. It wasn't until the election approached that she tried to curry favor with Martin, but it was too late. Looking back now, this young man's power truly could sway the outcome of a U.S. presidential election. If only back then. Hillary secretly regretted it. Clinton added, in that light, Martin did hold back during the election. He could make these media outlets shut up now, so he obviously could have done it during the campaign, but he didn't. Hillary said irritably, are we supposed to thank him? Clinton replied, why not? This is the perfect opportunity to build ties with this young man. Such immense power. Isn't that exactly the kind of ally our Clinton family needs? What about the Texas oil side? Hillary still hesitated. I'll handle it. After all, it was just normal business competition before. Martin already has several children. The Myers family conglomerate is taking shape. I can foresee it becoming a colossal beast. Freed from media harassment, Trump could finally focus on the Russia collusion investigation within the government. First, he appointed former federal prosecutor Ty Cobb as White House special counsel, specifically to oversee legal and media responses related to the Russia collusion probe. This Cobb was a partner in the investigations practice at Washington law firm Hogan Lovells, a seasoned attorney who graduated from Harvard and earned his law degree from Georgetown University. Then, he personally stepped up to defend his son, Don Jr., against inquiries from the investigative team. Upon receiving a personal call from Clinton laced with flattery, Martin wasn't the least bit surprised. This display of muscle wasn't just for Trump and his team to see. He happily accepted Clinton's invitation to meet. The Clinton family's connections in the U.S. were impressive, but Martin figured his own were no less formidable. However, the Clintons' influence in Europe and Latin America was something Martin couldn't match, not even with his magic, which still required the right people to wield it effectively. They could absolutely collaborate. After all, Trump's presidency would only last 4 years. Martin had no intention of wasting his magical energy to extend his would-be father-in-law's political life. No need for that. A month passed peacefully, but Trump was unhappy again. His son-in-law had gone to meet the Clintons, that mongrel couple, Hillary and all. He couldn't help but say to his daughter, Ivanka, I've given you some time off lately. Go spend time with Martin. You two haven't seen each other in ages. When Ivanka saw Martin, he was filming underwater scenes for Aquaman. Martin was using the traditional method for shooting underwater sequences. Of course, it didn't involve actors actually performing underwater. Instead, they set up a transparent tank filled with water above the set, then used dimmers to control special lighting equipment that shone through the tank while agitating the water inside. This created the illusion for viewers of being submerged. Ivanka, see those lights? They're custom-made. One big challenge for Martin's film is shooting underwater scenes in a dry environment. So we use dimmers to control the lighting and moving lenses to create an ocean floor atmosphere. Light propagates in a specific way. Underwater. We've studied it and simulated it in some scenes. We also use special shutter speeds, angles, and exposure times to manipulate the image, making the audience feel like they're in the deep sea. Martin was busy filming, so Sophia took Ivanka on a tour and explained things to her. Ivanka half understood. Sophia continued, "Of course, these practical sets are just a small part. Most underwater scenes will require special effects." But Martin still had the prop masters build 2 functional studios to showcase a realistic underwater kingdom. Sophia noticed Ivanka's boredom and smiled. "Come on, I'll show you the underwater scene that impressed me the most. It's in Studio 8. There's a shipwreck surrounded by vines and seaweed." Studio 8 featured the interior of a massive shipwreck hull. In this enclosed space, there was also a waterfall device called a cascade. We used this cascade to simulate water curtains, but it was tricky during initial shoots because the curtain only hangs in the air for a short time before gravity disperses it. After multiple adjustments to the water pressure, we nailed that scene. Later, when we film Arthur emerging from the waterfall to ascend the throne, we'll use the cascade again, but we'll scale it up 3 times in range and height and readjust the water pressure. This time, Ivanka listened with rapt attention. Then Sophia led Ivanka to Studio 9, where they'd filmed the ancient king's temple scene. This studio was enormous, with a pyramid-like structure in the corner. The ancient King Atlan's corpse sat rigidly on the throne, clutching the sacred trident. "Wow, this corpse looks so realistic. Is it made of silicone?" Ivanka gasped and stepped forward to inspect it. Nearby, Sophia smirked mischievously and stealthily flipped a switch. The corpse of Atlan on the throne suddenly stood up, scaring Ivanka out of her wits. "Ah, Sophia, how dare you scare me? I'm gonna get you. You should thank me for perking you up." "No way." "Aha, stop, I'm ticklish." "Ha ha ha. What's this? Damn, you didn't shave your armpits." "Ah, I've been too busy to notice." After some playful tussling, the 2 women straightened their clothes, and Sophia continued introducing the studio to the now energized Ivanka. "Look, this temple has a massive domed roof. In the script, it's hidden beneath the Earth's crust. When we film, right here, and there, we'll set up 30-foot blue screens for the CG team to add cave backgrounds." We also built a studio in Queensland, Australia, on Deebrook Island, right off the coast of Brisbane, Queensland's capital. The toughest part is probably handling the actor's hair, since hair, clothes, and everything looks different underwater. Every strand of hair needs CG overlay. We have to constantly use different rigs and move the actors in various ways to create that underwater movement feel. I have a feeling that when the movie's done, the underwater world Martin creates will blow the whole world away. "Oh, Ivanka, have you seen Amber's greenscale armor?" "Ah, I have, super sexy." "Right? You like it?" "Of course, it looks amazing." Hee hee. Martin had one made for each of us. "Each of us? I get one too." "Yeah, each of us, you too. You can wear it tonight." Ivanka's face flushed. "Ah, what are you talking about, Sophia?" "Don't pretend. You're thinking about it, aren't you?" "Hey, ladies, where are you? Filming's wrapped. We need to head back." Martin's voice called out. Sophia and Ivanka emerged from the studio. They immediately spotted Amber standing beside Martin, radiating in her queen's armor. Ivanka thought, that armor really accentuates the figure. It's basically a thin membrane clinging to the body. Good thing there are scales covering it, or it'd be like wearing nothing at all. Sophia glanced around. "Where's Nicole?" "She left after her scenes, to the school." "Connor, that little rascal, got into another fight." As he grew older, Martin's eldest son, Connor Myers, began showing his extraordinary qualities. Handsome, smart, sturdy. Though only 8, he'd already received love letters from girls at school, making him a thorn in the other boys' sides. Fights became routine. Fortunately, Connor never lost. At first, Martin handled these incidents, but after Nicole overheard how Martin educated his son a few times. "You should reach under his arm like this first, then pivot and smash his throat. With your elbow. Wait, not the throat, that could kill him. The chest, then. That'll knock the fight out of him for sure. And when they attack, remember not to close your eyes. Protect your head like this, dodge, move, counter. Nicole revoked Martin's parenting privileges. She didn't want her son turning into a violence junkie. Little did she know, Martin's influence on Connor didn't need words. So little Connor became the undisputed overlord of the schoolyard. No one dared challenge him anymore. He never bullied others proactively either. Lindsay felt a pang of nostalgia. Back in the day, Martin had been just as domineering in school. Father and son were so alike. After a blissful month had passed, the media's attacks on Trump resumed. Still one leak a day. This time, it was the Washington Post leading the charge. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell stated in a Senate speech that Republicans will attempt to repeal the Obamacare law this weekend. Trump's administration is approaching 6 months. But in these 6 months, none of his 3 major legislative priorities, healthcare reform, tax reform, and infrastructure, have been achieved. Among them, repealing Obamacare and replacing it with the Republican healthcare bill is Trump's first major legislative goal. Progress on tax and infrastructure legislation is planned after the healthcare plan advances. The stalemate continues, and the Trump administration is considering refusing to issue this week's subsidies for low-income individuals under Obamacare, an action that could provoke widespread discontent among the lower classes. The Republicans' legislative failure this time stems from internal opposition. Despite controlling both houses of Congress and the White House, with 52 seats in the Senate, passing the bill requires 50 yes votes out of 100 seats. Previously, Maine's Susan Collins and Kentucky's Rand Paul had indicated their opposition to repealing and replacing Obamacare. Then, 2 more Republicans suddenly flipped before the vote, causing the legislation to die in the womb before the ballot even happened. Regarding the internal opposition within his own party, Trump tweeted his dissatisfaction. Republicans should repeal the failed Obamacare plan now and enact a brilliant new healthcare bill. Democrats will join too. This past month had been comfortable for Ivanka. Martin was thrilled with the arrival of Ivanka. "Martin, can you take a few days off in October? There's a music festival in Las Vegas. We could go have fun for a few days," Ivanka suggested. "Aquaman's progress is going well, no problem. Let's take a few days off," Martin said casually. August. A bizarre incident occurred in the U.S., amusing the onlookers to no end. An unknown prankster from the UK, using a fake IP, impersonated U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner and emailed White House Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Assistant Thomas Bossert's official account. The email read, "Tom, hello. We're planning a social gathering at the end of the month. If you can make it, that'd be great. I guarantee the food will be at least better than what we had in Iraq. I believe it'll be a fantastic night." Thomas Bossert fell for it and replied, "Thanks, Jared. I can't refuse an invitation like that. I'll attend." Then, Thomas Bossert proactively provided his personal email for further contact. As the White House Assistant for Homeland Security and Counterterrorism, Thomas Bossert is responsible for White House cybersecurity, yet even he was fooled, leaving countless onlookers both amused and shocked. He wasn't the only one. Besides Bossert, Trump's third communications director in his 6 months in office, Anthony Scaramucci, also fell into the trap. Scaramucci took office on July 21st of that year. At the time, his appointment was fiercely opposed by then White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer, Chief of Staff Reince Priebus, and Chief Strategist Steve Bannon, leading to the former two resigning. Before Priebus was fired, the prankster impersonated Trump's nominee for U.S. Ambassador to Russia, John Huntsman, and engaged in a heated email exchange with Scaramucci. "Who should move out first? I might be able to help a bit." "This fake," Huntsman wrote in the email. Scaramucci replied, "There are 2. Though he didn't specify names, CNN, in reporting the story, believed Scaramucci was referring to Priebus and Bannon, whom he had been vehemently criticizing. After some flattery from the fake Huntsman, Scaramucci responded, "Are you in Moscow now? If not, let's grab a seat." On the 29th of last month, the day after Priebus left, the prankster impersonated Priebus and emailed Scaramucci. The two went back and forth in the emails, arguing fiercely before parting on bad terms. Ironically, 2 days later, Scaramucci was also fired, after just 10 days in office. Trump's son Eric Trump had once fallen for a similar ploy, receiving an email from the prankster pretending to be his brother Donald Trump Jr. However, he saw through the scheme and replied, "I'll hand this over to law enforcement." The above were all self-orchestrated pranks by the trickster. He even posted his achievements on the social site Twitter. Some executives from UK's Barclays Bank, US Goldman Sachs, and Bank of America also became laughingstocks for falling for it. After the incident, White House officials admitted to being duped. White House spokesperson Sarah Huckabee Sanders told CNN reporters, "We take all network-related issues extremely seriously and are conducting further investigations into these events." Martin was a bit speechless. While Trump's team had some elites, it seemed riddled with street-level amateurs. Trump approached Martin again, hoping he'd help squash the negative media commentary. This time, Martin refused. He told Trump, "Donald, you should first find the leaker in the White House, not try to muzzle the media. I can't keep making those outlets shut up forever." Trump said, "I'll find the leaker. That damn guy won't have a good end." Not 2 days after this conversation, another leak emerged from the White House. The full transcripts of Trump's phone calls with Mexican President Enrique P. Nieto and Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull were published by The Washington Post. At the time, Trump urged the other party not to publicly say Mexico wouldn't pay for the wall or spout such nonsense. Trump said, "You can't say that to the media. The media will report it that way, and I can't handle it. You can't say that to the media because then I can't negotiate. It's all nonsense." Trump also claimed, "You know, New Hampshire in your state is a drug den. I can't allow that stuff to flow into the U.S." On the same day, Trump called Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. During the call, Trump refused to honor a refugee acceptance agreement. Then, Trump grew increasingly angry, telling Malcolm Turnbull, "I've been on the phone all day, and this is the most unpleasant call." He hung up. The Washington Post report once again stirred mainstream media condemnation of Trump. Trump could no longer tolerate these outlets. To promote his achievements, Trump sent out his green-armored daughter-in-law Lara Trump to host a personal show called Real News, where she served as the anchor. In the program, Lara Trump listed Trump's accomplishments since taking office one by one. Trump's poor control over the intensity of his words left Martin speechless. His would-be father-in-law was still too green, with too few reliable talents in his pocket, and a large number of White House positions held by people he couldn't fully command. Martin had no intention of solving these problems for his prospective father-in-law, but he did introduce someone to Trump, Jeff Sessions. As the U.S. Attorney General, Jeff Sessions' relationship with Trump wasn't harmonious. Previously, Trump had criticized Sessions for being extremely weak on the Hillary email scandal and the intelligence leaks. Then, the Russia collusion affair further fueled Trump's intense dissatisfaction with Sessions. But after Martin's mediation, Trump indicated he didn't care what Sessions had done in the past. He only hoped to see what he could do in the future. After speaking with Martin over the phone, Sessions also expressed goodwill toward Trump. 3 days after the two met, Sessions publicly stood with Trump. He stated, "Over the past few months, the illegal disclosure of classified national security information has surged, including leaks to the media and even to adversarial nations. Since January of this year, the number of leak investigations by the Department of Justice has exceeded 3 times that of the previous administration's final period. This is not a good thing," Sessions emphasized. "We can no longer tolerate it. If the media is involved in the leaks, they too must face legal consequences." He added, "The Department of Justice is studying whether to issue subpoenas to relevant media outlets to assist in the investigation. We respect the important role of the media and respect journalists, but you cannot act without restraint." After years of leaks in Washington, it's great to see Attorney General Sessions taking action. Trump tweeted jubilantly, "For national security, the stricter, the better." September 30th. Martin arrived in Las Vegas with Lindsay and Ivanka, ready to attend a local music festival. Almost simultaneously, 64-year-old Stephen Paddock drove to Las Vegas and checked into the Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino. Born in 1953 in Mesquite, Nevada, his father, Benjamin Paddock, 1926, born in Wisconsin, was one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives from 1969 to 1977. Benjamin Paddock had robbed multiple banks in Arizona and was sentenced to 20 years in prison. He later escaped from a federal prison in Texas and fled to Oregon, where he managed a bingo parlor. In 1979, he was discovered and arrested by the FBI, but due to a diagnosis of mental illness and suicidal tendencies, he was released after paying a $100,000 fine. He then returned to Texas and died in 1998. Growing up without a father, Stephen Paddock's upbringing was far from ideal. He had to support the family early on, scheming every way to make money, even to the point where classmates despised him for his unscrupulous pursuit of profit. In the 1980s, Stephen worked as an auditor at Lockheed Martin, served at the IRS, and eventually ventured into U.S. real estate. In 1987, Paddock bought a property near the University of Southern California in Los Angeles, an investment that netted him a fortune. In 2012, he sold a property with 110 units in Texas for $8.3 million, earning nearly $10 million in total. Paddock was also a licensed pilot with 2 planes and held a hunting license in Alaska. After becoming a millionaire, Paddock supported his mother and brothers, lifting the family out of the hardship caused by their father's imprisonment. In the eyes of colleagues, friends, and relatives, Stephen Paddock was introverted, quiet, unsociable, but not a bad person. He had no criminal record. Previously, Paddock had lived in Mesquite, Texas. In 2013, he bought a house in Mesquite, Nevada, a town with the same name, and moved there. Stephen Paddock was a gun enthusiast. He was a regular at a local shop called Guns and Guitars, buying firearms since 1982. However, starting from October of the previous year, things seemed to change. He began buying guns frantically, continuing right up to the end of the month. In just one short year, Paddock amassed 33 firearms, along with a massive stockpile of ammunition. Paddock's behavior hadn't gone unnoticed by the gun shops. He claimed he was retiring there and picking up an old hobby from years ago, brushing off suspicions. But Stephen Paddock had other intentions. Time advanced to October 1st. This was the day of the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival at the Mandalay Bay Beach Hotel grounds. Nearly 20,000 tourists had gathered for the festivities. Paddock woke early, first checking his luggage, then heading downstairs for a walk. After strolling around the area, Paddock returned to his hotel room. He calmly enjoyed lunch, watched some pay-per-view TV, then took a nap. He slept deeply, not waking until 9:30 p.m. Upon waking, Stephen Paddock pulled a drill from his luggage and began drilling into the wall. He planned to install a hidden camera in the hotel hallway to monitor the area around his room. Campos was a security guard at the Mandalay Bay Beach Hotel. That day, he received a complaint from a guest on the 32nd floor about a blocked door in the safety stairwell. Campos went to the 32nd floor to check the blocked door. The door was in a small room with 2 doors separating the stairwell from the hallway, right next to Paddock's room. When Campos ascended from the 31st to the 32nd floor, he found it indeed blocked, so he took the elevator to the 32nd. Then, Campos discovered a metal bracket jamming the door, preventing it from opening. He picked up his radio to report the situation to security. At that moment, he heard the sound of a drill coming from the adjacent room. After reporting, Campos approached the door where the drilling noise originated and knocked. "Sir, do you need any help?" A second later, he heard hurried footsteps, followed by a burst of rapid gunfire from behind the door. Campos immediately dropped to the ground, seeking cover. He felt a burning sensation in his leg, and pulling up his pant leg, he saw blood. He quickly used his radio to report that someone was firing shots. At that point, Stephen Paddock continued shooting through the door outward, with one bullet striking Campos in the thigh. Campos sensed trouble and immediately dropped to the ground, playing dead. Stephen Paddock peered through the peephole, saw the security guard fall, assumed he'd killed him, and stopped firing. But this unexpected turn also altered his plan. He'd originally intended to act at 10:30 p.m. when the crowd was at its liveliest. Now he had to move early. 10:05 p.m. Martin held Lindsay's hand in one and Ivanka's in the other, the 2 girls jumping and cheering with the crowd. On stage, renowned country singer Jason Aldean was performing a high-energy country rock song. Martin felt a twinge of unease but couldn't pinpoint its source. Instinctively, he released his magic. Upstairs, Paddock shattered 2 hotel windows and extended his gun barrel. Bang, bang, bang. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Almost simultaneously with Paddock's first shots, Martin's sense of unease peaked. Without a second thought, he yanked the two girls toward a concrete pillar by a flower bed and pressed there. Heads down to crouch. What's wrong? What happened? At that moment, the gunshots reached their ears. The girls hadn't reacted yet, assuming it was fireworks. The festival crowd thought the same. No one paid attention, continuing the revelry, until the shots rang out densely, and people began bleeding and falling. Then the crowd erupted. Damn, those are gunshots, Ivanka said in terror. What? Lindsay's face paled. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Martin released magic to soothe the girls, then lifted his head to scan the direction of the shots. By now, the crowd was starting to stampede. People scattered, seeking cover, with continuous screams of "Get down! Get down! Stay here!" Martin had located the shooter's position. No, don't go. What are you doing? This isn't your job. Both girls guessed Martin's intent and voiced their objections. Martin said, I can't just watch more people die. Then, reassuringly and truthfully, he added, Don't worry. No one in this world can take me down. With that, Martin bent low and dashed toward the hotel. Reaching the hotel lobby, amid the chaos, Martin grabbed a white woman in uniform who seemed like a hotel manager and shouted, Where's the fastest elevator? The woman clearly recognized Martin and froze for a moment. Martin pressed her shoulder and said quickly, Listen, that shooter is upstairs in your hotel. I need to get up there as fast as possible to stop him. Got it. The woman nodded. Instinctively, Martin said approvingly, Good. Now tell me, where's the elevator? That way. Over there. Her hand pointed in a direction. There are 2 high-speed VIP elevators, but they need a card swipe to activate. You have a card? I do. The woman nodded firmly. Great, give it to me. Flustered, the woman fumbled for the card in her pocket, forgetting it was attached to her uniform. She tugged a few times without success. Whether facing her idol boosted her courage or not, the woman decisively ran toward the elevator, saying, I'll go up with you. My card can open all the room doors. They entered the elevator, and the woman's bright eyes fixed on Martin as she asked, You're going to stop the shooter? Yes, I can't just stand by and watch more people die. Martin stuck to his excuse. You're a real hero, Martin, she said from the heart, her eyes filled with admiration. When the shots rang out, everyone else fled for themselves. Only Martin, the billionaire superstar, stepped up to confront the gunman. You could just call the police, she suggested out of concern. Martin shook his head. No time. Soon, the elevator reached the 32nd floor. You stay inside, Martin told the woman. She nodded and said, I'll hold the elevator for you. If there's danger, run back this way. Okay, thanks. Martin turned and smiled, nearly making her knees buckle. Her heart melted. Martin was just too handsome. Stepping into the hallway, Martin spotted Campos on the ground. Campos saw Martin too and recognized the superstar. Martin rushed to Campos's side, glanced at his wound. You've lost a lot of blood. Press on the injury. This will all be over soon, and you'll be fine. Campos felt Martin's words like a warm spring breeze, instantly easing his raised anxiety. Martin suddenly remembered he'd forgotten to take the room card, so he asked Campos, Do you have a magnetic key that can open rooms? Campos nodded. In my left uniform pocket, but if they've deadbolted, it won't work. No problem, Martin said. The card was just a cover. Martin could use magic to open the door anyway, deadbolt or not. He swiped the card. Sure enough, it was deadbolt from inside. Martin swiftly used magic to disengage the latch, pushing the door open. In Campos's view, the door simply opened after the swipe, assuming it hadn't been bolted. Martin slipped inside quietly. Through the entryway, an old man stood at the window with a gun, firing downward. The old man's demeanor seemed utterly calm, aiming and firing in controlled bursts, no wild spraying. Martin leaped lightly, landing behind the old man. Before he could react, a hand chop struck the old man's neck. The gunfire ceased. The old man collapsed. 15 minutes later, Las Vegas police arrived. When the cops reached the 32nd floor of the hotel, they found Martin sitting on the ground chatting with the bandaged Campos. In the opposite room, an old man lay, bound tightly on the floor. The room's floor and tables were littered with guns and ammo. Soon, the story hit the news. The White House was alerted. At this point, Trump didn't yet know his daughter was at the scene. That night, he delivered a national TV address, declaring that from October 2nd to 6th, all U.S. public buildings, military bases, naval ships, overseas embassies, and diplomatic facilities would fly flags at half-mast in mourning. He also announced that he and First Lady Melania would visit Las Vegas to meet with victims' families and witnesses. Trump further stated his intent to swiftly classify bump stocks as illegal items. Some members of Congress urged permanent legislative solutions, but others, along with the National Rifle Association, NRA, opposed banning bump stocks, firmly objecting. A bump stock is a device that significantly increases the firing rate of semi-automatic firearms to near fully automatic levels. After the incident, police ultimately found 23 firearms and thousands of rounds of ammunition in shooter Stephen Paddock's rented room 32135 at the Mandalay Bay Beach Hotel, and later discovered another 18 guns at his residence. From the 23 guns left in the hotel room, most rifles were AR series, including 3 FN-15 rifles, 4 DDM-4 carbines, several SIG AR rifles, and at least 1 AK rifle. Soon, Martin's heroic actions were unearthed by the media. Campos, hotel security, he's a hero. I saw with my own eyes how he entered the room and subdued the shooter. It took less than a minute from start to finish. He prevented so many more people from getting hurt. Ilya, hotel manager. Yes, everyone was panicking, running everywhere. I was too. Until Martin burst in. He said, I need to get up there as fast as possible to stop him. I led him to the elevator, and we went up to the 32nd floor. When I saw Martin step out without hesitation, I nearly cried. He's a hero. Survivors from the music festival also expressed their gratitude to Martin, while protesting the police's sluggish response. I'm alive thanks to Martin. As a billionaire, he didn't have to do any of this, but he did. Yes, he's a hero, and I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life. Martin is just incredible. The scene was utter chaos. Everyone was just running, including me and my friends. For Martin to step up in that situation shows the heroic genes in him. He's our Captain America. Why were the police so late? They arrived 20 minutes after the shooter started firing. Do they deserve the taxpayers' money? Many victims' families believe the hotel was grossly negligent, allowing the shooter to check in with a massive arsenal and ammunition, ultimately leading to the tragedy. These families banded together, demanding compensation from the hotel's owner, MGM Resorts International. In the end, MGM Resorts International announced they would compensate the 58 victims and hundreds of injured from the Las Vegas shooting, with the total settlement reaching up to $800 million. Per the agreement, the victims' side would drop all pending lawsuits against MGM Resorts International. According to U.S. media reports, this settlement set the third highest victim compensation in U.S. history. The shooting propelled Martin to even greater fame in North America, with waves of desire, laced with gratitude and admiration surging toward him. When Trump learned his daughter had been at the scene, he flew into a rage. The next day, he proposed even stricter gun control measures. Of course, they had no chance of passing. Since taking office, Trump had endured relentless criticism from U.S. mainstream media. Interestingly, quite a few lower-class leftists staunchly supported him. This week, Slovenian Marxist philosopher Slavoj Zizek, in an interview with the UK's Channel 4, stated, "If I were an American, I'd absolutely support Trump's policies. The American people chose Trump correctly. Hillary represents absolute inertia, the most dangerous kind. She's a Cold War relic, cozying up to the banking elite while disguising herself as a progressive." U.S. Marxist theorist Frederick Jameson also discussed Trump in an interview. "From our foreign policy perspective, I really dislike the democracy slogan. I think, for the left, it's not the best slogan." Stuart Hall has a great concept about political struggle called hegemonic struggle. It's similar to Laclau's idea. If you can contaminate your opponent's political slogan, you've achieved a certain goal. You make it unusable for them. The Occupy Wall Street movement and Sanders contributed here. The former revived class discussions. The latter reclaimed economic language. At the same time, Trump emerged. Jameson said approvingly, "The current U.S. administrative system is actually on the verge of collapse. Republicans have no policies. They don't want new taxes. They don't want to spend money, just hoard it. Democrats blocked Obama from doing anything, and Hillary has no ideas either. Trump filled the vacuum born from that freedom. It's like when Berlusconi rose in Italy. Some call it neo-fascism, but my answer, not yet. This country needs an agitator, and Trump fits the role perfectly. The left should rebuild the concept of the nation. Facing ecological crises requires a strong state. Compared to the left's endorsement of Trump, U.S. right-wingers were furious. Not at Trump, but at those who had abandoned them, like Hillary, the Clintons, little Bush. Many of these right-wingers were factory workers, toiling in grueling jobs across America. They felt they deserved some payback. But the team wasn't moving forward at all. Many realized that in 20 years, their wages hadn't risen. Everyone in the family worked, even overtime. Bank loans still loomed. Nothing had changed. Then they noticed people cutting in line. Who? Those benefiting from affirmative action. Like women, now entering fields once dominated by men. Like black people, now taking jobs that used to be all white. And refugees, immigrants, all piling in. Now, they found the line to higher tiers had grown longer, their positions pushed further back. Former President Obama should have overseen this fairly, but now he kept urging these people to keep cutting in. Was Obama a line cutter too? How did he get into Harvard, into Columbia? He came from a single-parent family. Where'd the money come from? Those jumping the queue turned back to curse them, you crude rednecks. In demographic stats, their share was shrinking. They felt like strangers on this land. They believed the government was just a machine endlessly marginalizing them. So they shouted, "We need a new president now." And Trump took office. In their words, "We don't even like Trump, but we're the deplorables abandoned by the elites Hillary represents. We had no choice but to support him." Martin said to Ivanka, "Your dad can exploit these people." Ivanka asked, "How?" Martin pulled out a document. Maybe this could be turned into something useful. Ivanka took it curiously, her brows furrowing deeper as she read. Is this real?" she said in shock. Of course it's real. What was written in the document Martin gave Ivanka that shocked her so much? It was a tragic incident from a small town in southern Louisiana. Bayou Corn. This was a small town in southern Louisiana. On June 12, 2012, the townspeople noticed something strange. The ground frequently shook, and foul-smelling bubbles erupted from beneath the earth. On August 3rd, the local government officially ordered everyone to evacuate the town immediately. Investigations later revealed that drilling operations by the oil company Texas Brine had caused the underground salt dome to collapse. Not long after the evacuation, a massive polluted sinkhole appeared in the town, and it kept growing, soon turning 3,700 acres of land into toxic wasteland. The town's residents were far from satisfied with this oil company. They were also dissatisfied with the government for failing to regulate the company properly. What angered them even more was the arduous journey to seek compensation. From gathering evidence to facing obstructions, even violent interference. The townspeople wrote a letter of complaint in which they bitterly stated, "The government is completely controlled by these giant corporations, doing everything to benefit them. When it comes to their own state, they pave the way for these companies to do business. The government even pays them incentive benefits. These companies do bring some new jobs, so at the time, quite a few people thought the companies were good. But when bad things happen, people discover the government and companies show a different face, shifting blame, making excuses, avoiding meetings, violently blocking the townspeople's appeals, and a slew of ugly tactics. The problem lies with the companies and the local state government. The state government doesn't provide any public services and can't properly regulate these companies. So, why pay taxes to this irresponsible government? Better to take back some taxes. After all, the government isn't doing its job." The townspeople began an endless appeals process. Despite heavy obstructions, they still gathered a considerable amount of samples, took plenty of photos and short videos as evidence. Unfortunately, once these pieces of evidence reached the FBI, they sank like a stone, with no further word. "How did you get these materials?" Ivanka asked, somewhat surprised. Martin smiled and said, "Provided by a certain FBI insider." FBI? Ivanka grumbled inwardly. Her father, as U.S. president, seemed to have shallower connections in the government than Martin. It was truly pathetic. No wonder the leak gate remained unsolved. Martin said, oil plantation. In the U.S., pollution and environmental destruction is an old problem. It's not just this town. Many places are affected. This is also a breakthrough point. Sometimes, rallying public opinion can be a powerful force. Louisiana could actually become your dad's base. It has the most rednecks in the entire U.S. Martin said, pulling out a report. He pointed to the data on the report. Before the 1960s, there were vast plantations here, and poor whites outside the plantation owners were completely ignored. By the late 1960s, many groups began entering. The middle class, those poor women, black people, immigrants. These people kept complaining, and through the 1960s civil rights movement, they were finally brought into the fold by that northern government holding the moral high ground. But these people in Louisiana didn't want to complain, didn't want to admit they were poor, so they were never noticed. In last year's election, Hillary publicly declared that half of your father's supporters were a basket of deplorables. She was referring to this group of rednecks, poor, low-education white communities. Look at this data. In fact, Hillary's words actually boosted your father to the presidency. This data shows that after Hillary said that, your father's approval ratings surged in Texas and Louisiana. Because those rednecks thought, people like Hillary from the Democratic Party are only their president. They're meaning black people, women, immigrants. So if Hillary took office, she'd help black people, help women, help immigrants, but not poor whites. They actually don't like your father either, but they deeply feel that Hillary and the entire Democratic Party abandoned them, so they hate Hillary and the Democrats more. Even though your dad has enough scandals to fill a TV series, insulting women, publicly attacking former Miss Universe Alicia Machado, racism, failing to promptly reject support from infamous KKK leader David Duke, and so on. Hey, Ivanka looked displeased. But my dad. Okay, skip the specific examples. Back to the rednecks. Martin smiled and shrugged. These rednecks interpret your dad's behaviors differently. For example, in last year's first presidential TV debate, your father interrupted Hillary 29 times. To these rednecks, this wasn't a sign of disrespect, but a display of dominance. Your father's belittling of black people, discrimination against women, exclusion of immigrants. It makes them feel he's one of them, because that's what they think too. These rednecks are racist like us, but they don't see themselves that way. Their understanding of racism is simple. It's when people harbor hatred toward black people or openly call them the N-word. They don't do that, so they don't think they're racists. As for whether racial factors affect whether someone can rent an apartment in Trump Towers, they don't care. They also feel they don't need David Duke, so they're even more convinced they're not racists. They don't understand racism structurally, but they're constantly called racists everywhere, so they feel insulted. The key issue is, what people see is black people jumping the queue with government support. Even though your father eventually stated he rejected David Duke's support, his wording made it seem forced. I disavow, okay? For those who deeply feel that black people and immigrants are their problem, someone like your dad is very appealing. Martin's words left Ivanka deep in thought. So, you mean my dad should go? Win over these people? Actually, your dad is already doing that. His actions to deport immigrants, along with his discriminatory attitudes toward black people and women, have started earning their approval. Of course, that's an unintended effect on your dad's part, but it's still not enough. We need to actually solve some real problems for them. So, this environmental destruction incident in that southern Louisiana town is a perfect breakthrough. Especially now, when they're begging for help with no doors open to them. If your dad acts, it'll be magnified infinitely, winning the goodwill of countless rednecks, and they'll see him as one of their own. They are rednecks, they're right-wing, and they're a massive group of 60 million people. Ivanka was convinced. Okay, I'll talk to my dad about it, but I don't know if he'll go for this approach. He will, Martin said with a smile. In the original timeline, Trump did exactly that, though a year later. Martin was just advancing the timeline a bit. The oil company responsible for the environmental issue belonged to the Texas oil conglomerate, and there were hundreds of such companies across the U.S. extracting oil through environmentally destructive means, all under the Texas oil conglomerate. That's right, the Texas oil conglomerate basically dominated all domestic U.S. oil production, except for Alaska. Trump was indeed intrigued by Martin's idea. After understanding the situation, he immediately ordered the FBI to launch an investigation into the oil company Texas Brine. Rockefeller was furious. As an American tycoon who built his fortune on oil, his company controlled nearly all oil fields in the U.S. All those large and small domestic oil companies were essentially his shells. In 1870, the Rockefeller family's Standard Oil Company was officially established. It was called Standard because Rockefeller saw himself as the benchmark and pillar of the entire oil industry. Comply and thrive, defy and perish. According to relevant data, at its peak, Standard Oil monopolized 95% of U.S. refining capacity, 90% of oil transportation, and nearly half of oil extraction. The other half was extracted by oil companies that the Rockefeller family controlled or held shares in. Those shells. It was precisely because of the Rockefeller family's monopoly on the U.S. oil industry that it prompted the enactment of U.S. antitrust laws. Standard Oil Company was forcibly broken up into several enterprises. This move by the U.S. government made Rockefeller realize that to ensure his industry's eternal prosperity, he must find a way to secure a foothold in politics. Thus, the Rockefeller family began a new strategy. Family members not only engaged in basic business activities, but also handled legal, congressional, and other political work. After the second-generation founder of the Rockefeller family, John D. Rockefeller, passed away, his descendants followed his lifelong philosophy, embarking on a path combining politics and business. For example, Nelson Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller's second son, despite severe dyslexia, achieved the remarkable record of serving for consecutive terms as New York governor and later as vice president under Nixon. Unlike Nelson's direct entry into politics, John D. Rockefeller's third son, David Rockefeller, chose a different path. As the third-generation spokesperson for the business empire, David's opportunities to interact with the most powerful politicians were no fewer than Nelson's. According to relevant news sources, during David's tenure managing the family enterprise, the Rockefeller family essentially became the shadow behind successive U.S. governments, the invisible hand steering national politics. More importantly, by combining politics and business with a series of tactics that brought dozens of times wealth growth to the family, the Rockefeller family also wove a vast network of financial and industrial assets through capital operations, with influence spanning every sector of basic industry. For instance, the Rockefeller Group owned military-industrial enterprises like McDonnell and Rand. At the same time, the Rockefeller family, along with other consortiums, controlled North America's largest civilian airline. Beyond the above fields, investments in healthcare, culture and education, and literature and arts were also key components of the Rockefeller family's asset network. For example, the renowned University of Chicago and Rockefeller University both bore the family shadow. Among them, Rockefeller University held the most Nobel Prizes in biomedical sciences worldwide. If Koreans couldn't live without Samsung, then Americans similarly couldn't live without the Rockefeller Group. Through decades of operations and generations of risk-taking, the Rockefeller family amassed vast wealth. Most importantly, the family was incredibly united, with no internal conflicts ever arising. This was due to John D. Rockefeller's establishment of trust fund management. Under this model, the Rockefeller family trust funds automatically passed to beneficiary descendants. Once the settler placed assets into the trust, they legally lost ownership and control over them. Beneficiaries received only dividend interest before age 30, and principal only after establishing their own families. This method both avoided taxes and ensured generational wealth transfer, later emulated by many major U.S. families. With $553 billion in assets, the Rockefellers, though somewhat behind contemporary top U.S. billionaires, as an old money family existing for nearly a century, wielded true influence in politics and business far beyond mere wealth. In the list of high-level executives controlled by the Rockefeller family's Texas consortium, one could find prominent politicians like the Bushes and the Clintons, renowned figures from the judiciary, like retired